Get out. The Hidden Leaf Village has no need for ninjas like you. Indeed, how weak can one be? Can such a person accomplish any mission? Niji, step in and take him down quickly. Amidst the clamor, Yi Fei, in a haze, seemed to glimpse the visage of his great-grandmother, who had passed away 10 years prior. Ouch! My head aches. He opened his eyes, rising from the muddy ground, only to find himself in a dueling arena. What a peculiar situation. Wasn't he just watching anime at home? In the blink of an eye, had he traversed dimensions? Surrounding the circular coliseum were thousands of spectators, all clamoring in excitement. Most were clad in simple clothing, while a select few wore metal plates adorned with a swirling symbol. The Chunin exam of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yi Fei was all too familiar with it, and his opponent was Hyuga Niji. You talentless fool, you're no different from that waste. Naruto, you should just tuck your tail and leave, Niji scoffed disdainfully. Instantly, a flood of memories surged into Yi Fei's mind. He understood. The body he had commandeered was that of a forsaken orphan, abandoned in the wild. The Hidden Leaf Village had offered him refuge, yet it had denied him a joyful childhood. As an orphan, he had faced the same ostracism as Naruto. His sole companion was the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. However, Yi Fei's plight was far more tragic. For while Naruto had various allies to support his growth, Yi Fei had endured a much darker past. By mere chance, he had entered the Chunin exam with his unremarkable skills, only to confront Niji in the very first match. How daunting! As Yi Fei lamented, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host detected to have traversed into the world of Naruto, the world of myriad realms. The attribute growth system has been activated for the host, integrating with the host's body, activating attributes. The system had indeed arrived. Yi Fei's excitement surged. The system has been activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the attribute growth system. The host will gain significant attribute growth through practical experience in combat, as well as opportunities to acquire various powerful skills. Host life force has been adjusted to limitless. Please engage in battle to experience system functionalities. Host Yi Fei. Overall strength rating. Drank Jinin Ninjutsu value 10, Taijutsu value 10, Jinjutsu value 10, Chakra 10, Vitality X combat experience. Frank what? Being beaten? After such a struggle to traverse dimensions, the activated system only meant he would endure beatings. What sort of system was this? Especially upon seeing the meager attribute panel, Yi Fei felt half of his fighting spirit wane. But time was of the essence. Niji, across from him, was already losing patience. Since you refuse to forfeit, I shall not hold back. Niji assumed his stance, chakra erupting from his palm in a mystical azure glow, profound and intricate. Wait, let me. Before Yi Fei could finish, Niji lunged at him. His movements were swift, body leaning forward, the palm, gathering the 8 trigrams palm technique, unleashed chakra that blazed like ethereal blue flames. Standing opposite Niji, Yi Fei felt the overwhelming pressure. Buzz. The gale roared like thunder, dust swirling. Yi Fei was sent flying, spinning through the air before landing heavily. Niji retracted his chakra, speaking calmly to himself. Without the life of a ninja, why force it? Truly impressive. No wonder he is a genius of the Hyuga clan. He has even mastered the 8 trigrams palm. Cheers erupted from the audience. Among them, a middle-aged man displayed an approving expression. Hanabi, did you see? There are competitors even within our branch. It was Hinata Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Beside him sat the little girl, Hinata Hanabi. Yet, she seemed more concerned about Yi Fei's condition. As the smoke cleared, Yi Fei's face was indeed swollen. Lacking combat experience, he had taken that 8 trigrams palm Hedon, transported here without a solid background or talent. He had barely scraped through to the Chunin exam. Yet his opponent was a prodigy from the ancient Hyuga clan. The disparity in strength was simply insurmountable. Using my head to take a hit. Isn't this pure abuse? What a wretched system to traverse through. This is a real eye-opener. Just as Yi Fei simmered with indignation, the host has gained some basic attributes through combat. All attributes 1. The host has gained 1 taijutsu value through combat. The host has gained 1 ninjutsu value through combat. Attributes were indeed increasing, though the feeling was subtle. Yi Fei sensed a change within himself. So that was it. Through practical experience and taking hits, the growth system would gradually enhance his attributes. If he continuously improved, there would surely be a chance for a counterattack. The rules of the Chunin exam, unknown, dictated that one must bring the opponent down as long as he remained standing. There was still hope. Could it be that he might truly win? Yifei's confidence soared. Come on, genius of the Hyuga clan. Is this all you've got? Yifei's tone dripped with derision. His objective was crystal clear. Incite Niji and let himself take the hits. Then, continue to grow stronger until he could vanquish his adversary, not for any other reason, but to repay the blows he had just received. Niji, taken aback by the mockery, smirked coldly, planning to rely on your tongue to endure. How laughable. With that, he crossed his hands, forming a seal. Byakugan. The Byakugan activated. Niji could see the flow of chakra within Yifei's body with clarity. I had no intention of going hard on you, but since you dare to mock the Hyuga clan, allow me to show you the difference in bloodline. Niji leaped forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yifei, striking out. Smack! Thud! Every blow landed on Yifei's chakra pathways, sealing off the flow of chakra. For a ninja, this would render them incapable of using ninjutsu for a commoner. It would be excruciating. Yet for Yifei, this was but growth. The host has gained 1 ninjutsu value through combat. The host has gained 1 jinjutsu value through combat. The host has gained 1 chakra through combat. The host. The system's notifications echoed in his mind while Yifei bore the bruises. But he paid no heed to the pain. He simply refused to lose. I've taken hits, and I've grown stronger. Yifei thought resolutely until he could no longer rise. Until the system emitted a particularly unique notification. Ding! Detecting a significant disparity in strength between the host and the enemy. Activating skill. Divine technique wins mysterious gate. Chapter 2. The mysterious art of wind and the aftermath of the extraordinary. The wind aftermath. As an avid manga enthusiast, Yifei fully comprehended the significance of this term. The fabled 8 extraordinary techniques, realized by several legendary figures of the during tumultuous times, represented 8 divine skills akin to the powers of immortals. Among them, the wind aftermath stands as one. The so-called chakra is inherently linked to the chi harbored within the dantian of traditional cultivators, sharing a common source of energy. However, it distinguishes itself from ordinary chakra. Yifei felt an unprecedented surge of knowledge erupt within his mind, and soon, his muscle memory began to transform. The wind aftermath. A technique that transcends the martial sage's unique method crafted by Zhuge Liang. Possessing such extraordinary skills would make confronting a lower ninja exceedingly effortless. If perfected, would he not inevitably become invincible in the world? Noticing Yifei lost in thought, occasionally breaking into a foolish grin, Niji and Appo's expression soured. How naive of me. A worthless individual like you, devoid of lineage, can never grasp the essence of genius. He then lunged forward with a fierce strike. An overwhelming force sent the air into disarray. As Yifei regained his balance and attempted to defend himself with both hands, he was still forced back several steps. The wind aftermath. Upon landing, Yifei forcefully stomped the ground, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Niji furrowed his brow, the thick smoke gradually dissipating. What technique is this? The audience began to murmur. Could there be a twist in this battle? Niji, taken aback, realized that he did not wish to reveal his strength prematurely in light of the upcoming matches. Primordial leads the cosmos, encompassing all transformations. I have attained enlightenment. The wind aftermath. Truly a divine skill. Yifei laughed maniacally, his mirth echoing through the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd. The Byakugan. Yifei's demeanor aroused Niji and Appo's wariness. He hastily activated his Byakugan for observation. However, Yifei's chakra remained stagnant, lifeless as a still pond. Niji clenched his teeth. He was actually being toyed with by this waste? You fool. You Haven T even mobilized your chakra, trying to put on a show here. He tightened his fists, determined to conclude the match with his next move. The chakra from his Byakugan surged forth, slowly revealing a blue-patterned Bagua formation on the ground. This formation was initially responsive to Niji and Appo's chakra, yet for some unknown reason, it appeared to resonate with Yifei as well. The Bagua formation. The art of escapism, a strategic layout? Yufei surveyed his surroundings and suddenly felt omnipotent within this realm. The wind aftermath allowed him to dictate positions and determine the dynamics of life and death at will. Niji, impatient, activated the Bagua array, believing he could utterly defeat Yufei, only to unwittingly play into his hands. The intricate patterns of the wind aftermath crystallized in Yufei and Appo's mind. He now perceived the entire interplay of life and death within the arena. Sun wood, Jin earth, Li fire, Dui metal, Qin water. The cyclical nature of the 5 elements, the interplay of yin and yang, all perpetually nourishing one another. Everything within this realm was born from the Tao. Yet, all were subject to the influence of the wind aftermath, with Yufei wielding dominion over the powers of creation and destruction. My Bagua domain has been established. If you do not concede, you will inevitably be reduced to a complete cripple under my assault. You still have time to forfeit. Niji readied himself, poised for an attack. In his eyes shone an unparalleled confidence, a hallmark of true genius. Oh, is that so? Yufei replied with a calm smile, blood still staining the corner of his lips. As he activated the chakra within him, a shimmering blue light erupted from his body. This startling transformation took Niji by surprise. He realized that the chakra surging from Yufei surpassed his own by several folds. You were so kind to urge my surrender. Allow me to offer you an opportunity in return. If you forfeit now, you may preserve your reputation as a genius. Yufei was not one to tolerate mockery. He was quick to retaliate. Why should he not respond to the ridicule directed his way? Yet, predictably, Niji would not yield. His anger flared even more fiercely. Very well, if you insist on courting death, I shall utterly crush you. Niji formed hand seals, unleashing the full might of his Byakugan, chakra coursing rapidly through his body. This is my ultimate technique. Hyuga style, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Niji charged forward. In the next moment, the blue lines glowed even brighter, radiating immense brilliance. To an outsider, Niji appeared to move with blinding speed, but to Yufei, it seemed as though everything unfolded in slow motion. He narrowed his eyes and observed the position of Sun wood, which now emanated a vivid crimson glow. Thus, the corresponding position of Sun wood is Qin metal. A smirk crept upon Yufei and Appo's lips. Position adjustment. The wind aftermath enables the practitioner to thoroughly command the dimensions of time, space, and matter within the realm. However, it cannot directly affect the individuals within it. As long as the opponent remains within the layout crafted by the practitioner, even within their own strategic formation, the wielder of the wind aftermath can exert complete control. Within the domain he orchestrated, all relative attributes could be harmonized and regulated, even capable of inflicting psychological damage akin to the Moon Reader. As the peculiar layout shifted slightly, the relative positions of the 2 combatants transformed entirely. Smack. Niji's palm struck. Yet it felt akin to hitting cotton, utterly ineffective. The wind aftermath allowed the dynamics of life and death to be dictated by my positioning. Thus, by merely adjusting the layout, I could stand in the opponent and Appo's vulnerable zone without moving from my place. Yufei murmured to himself. This technique was entirely conceived to counter the Hyuga clan. He felt that the blows he received were not in vain. Yet Niji remained undeterred, pressing the attack. Niji continued his onslaught, witnessing the Bagua formation beneath his feet rotate once more. In the next instant, Yufei assumed a defensive stance. Meanwhile, the spectators outside the peculiar layout remained perplexed. They were astounded. This was indeed the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams 32 palms. Was that individual truly just a lowly ninja? Such is the essence of genius. Niji had already held back. It was rumored that he had mastered the 64 palms. That nameless one was certainly no match. It seemed the outcome was clear. The branch family's prowess had escalated to this level. Niji, what on earth? Hyuga Hazashi's eyes widened in disbelief. The audience erupted in excitement. They all anticipated that the Hyuga clan, the oldest family in Konoha, would unveil the true might of their Byakugan, a bloodline limit. In this battle, yet in the next moment, boom, a tremendous explosion resounded, golden light radiating in all directions. Yufei erupted in golden brilliance. Gently lowering his palm, which had been ignited with Niji and Appo's chakra, on the other side, clouds of dust billowed. Niji lay battered and bloodied, sprawled in a pool of his own blood. Chapter 3. All of you present are utterly pathetic. The host has gained 5 in ninjutsu from real combat. The host has gained 30 in taijutsu from real combat. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the wind after Qimen's spell skill, Qian character, golden body. The incessant notifications from the system echoed in Yifei's ears, and in a daze, he seemed to have forgotten the pain coursing through his body. No. This time, it has vanished. My injuries? Yifei extended his left arm, the one that had been injured while blocking earlier. Now gradually healing in a golden glow, the pain dissipating slowly. A wave of ecstatic sensation spread throughout his body, and he marveled at the golden radiance enveloping him. Is this the protective spell of Wind After Qimen? The Wind After Qimen allows the caster to freely determine the central position, and the Qian character's mutual restraint maximizes the spell's power. Even with my limited chakra, against an opponent whose position is in mutual conflict, I can still display formidable pressure. Niji trembled, stabilizing himself, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. He wiped the corner of his mouth, only to find blood. I am injured. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, I have been wounded by an unknown nobody. The spectators witnessing this spectacle erupted in a frenzy. Unbelievable. That fool named Yufei actually injured Niji. What on earth happened just now? Could Niji have been throwing the match? There must be some hidden agenda. The Hyuga clan cannot possibly lose to a nameless individual. Niji was equally bewildered. His earlier concentrated strike had been repelled by an even greater force. The Byakugan can perceive the chakra flow throughout the opponent's body. Logically, this kid and Appo's chakra should not withstand his assault. In the audience, Hinata Hizashi and Appo's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. Even the Uchiha could not defeat the Hyuga clan, let alone a mere civilian ninja. While he spoke, the veins at his temples throbbed. Byakugan activated. What kind of trick is this white-haired brat employing? However, he observed that Yufei and Appo's entire being was flowing with peculiar chakra. The direction of that chakra was entirely congruent with the 8 trigrams Tai Chi formation. Could that boy also have mastered the Hyuga's acupuncture fist technique? Hizashi was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the 2 Kage seated in the highest positions expressed their sentiments. Raza remarked, the talents under Hokage and Appo's command are truly exceptional. The genius of the Hyuga clan has opened my eyes, yet I did not expect the opponent to possess such formidable power. Saratobi Hiruzen chuckled. I too am quite surprised. Yifei is an orphan from the war. For so many years, he has shown no ninja aptitude. Yet he has forced Niji to this extent. Both harbored ulterior motives, their complex gazes, like the audience, fixated on the 2 youths in the arena. Niji had exerted all his strength, while Yufei was brimming with fighting spirit. No matter your clan, it seems you are about to lose. The genius of the Hyuga. Niji and Appo's expression darkened. Damn it. He leaped forward, unleashing a furious palm strike. The speed and force of this strike were unparalleled. Yufei raised his hand, concentrating the golden light emanating from his body into a singular point. The 2 clashed. Boom. The air trembled. Ding. The host is currently being attacked. All attributes are increasing. Taijutsu is significantly enhanced. Niji, facing Yifei, was unwilling to accept that he was being suppressed. Feeling his attributes rising, Yifei smirked. Believing it was time to counterattack, he condensed the golden light in the palm of his hand, and the chakra, as fiery as flames, erupted in an instant. Yifei swung his fist fiercely. Wow. Niji and Appo's cheek collided with that fist, the golden light exploding, sending him soaring several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust billowed, and the fallen Niji could not rise again. Phew! Yifei let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, his stamina was nearly exhausted, but the system rapidly replenished his energy. However, the wounds on his body still throbbed faintly. How about that? You should still be able to fight, right? Yifei did not wish to vent his frustrations so easily. After all, he had been knocked down by Niji several times. Yet Niji lay motionless on the ground, blankly staring at the sky. The eagle in the sky circled above. He felt like a caged bird, having lost all his freedom and remaining dignity in this defeat. The will to fight had vanished. Judge, you may announce the result. Yifei relinquished his hopes, not expecting such a so-called genius to be so fragile. Genma was taken aback, about to raise his hand to announce the outcome. Yi Fei had won, but he could not declare it. The match is not over yet. Indeed, troubled the judge to take another careful look. Is Niji truly unable to stand? Perhaps he is recovering his strength, no matter how many times it occurs. I will not accept that a nameless nobody could defeat the genius of the Hyuga clan. Is it a fixed match, treating the audience as fools? If necessary, let me go down and fight him. I bet he wooed and amp. Oppos. T dare. He must have bribed the referee. The uproar continued, and Yi Fei frowned. From the very beginning, these spectators had been speaking for the Hyuga clan, belittling him, and he had truly had enough. Yi Fei raised his hand, making a dismissive gesture towards everyone, exclaiming loudly, I just want to say, all of you present are utterly pathetic. If you are unconvinced, come and fight me. In an instant, a crowd of people was incensed, rushing to challenge Yi Fei. At that moment, a figure truly leaped forward. A person jumped down from the audience, swiftly entering the arena. He stood protectively in front of the fallen Niji. It was the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi. Niji gazed at that figure with a complex expression. Useless. Get up and move out of the way. Niji struggled to rise. Despite his profound unwillingness, he had no choice but to stagger away step by step. Hizashi then fixed his gaze on Yi Fei not far away, beginning to advance slowly. The murderous intent soared. At that moment, the entire venue gasped. All eyes focused. Seeing this, Yi Fei boldly stepped forward to confront him. The two faced off. Lord Hizashi, what are you planning to do? The match is not over yet. Gunma, as the referee, naturally had to uphold the rules. Niji can no longer stand. Do you wish to have him beaten to death? Hizashi and Oppos' presence was imposing. I have matters to confirm with that brat. After speaking, he looked at Yi Fei. Gunma could only watch the two, remaining silent. You indeed carry yourself with great arrogance, but where does your power stem from? The bloodline of the Hyuga clan is sacred. If you admit to having stolen techniques from the Hyuga style, I can spare you after I incapacitate you. But if you insist on denying it, do not blame me. The veins on Hizashi and Oppos' forehead bulged, nearly turning red. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei let out a cold, mocking laugh. The Hyuga clan is nothing but a joke, inferior to the Senju and lesser than the Uchiha. Your mediocre techniques, I wouldn't even want them if offered. Yi Fei and Oppos' words sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. That was the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. He truly dared to speak like that. Hizashi's face turned a dark shade, his gaze terrifying as he fixed his eyes on Yi Fei. What proof do you have to substantiate your innocence? Chapter 4. Hinata Hizashi. Unshaken as the azure lotus, Yi Fei frowned slightly. The pain in his body had gradually subsided. Yet the suffocating feeling of being scrutinized by the Hyuga clan and Oppos' Byakugan lingered in his heart. The 8 trigrams gentle fist? Humph. This realm of shinobi seems to be confined to the borders of Neon. How dare they accuse others while being guilty themselves? Utterly shameless. How do you wish for me to prove myself? Yi Fei raised his head proudly. Though his stature fell short of adulthood, his aura evidently resonated with that of Hizashi. The clan leader, perhaps even eclipsing it. A gust of wind swept by. Niji, being still a child, was far too naive. If you wish to clear your name, you shall have to spar with me here. Hizashi took a step back, slightly bending forward. He extended his hand, adopting a standard stance of the 8 trigrams gentle fist in readiness for combat. Nara Shikamaru hesitated, words caught in his throat. Hizashi proclaimed, Kid, I know my limits. Step aside. Tsich. Shikamaru, somewhat displeased, bit down on his senbon and huffed. Yet, he retreated, curious to witness the capabilities of this newcomer named Yi Fei. Huff, Yi Fei exhaled. Suddenly, cheers erupted around him. Fantastic. Who would have thought that the Chunin exams would showcase a Jonin's prowess? Was this prearranged? This Yi Fei appears rather formidable. But against Hizashi, the clan leader, he is bound to suffer a crushing defeat. Isentihi? Bets are being placed. Yi Fei's odds are as high as 30-1. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eager to see Yi Fei face Hizashi. Naturally, most spectators believed Yi Fei stood no chance of winning. In an instant, Yi Fei found himself devoid of a stance to refuse. The villagers of Konohagakure exhibited troubling discernment. Very well, this is of your own making. Yi Fei initially wished not to humiliate the Hyuga clan entirely. However, The other party seemed resolute in seeking confrontation, and he would not hold back. Come forth. Yi Fei raised his hand, mirroring Hisashi and Appo's stance. What? Hisashi and Appo's brow furrowed deeply. Yi Fei and Appo's posture was identical to his own. Moreover, it was glaringly evident that Yi Fei and Appo's stance was far more clumsy. Upon closer inspection, as Yi Fei intently observed his movements, adjusting them accordingly, Hisashi understood. This brat is merely imitating me in re-time. You are indeed a fraud. Yi Fei and Appo's actions irked Hisashi profoundly. As the clan leader, he could not allow his family and Appo's secret technique to be sullied. He must restore his honor. With a mighty roar, he charged forth. Yi Fei was taken aback, hastily retreating. But his speed could not match that of a jonin. Whoa! Bang! Yi Fei was sent hurtling through the air. After flying several meters, he crashed down heavily, dust billowing around him. On the stage, the third Hokage stood up, contemplating intervening. This rascal may lose his life. There must be limits to such recklessness. Dawn and Appo's worry, Hokage-sama. I trust Hisashi will exercise restraint as a clan leader, replied the fourth Kazekage with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi resumed his seat. As the dust settled, Yi Fei slowly rose. The immense pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Ding! Detecting that the host has sustained a significant impact. Presenting a mysterious reward due to the disparity in strength. Please activate. The system and Appo's prompt echoed for a while before Yi Fei regained his senses. Damn it. Let us activate it. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Hisashi in the distance, vowing to deliver a thorough beating if given the chance. Activated. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Eye of Balance. The host's vision will now penetrate the data of others. Yi Fei was taken aback. This was nothing short of miraculous. Knowing oneself and the enemy, one need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. Moreover, controlling the disparity between himself and his opponent would maximize his growth in combat. With that, Yi Fei pretended to perform a few hand seals, then widened his eyes, fixating on Hisashi. Target: Hinata Hisashi overall strength rating. B-class Jonin ninjutsu points, 284 taijutsu points, 442 jinjutsu points, 155 chakra, 200 vitality. 400 combat experience. B-class. This array of data utterly dwarfed Yi Fei and Appo's capabilities. To overcome him seemed utterly impossible. After all, Hisashi was also a jonin. Just as Yi Fei lamented his situation, Hisashi and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing Yi Fei and Appo's pretentious actions, he was infuriated. You scoundrel! Do you think that by merely forming hand seals, you can mimic the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Today, I shall restore the honor of the Hyuga clan. With unwavering determination, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning. The sound of clogs scraping against the ground filled the air as Yi Fei was engulfed in a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Whoa! He felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body. Even his cries of agony exceeded his control. Ugh! With every strike from Hisashi's palm, Yi Fei sensed a heightened clarity, yet he was unable to retaliate. The feeling was more unbearable than death itself. But the host, while enduring blows, gains taijutsu points 3. The host, while enduring blows, gains taijutsu points 3. The host, while enduring blows, gains taijutsu points 3. He gradually understood that the vast disparity in strength indeed accelerated his growth. Until the final strike, Hisashi delivered a powerful blow to Yi Fei's heart. Whoa! He coughed up blood, propelled against the wall. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Is he dead? That was too brutal. It hardly seemed like a performance. Indeed, such a bloodline-less individual could never hope to compete with a prestigious clan like the Hyuga. No one stepped forward to intervene. After all, the repercussions of offending the Hyuga clan were severe. However, as for this Yi Fei, he was an unfamiliar figure, lacking any significant backing. Should he perish, few would care. It hurts. That blow nearly shattered my heart. Yi Fei lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes and face smeared with crimson blood. Truly, the shinobi world is chaotic. Especially in these times of supposed peace. As an individual with no background, he would merely serve as a backdrop, were it not for the system by his side. his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Pain surged through his mind, igniting a fervor. Ding! Congratulations, host has activated the skill, Divine Level Wing Chun. Wing Chun? Isn't that the ancestral martial art of the Yi family? Yi Fei gasped in astonishment, excitement surging within him. He swiftly rose to his feet, brimming with determination. What of the Hyuga clan? What of their techniques? What of the 8 trigrams gentle fist? It is the heritage that truly reigns supreme. Yi Fei was determined to show them what genuine martial prowess entailed. Chapter 5. The competition concluded with Yi Fei emerging as the victor. Humph. It seems you have surreptitiously learned the secret techniques of our Hyuga clan, yet without our bloodline, you have merely concocted a grotesque imitation. Utter nonsense. This time, Riju is positively arrogant. But in the next moment, an ominous feeling washed over him. Something is amiss. Whoosh. In an instant, a figure darted forward. Just as the moment passed, Yi Fei unleashed a swift kick that landed squarely in Riju and Appo's abdomen. Riju staggered back, unable to withstand the force. As he looked up, he noticed Yi Fei, despite the injuries adorning his body, exuding a formidable presence, markedly different from before, filled with resolute determination. Ding! The form of Wing Chun Fist has been activated. Current martial arts level, D rank, granting the host a physical attribute enhancement of 500 points. A mere D rank, yet yielding an enhancement of 500 points. Current physical value, 649. Yi Fei overwhelmed Riju. However, he understood that overall attributes were not easily matched. Yi Fei realized he must act wisely. Enduring another hit would be intolerable. Since the Hyuga clan prides itself on physical prowess, let us settle this with a contest of might. Riju scoffed. Physical prowess. Very well. You truly are a foolish brat. If you get yourself killed, I refuse to take responsibility. With that, he summoned all his strength and charged forward. He was determined to avenge the previous kick. However, this time, Yi Fei was unyielding. Bang! His fist collided with Riju and Appo's palm. Boom! The air shattered in an instant. It appeared as though they were evenly matched, yet Riju could sense the tremendous force and terrifying aura behind Yi Fei and Appo's punch. His chakra was in utter disarray. Even his meridians were affected. Here was the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan, injured by his opponent. I have heard that your clan possesses the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Then, allow me to show you mine. First form, external fist. Yi Fei struck, sending Riju's chin flying. His body soared through the air. Second form, internal fist. Another punch landed fiercely on Riju's chest. As blood spewed from Riju's mouth. The audience gasped, their excitement ignited. This wild child had succeeded in overcoming the leader of the Hyuga clan, and now he was striking back. Stop, please. Riju regretted it. He was not only outmatched by this lad, but also realized his defenses paled in comparison. If this continued, he feared he would be left in tatters. Wing Chun Fist. 32 forms. Yi Fei roared, launching an onslaught. Bang! Crack! The spectators at the Chunin exam site gaped in awe. Even the ninjas were left wide-eyed in astonishment. One punch after another, Riju was rendered utterly defenseless. Yi Fei unleashed all the rage from his past humiliations, repaying it in kind. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted as Yi Fei delivered his final punch, sending Riju hurtling out of the arena and towards the audience. Upon landing, medical personnel rushed to his aid. Hurry, take him to the hospital. He has no pulse. Do your utmost to save him. The victor is Yi Fei. Xian Jian stepped forward to announce. He dared not delay. The power of this individual was indeed terrifying and unfathomable. The puzzling part was that his performance against Neji had been entirely different. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into cheers for Yi Fei. Regardless, Yi Fei's 2 consecutive confrontations with the Hyuga clan had provided an exhilarating spectacle. Phew! Yi Fei too breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could take a momentary respite. In the resting area, Yi Fei squatted in a corner, panting. While the system would gradually heal his battle wounds, the fatigue lingered, leaving him feeling utterly drained. The din of cheers and excitement continued to resonate in the arena. Despite the fervor ignited by his conflict with the Hyuga clan, it was merely one match among many. Presently, it was likely the contest between Tamari and Shikamaru. Soon, The eagerly anticipated clash between Gaara and Sasuke would unfold. The showdown of the top geniuses from Sunagakure and Konohagakure. If Yifei recalled correctly, Sunagakure would soon initiate their invasion plan against Konoha. The thought made his head throb. Why was it that upon just arriving in this world, he was faced with such relentless turmoil? Yet, at this moment, he wished for nothing more than a peaceful rest. System, check my attributes. Organizing attributes for the host. Detecting excessive fatigue, it is recommended to enter a resting state and avoid combat for a short duration. Host, Yifei Comprehensive Strength Rating, B rank Genin Ninjutsu Value, 49 Taijutsu Value, 149 Jinjutsu Value, 15 Chakra, 30 Vitality x Combat Experience, F rank through this battle. He had successfully ascended from AD rank Genin to AB rank Genin. However, the road of a ninja was still long. From the data, while absorbing hits rapidly increased his attributes, delivering punishment to his opponent would also yield a modest increase. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated. Yifei and Appo's vigilance heightened. To his surprise, a voice exclaimed, "Yifei, I never imagined you would be this strong." It was Naruto. "I thought your victory over me in the last duel was merely by chance, but you truly are incredible. Even Neji cannot match your strength." Naruto gazed at Yifei with admiration, like a starry-eyed fan. "Oh, it and Appo's. That's nothing," Yifei replied casually. Just then, another set of footsteps approached. The two turned to find Hinata. "Hinata, why are you blushing so?" Naruto inquired, scratching his head. To their disbelief, Hinata, her cheeks flushed, gathered her courage and approached, clutching a box of ointment. "Why Yufei-kun? This is ointment for your wounds." Yufei instantly comprehended. It seemed that in this world of Naruto, Hinata had a secret crush on him as well. Perhaps his earlier display had left her quite stunned. "Thank you, Hinata. Let's grab a meal together sometime," Yufei said. Unlike the oblivious Naruto, he was quite perceptive. Accepting the ointment, he offered Hinata a gentle smile. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned and dashed away. Truly, she was still just a young girl. Yifei smiled wryly. Yet, the most pressing concern at hand was how to survive the impending chaos. After all, he lacked any backing and had incurred the ire of the Hyuga clan. He could be in grave danger at any moment. "You are so cool, Yifei. Especially your Wing Chun fist. I've never seen such formidable martial arts. Can you teach me? I beg you. I can become your disciple." Naruto pleaded earnestly. Yifei scrutinized him for a long moment before suddenly arriving at a decision. "I can teach you. However, you must do me a favor." Chapter 6, System Task, Make the Lowly Cry. "What assistance do you require? Feel free to speak," Naruto proclaimed, thumping his chest with characteristic bravado. Although Yifei had recently traversed into this world, he had already acclimatized to the memories of this body, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity and safety in Naruto's presence. "I and Appo's, am feeling a bit weary. I wish to stay by your side," Yifei sighed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. His cheeks bore a faint flush from exhaustion. This sight startled Naruto. "Yifei, you little rascal, you don't actually have feelings for me, do you? Keep your distance. My heart belongs to Sakura." Naruto retreated several steps, his face a mask of alarm. Yifei couldn't and Appo's help but furrow his brow, wondering what sort of thoughts occupied Naruto and Appo's mind. Before he could clarify, Naruto cleared his throat theatrically. "All right, Yifei, as long as you can teach me taijutsu, I'm all in," Naruto stated earnestly. Yifei sighed, his weariness so profound that he could scarcely muster the energy to roll his eyes. "Naruto, do you know who your parents are?" He sensed subtle discrepancies in the world of Naruto, prompting a flicker of curiosity. "My parents? I don't know," Naruto replied, a mixture of confusion and sorrow etched on his face. "That and Appo's relief," Yifei exhaled, reassured that Naruto was likely still under some form of clandestine protection. As long as he stayed close to Naruto, he would undoubtedly avoid perilous dangers. This was Yifei and Appo's primary consideration. However, Naruto misconstrued the situation, grumbling, "Yifei, am I no longer your best brother? I was already eliminated from the Chunin exams, and now you've advanced, yet you mock me?" At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted from outside, and Yifei faintly heard someone shout, Sasuke is here. The match for Uchiha Sasuke is commencing? Yufei finally perked up. If memory served him correctly, this match would be interrupted by the Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja breaching the defenses of Konoha. That guy is such a fool. He thinks he and Appos is so impressive. This time he is probably going to get knocked senseless. Naruto fumed. Upon hearing Naruto and Appos' grievances, Yufei realized that, in this world, Naruto and Appos' bond with him had soured his relationship with Sasuke, leading to mutual disdain. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt from the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding. The system has issued a new task for the host. Would you like to view the task? Yufei felt a twinge of annoyance. Even in his current state of exhaustion, they were assigning tasks? Were they seeking his demise? Nevertheless, he muttered in his mind, view. Current task. Attend the duel between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara. Task level, D. Task reward. Minor attribute enhancement. Kind reminder. The host may forfeit the current task. The system will provide a higher level task. A higher level task? To be prudent, Yufei opted to forfeit. As merely attending the match would guarantee a reward, an undeniably advantageous arrangement. Naruto, do you want to witness how Sasuke gets thoroughly thrashed? Yufei smirked. Absolutely. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. The two swiftly made their way to the viewing area, where they found Sasuke and Gaara exchanging blows amidst the cheers. The son of the fourth Kazekage, a Jinchuriki of Shikaku, faced off against the orphan of the Uchiha clan. Burdened with the mantle of genius, this battle was sure to draw considerable attention. Upon Yufei's arrival, few noticed him. Ding. Task completed. Reward. All attributes 5. Indeed, the reward arrived promptly upon completion of the task. Wow. That Sasuke kid has even learned Kakashi-sensei and Appos' technique. At that moment, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, the crackling lightning producing sharp, piercing sounds that sent waves of gasps through the crowd. Out of curiosity, Yufei closed his eyes and silently activated his balance eye. His pupils ignited with an unusual brilliance, and upon opening his eyes, he could clearly perceive Sasuke's current statistics. Target: Uchiha Sasuke overall strength rating, A-rank Genin ninjutsu value, 105 taijutsu value, 135 genjutsu value, 125 chakra, 100 vitality, 500 combat experience. E-rank except for taijutsu. All other stats eclipsed his own, particularly the vitality, which was extraordinary, likely a testament to the formidable bloodline of the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Sasuke was on the cusp of Chunin-level strength. Kakashi's special training had indeed borne remarkable fruit. Yufei then shifted his gaze to Gaara, who was preparing to confront his opponent, tightly enveloped in sand. Yet, Yufei and Appos' balance eye allowed him to peer through the barriers and directly observe the data of both combatants. Soon, Gaara and Appos' statistics appeared before Yufei in a virtual panel. Target: Gaara overall strength rating, B-rank Chunin ninjutsu value, 355 taijutsu value, 35 genjutsu value, 50 chakra, 1700 vitality, 1000 combat experience. D-rank. The sheer power reflected in these statistics left Yufei breathless. How could he be so potent? Gaara and Appos' pronounced specialization in certain areas, coupled with life force and chakra levels nearing that of a Kage, was indeed the result of being the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Naruto, anxiously observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, "Why does Gaara only seem to be dodging? At this rate, he won't stand a chance against Sasuke." Yufei replied calmly, "Don't worry, Gaara won't lose. With such immense chakra and vitality, merely unleashing it would likely terrify even Naruto." Yufei mused, glancing at Naruto and Appos' innocent face. Suddenly struck with an idea, wouldn't the nine tails within Naruto react even more? However, this time the balance eye did not activate. Yufei realized that this ability could only assess the attributes of ninjas engaged in actual combat. "Hey, you. Come here." A youthful, lowly voice drew Yufei's attention. Turning his head, he beheld a small girl with fair skin, rosy cheeks, and long black hair, Hinata Hanabi. "Are you calling me?" Yufei furrowed his brow. "Yes, I am. Do you dare to bully my father? I challenge you. I will defeat you so thoroughly that you won and amp. Appos, do you have a single piece left?" Hanabi declared, hands on her hips, exuding an intimidating aura. Yifei broke into a cold sweat. In this world, Hanabi had developed such a fiery personality? He found it amusing. However, apologies. But I have no interest in little children. Yifei turned away. While he appreciated Lolis, he felt it inappropriate to engage with someone so young. If he were to unleash a few strikes, Wing Chun style, she might end up in tears. Just then, the system emitted another prompt. The system has issued a new task for the host. Make Hinata Hanabi cry. Chapter 7. Task Upgrade. The Great Battle Begins. Task Level. D Grade. Task Reward. 10 Kanai. Crying the lowly. Is this system not a bit too ruthless? However, I rather enjoy it. Yifei wore a wicked smile as he gazed at Hinata Hanabi and Appo's tender and delicate face. That face, so tempting to pinch, made Yifei calm down and reveal a relaxed smile. Forget it. I want and amp, Appo's, bother with you. He then shouted in his heart, I refuse the task. What skill is it to make a little girl cry? A true man should opt for a higher-level C-grade task. Besides, the reward for this task is rather meager. Isn't it? Despite this, Yifei still harbored some trepidation at the prospect of retaliation from the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hazashi had brought this upon himself. But there was no need to be so harsh on a child. The system soon provided a prompt. Ding. The task has been refreshed for the host. Current task content. Incapacitate Hinata Hanabi. Task level. C grade. Change. Can you give me a proper task? Yifei and Appo's expression darkened. Realizing he should have just let the little girl cry. Why was this system so violent? Always demanding to incapacitate someone. To incapacitate the heir of such a prominent clan, would he even survive that? Ding. The task has been refreshed again for the host. Current task content. Defeat the one-tailed Jinchuriki in Beast Transformation State. Task level. B grade. Task reward. Mysterious grand prize. This task prompt left Yifei stunned. What? I'm just a lowly Jinin, and you want me to challenge a Jinchuriki? And in Beast Transformation State. Yifei felt a wave of suffocation, unable to suppress his expletives. Yet the allure of the mysterious grand prize was undeniable, but this was utterly absurd. Tailed beasts were entities that even shadow-level ninjas found difficult to contend with. What could he possibly use to fight? What would happen if he refused the task? Nonetheless, Yifei clung to the last shred of rationality. No matter what, he could not refuse again. The next upgrade might very well send him on an assassination mission against the Hokage. The host cannot refuse the task. Failure will result in a random punishment and a new task of the same level. The system's prompt left Yifei's face pale. Don't play dead. Speak up. Will you accept my challenge? Hanabi pointed at Yifei with her small finger, exuding an aura of defiance. You little brat. Do you think you can talk to me like that? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Naruto, hands on his hips, could no longer bear to watch. Yifei intervened, saying dismissively, Fine, I accept your challenge. Is that good enough? See you in 5 days. I'm going back to train hard. Hanabi stormed off in a huff. Yifei mused that this little brat had brought this upon herself. If he had just dealt with her earlier, he wouldn't have ended up with such a dreadful task. Defeating Gaara? Yifei dared not even imagine it. At that very moment, Gaara was at the center of the examination venue, battling Sasuke. Sasuke and Appo's movements were exceedingly agile, his figure almost impossible for ordinary eyes to track. While the sand in the air danced lightly like feathers, Yifei began to calculate. Gaara was undoubtedly one of the top-tier fighters among his peers. He had just bested the genius Neji. Defeating Gaara was not out of the question, though it would require considerable thought. As Yifei pondered, a melodious voice broke through. Yifei-kun, I finally found you. Can I have your autograph? Mua Yifei looked up to find a girl clad in fishnet clothing. Her fair skin and voluptuous figure strikingly appealing. Yamanaka, especially her long, weak-colored hair, the sweet fragrance wafting toward him, engulfing Yifei in a nostalgic haze. Reminiscent of a first love and Appo's sweet turmoil. Yifei-kun, I never expected you to be this amazing. Even Neji-kun and Appo's defeat you. You and Appo's so handsome. I want to be your #1 fan from now on. Ino chattered endlessly, and Yifei hurriedly took the notebook and pen she offered, signing his name. However, the moment he finished, he regretted it. He realized that the book was a collection of male erotic art. Numerous handsome men posed in various suggestive ways, each scene leaving Yi Fei breathless. "What kind of thing have you given me to sign?" Yi Fei exclaimed in shock. Ino quickly hugged the book to her chest, giggling, "That's wonderful. Now I can have a photo collection of Yi Fei-kun. But you mustn't regret it. Signing here means you've made a promise." Yi Fei's face darkened. Indeed, Ino was a die-hard fangirl. Such a shame for that adorable face adored by many. Suddenly, a few feathers floated down from the sky. Yi Fei stared at Ino, feeling his heart race. What is this feeling? Yi Fei felt as though his breath had stopped. Ino leaned in, grabbing Yi Fei's hand and guiding it to her waist. Their bodies pressed closely together. Yi Fei felt the softness of Ino's body. "Ino, what do you think you're doing?" Yi Fei felt a bit panicked. This sensation was akin to being in a spring dream. "Yi Fei-kun, I like you." As Ino drew nearer, Yi Fei sensed a gentle warmth enveloping him, a certain part of him involuntarily reacting. Buzz. Just as Yi Fei began to bask in this pleasurable feeling, a strange noise echoed in his mind. This sensation, is it wind after mystical gate? He felt puzzled as a blue hexagram formation unfolded around him. In an instant, everything around him faded away, and Yi Fei's vision plunged into darkness. He clearly perceived that he was lying on the ground. So that's how it is. He had just been ensnared by an illusion. But in his moment of emotional turmoil, the wind after mystical gate formation activated, breaking the illusion. Chunin and Special Jonin, protect the villagers. Umbu, assist Lord Hokage. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed around him, various ninja tools flying through the air amidst the cacophony of battle. It turned out that the plan of the sand and sound ninjas had commenced. Yi Fei thought that he was not far from Naruto. If he pretended to remain in an illusion, he would be safe from harm. He closed his eyes, yet he felt a suffocating sensation before him. His face pressed against something soft and elastic. Unable to resist, Yi Fei slowly opened one eye, only to find Ino blushing and panting, while his face was completely covered by her chest. Yi Fei wanted to break free, but found himself in a dilemma. Once discovered, he would be forced into battle. Just then, Ino giggled and murmured, "Yi Fei-kun is so handsome." Yi Fei quickly feigned death, utterly shocked. Realizing that Ino could also dispel illusions, she was playing dead too. Since we both have our reasons, why not continue to feign death? As Yi Fei contemplated this, a voice echoed from behind. "Parker, wake these two up, by any means necessary." Chapter 8. Ignorant child, withdraw at once. Pakin, Kakashi and Amp, Appo's S-Dog. Yi Fei was instantly jolted awake, hastily rising to evade to the side. Before him lunged a brown-haired pug with a headband, baring its teeth in an attempt to bite. Fortunately, Yi Fei and Amp, Appo's reflexes were swift enough, and Pakin missed its target. Ino quickly stood up, slapping her photo album towards the dog with a resounding thud. That hurt. Pakin was sent flying, landing heavily, his head covered by the album, nearly losing consciousness. "Are you all right, Yi Fei-kun?" "That was close." Ino hurried over, anxiously checking if Yi Fei was injured. Yi Fei, overwhelmed by her concern, waved his hands dismissively, saying, "I'm fine." At that moment, Shikamaru approached, frowning as he spoke. "All right, since both of you were able to dispel the Jinjutsu, it proves I was correct about your abilities. I have a mission for you, an A-rank mission." "A rank mission? Are you crazy, Shikamaru?" "I haven't and Amp, Appo's, to even pass the second round of the Chunin exam." Ino crossed her arms defiantly, eager to reject the proposal. However, Shikamaru merely dug in his ear and explained, "There's no choice. We are in a special period. War has begun." "War? Isn't this just a special segment of the Chunin exam?" Ino clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. It was at this moment that she noticed the exam arena, where numerous powerful ninjas were engaged in fierce battles, their skills breathtaking to behold. Yi Fei also observed Kakashi battling the Sand Village and Appo's Jonin, Maki, his gaze trailing upwards to the venue and Appo's rooftop. Upon the orange-tiled roof, a purple barrier stood erect. Inside was the clash between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This time, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had disguised himself as the fourth Kazekage he had previously assassinated. deceiving the higher-ups of the Sand Village into cooperating with him to launch a large-scale assault on Konoha. At that moment, an unusual chakra surged from above. And with Yufei's current level of perception, he could not yet fathom the magnitude of the chakra. All he felt was a sense of peculiarity, a strange aura. The sky darkened, as if a persistent gloom enveloped the air, and a murderous intent lingered on their skin. Ino had agreed to join the mission. So what about you, Yufei? Shikamaru stood before Yufei. Yufei hesitated, remaining silent. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of you. A rogue with such formidable power. I believe in you. But truth be told, given the circumstances, we need your strength. I can't think of anyone else who would be a more reliable ally. Shikamaru's words served as a validation for Yufei, and he had his own plans. Since he had awakened, he might as well seize the opportunity to complete the mission. Where had Gaara fled to now? I can accompany you. But you must bring another person along, Yufei stated. A-rank mission. Splendid. I can finally showcase my abilities. Naruto exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Shikamaru, standing nearby, looked exasperated and retorted, "It's utterly incomprehensible why we must include such an individual. What role can he possibly play? Don't underestimate Naruto. He is quite formidable." Yufei smirked. Not to mention Naruto's immense power from the Nine Tails, as Yufei, being Naruto and Appo's closest friend, naturally supported him. Naruto felt touched. He had long been accustomed to solitude, and Yufei's appearance had indeed rescued him. Shikamaru gathered Ino, Yufei, and Naruto, commencing to explain the mission details. Gaara's decision to retreat with Sasuke has been noted, but he is accompanied by Temari and Kankuro. They are willing to disrupt the Chunin exams to launch a surprise attack, and it's suspicious for them to leave at this time. We cannot simply ignore it. Thus, Kakashi has dispatched our team to capture Gaara's squad, and I will be the captain. Pakken will lead the charge. As Shikamaru spoke, Yufei suddenly interjected, "I observed Gaara's battle. He is least proficient in taijutsu. I believe I can seek him out." Yufei's words surprised Shikamaru, as most ninjas of their generation feared Gaara. Who would have expected Yufei to be so proactive? Naruto was equally astonished. "Have you lost your mind, Yufei? Gaara is incredibly strong." That guy. His expression darkened, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. "Shikamaru, you take Pakken and Ino to assist Sasuke. Naruto and I will flank from a different angle," Yufei declared, pulling Naruto away without granting Shikamaru a chance to respond. This was not only to fulfill the mission, but also to ensure Ino and Shikamaru and Appo's safety. Did these two intend to challenge a tailed beast without Naruto and his own life force? That would be tantamount to courting death. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. As they set off, Yufei, relying on his memory, led Naruto down an alternate path. He recalled that Gaara had fled toward the woods to the east of Konoha. And it wasn't too long before Ino caught up with them. "Weren't you supposed to assist Shikamaru and Sasuke?" Yufei squinted. "Shikamaru said that Pakken is searching for people over there, and I need to utilize my sensory abilities here." Ino blushed, clearly having stubbornly switched teams. Yufei said nothing, continuing to lead the two onward. Fortunately, Ino's sensory skills were quite commendable, allowing them to evade the sound ninjas scavenging the area. If all went as planned, Sasuke and Shikamaru, along with Shino and the others, would be intercepted by Temari and Kankuro, granting Yufei the opportunity to confront Gaara and accomplish the task assigned by the system. Everything was unfolding according to Yufei's plan when suddenly Ino's expression changed. "Enemies ahead. Their speed, so swift," Ino exclaimed, and Yufei gestured for them to halt. They all came to a stop. And Naruto confidently proclaimed, "Leave it to me. You two continue with the mission." "Leave it to you? Can you handle me, Naruto?" A sinister voice echoed, sending shivers down their spines. From the branches above, Kabuto leapt down with a smirk, adjusting his signature glasses. "Kabuto? Why are you here?" Naruto questioned, bewildered. "Naruto, you're too slow-witted. Even now, you still ask such questions." Kabuto shook his head, his expression one of disdain. Ino frowned, angrily retorting, "Don't you understand, Naruto? This guy is in league with Orochimaru. They have declared war. They aim to destroy Konoha." Destroy Konoha? Naruto felt his legs weaken. They were merely low-ranking ninjas who had never experienced war. How could they face the adversary's intent on annihilating Konoha with composure? Yet at that moment, Yifei stood resolutely beside Naruto, declaring with authority, "Ignorant child, withdraw at once." Chapter 9. The Orphan of Konoha, a practice target. Ignorant child? Are you referring to me? How brazen. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, feeling a rare sense of unease in front of these youngsters. He sensed that the tone of Yifei was not merely that of a braggart, but rather exuded a confidence that suggested he could deliver a severe beating at any moment. "I am indeed speaking of you. You, the ignorant orphan manipulated by Orochimaru, should swiftly return to your orphanage and cease this insolence against the youth." Yifei sneered, his disdain palpable as he was well aware of Kabuto and Appo's history. This orphan from Konoha ultimately became a source of great trouble due to Danzo and Appo's misguided influence. Although all of this stemmed from the misdeeds of that old fiend Danzo, Yifei could not tolerate Kabuto and Appo's arrogance, thinking himself a master of schemes. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Ino were rendered speechless. "Yifei, what exactly are you talking about?" "What orphan?" Naruto inquired. "Enough. You little brat. I will slay you." Kabuto initially intended to stall for time, but Yifei and Appo's words struck a nerve. Chakra surged in his palm, and Kabuto did not even form a hand seal. The fact that he unleashed chakra without hand seals indicated that he was formidable. Ino took a step back, beginning to form seals. She recognized that Naruto was a hothead, and Yifei was merely a newly minted ninja. Thus, the responsibility of leadership fell solely upon her shoulders. "My target is Yifei. Naruto, you assist him and find a way to create an opportunity for me to deal with Kabuto." "Okay." Naruto nodded vigorously, having witnessed Ino's ninjutsu and choosing to place his trust in her. Alas, just as they were preparing, Yifei was sent flying. Cough cough. Yifei frowned, having been contemplating how to maneuver around Kabuto, only to find himself soaring into the sky. It seemed Kabuto had already reached the level of a chunin, far beyond what the three of them, mere genin, could handle. As his consciousness wavered, Yifei squinted at the sky, where a gray eagle soared. That appeared to be Konoha and Appo's guardian signal. Ding. Host detected entering combat. Infinite health activated. Yifei and Appo's heart eased, with the system and Appo's fatigue phase concluded. It meant he could accept any challenge. Struggling to rise, he noticed Kabuto looking upwards as well. Truly, Konoha was impressive, even before the Sound Ninja and Appo's reinforcements arrived. They were preparing to counterattack? Kabuto, aware that time was of the essence, hesitated as he gazed into Yifei's indifferent eyes. "Perhaps it would be best to end it here. I shall spare your life." Kabuto seemed to have other matters to attend to, retracting the chakra in his hands. Witnessing this, Naruto and Ino exhaled in relief. Their current objective was Gaara, and avoiding conflict with Kabuto was favorable. Unexpectedly, Yifei let out a cold laugh. "What? Are you afraid? You wretched child of the Konoha orphanage. Someone like you, who does not even know their own identity, will never find the answer. If you wish to discover who you are, you must at least defeat me, a genin from Konoha. You insolent fool. I will kill you today." Kabuto was incensed. Although he was uncertain how Yifei knew his identity, he could no longer contain his rage, unleashing an unusual chakra. Blue chakra enveloped Kabuto's hands as he launched an attack. This time Yifei was prepared, gracefully leaping backward to evade the strike. Kabuto's attack was laced with murderous intent, prioritizing lethality over speed, thus granting Yifei a chance to evade. "Activate the Eye of Balance," Yifei commanded internally. Target, Kabuto Yakushi Comprehensive Strength Rating, D-Rank Jonin Ninjutsu Value, 344 Taijutsu Value, 248 Genjutsu Value, 310 Chakra, 300 Vitality, for 60 Combat Experience. C-Rank Kabuto and Appo's data appeared before Yifei, astonishing him. Not only did he possess nearly no weaknesses, but his combat experience also reached C-Rank. Based on his battle with Hinata, the higher the opponent and Appo's combat experience level, the more attributes they acquired in real combat. Yifei quickly made a decision. "Naruto, Ino, follow my designated route to assist Sasuke. I can handle this." "No way. We will never abandon you, Yifei," Naruto declared, thumping his chest and immediately forming seals to use Shadow Clone Jutsu. "You will only hinder me here. Even Hinata is not my match. How could this brat possibly defeat me?" Yifei frowned, forcing bravado. Yifei is so cool. Naruto, you fool. We must leave and not drag Yifei down. Ino immediately grabbed Naruto and fled. Yifei felt a twinge of appreciation. Having such a thoughtless admirer was not entirely a bad thing. Oh, do you think that just because you fortuitously defeated the clan leader of the Hyuga, you can disregard me? I have honed many abilities under Lord Orochimaru over the years. Kabuto's smile was sinister. I certainly do not underestimate you. I merely refrain from saying so, lest they refuse to leave. Wouldn't he that render me even more passive? Yifei shrugged. Kabuto fell silent, his pupils constricting. He had not anticipated that this brat was not only powerful but also possessed a keen intellect. He grew serious. The two stared at each other for a long time before Kabuto initiated the attack. Yifei stomped his foot, and blue lines of indistinguishable reality unfurled around him. Soon, a Bagua formation materialized on the ground, and Yifei leapt into the air, altering the layout to slow Kabuto and Appo's movements. Yet at a critical moment, Yifei hesitated. Continuing to spar with this brat using taijutsu would yield little benefit. Instead, it would be better to experiment with ninjutsu and use this opportunity to practice. With this thought, Yifei swiftly evaded Kabuto's attack and began to slowly form seals based on his scant memories. Why are your movements so agile yet you do not retaliate? Kabuto turned back, somewhat perplexed. Yifei frowned, immersed in his seal formation. All right, that should suffice. Fire release, great fireball technique. Puff. Yifei's mouth formed an O shape. Attempting to expel a fireball, but only a ball the size of a palm flew out. Kabuto frowned slightly, forcefully swatting the fireball away with his chakra-enveloped hand, sending it 10 meters away. Hiss. Why aren't you using ninjutsu? Could it be that you cannot? Yifei stroked his chin, pondering that it was rather undignified to endure physical blows every time. At this moment, Kabuto finally recognized Yifei's shift in mindset, his shock evident. No way. You little brat are actually using me to practice ninjutsu. Chapter 10. The Principle of Life and Death. Do you think I'm a fool? Do was seething with anger. He had never lost his temper over a mere brat. But today, he truly could not contain himself. Yifei chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand in explanation. Oh, don't be so heartless. What do you mean foolish? You're not foolish, you're just a sparring partner. As he spoke, he continued to stroke his chin, pondering how to compel Do to unleash his ninjutsu. After all, he still had to complete the task of defeating Gaara, and he needed to accumulate more practical experience before that. I must defeat you. Do was utterly exasperated, delivering a fierce kick. Yifei hurriedly retreated, forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. What? You brat. Do quickly raised his hand to defend, astonished that Yifei could execute such a high-level water ninjutsu while retreating. This reaction and chakra control was top tier, absolutely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genin. However, he abruptly looked up and found Yifei scratching his head. TSK. It seems I remembered incorrectly, or perhaps one cannot perform ninjutsu without using chakra. Yifei sighed. At present, his physical prowess was commendable, complemented by his hidden skill in Wing Chun, allowing him to overpower many formidable opponents. Yet he was taken aback by how lacking he was in ninjutsu. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Do was on the verge of insanity. He simply could not understand why this kid, possessing such powerful taijutsu, was holding back. Was he truly disregarding him, the esteemed pharmacist Do? Do swiftly formed hand seals, and Yifei frowned slightly. Within the realm of the wind after Qimen, Yifei's sensory abilities were significantly enhanced. Consequently, after Do formed his seals, Yifei could distinctly perceive the chakra erupting in the air, realizing that Do was serious this time. Wind release, breakthrough. After forming his seals, Do extended his hands, and a small whirlwind erupted between them. The whirlwind expanded with the force of the impact, enveloping Yifei entirely. Under the might of the gale, Yifei found his movements severely hindered. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and in the next moment, Do charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Yifei's abdomen, sending him flying. Upon hitting the ground, Yifei felt as if his head was about to explode. The deafening sound of wind left a persistent ringing in his ears, and a heavy blow followed, overwhelming his young body. Detected that the host is engaged in combat and has received a hit, rewarding host with 10 ninjutsu points. The pain gradually subsided, and Yifei was immediately astonished. It truly worked. Come on, amp, oppos. Let's continue. Yufei formed hand seals again, desperately searching his mind for a ninjutsu memory. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Wow, you certainly know a fair bit of fire ninjutsu. Do was somewhat surprised. But riding high on the victory of the previous bout, he swiftly formed seals, murmuring, "You've got some brains, trying to use fire release to counter my wind release? But how naive. I possess more than just wind release. Water release, water barrier." Yifei unleashed a vibrant red fire claw towards Do, who formed seals and conjured a wall of water to defend. After the flames extinguished, Do surged forward, striking Yifei's chest. Pooh! Yifei spat out a mouthful of crimson, propelled several meters away. Let this arrogant brat learn his lesson. You young ones from Konoha should understand that once Orochimaru-sama's plan succeeds, Konoha will be doomed. Do grinned maliciously. Detected that the host is engaged in combat and has received a hit, rewarding host with 5 to all attributes. Detected that the host is engaged in combat and has received a hit, rewarding host with 15 ninjutsu points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating a mysterious reward during combat, acquiring the wind after Qimen technique. Lead character, Red Snake. So this is ninjutsu, right? Yufei sighed in relief, struggling to rise. No problem, as long as the goal is achieved, the hardships endured are worth it. With that thought, Yifei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly gaining new experiences and muscle memory in his mind. So that is how it is. Haha. Yifei smiled, quickly grasping the application of the new technique. Do was utterly astonished. This kid, even after being struck down, still wore a look of confusion. But now, after being knocked to the ground, he could still laugh? Could he be a madman? Suddenly, Do squinted, sensing an unusual chakra presence from afar. Is it Gaara? It seems Sasuke-kun is over there too. Do furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating that he needed to check the situation. He was very interested in the next vessel Orochimaru had set his sights on. I don't have time to play with you anymore, brat. I'll just kill you here. After all, you have no backing. Do revealed a sinister smile. In the ninja world, if one has a prominent family or background, killing them could lead to relentless pursuit, causing fear. But someone like Yifei, an unknown ninja, perhaps defeating Neji was the pinnacle of his life. He could easily die outside later, so what's wrong with dying by my hand? With that thought, Do extended his hand, a potent chakra erupting from his palm. He swiftly charged at Yifei, filled with murderous intent. However, Yifei suddenly made a peculiar gesture, raising one hand as if to summon something, especially with those determined. Piercing eyes. With a crackle, a vivid red flame seemed to tear open the air. This strange flame, unlike the great fireball or phoenix fire, appeared to be summoned from another realm. Do frowned slightly, quickly dodging the flame, canceling his attack. Yet unexpectedly, the flame, as agile as a serpent, curved back in the air, lunging at Do once more. This is bad. Do barely managed to evade, utterly astonished. Sizzle. However, at the crucial moment, the flame suddenly extinguished. Yifei sighed in relief, chuckling. So that's how it works. I've got it now. Let us try again. He promptly raised his gesture, this time with even more confidence. Lead character, Red Snake. The air seemed to split open again, and vibrant flames surged forth. Do gritted his teeth, fuming. You little brat. You're still using me for practice. How arrogant. I will definitely teach you a lesson. He swiftly formed seals, the final hand sign being the water sign. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. No matter how formidable your fire release is, it ultimately cannot escape the law of mutual restraint. Do thrust his hand forward, and from the water pooled on the ground, a water dragon erupted, charging at the flames. However, Yifei smirked, stamping his foot. The flames tore through the water dragon, incinerating all the water in the air. Chapter 11. The Commoner's Might, a Great Humiliation. Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his water release technique consumed by a serpent-like flame. Impossible. How could fire release counter water release? This was inconceivable. Panic surged within him. He hastily formed hand seals, activating his sensory abilities. There must be a mistake. This boy and Appo's chakra was barely half of his own. And the same applied to the fire release. Yet, how could such a low-level fire technique obliterate his water release in an instant? As Zhou pondered, The serpent flame struck him, sending him flying. With a sizzling sound, the fire tore through his clothing, scorching his skin before vanishing into thin air. Zhou reacted swiftly, refining his yang chakra and gathering it in his palm. Is this the art of the sage? Yi Fei murmured, his gaze toward Zhou filled with unexpected admiration. In the midst of healing, Zhou gritted his teeth in anger. You underestimate me too much. Do you intend to kill me? I'm tired of hearing that. Yi Fei scoffed, taking a deep breath. Here is the deal. Help me out, and I'll let you go, he proposed, raising an eyebrow. Zhou frowned, remaining silent. Bring Orochimaru to me. I want to fight him. Fighting you is just dull, Yi Fei said, shrugging, exuding an air of invincibility. With his system, the stronger the enemy, the greater the benefits he reaped. As long as the system wasn't fatigued, even the Akatsuki's members posed no threat to him. Zhou could hardly bear this arrogance. His eyes darkened. It was one thing to insult him, but to belittle his revered Orochimaru? Analyzing Yi Fei's previous actions, Zhou deduced he had been avoiding physical confrontations, opting for ninjutsu instead. Could it be that Yi Fei was unable to use taijutsu for some reason? Zhou felt he had grasped the key. With this revelation, he ceased his healing and swiftly formed several hand seals. Another round? Yi Fei and Appo's eyes flickered with anticipation. However, he noticed that Zhou and Appo's body was now enveloped in a faint layer of chakra upon completing the seals. This technique activated his physical vitality. While he acknowledged Yi Fei's superiority in ninjutsu, was it possible that his taijutsu could not triumph over his own? With that thought, Zhou charged forward. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, sighing, I expected something more, but this is all you've got? He summoned his inner energy, chakra instantly surging through his body. At that moment, Yi Fei realized that chakra was intrinsically linked to his own energy impulse. Having mastered the Fenghou Qimen, even a mere thought allowed him to manipulate his body's changes with ease. The divine form of Wing Chun was activated. Notification. The Wing Chun Divine Fist form has been activated. Current martial arts level, D class, providing the host with a 500-point enhancement in taijutsu attributes. Current taijutsu value, 659. This level of taijutsu would easily overpower Zhou, yet Yi Fei chose to be cautious. He stamped his foot, causing the intricate patterns on the ground to swirl. Qian character, golden body. Chakra transformed through the Fenghou Qimen, wrapping Yi Fei in layers of true energy. At this moment, Zhou realized that the faint blue chakra enveloping him paled in comparison to Yi Fei and Appo's might. The two struck, and the air erupted with a crackling sound. Zhou felt a searing pain in his palm and recoiled, discovering his hand had been burned. Yi Fei smirked, casually remarking, What envelopes me is no mere chakra. This is the essence of Qian, the element of metal. With that, he leaped and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. What? Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he recalled the immense chakra, reminiscent of the times he had been dominated by Orochimaru. The disparity in power was vividly illustrated in his mind. When he regained his senses, Zhou felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yi Fei brushed off the dust from his clothes, coolly stating, Playing with ninjutsu was merely to spare your feelings. Why can't you heed my advice, you foolish boy? He had calculated that even the elite Genin like Hinata could barely exceed a taijutsu value of 500, while his Wing Chun form surpassed 600. Thus, no one in Konoha below the rank of Genin could match him in taijutsu except for certain martial arts prodigies. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Zhou felt utterly convinced, realizing this young man's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yi Fei raised his hand. A flicker of sparks released into the air. He had resolved to eliminate Yakushi Kabuto right here, smiling gently. I have no grand background. I represent only the common ninja. A commoner has strength? Zhou was taken aback. Suddenly, Yi Fei frowned, recalling Zhou and Appo's apparent connections to the Akatsuki and Appo's Scorpion. Although he held little interest in Orochimaru and Appo's ambitions, he was keenly aware of the Akatsuki and the national interests entangled within. Yi Fei had no desire to become a so-called ninja, inheriting the will of fire. He recognized only the power of strength. The Akatsuki and Appo's ideology seemed to him a mature governing doctrine. Forget it. Killing you serves no purpose. Hurry up and get out of here, he said, frowning as he turned to leave. Foolish show, hate me if you must. When you possess sufficient power, come find me. Yifei chuckled as he departed. What? Don't go. Zhou felt as if his entire world was shattering. As an orphan, he had always been overlooked. His existence painfully insignificant. To think that he could escape death due to his insignificance. This was a humiliation, an unparalleled disgrace. Tears streamed down Zhou's face as he clenched his fists, pounding the ground in despair, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Yifei, I will remember you. I shall kill you with my own hands. In that moment, hatred surged within Zhou. Meanwhile, on another front, Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a fierce battle against Gaara. At that moment, half of Gaara's body was enveloped by Shikaku, sprouting a long tail. Naruto, you clumsy hindrance. Get lost. If it weren't for you, I would have already defeated this guy. Sasuke scowled, feeling that Naruto was in the way. Naruto scoffed. What are you complaining about your teammate for at a time like this? You must not be a Uchiha. You must belong to the foolish clan. Caught between their attacks. Gaara became agitated, suddenly seizing the opportunity to launch an assault on Ino from a distance. Ino, Naruto exclaimed, panic rising within him. At that critical moment, a figure rushed in, delivering a swift kick to Gaara's face. Chapter 12. The Art of Hypnotic Slumber, the Beast Awakens. With a powerful kick, Leaf Face sent Gaara flying, crashing against a tree trunk. Seeing this, Naruto cheered, Leaf Fei. Well done. Sasuke, however, frowned and coldly mocked, ISNT, that kid supposed to be a talentless common ninja? What is he doing here? Is he seeking death? Leaf Fei embraced Ino, his hand brushing against her fair thigh, unable to resist caressing it gently. Ino's face flushed crimson as she playfully exclaimed, Leaf Fei-kun, Tich, thank you for saving me. What brand of shampoo do you use? Leaf Fei raised an eyebrow. Huh. Why do you ask? Does it smell nice? Not really. It's just okay. Ino pouted, feigning modesty, though internally, she was elated. Leaf Fei fell into contemplation. Then remarked, it bears a striking resemblance to the scent of Parker. Ino nearly fainted at the revelation. I'm using the same shampoo as a dog. Help? Her face turned beet red, mortified at her embarrassment before her idol. It's all Sakura's fault. That shampoo was a gift from her. Ino huffed, puffing up her cheeks. With a smirk, Leaf Fei playfully flicked her nose and said, get up on your own now. All right. Ino's face was still flushed, her affection for Leaf Fei deepening. You stepped on my foot, Leaf Fei sighed. Ino turned away, silently scampering off. She vowed that if given a choice, she would prefer never to have come into this world. Wow. Gaara bared his teeth, entering a frenzy. After forming a series of hand seals, he extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of sand from his tailed beast-infused palm. Swish, swish, swish. One attack after another was easily thwarted by Leaf Fei. His body radiated a golden glow, and the moment the grains of sand made contact with the golden aura, they disintegrated. Ino, sheltered behind Leaf Fei, marveled at his prowess. Sasuke, however, scoffed, it seems you possess some strength. But I advise you to keep your distance and not hinder me. With that, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and rushed forward, re-engaging Gaara in combat. Leaf Fei chuckled wryly. This kid truly enjoyed talking tough. Did he really think he could defeat Gaara? According to the data from the Balance Eye, Gaara's physical prowess fell far short of Sasuke's. Yet now, in his tailed beast form, Gaara was matching Sasuke blow for blow. If this stubborn kid hoped to win, it was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, Leaf Fei remained calm, watching the standoff between Gaara and Sasuke until Naruto could no longer bear it. He formed hand seals and charged in, summoning shadow clones. 3 Narutos brandished kunai, lunging at Gaara, only to be swatted away one by one. After 2 clones fell, the remaining true body was pinned beneath Gaara's foot. But Sasuke seized the opportunity to retreat behind a tree. Sasuke, aren't you the hero of the Uchiha clan? Come out. Face me in battle. Gaara laughed maniacally, resembling a deranged beast. Eh? Gaara is actually this feral? He has quite the brooding type. Ino whispered behind Leaf Fei, feeling a sense of security. Leaf Fei frowned slightly, impatiently explaining, it must be the tailed beast within him stirring, affecting his personality. Tailed beast? Is that the thing inside Naruto? Ino innocently inquired. However, faced with such naivety, Li Fei fell silent. Memories of a heavy past flooded his mind. His bond with Naruto, a shared journey of support. In this world of shinobi, Li Fei was a war orphan, never having shunned Naruto. Likewise, Naruto had never looked down on Li Fei for his background. They were inseparable brothers, and at this moment, Li Fei understood Naruto's sentiments. He couldn't bring himself to harm Gaara, so he would take matters into his own hands. Gaara awakened. Naruto shouted desperately, just as Sasuke dashed in. Get out of the way. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashed a torrent of flames at Gaara, yet the next instant, he was struck and sent sprawling to the roots of a nearby tree. Naruto too was kicked aside, both of them collapsing to the ground. Alas, it's my turn to intervene, lest these two fools meet their demise here. I cannot bear that. Li Fei leaped forward, landing before Gaara. Hideous creature. Come and fight me. Li Fei stomped his foot, revealing a peculiar formation on the ground. Gaara paused, glancing around in astonishment. You can see it? Li Fei was taken aback, as previous opponents had been blind to these formations. Suddenly, the system transmitted a memory to Li Fei, and he had an epiphany. If one's chakra reached a certain level, they could attain a powerful sense of perception, allowing them to visualize their power. As a Jinchuriki, Gaara possessed an immense amount of chakra, enabling him to perceive the formation clearly. Stop. You're just walking to your death. Sasuke gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. Li Fei frowned, contemplating how Sasuke still retained some humanity, genuinely concerned for his comrades. Can you hear me? A common ninja like you can't even survive on the battlefield, let alone succeed. Accept your fate. Sasuke's taunts grew increasingly harsh. Convinced that Li Fei would perish before him. Foolish little brat, no wonder you're so arrogant. Don't you realize you're the most ordinary one compared to your brother? Li Fei's words silenced Sasuke. Wing Chun, internal follow. As Gaara charged, Li Fei moved with fluid grace, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gaara soaring through the air. In rapid succession, Li Fei launched another peculiar attack. Striking Gaara with his outstretched finger, the surrounding sand rushed toward him, but its speed was feeble. Li Fei was faster, striking again before Gaara could form a defense. Wow! Gaara was sent soaring over 10 meters into the air, his tailed beast form dissipating entirely. Li Fei landed steadily, leaving Sasuke speechless in shock. He had witnessed Li Fei's battle with Neji, feeling utterly oppressed. When had this commoner become so formidable? Meanwhile, Gaara finally regained consciousness, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to form several seals. Hypnotic slumber technique. In an instant, Gaara fell into a deep slumber, his body erupting with a colossal chakra capable of obliterating an entire forest. The slumbering beast of ages had awakened. Chapter 13. The One-Tailed Shikaku, a formidable entity. Cackling coldly, a chilling laughter resonated through the air, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. A colossal figure emerged before the onlookers, its presence eclipsing the sun, rendering those beneath it unable to catch a glimpse of daylight. As Yufei gazed upward from the ground, he realized that the visage of the one-tailed Shikaku was far more terrifying than it appeared on the screen. Its body was adorned with dark, ink-like cursed seals that seemed to writhe as if alive, even in the absence of any discernible scent. Its sheer size instilled a primal urge for the bystanders to distance themselves. Is this truly the one-tailed Shikaku? I never expected it to be so immense. If I were to confront it, I might be squashed underfoot. Yufei feigned casual remarks, but inwardly, he thought, this is the essence of battle. He yearned to endure the fiercest blows and master the most formidable skills. In contrast, Ino and Appo's face was a mask of shock. She had been startled by this behemoth and instinctively activated her sensory abilities for exploration. However, the results left her petrified. What is this? A tailed beast? The sensation is utterly terrifying. Naruto finally rose, clutching his wounded abdomen, his eyes wide with panic. Why is this happening? Gaara, at this moment. Let go of your concern for that red-haired boy. Listen closely. Come and assist me, or we shall both perish. Sasuke gritted his teeth, maintaining his composure. You actually have a fighting spirit. Do you believe you can match him? Yufei noticed Sasuke and Appo's determination and mused that collaboration might be advantageous. After all, the mission bestowed by the system was to defeat Gaara, And it did not prohibit seeking assistance, did it? Given Sasuke and Appo's prowess with the Sharingan and Chidori, he had already distanced himself from peers of similar standing and could potentially become a valuable ally. However, Sasuke snorted derisively, remarking that while he had allowed this fool some opportunities earlier, it was best for him to abstain from the fray now. With no bloodline, your involvement would merely hinder our efforts. With that, Sasuke began forming hand seals, showing no intention of fighting alongside Yufei. Yufei stepped back a few paces, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with Sasuke. Instead, he preferred to observe the confrontation between Sasuke and Shikaku, curious to see just how badly this young man would be bested. Chidori. Without hesitation, Sasuke completed the hand seals and unleashed Chidori, leaping onto a tree branch. Utilizing the branch and Appo's momentum, he soared into the air. What is approaching? Shikaku, still basking in its recent awakening, was caught off guard by the blinding flash of lightning overhead. Retreat, monster. This world does not belong to you, Sasuke declared with authority, directing Chidori straight at Shikaku and Appo's. Bravo, Sasuke-kun. Well done. Striking its eye is sure to secure victory. A pink-haired woman suddenly emerged, her excitement palpable. Ino recognized her as Sakura and quickly interjected, Sakura, when did you arrive? This place is far too perilous. You must leave at once. Return? Why would I? I have Sasuke-kun to protect me. He is simply too cool, Sakura exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. However, a thunderous crash echoed above. With a resounding thud, Sasuke was sent crashing down, landing atop Shikaku. Yufei cast a sidelong glance at Sakura, a derisive smirk forming on his lips. Unfortunately for you, your Sasuke has no hope. If you wish to survive, it would be wiser to hide behind me. Who are you? Oh, the arrogant boy who got lucky against Neji? Do not presume that a single stroke of fortune makes you a genius. Associating with someone like Naruto, it's clear you are not of good character. Sakura scoffed at Yufei. Sakura, it is rather unkind to speak of my friend in such a manner, Naruto said, his cheeks reddening as he scratched the back of his head. Yufei sighed. Were it not for his good friend Naruto and Appo's infatuation with this woman, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort, forcing her to confront reality. Even if you all disbelieve him, I have faith in him. He is my Sasuke-kun. At that moment, Sakura and Appo's eyes sparkled with fervor. Love-struck foolishness, Yufei silently critiqued. In the next instant, Sasuke's anguished cry pierced the air as he was violently hurled away, crashing to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Sasuke-kun, my Sasuke-kun, what has happened to you? Sakura wailed, cradling the unconscious Sasuke, her heart shattered. Meanwhile, Shikaku erupted in manic laughter, raising a hand to strike. Reacting swiftly, Naruto shouted, Sakura, get back. I will save you. Shadow Clone Jutsu. This tumultuous love triangle unfolded before Yufei, who could only lament the helplessness of being a bystander in such chaotic events. Steeling himself. As Naruto endeavored to engage Shikaku, though it was more akin to being mercilessly beaten, Yufei activated the Eye of Balance. In no time, the data of the one-tailed Shikaku materialized before him in a virtual panel. Target: one-tailed Shikaku overall power rating. A-class tailed beast ninjutsu. 2900 taijutsu. 1200 jinjutsu. 1500 chakra. 4000 vitality. 3000 combat experience. D-class. This information left Yufei astounded. This was not an opponent he could hope to confront at his current tier. Suddenly, he felt a surge of gratitude toward Sasuke for taking the brunt of the assault. Had he been the one to step forward, he likely would have suffered the same fate. Not to mention the 1,000+ attributes and immense chakra reserves. With such vitality, even a 3-day relentless assault would fail to bring it down. The sole flaw was that the tailed beast, having long served as a vessel of chakra, lacked substantial combat experience. This was their only opportunity. Yufei, be cautious. Ino and Appo's warning jolted him from his reverie. He stomped one foot down, instantly activating the Qimen formation. The 8 trigrams formation spun rapidly as Yufei lunged aside just in time. Boom. A barrage of trees fell in succession as Shikaku merely swatted its palm, obliterating a small section of the forest. High above, Shikaku squinted, its sharp voice tinged with confusion. What was that strange force just now? What are those blue lines on the ground? Could they be from the Hyuga clan? No, I have never seen anything like it. Having evaded disaster. Yufei exhaled in relief. In that critical moment, he had activated the Qi formation, forcibly altering the trajectory, which affected Shikaku and Appo's speed, granting him the chance to escape. Yifei quickly devised a plan. They must awaken Gaara and restrict Shikaku's movements, for this tailed beast was beyond their current capabilities. Naruto, we must devise a way to attack Gaara. Only then will he awaken and reclaim control over Shikaku. Yifei urged. Absolutely. If so, let's employ that technique. Naruto and Appo's lips curled into a grin as he bit down hard on his thumb. Hi, Inu, Tori, Shinyu, completing the 5 hand seals. Naruto slammed his hands onto the ground, invoking the summoning jutsu. In an instant, a circular black formation erupted, releasing a plume of white mist. What the heck? Sakura gasped, stepping back in shock, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is my newly developed powerful ninjutsu. Behold my prowess. Naruto declared confidently, closing his eyes in anticipation of his moment of glory. The next moment, all present stood agape as the mist dissipated to reveal a small orange frog, squinting in confusion. Chapter 14. Successful Summoning, Battle with the Monster. Who are you? Exclaimed Naruto in shock. Where and Appo's Gamabunta? Yufei furrowed his brow, pondering that perhaps this was due to Naruto's insufficient chakra. It was not entirely accurate to say that. Rather, Naruto's chakra was being influenced by the Nine Tails, rendering him incapable of unleashing his true power. I am Gamakichi, and Gamabunta is my father. What can a mere genin like you summon me for, huh? What is that thing? You want me to fight it? Are you insane? Gamakichi gasped in surprise. Naruto attempted to summon again, but this time, a pale-colored frog appeared. Wow. Gamakut, you and Appo's, we're here too. Gamakichi greeted enthusiastically. What began as a thrilling counterattack soon devolved into a farce, with Sakura disdainfully remarking, Naruto, is this your secret technique? How's this supposed to save Sasuke? Useless. Just give me one more chance, Sakura. Naruto lamented, tears welling up in his eyes. Forget it. At that moment, Shikaka stirred, yawning. After so many years of not controlling my body, I suppose the warm-up is finally over. But what on earth is this little brat doing? Shikaka squinted, confused, his eyes crossing as he stared at Gaara, who lay asleep on his forehead. You summoned me just to deal with a bunch of worthless ninjas? How disappointing. I might as well take this chance to kill a few more. Heh. Shikaka laughed maniacally, his shrill laughter echoing like a blade slicing through a massive glass bottle. Yufei composed himself, knowing that such a vast disparity in power left him with no chance of victory, even with the system and Appo's provision of infinite vitality. Therefore, he needed to harness Gamabunta and Appo's strength. He stepped behind Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. If the power of the Fenghou Qimen could influence the time and space within the peculiar formation, perhaps he could also exert some weight on the chakra within it. Yufei gently stomped his foot, coldly commanding, Naruto, try the summoning technique once more. A blue line appeared on the ground, and the Bagua formation unfolded. Try again. But Naruto hesitated, lacking confidence, yet he immediately noticed the change beneath him, mirroring Yifei and Appo's expression. What is this? Is this your technique, Yifei? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, and upon meeting Yifei and Appo's affirmative gaze, his heart swelled with newfound confidence. Then I and Appo's try again. Naruto began to form hand seals, blood dripping onto the ground as his chakra surged. Influenced by Yifei's power within the peculiar formation, Sakura, witnessing this scene, frowned and said, Enough, Naruto. Don't strain yourself any further. You will only anger this monster. We need to retreat quickly, or Sasuke will be in grave danger. Gamakichi chimed in, You're right. This kid is nothing but a fool, utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Gamakut, unconcerned, pouted, Brother, when are you taking me to find something delicious? Hiss. Shikaku roared in fury, slapping down, causing Gamakichi's complexion to change drastically. What are you talking about? We need to run. This guy will kill us. In a critical moment, Naruto unleashed the summoning technique, red chakra manifesting around him. Yifei suddenly struck Naruto's back with a forceful blow. Boom. A massive white mist erupted, and Gamabunta's figure overshadowed everything. He extended his sword to block Shikaku and Apos' attack and forcefully pushed him back several meters. "You little brat, summoning me to such a perilous battlefield. I remember this guy." "Shikaku, it seems we are in deep trouble." Gamabunta quickly grasped the situation, exchanging a few harsh words before engaging Shikaku in combat. "Could it be? We really succeeded?" Sakura gazed at Naruto in disbelief, astonished. "I did it." Naruto suddenly squinted his eyes and fainted, utterly exhausted. At that moment, Sasuke finally regained consciousness. Staring in shock at the two colossal entities battling before him, reminiscent of a human watching Ultraman. "Take care of Naruto. Leave the rest to me," Iffei smirked, leaving them with nothing but his retreating figure. As he rushed forward, Iffei examined Gamabunta's attributes. Target: Gamabunta Comprehensive Strength Rating, S-Rank Jonin Ninjutsu Value, 680 Taijutsu Value, 980 Jinjutsu Value, 100 Chakra, for 100 Vitality, for 50 Combat Experience. S-Rank in terms of overall attributes. Gamabunta was overshadowed by Shikaku, with the only noteworthy aspect being his S-Rank combat experience. As the two titans grappled, Iffei continually received prompts from the system. The host gains rewards. All attributes 3 from combat experience. The host gains rewards. All attributes 7 from combat experience. The host gains rewards. What is going on? I haven't even joined the fight yet. Iffei felt perplexed. It wasn't Apos until he landed near Gamabunta that the latter spoke up. "So it was your chakra that summoned me?" I knew Naruto and Apos' proficiency wasn't Apos enough. Suddenly, Iffei understood the logic behind it. Just after the peculiar formation, Iffei had used a technique akin to transportation and transfer to influence Naruto and Apos' chakra. In other words, while it was Naruto who formed the seals and summoned Gamabunta, the chakra sensed by Gamabunta originated from Iffei. Thus, Gamabunta had responded to Iffei and Apos' call to the battlefield. Even more surprisingly, Iffei discovered that even the battle of summoning beasts could yield real combat rewards. "Gamaken, let and Apos' skip the explanations. We are not a match for this creature. Even you know I'm no match. This is a tailed beast. I can only withstand a couple of hits before I have to retreat." Gamabunta replied irritably, while Shikaku continued to laugh maniacally. Iffei narrowed his eyes and stated, "My aim is not Shikaku. Take me to him. I need to awaken that Jinchuriki." "Okay." Shikaku agreed, leaping into action. However, in that instant, he furrowed his brow, pondering how a mere Jinin knew the term and Apos, Jinchuriki and Apos, and understood the relationship between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts so well. This fleeting doubt caused Gamabunta's movements to slow down for just a moment, allowing Shikaku to seize the opportunity to gather chakra. "Foolish frog, you overestimate yourself." Wind release, sand rain. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sand bullets whizzed through the air, causing Gamabunta's expression to change dramatically. Iffei quickly shouted, "Keep going. Don't stop." He raised his hands, his gaze revealing a decisive sharpness. Though Gamabunta feared pain, he resolutely followed Iffei and Apos' command. Ding! A golden barrier enveloped Gamabunta entirely, and the sand bullets disintegrated upon contact with the golden light. Gold conquers Earth. Iffei smirked, his hypothesis confirmed. At this moment, beneath the two colossal beings, the Bagua Qimen formation had established the central position, with Shikaku situated in a vulnerable position. Chapter 15, The Mystical Arts of Qimen, 8 Gods Ascending Serpent. The direction of Sun corresponds to Qian, with Iffei positioning the central palace beneath his opponent and Apos' feet, thus placing himself at the Qian position. A radiant golden light emanated from Iffei and Apos' body, dissolving the sandstorm unleashed by the guardian crane. Success. With the aid of this formidable protective golden aura, the Toadwentai managed to completely suppress the guardian crane and Apos' power. "Who is this little imp? How dare you toy with me? I will annihilate you," the guardian crane raged. Yet it was futile. In terms of size, the guardian crane could not secure a complete advantage against Wentai, due to the constraints of elemental attributes. These two colossal beings were evenly matched. Iffei understood that even though Wentai, as a spirit beast, possessed celestial techniques and chakra, It could not contend with tailed beasts, entities of a bug-level existence, for long. Time was not on his side. Lead character, Crimson Viper. With a swift gesture, a serpent-shaped flame surged upward not far from Yi Fei, darting towards the guardian crane's eyes. You scoundrel! Ah, the guardian crane, in a frenzy, let loose a torrent of curses. At that moment, when I could no longer endure, his entire body toppling backward, while Yi Fei propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, seizing the opportunity amidst the guardian crane's disarray. Yi Fei thrust his hands forward and descended with great force. Wing Chun fist, sticking hands. This punch appeared gentle, yet it held immense internal strength. Upon striking Gaara's head, it merely caused a slight wobble. However, moments later, Gaara's mouth fell agape. Even in an unconscious state, he felt a profound shock. My head, it hurts. Gaara gritted his teeth, even causing his gums to bleed. Such a ruthless strike? This fellow is formidable. I was astonished by the scene. In the next moment, the illusion technique dissipated and Gaara awoke, dazed and in pain. It seemed the plan had succeeded, and Wentai and Amp, Oppos, as summoning time was nearly at an end. Farewell. Wentai expressed his respect for the young man, named Yi Fei, bowing slightly. With a loud bang, white mist dispersed, and Wentai along with the other two little toads vanished. The guardian crane, now agitated, cursed in fury. I haven't had my fun yet. You little brat, die. Knowing it was soon to be confined back into the vessel of the Jinchuriki, it slammed its belly and unleashed a powerful wind-based chakra energy sphere, striking Yi Fei directly. Yi Fei had no time to evade, and was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several meters away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining reward ninjutsu value 40 through combat. This beast had to hit me before leaving. How infuriating! Yi Fei cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, sustaining this blow had boosted his attributes, which was worth it. With the system providing infinite health during combat, as long as Yi Fei could endure the pain, he soon forced himself back to his feet. Crack, crack, crack. The guardian crane's body disintegrated into sand, gradually breaking apart, before transforming into fine grains that fell into the crevices of the earth. Gaara fell to the ground, staring incredulously at Yi Fei, muttering to himself, I lost to this kid? With a sigh of relief, Yi Fei realized that Gaara had lost his combat ability. This should count as mission accomplished, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the B-level mission, receiving a mysterious reward. Lucky roulette. Lucky roulette? What is that? Yi Fei furrowed his brow. The system quickly detailed a series of complex lottery rules, but Yi Fei only grasped a few key points. Essentially, it required him to rely on luck to randomly draw rewards, attributes, skills, and treasures. Glancing casually at the prize pool, Yi Fei discovered numerous coveted items. The ancient technique Stellar Transformation, one of the 7 blades of the 7 deadly sins, Flame of Silence, and the limitless techniques of Satoru Gojo. Whichever he might draw would signify Yi Fei's ascendance to invincibility within the ninja world. He clasped his hands together and silently declared, Draw now. The system is drawing rewards for the host. Please chant system is awesome 3 times in your heart for the draw to proceed. Yi Fei wore a grim expression. Despite his reluctance, he still muttered the phrase 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, the mystical art of Qimen, 8 Gods Ascending Serpent. 8 Gods Ascending Serpent, inherent to the southern fire, it embodies the deity of exhaustion. Its colors are red and white, its form ethereal, a powerful illusion technique within Qimen, capable of ensnaring foes in a realm of illusions, subjecting them to fear and nightmarish mental assaults. Detected that the host has mastered the divine-level illusion technique, 8 Gods Ascending Serpent, granting the host an attribute reward, illusion value 300. Yi Fei soon felt a surge of golden light entering his mind, the methods of using the 8 Gods Ascending Serpent etched into his consciousness. Though it was not an overwhelmingly powerful technique, the attribute rewards were sufficient to elevate Yi Fei's illusion skills to that of an average Jainin. You Fei-kun, you're injured. Ino hurried over, her expression filled with concern as she examined Yi Fei. At that moment, Yi Fei was indeed battered. For that last wind technique was unleashed by a tailed beast, with chakra levels beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. I will take you to the Konoha hospital. Ino, still unfamiliar with medical ninjutsu, could only grasp Yufei and Appo's hand. Not yet. How's Naruto? Yufei frowned slightly, an inexplicable worry creeping into his heart regarding Naruto and Appo's condition. Sakura is surely too busy fawning over Sasuke. If even his best friend neglects Naruto, then truly no one cares for his well-being. Naruto is fine. Everyone is quite surprised. Yufei-kun, you are now a hero of our Konoha, Ino exclaimed. A hero? Let us not kid ourselves. It was merely a fight for survival. Yufei sighed, suddenly seized by a resolute thought. The power of the tailed beast was too terrifying. Having witnessed it, Yufei and Appo's mindset shifted slightly. After all, this kid would eventually be taken away by the Akatsuki. It might be better to eliminate the threat here and now. With this notion, Yufei reached for Ino's thigh. Yufei-kun? Ino blushed deeply, biting her lip, completely frozen in place. Yet Yufei merely withdrew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, advancing with murderous intent towards the fallen Gaara. Red-haired brat, don't blame me. It's your fate as a Jinchuriki. A glint of malice flickered in Yufei and Appo's eyes. Now was the opportune moment to sever the ties of fate. Suddenly, a shuriken was through the air, knocking the kunai from Yufei and Appo's grasp. Who? Yufei turned, expecting reinforcements from Sunagakure, only to discover the forehead protector on the newcomer bore the symbol of Konoha. The arrival, a rugged figure with stubble and dark skin, exuded the aura of a rough-hewn man, none other than Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage. Asuma-sensei, Ino exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. You must be Yufei. Do not kill this kid, Asuma said, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His hands gripping a specially crafted kunai, flying swallow. Yufei cast a cold glance at Asuma, asking indifferently, what? Do you wish to join him in death? Chapter 16. A new mission. Intercept the traitor. Yufei-jun, this is Asuma-sensei. Ino stood in bewilderment, suddenly perceiving Yufei's silhouette as exceedingly cold. Asuma furrowed his brow, contemplating whether this young man had succumbed to a bloodlust. Moments ago, he had observed two colossal figures engaged in combat from afar, intending to assist, only to discover that Gaara had already been defeated. I comprehend your thoughts, but this young man is a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and the son of the fourth Kazekage. As such, he is an invaluable hostage for Konoha in the aftermath of the war, Asuma elucidated. The signal had already traversed the village. All women and children had been evacuated, and the Umbu and Jonin were poised to launch a counteroffensive. Everything would be fine. Yufei smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Everything will be fine? How naive of you for someone of your age. This village reeks of blood. It's one thing for the Genin not to sense it, but surely you can? His pointed retort left Asuma momentarily speechless. Indeed. The air was thick with the palpable stillness of chakra. It was evident that Yufei's prowess had transcended that of a mere Genin. Even Ino from the Yamanaka clan was oblivious to these subtle energies. Yufei had come to understand that the so-called illusionary value was solely about the manipulation of genjutsu. Rather, it was a matter of chakra application and perception. As his illusionary value surged, he could effortlessly sense the chakra not far off. While Konoha had managed to resist with great difficulty, there had still been numerous casualties. You've been struck in the face, yet you hesitate to eliminate the enemy as hostage? Foolishness, Yufei exclaimed. Regardless, I will not allow you to kill this young man. If he perishes, the relationship between the land of fire and the land of wind may shatter, potentially igniting a war of monumental proportions in the ninja world. Asuma declared resolutely. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze unwavering. If you insist on taking action, I shall be compelled to confront you. Truly hopeless, Yufei sighed, understanding Asuma's history. This old man had once served under the daimyo of the Land of Fire, part of a legitimate national force known as the 12 Guardian Ninja, renowned throughout the ninja world. His thoughts were archaic, especially since he was the son of the third Hokage. Yufei mused that he likely wouldn't be swayed. Suit yourself, but you will probably regret it. If you do not vent your frustrations here and now. Heh. Yufei shrugged, perceiving Asuma as a simpleton. He probably remained oblivious to the impending demise of his father in this war. Rest assured, I shall have no regrets. The essence of a Konoha ninja is the will of fire. The will of fire? A mere jest, Yifei scoffed, shaking his head. He strode toward Naruto's direction when suddenly the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued for the host. Would you like to view the mission list? Again? Am I to be treated as a mere servant? Yifei lamented internally. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly replied. View mission list. Asuma and Appo's appearance had made Yifei acutely aware of the necessity to grow stronger swiftly. Without sufficient power, he would lack the authority to influence decisions during critical events, ultimately leading to his demise. The number and rank of missions have been adjusted according to the host and Appo's strength. Currently available missions: 3. D-rank mission. Transport Naruto Uzumaki to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Mission reward: 20 points to all attributes. C-rank mission. Eliminate the three-headed serpent at the village entrance. Mission reward: 200 vitality points. B-rank mission. Proceed to the Chunin exam venue and intercept Orochimaru. Mission reward: 400 points to maximum chakra. Transporting Naruto to the hospital? Such a mundane task was beneath Yifei. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the reincarnation of Ashura, it was likely that before he could deliver him to medical care, Naruto's wounds would already be healed. As for killing the three-headed serpent at the village entrance, that was a commendable mission, but with his infinite vitality in battle, the reward seemed trivial. I choose the B-rank mission, Yifei declared in his mind. At this moment, Orochimaru would likely have his hands sealed, making him exceedingly vulnerable. If Yifei wished to confront such a formidable foe, this was the opportune moment. Upon accepting the mission, Yifei wasted no time and turned to depart. Wait, Yifei-kun. He glanced back to see Sakura calling out to him. What do you want, ugly? Yifei replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. In truth, Sakura was not unattractive. With her pink hair, delicate features, and perfectly proportioned figure, she could be deemed a notable beauty. Yifei's disdain for her stemmed primarily from her continual disregard for Naruto's genuine affections. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Sasuke-kun, and I would have been in grave danger. Sakura bowed in gratitude. Yifei coldly retorted, forget about your Sasuke-kun. Isn't Naruto your teammate? His words stunned Sakura as she turned in surprise to glance at Naruto, who lay peacefully on the ground, eyes closed in tranquility. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, take Naruto to Konoha Hospital, Yifei stated before swiftly exiting the scene. As he departed, Sakura murmured, Yifei, I will remember your kindness. I shall repay it. As he traversed the path, Yifei took a moment to assess his current attributes. Host: Yifei overall strength rating. S-class lower Jinin ninjutsu value. 144 taijutsu value. 179 jinjutsu value. 345 chakra. 60 vitality. 60 combat experience. F-class except for his combat experience, which remained at F-class. All other attributes had seen significant enhancement. However, 60 points of vitality. Was he not fragile as glass? Yifei gulped, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The system then chimed in with a notification. Reminder, the host will only receive protection from the system during actual combat. And the duration of protection is based on the host's mental strength, which is essentially willpower. When the host's willpower wanes, they will enter a state of fatigue. In other words, he was not invincible. Once he entered a state of fatigue, with his current attributes, he could be easily obliterated. Cold sweat streamed down Yifei's back as he hurriedly inquired, how can I enhance my mental strength? Willpower can only be improved through the host's daily training. Please continue to cultivate and progress. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? Yifei had hoped that through continuous combat, he could secure his footing. Instead, he would need to develop like an ordinary ninja, gradually improving. It seemed the path ahead was one that could not be hastily traversed. Fortunately, Asuma had intervened. Had he struck Gaara down, he would have been pursued to the ends of the earth by Sunagakure. Yifei hurried onward, swiftly arriving at the Chunin exam venue, where the ground was littered with bodies, a scene of utter devastation. Above, the four purple flames formation was slowly dissipating. Chapter 17, From the East. A mysterious power. Upon the rooftop, thick vines twisted and intertwined, obscuring the sun. You and Fei, we have reached the end. At least let me assist you in extracting the sword. The Yuan demon lay on the ground, eyes filled with sorrow, grasping the Kusanagi sword embedded in Yuan Fei and Appo's back, pulling it out with a tight grip. Blood flowed freely as Yuan Fei's gaze gradually dulled. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, behind him, a colossal figure clad in white, death itself, stared unblinking, swallowing a sphere of blue chakra, emitting an odd sound. The noise seemed to belong to a dimension apart from this reality, excruciatingly grating yet oddly not sharp. Is this the Grim Reaper? Monkey. Perhaps such a death befitting of Hokage is your fate. With a sigh, the Yuan demon turned to observe Orochimaru's dangling hands. Damn it, that cursed old fool. Return my hands. Orochimaru ground his teeth, his face a mask of anguish and indignation. Yet, no one responded, for his mentor lay lifeless before him, even the soul unable to find peace. With a sudden thud, the Yuan demon's summoning time expired, dissipating into nothingness. Lord Orochimaru. A voice from the corner of the four-sound ninja shouted in concern. The plan has ended. Cancel the barrier and let us depart. Orochimaru's expression was one of unwillingness and heaviness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violet barrier in the air faded, and the quartet leaped forth to assist Orochimaru. Fleeing in a singular direction. You shall not escape. Several ANBU members clad in beige cloaks pursued swiftly, forming hand seals. However, a dark-skinned man leapt from above, forming but one seal, then unleashing a torrent of white slime. The slime rapidly spread, forming an immense spider's web that ensnared all three ANBU members. With a rip, one of the ANBU drew a kunai, yet could not sever the web. He gasped to create something with such chakra density in an instant. As he spoke, a flash of fierce fire erupted in the air, serpentine in form, severing the web. What is this? The ANBU exclaimed in astonishment as Yifei landed, retracting his stance. The ANBU looked at Yifei in bewilderment. What are you staring at? Yifei snapped coldly. Look at your enemies. Hidomaru stared at Yifei in shock, a hint of animosity blooming within him. It seems leaving will not be so simple. A detached voice chimed in, revealing his teammate, Doyu, who followed closely behind, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. The battle between the ANBU and the Sound Ninja was about to ignite. Seizing the opportunity, Yifei leaped over everyone, pursuing the fleeing Orochimaru. Put me down, Tsukubo. Orochimaru felt a flicker of lethal intent in the air and frowned. Tsukubo complied. Halting as a figure descended before them, Yifei formed a hand sign, his gaze sharpening, activating the Supreme Wing Chun form. D-Class Supreme Wing Chun form activated, providing the host with 500 points of physical skill. Activating the Eye of Balance. A virtual panel materialized before Yifei and Appo's eyes. Target: Tsukubo overall strength rating. D-Class Chunin Ninjutsu points. 185 Taijutsu points. 100 Jinjutsu points. 40 Chakra. 270 Vitality. 250 Combat Experience. F-Class. Such a low level of combat experience indicates he is a mere pawn reliant on Orochimaru's curse marks. He holds no value in close combat. Yifei surged forward with intent. Arrogant fool. Tsukubo's eyes remained calm as he began forming seals. Earth Release. Earth Prison. The ground erupted with stones, obstructing Yifei's path, quickly ensnaring him entirely. Tsukubo sneered, though I am the weakest among the Sound Ninja, with this technique, I become stronger against the strong. He reached out to touch the stones, beginning to absorb Yifei's chakra trapped within. In the next moment, he felt something obstructing his throat, followed by a serpentine blaze soaring upward, nearly incinerating his voice. Tsukubo's corpulent form toppled backward, and the stone wall before him exploded. Yifei, with hands shaped like a hawk's talon, struck Tsukubo in the abdomen, sending him flying meters away, crashing to the ground. Congratulations to the host for achieving a combat victory, gaining 10 to all attributes. An impeccable display, Yifei. This physique is a rare treasure. Orochimaru stared in shock, captivated by Yifei's fluid movements. He gazed upon this perfectly formed, robust child, suddenly reminded of Uchiha Itachi. Enough chatter, it is your turn. Yifei frowned slightly, holding disdain for this treacherous old monster. Even if Orochimaru's research bears profound implications for posterity, it does not absolve him of his heinous acts against the innocent. With a mere glance, Yifei comprehended Orochimaru's current attributes. Target: Orochimaru overall strength rating. S-Class Kage Ninjutsu points. 2350 Taijutsu points. 700 Jinjutsu points. 500 Chakra. 300 Vitality. 200 Combat Experience. SS Class in terms of overall strength. 10 Yifei's would be insufficient to contend with Orochimaru. A mere lower ninja before a Kage-level powerhouse is akin to dust. Yet, this moment represents Yifei's best opportunity. Should he manage to defeat this SS-class veteran, it would undoubtedly enhance his attributes significantly. Moreover, Orochimaru's chakra and vitality have already plummeted to dangerously low levels. Yifei, I know you. You are Naruto's only friend. Your journey must have been arduous. Considering your lack of background, Orochimaru lowered his head, a shadow of darkness upon his face. He then extended his hand. Come, Yifei, follow me. And I can offer you a splendid future. In the next instant, Yifei surged forward, striking Orochimaru across the face. Orochimaru spat blood. Yet, Yifei was not finished. He followed with another punch, lifting Orochimaru into the air. Nani? Is this the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan? Orochimaru marveled. No. This is a mysterious power from the east. Yifei retorted, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Orochimaru, well-versed in many arts, stood speechless at this moment. Each blow landed upon him, though lacking overwhelming force, inflicted excruciating pain. With a final strike, Yifei sent Orochimaru soaring 10 meters away, resembling a broken toy, joints dislocated. Is this not sufficient to mark the completion of my task? Yifei frowned, advancing slowly toward Orochimaru. If this is inadequate, then I shall continue until the system declares the task complete. At this moment, Orochimaru chuckled coldly. Is this all you can muster? Such meager strength cannot kill me. He coiled up like a serpent, glaring with bulging eyes, his pupils radiating a terrifying glow. Yifei furrowed his brow, sensing the sky darken. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a hellish scene. The world around him plunged into darkness. Chapter 18. The Supreme, Flawless Artifact. Where's this place? Yifei furrowed his brow in confusion. Soon, an inexplicable dread arose from the depths of his soul, a fear he could not control. Perhaps it was the terror of the unknown? He could hear a thunderous roar echoing in his ears, which, against the backdrop of silence, resembled the howls of famished spirits from the abyss. In an instant, as Yifei turned his head, he locked eyes with a colossal serpent. Hiss! A chill coursed through his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, numerous black serpents enveloped his entire being. The scene before him was horrific. The serpentine gaze radiated like the moon in the sky, illuminating the surroundings with a nauseating stench. Wind after Qimen. Yifei gritted his teeth. Exerting a subtle force in his steps, he felt a lightness within, yet noticed no formation of the Qimen 8 trigrams beneath his feet. What was happening? Yifei soon deduced the answer. It was an illusion, a cunning ploy devised by Orochimaru. System, why isn't the wind after Qimen dispelling the illusion this time? Why? A hint of panic crept into Yifei and Appo's heart. The system granted him infinite life points, yet within the realm of illusion, he was under mental assault. Even if his body remained intact, the depletion of his spirit rendered him no different from the dead. In this dark and oppressive scene, Yifei felt his fear swell like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him, making it difficult to breathe. The system soon emitted a prompt. Warm reminder. The system will only respond to inquiries regarding its functionalities. The system provides abilities, solely responsible for transferring them to the host and Appo's body and memory. It does not possess the abilities themselves. Yifei cursed inwardly. It seemed he would have to devise a solution to this illusion on his own. If memory served. Orochimaru's illusion value was 500 points, while his own, despite an upgrade, barely reached 400. It was also possible that the wind after Qimen had limitations, not automatically dispelling illusions of various types and levels. Taking a deep breath, Yifei closed his eyes. Since he possessed divine skills, why not give them a try? 8 divine serpents. With a swift gesture, Yifei opened his eyes, his hand forming a 5-clawed posture, unleashing a brilliant white light that soared into the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In that moment, the black serpents disintegrated. Clarity flooded Yifei's mind, and the fear induced by the illusion dissipated like mist. I understand now. A smirk graced his lips, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Illusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for overcoming the illusion in combat, earning a reward of 50 illusion points. The combat experience accumulated by the host has successfully transformed into experience points, elevating the host's divine skill, 8 divine serpents, from D rank to C rank. The C rank 8 divine serpents will grant the host an additional 200 illusion points. Yufei's heart swelled with joy. The essence remained unchanged. In the realm of the mind, with a little ingenuity, one could still harness the system to grow stronger. His illusion value now surged to 605 points, surpassing Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly been drawn into his own illusory mental realm. Looking up, he saw countless serpent eyes fixated upon him. Was the illusion rebounding? No, this sensation was. No way. He gasped, witnessing a figure emerge from the darkness, Yifei. Behind him loomed a towering shadow, its form a majestic dragon-headed serpent. As it revealed its true form, it bore 2 golden antlers, its eyes radiating infinite golden light, while dark mist emanated from its body. The entire serpent's physique displayed a striking red and white hue, a terrifying visage that sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine. What on earth is that? Did you venture into the dragon's cave? Orochimaru was astonished. He had never anticipated that someone could manipulate serpents better than he. Moreover, this individual was wielding an illusion, a domain Orochimaru was not adept in. Orochimaru, having been thwarted from entering the dragon's cave in his youth, stubbornly believed it concealed the perfect serpentine illusion that could grant him perfection. Yet Yufei scoffed, extending his palm towards Orochimaru and Appo's head. The dragon and Appo's cave? I have no need for such things. What I command is supreme. With that, Yufei clenched his fist tightly. Roar! The 8 divine serpents widened their golden, gleaming eyes, opening their massive jaws, and in an instant, surged forward, the surrounding dark mist swirling like a tsunami. Orochimaru snapped back to reality, but he was already spitting blood. Clutching his heart, his complexion paler and weaker than before. Yifei, too, emerged from the illusion realm, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the illusion. Though it was all a mirage, the pain and shadows it conjured were far more brutal than reality. Finally recovering, Yifei wearily focused his gaze on Orochimaru. Supreme power, is it? I admire your confidence, young man, Yifei. Orochimaru sneered, but the next moment, he grimaced in agony, spewing blood once more. You have reached the end of your line. Surrender. Yifei sighed, pulling a shuriken from his pocket. He intended to take this opportunity to sever Orochimaru's legs, ensuring his escape would be impossible. Orochimaru, in a frenzy, gaped widely, and something emerged from his throat. Yifei frowned, hastily throwing his shuriken, only for it to bounce off the hardened scales. Orochimaru's mouth stretched wide, revealing a horrifying serpent head, adorned with hair. Its maw gaping to the roots of its ears. It resembled a grotesque elder, seemingly over 100 years old. Is this your true form, the white phosphorus serpent? Yufei exhaled in relief, not expecting Orochimaru to be forced to reveal his true self. The white phosphorus serpent opened its gaping maw, extending a peculiar tube from within, spewing forth a stream of green venom. Yufei swiftly dodged, only to be besieged by countless tiny serpents biting at him. The majority of the white phosphorus serpent's body consisted of white serpents, an utterly terrifying sight. Fortunately, Yifei stood within the position of Qimen in the 8 trigrams formation, his protective golden light radiating with great intensity. As the tiny serpents encountered the golden aura, they were swiftly dispelled in terror. Clearly, they were the maggots emerging from dark corners, quaking in the presence of the sacred golden light. Yifei let out a cold scoff, his gaze fixed on the white phosphorus serpent. Rest assured, I won't fall for your tricks. Those little serpents harbor deadly poison. Don't they? Yifei smiled confidently, resolving never to make the same foolish mistake as the second pillar. In contrast, the white phosphorus serpent widened its eyes, shaking its head vigorously, emitting Orochimaru and Appo's laughter. Gahaha, truly perfect, a perfect physique. Your supreme power is the vessel I and Appo's long desired. Upon finishing its words, the small serpents writhed and exploded, releasing toxic mist that enveloped the air. Is that even possible? Yifei was taken aback, just as he attempted to move. He realized he had been paralyzed by the toxin. I didn't expect self-immolation to be an option? Yifei cursed inwardly, but it was too late. The white phosphorus serpent lunged forward, swallowing Yifei whole. Chapter 19. The 8 Curses of Yin Veins and the 6 Soul Curses. I want you to become my vessel. Yifei. The anguished wail of Orochimaru reverberated through the air, sending tremors of dread coursing through Yufei's heart. What is happening? In the depths of darkness, Yufei felt as though he had touched something slimy. Frowning, he immediately summoned the chakra within him, with a significant enhancement in his illusionary abilities. Yifei's control over chakra had reached an unprecedented level. With a mere thought, chakra surged through his body, and he extended his hand to transform it into the golden body, utilizing the wind and amp, Appos, backward secret art to amplify the potency of the golden body technique. A brilliant light erupted, and Yufei furrowed his brow, realizing he was ensnared in an endless abyss of darkness. This space had no boundaries, and he could sense neither edge nor limit. Puzzled, Yufei wondered how he had found himself in an illusory realm once more. Could it be that he had fallen victim to another illusion? Yet, something felt amiss. Yufei could perceive his chakra flowing normally, and he had effortlessly executed his techniques moments ago. This is my mental space, not an illusion. It truly exists, the aged, sinister voice of Orochimaru echoed ominously. Where are you? Yufei murmured, his brows knitting together as he suddenly felt an ominous presence. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Orochimaru's pale visage materializing from the shadows. Horror gripped him. Yufei stumbled back, realizing he was standing atop writhing flesh, the ground pulsating like viscera, occasionally secreting a viscous fluid. Utterly revolting. Yufei yearned to levitate, but alas, he had no choice but to remain grounded. Orochimaru and Appos' head slowly emerged from the morass of flesh, his form ensconced in the grotesque, and he extended a tongue as long as an arm. Do not recoil, soon you shall merge with me, Yifei. At that moment, Yufei comprehended the dreadful truth. He had been drawn into Orochimaru's mental realm, initiating the rebirth technique. If memory serves, should this technique fail, the consequences would be dire. Wuden and Appos, Tive? Yufei murmured. You possess considerable knowledge, Yifei. You bear a striking resemblance to Itachi, not only in thought but also in your flawless physique. Hihi. Orochimaru and Appos' countenance radiated glee, convinced of his impending victory. This loathsome creature is truly deranged. Yufei and Appos' expression twisted in revulsion. Wishing he could strike Orochimaru and Appos' face with a shoehorn at that very moment. He stomped his foot, but nothing transpired. The wind and Appos' backward secret art proved futile. Although this was not an illusory world, it was entirely under Orochimaru and Appos' dominion. Futile, Yufei. Being lured into this mental realm signifies that your body has succumbed to me. Let us become one. Orochimaru and Appos' eyes glinted with fervor. Begone, wretched being. Who wishes to merge with you? Yufei retorted, fist clenched. Ding. The host has activated the divine level Wing Chun, current level D, temporarily enhancing physical prowess by 500 points. Excellent. The Wing Chun technique is usable. Perfectly adequate to confront the currently weakened Orochimaru. Yufei surged forward, launching himself into an attack. A punch struck the soft, yielding interior. Yet the force of his blow dissipated harmlessly, causing not a ripple. Gurgle, gurgle. Those internal organs crawled like living creatures up Yifei's wrist. Ugh. Yifei recoiled in disgust, feeling as though his hand was on the verge of being corroded. He kicked out, fully exerting himself. But the impact against Orochimaru and Appos' fleshy mass felt akin to a gentle pat. Useless. While this may not be an illusory world, your mental strength has already been diminished by me. Physical attacks are futile. Heh. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. This time, genuine fear enveloped Yufei. It was not the illusion that troubled him, but the realization that he was mentally unraveling. Damn system, is it trying to absorb me just like this? Will I become Yufei or Orochimaru? Neither. I shall merely be a vessel consumed. No, I must rise in defiance. Yifei broke free from his restraints and leapt backward, only to have numerous fleshy tendrils emerge from the darkness behind him. SSSS. Those tendrils, like living entities, relentlessly devoured Yufei and Appo's form, swiftly engulfing him. The host has gained rewards through practical combat. All attributes 25. The host has gained rewards through practical combat. Illusion points 20. The host has gained rewards through practical combat. Yufei's attributes continued to surge, replenishing his stamina, and he channeled chakra within him, cleaving through all barriers. Departure technique. Red Serpent. With a swift gesture, a snake-like flame surged toward Orochimaru. However, upon contact with Orochimaru and Appo's form, the flames extinguished instantly. Did I not mention? Physical attacks are meaningless to me. Ninjutsu is no different. Any chakra will be absorbed by me. In my mental realm, I am, of course, invincible. Do you not comprehend this? Naive. Orochimaru sneered, slithering closer to Yufei. With a resounding crack, Yufei unfurled the tendrils encroaching upon him, his heart racing with panic. Ding. Detecting a significant disparity in power between the host and the environment, the divine art. 8 curses of Yin veins, 6 soul curses, has been activated. 6 soul curses? Could it be? Yufei's brow furrowed slightly. 6 soul curses, a secret technique from the Yin-Yang school of the 100 schools. Part of the 8 curses of Yin veins, capable of assaulting one's psyche, causing chaos between spirit and physical energy, surging invisibly through meridians, leading directly to death. A memory surged forth in Yufei's mind. The 6 soul curses was a treacherous technique, notoriously difficult to cast and fraught with drawbacks. Yet, should it succeed, the opponent would face imminent death. However, even if it is effective against him, do I stand a chance to cast it now? Yufei felt vexed by the system and Appo's notification, his thoughts in turmoil. Yet, a sudden epiphany struck him. He has been pulling at me, which means he must approach to complete the transformation. In that fleeting moment, Yufei sensed an opportunity. The system prompts me to intercept Orochimaru. It never stated I could not slay him, right? Yufei remained still, soon ensnared by the tendrils, rendering him immobile. Orochimaru, noticing Yufei and Appo's sudden cessation of struggle, triumphantly declared, "What now? Have you finally grasped your fate? It seems I am truly not your adversary, but can I genuinely become one with you?" Yufei gazed earnestly, employing the finest acting of his life. "Of course, you shall no longer be merely Yufei Juan. You can become me. And I will take you to explore the mysteries of this ninja world." Orochimaru and Appo's words dripped with temptation. Yufei and Appo's eyes began to glaze over, lost in a daze, quickly succumbing to resistance. "In the end, I wish to grasp your hand to complete the ritual," he murmured softly. "Poor child, let me possess you in your slumber," Orochimaru said with a soft smile, drawing near to clasp Yufei's hand. Yufei shut his eyes, his expression icy. The orphan of war, even in death, cannot bear solitude? How pitiful. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Yet at that moment, Yufei had already begun to circulate the energy within him, releasing the essence from his palm. Those energies subtly crept up Orochimaru and Appo's wrist, imprinting themselves into the bloodline. The 6 soul curses had already taken effect. Chapter 20. The Slaying of the Great Serpent and the Reunion with the 3 Ninjas. "It is over for you, Orochimaru." Yufei suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips. His expression radiated confidence, causing Orochimaru to furrow his brow. "What devious scheme are you concocting now? This has gone on long enough. Once the reincarnation ritual commences, it cannot be halted," Orochimaru declared sternly. "This time, it is your life that will come to an end. Your mental fortitude and physical energy are both severely depleted. You cannot withstand this calamity." With those words, Yufei effortlessly tore apart the internal organs that Orochimaru had been controlling, casting them aside with force. "Why? You?" Orochimaru stammered, momentarily stunned. He sensed his pulse suddenly surge alarmingly. Hurriedly, he glanced down at his wrist, where crimson veins were pulsating with heat. "The 6 Souls curse will implant vitality into your meridians to substitute for your heart. Once it ceases to beat, your fate is sealed," Yufei stated coldly. "What are you talking about? Why can't I control my body?" Orochimaru exclaimed, growing frantic. He struggled and writhed, but to no avail. The dominion of this world no longer belonged to Orochimaru, sending waves of panic through him. "Why? Because I can distinctly perceive your life force waning," Yufei remarked. Relishing the moment, He had not anticipated this technique to be so effective. He extended his hand, observing a flicker of crimson energy pulsating in the palm of his hand. This was the key to sensing his opponent and Appo's vitality. He knew that Orochimaru and Appo's state could last at most another minute. Suddenly, Yi Fei felt a heaviness in his body. Black curse seals erupted around his neck, enveloping him entirely. It seems you cannot escape. Being drawn into this mental realm signifies your perfect fusion with the curse seals. Yi Fei, this is the power I bestow upon you, Orochimaru retorted defiantly. Yet, Yi Fei merely chuckled coldly, lightly stamping his foot. Wind behind the gates. Purification. In an instant, the curse seals were dispelled by a radiant blue light, and the intricate formation on the ground began to spin rapidly. What is happening? This is impossible, Orochimaru exclaimed in sheer astonishment. Wing Chun technique. Splitting palm. Yi Fei struck forcefully, cleaving the ground open and sending internal organs scattering. The body of the phosphorescent serpent was cleaved apart, crashing heavily to the ground. After landing, Yi Fei brushed off the slime clinging to him and, with an indifferent glance at the crimson veins in his palm, stated, "Your life has entered its countdown. How could you break my cursed seals?" Orochimaru persisted, his obsession preventing him from dying in peace. The myriad phenomena of this world exist within a grand formation, and the wind behind the gates can defy the rules. Even in your mental realm, the formation retains its power. In other words, your curse seals were altered by me from the very beginning. Just a mundane curse technique. Yi Fei smirked, the principle behind it eluding even him. However, it was thanks to his early preparations that the overconfident Orochimaru faced but one outcome. Death. Farewell, you traitor, Yi Fei said coldly. The phosphorescent serpent howled, his voice laced with resentment. With a sigh, Yi Fei took a few steps back and sat down. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a reward. 400 points of chakra maximum value. Though 400 points of chakra was a rather ordinary attribute, it instantly filled Yi Fei with renewed vigor. At that moment, Tsunade, concealed nearby, murmured in astonishment, "Did Lord Orochimaru die? Over there." Lord Orochimaru and Appo's aura is extremely faint, called out Kidamaru. The other three members of the Sound Five jumped into the fray, trembling as they gazed at the phosphorescent serpent. Is this really Orochimaru? What on earth happened? Each bore serious injuries, evidently having fared poorly in their skirmish with the Umbu. Yi Fei cast a disdainful glance at them and coldly remarked, "This fellow is dead. But do not fret, I shall soon send you to join him." Ding. System notification. Due to prolonged combat, host is exhausted. Infinite life value has been cancelled. Please enter rest mode promptly. Damn it. Why is the red warning light flashing at such a critical moment? Yi Fei grumbled internally. Hurry, let in Appo's go. Seeing Yi Fei momentarily dazed, Kidamaru shouted, then spat towards him. The spittle quickly transformed into a web, but Yi Fei leapt back, evading it effortlessly. Clearly, they had used curse seals in battle and were now in a weakened state, seeking to avoid conflict. Watching them flee, Yi Fei abandoned the idea of pursuit. His vitality had only risen to 125 points, still posing a risk of demise. Upon closer inspection, even the phosphorescent serpent had been taken away by those few. What's the point of carrying a corpse? Sigh. Yi Fei lamented, unconcerned. He reclined beneath a tree, resting quietly. The series of battles had left him not only physically drained but also emotionally despondent. Having offended the Hyuga clan shortly after his arrival and now vanquishing Orochimaru, he realized he had antagonized both the righteous and the wicked. The days ahead would likely be fraught with hardship. Yi Fei sighed again. At that moment, footsteps approached. Yi Fei heightened his vigilance and focused, spotting a middle-aged man with white hair clad in a red vest. Orochimaru? No. Even with reincarnation, the essence of chakra wouldn't change, would it? Jiraiya murmured. It is the legendary Sannin. What an honor. Recognizing Jiraiya, Yi Fei feigned calmness and stood upright. Though he had just slain one of the Sannin, he still held profound respect for Jiraiya. Unlike Orochimaru, who had become a traitor and lost his humanity, Jiraiya lived with integrity and dedicated himself selflessly to the village and Appo's welfare. Indeed, I sensed a surge of Orochimaru and Appo's chakra here. You survived his grasp? Jiraiya inquired. I remember you. Naruto and Appo's friend? That boy holds you in high regard. Jiraiya regarded Yi Fei with newfound respect, having initially thought him of humble origins, unworthy even of the rank of Genin. I killed him, Yi Fei replied, exhaling in relief. He had intended to keep it a secret but ultimately chose honesty. Given the circumstances, it was wiser to be forthright. Concealing his strength might lead to an even graver fate. Compared to the chaotic world outside the ninja realm, Yi Fei preferred to believe that Konoha could provide him a temporary refuge. You killed Orochimaru? Is that true? Jiraiya asked, astonished. He was severely weakened. And now his body is being taken away by his subordinates, Yi Fei explained nonchalantly. What method did you use? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his expression growing peculiar. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive about this youth. Yi Fei refrained from answering, as he had yet to devise a convincing narrative. The Six Souls Curse? Such a revelation would be earth-shattering for the ninja world. Orochimaru had possessed strength on par with a Hokage, having even slain the third Hokage. How could a genuine genin like Yi Fei have defeated him? Jiraiya's words were sharp and probing. I can reveal the reason, but you must promise me something in return. Is that agreeable? Yi Fei stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 21. Successful Transaction. Night Assault. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had merely asked out of curiosity. Yet this young lad, unafraid of him, boldly proposed a transaction. Are you attempting to play tricks on me? Do you realize that as an orphan of war, I could easily take your life if you pose any potential threat to Konoha? Jiraiya and Appo's tone grew serious. Yi Fei understood that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and a direct disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the quintessential embodiment of the will of fire. Given this, it was impossible for Yi Fei to recruit him as an ally, yet he could certainly coexist amicably with him. Lord Jiraiya, I comprehend the necessity of extreme measures in managing such a vast village. However, power that inspires fear, when controlled, can become a formidable weapon, would it not? The Sannin and the Jinchuriki are alike in this regard, Yi Fei replied calmly. Beneath the guise of a child lay a mature soul. Jiraiya's eyes reflected a profound weariness as he solemnly asked, What is it you wish for me to agree to? I wish to survive. Yi Fei implored with a gaze full of desperation. He contemplated kneeling, but feared it might evoke disdain. Coughing softly, he resolved that he must seize every opportunity to endure. In the tumultuous Konoha, only a pure-hearted powerhouse like Jiraiya possessed the capability to protect him. After a prolonged silence, Jiraiya's expression softened into a smile. You truly have a knack for discerning character. How did you know I am particularly fond of promising young talents? To be honest, I once had a disciple from a very ordinary family. Yet, that very disciple became my pride and ultimately the Hokage. A hint of sorrow and regret shone in Jiraiya's gaze. Once Yi Fei confirmed Jiraiya's intentions, he spoke with a hint of gravity. Orochimaru has placed a curse mark upon me, and he may utilize me for his resurrection. Nanny? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, observing the panic in Jiraiya's demeanor. Yi Fei quickly continued, I killed Orochimaru during the resurrection ceremony, and the curse mark vanished. However, I sense remnants of Orochimaru within me. And I wonder if this is connected to the curse mark on Sasuke? Jiraiya's eyes widened, and a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Yi Fei's heart raced, yet he knew he had likely won this gamble. Orochimaru had long been a thorn in Konoha and Appo's side. And while it appeared that this threat had been eliminated, Yi Fei and Appo's behavior would need to be monitored. Should Orochimaru resurface, Konoha must devise a countermeasure. After all, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had fallen to Orochimaru. No one dared underestimate the peril he posed, even through his minions. Moreover, the fate of the Uchiha clan and Appo's descendant, Sasuke Uchiha, was at stake. Yi Fei's connection to Orochimaru's curse mark positioned him as a crucial key to saving Sasuke. Regardless, let us keep this matter discreet. Do not fear. I will protect you. Jiraiya quickly grasped Yi Fei's concerns. Though wary, he was unwilling to overlook any potential young talent. More importantly, he needed to consider Konoha's future. Orochimaru was once part of a certain organization, and it appears that Itachi Uchiha is now affiliated with that same group. 3 days hence, I shall arrange for a guardian for you, Jiraiya concluded before turning to leave. Yifei exhaled in relief. He needed some respite in the days to come. Upon returning to his dwelling, he gazed at the desolate space, reminiscing about his journey in this world. Most of this path had been traversed alone, with his sole companion being Naruto Uzumaki. Together, they provided solace to one another amidst the chaos of Konoha. Yifei suddenly recognized the parallels between his life and Naruto's, albeit with a less extroverted disposition. He had endured the disdain and discrimination from the villagers. More crucially, as a commoner ninja, he anticipated even more such indignities in the future. With this thought, he felt a renewed urgency to grow stronger. In this world of shinobi, power reigned supreme. Yifei accessed the virtual panel to assess his current attributes. Host, Yifei Comprehensive Strength Rating, C rank, Chunin Ninjutsu Value, 188 Taijutsu Value, 226 Jinjutsu Value, 645 Chakra, 503 Vitality, 125 Combat Experience. F rank after accumulating experience through battles. Yifei's overall strength had reached the level of an ordinary Chunin, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. His only weakness remained combat experience. Most of his victories had been facilitated by the system, justifying his F-rank rating. Thus, under the cover of night, Yifei commenced his training. Mere reliance on combat was insufficient. He recognized another area of weakness, his foundational skills. Mastery of basic ninja techniques significantly enhanced chakra control and storage. And Yifei discovered the critical importance of chakra in activating the system and Appo's abilities. Although he did not engage in combat like traditional ninjas, their training methods proved immensely beneficial to him. Yifei transitioned from basic drills to shuriken techniques, expending a considerable amount of chakra throughout the night. 500 points of chakra sufficed to sustain his energy until midnight. Eventually, he collapsed onto the ground, savoring the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air. Who? Yifei exclaimed, startled, as the assailant brandished a kunai and charged at him. Clang! Their kunai clashed, and Yifei, still warmed up, struck down the opponent and Appo's weapon with force. Balance I? Please identify the opponent and Appo's identity. The system and Appo's prompt urged Yifei to remain composed. The assailant, shrouded in a mask, was of similar height and moved with fluid grace. Was he to rely solely on experience for judgment? Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Yifei inquired. But the figure leapt away as if oblivious to his words. Crazy? Yifei pondered, bemused that the assailant would initiate an attack yet refrain from further engagement. Surely, he could not have been frightened off by a single strike. Unable to ascertain the opponent's strength from that brief encounter, Yifei ultimately abandoned speculation. For the next 2 days, Yifei opted for a more secluded training location, and the mysterious figure did not reappear. 3 days later, the funeral ceremony for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, commenced, followed by a memorial service. The toll of the recent battle claimed over 1,000 lives. Yet Konoha disclosed only 30 names. Yifei recognized this as the management and Appo's typical approach. Following the memorial, several high-ranking officials summoned Yifei to the Hokage and Appo's office. Congratulations, Yifei. You have successfully passed the Chunin exam and have become a Chunin of Konoha, Kurama Shikamaru said, patting Yifei on the shoulder with solemnity. Chapter 22. Promotion to Chunin, Dual Invitation. Me? A Chunin? Yifei was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that he had actually been promoted to Chunin. This was perhaps the customary practice of Konoha village, hastily elevating individuals of humble origins like Yifei to the battlefield, thereby safeguarding the progeny of noble clans and their bloodlines. You are one of the heroes who repelled Orochimaru, and your remarkable performance warrants this title, Jiraiya affirmed, nodding at Yifei. Yifei understood. This was a subtle hint that his victory over Orochimaru had not yet been revealed to the public. At that moment, the door creaked open, and in walked 2 other newly promoted Chunin, Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru. Uchiha Sasuke was recognized for his successful tracking of Gaara, while Nara Shikamaru had excelled in the tournament. single-handedly holding off 20-sound ninja Nin and narrowly escaping peril. You three are now Qimen of Konoha Village. Currently, our village is without a leader, and it is upon you to safeguard its peace in the face of imminent danger. Tsurugi Koharu's expression was grave, her expectations for the trio palpable. Yifei held no excessive thoughts. Indeed, they were the strongest among the current lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha. Moreover, as Jiraiya mused, 4 more individuals entered the room. They were Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Aburame Shino. Yifei, congratulations on becoming a Chunin. That is fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, embracing Yifei with great enthusiasm. Yifei smiled awkwardly, reassuring him. Naruto, you did remarkably well too. I was merely fortunate. What do you mean by luck? You've earned it rightfully, the perverted sage told me. Naruto, coughing, Jiraiya's expression darkened. Naruto shrugged, grinning. In any case, Yifei, you are now my strongest rival. I aim to surpass you. Yifei smiled faintly, pondering how he had suddenly taken Sasuke's place. He was intrigued to witness how these two, as reincarnations of Indra and Azura, would navigate their complex relationship of rivalry and camaraderie. Furthermore, aside from regular missions, the village intends to form a special team. We hope the 3 of you, now promoted to Chunin, can practice collaboration together and someday become the backbone of the village. Mito Minyin cleared his throat. He and Tsurugi Koharu were contemporaries of Hiruzen Sarutobi, high-ranking advisors of Konoha. Following the death of the Hokage, they held considerable influence over village affairs. Yifei was taken aback, not expecting to become teammates with Shikamaru and Sasuke. This might not be a negative development. Both possessed self-preservation skills, suggesting that their missions would not be trivial. Thus, he would have more opportunities to engage in real combat. I refuse. If I must team up with this guy, I demand a one-on-one duel first. Sasuke's demeanor was icy as he cast a hostile glare at Yifei. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Try to touch my brother. Naruto, more agitated than Yifei, rushed forward, fist ready. Yet Jiraiya intervened, sternly stating, Naruto, this is not your concern. If Jiraiya asserts that it is not Naruto and Appo's concern, it implies that the higher-ups intend to remain uninvolved in this matter. You wish to spar with me? I have no desire for childish games. Yifei shrugged off Sasuke's provocation, feeling no fear. This kid's attributes were already inferior to his own. Yifei had no reason to be intimidated. Sasuke sneered, gritting his teeth. I'm in a real fight. A real fight? Yifei chuckled. That was precisely what he desired. Follow me outside. Ignoring the gazes of others, Sasuke turned and strode out. Yifei recognized this boy's immaturity but didn't dwell on it. He addressed everyone. I have personal grievances with Sasuke, yet I understand that to collaborate, I must earn his respect, correct? A peculiar glint flickered in Jiraiya's eyes as he pondered for a long moment before asking, Are you confident you can defeat him? I will handle this matter myself. I request that everyone refrains from intervening. Yifei bowed to all present. Well then, it seems we are all excluded from participation. Jiraiya shrugged, supporting Yifei's decision. Why must it be this way, Yifei-kun? Ino expressed her concern. Sakura clenched her fists, declaring, If you dare harm my Sasuke-kun, I want to forgive you. Though her words were casual, they lacked seriousness. They could not comprehend the deep resentment dwelling within Sasuke. At this moment, only Yifei truly understood Sasuke's feelings. He exited the Hokage's office, and Shikamaru scoffed. What a hassle. Since Yifei has expressed his wish for solitude, let us trust him to manage this matter. Jiraiya advised everyone. In his view, the destinies of the two were now intertwined, engaging in a duel of wills. Which was not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it could be beneficial. Oh, you can manage it, can you? Outside the office, Kakashi stood with a book in hand, flipping pages while muttering to himself. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Raising his gaze to the clouds drifting lazily in the blue sky, murmuring, I wonder what you will do, Sasuke. With that, he leapt away, disappearing from sight. In the depths of the forest, Sasuke led Yifei into the shadows. Let us begin, Sasuke declared, starting to form seals. Don't be in such a hurry. I know you have much to say to me, right? Jiraiya must have told you something. Yifei frowned slightly. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke formed the hand seal, puffing out his cheeks. Whoosh! A massive fireball surged forth, and Yufei was taken aback. Was this kid serious? The fireball was towering, surpassing the height of a tree, indicating that Sasuke was coming at him with full force from the get-go. Yufei easily leaped aside, evading the fireball. Although Sasuke and Appo's chakra had significantly increased, enhancing its power, he lacked the finesse and ninjutsu, rendering the fireball quite sluggish. Perched atop a tree, Yufei contemplated how to counter Sasuke's onslaught, rather than simply defeating him. He preferred a more gentle approach. Instead of turning this boy into a rogue ninja, it would be wiser to weaken the Akatsuki's strength in advance, wouldn't it? You and Appo's, hiding away like a mouse. Humph. Sasuke smirked, closing his eyes as his Sharingan activated. His gaze swiftly pinpointed Yufei and Appo's landing spot. Here. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of fireballs, which he shattered with shurikens, transforming them into fiery claws that lunged at Yufei. Flame style, Red Serpent. Yufei formed his own hand seals, sending forth a snake-like flame that collided with the fiery claws, igniting the air with a brilliant explosion. Chapter 23. A resounding victory. A new genius. With the system and Appo's notification echoing in his mind, Yufei observed as two flames vanished into the air. This instance of combat did not bestow him any enhancements to his attributes, yet he could distinctly feel the energy surging within his body. Most notably, his mastery over the wind after Qimen had become remarkably more agile and fluid. I shall not be defeated before I eliminate that man. Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. After activating his Sharingan, he swiftly formed hand seals. Crackling, an abundance of lightning coalesced in the palm of Sasuke's hand, and an ear-piercing sound akin to birds screeching erupted in the air. Yufei, exhilarated, smiled faintly and remarked, from a certain perspective, "You are more of a man than your brother." Yet, as Itachi said, "You are far too weak." He lightly stomped his foot, contemplating how he could leverage Sasuke to demonstrate his newfound understanding of the wind after Qimen. Always bringing up Itachi, I wonder where you heard that from. But as a commoner ninja, how could you possibly comprehend the sorrow of our Uchiha clan? Sasuke, infuriated, charged at Yufei with great speed. Swish! Sasuke moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving Yufei with no time to adjust his bagua position. With a resounding clap, their palms collided, sparking a fierce friction. The force of the impact disrupted Yufei's formation, allowing Sasuke to unleash his Chidori with his other hand. Yufei was taken aback. This boy was aiming for his blind spot. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, keenly observed the subtle shifts in the battle. Underneath the lowered portion of his mask, his Sharingan spun steadily. I see, Sasuke, it appears you have analyzed Yufei's combat style, though the principles elude you. It seems you have discerned that Yufei relies on manipulating his internal chakra to sustain his combat approach. Your first strike aimed to disrupt his rhythm. Kakashi squinted, unable to suppress his concern for Yufei. But Chidori is not meant for dealing with allies, Sasuke, Kakashi muttered, furrowing his brow. The original name of Chidori was Raikiri, a technique Kakashi had used in his youth to slay thousands of enemies. He had even pierced the hearts of comrades. Unable to restrain himself, he extended his hand, preparing to intervene. He could not bear to witness Sasuke and Yufei's life before his eyes. But in the next instant, a scream echoed from Sasuke. Ah! Blood sprayed from Sasuke and Appo's mouth as he staggered backward, nearly collapsing. At that moment, Yufei emanated a golden glow and coldly stated, "Do not misunderstand. When I face tailed beasts in the forest, you do not require my full preparation." Even in a chaotic environment, Yufei could rely on his formidable chakra to intimidate the currently feeble Sasuke. Why? Why are you all so strong? I can accept Naruto, but even a nameless individual like you can stand over me. Sasuke ground his teeth, nearly feral. Yufei chose not to respond. While he had a measure of sympathy for Sasuke and Appo's plight, this was the world of ninjas. Sympathy would not feed one. Only by confronting reality could one survive. Resign yourself. Many will surpass you in this world. You are far too young to comprehend this now, but you will learn in due time. Chuckling softly, Yufei reminisced about the inevitable confrontations that awaited Naruto in the future, unable to stifle his laughter. However, to Sasuke, this laughter was nothing but cruel mockery. I will kill you. Sasuke, incensed, unleashed the curse mark and Appo's power, dark patterns spreading across his body. Yufei furrowed his brow slightly, as a precaution. He activated his Eye of Balance. Target: Uchiha Sasuke. Curse mark state 1 overall strength rating. S-class Chunin ninjutsu value. 205 taijutsu value. 205 jinjutsu value. 205 chakra. 205 vitality. 705 combat experience. E-class this attribute. Yufei deemed it manageable. If Sasuke were to activate Curse Mark State 2, he might easily surpass Jonin levels, posing a significant challenge for Yufei. Thankfully, Sasuke had yet to undergo the ritual to activate the second Curse Mark State, rendering it unavailable to him. I will kill you. Sasuke, now in Curse Mark State 1, was frenzied, his temper volatile. His speed surged as he charged once more, yet Yufei had already mastered the peculiarities of the battlefield. Fool! Can you triumph over me in my domain? Yufei sneered, repositioning himself within the peculiar setup, placing himself in the heavenly position while Sasuke found himself in the earthly. The earthly position, a mark of rebellion, meant Sasuke would always remain at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Sasuke's fist struck Yufei's own, despite his diminished strength. The cursed Sasuke was no ordinary opponent, and through a series of blows, they fought to a stalemate. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback, murmuring, "Has the sealing technique and Appo's effect on the curse mark diminished to this extent?" Sasuke. Ah! Another scream erupted from Sasuke's lips. Yufei seized Sasuke and Appo's wrist, forcing him to kneel, his face a mask of defiance. The curse markings on his body began to wane, pulsating as they retreated towards the 3 tomo design on his neck. And in that moment, Sasuke and Appo's mental fortitude dissipated, leaving him weakened. Why have you ceased your cries? Yufei scoffed, tightening his grip, eliciting a series of cracking sounds from Sasuke's joints. Sasuke gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. The pain felt as though he were being torn apart. Ding! Attribute enhancement provided to the host during combat. As he observed the digits flickering before him, Yufei scoffed, realizing that this lad lacked substantial combat training. Just as he contemplated releasing his grasp, he sensed an unusual aura shift within the peculiar setup. Was this not Sasuke? It turned out someone was spying from the shadows. Intrigued, Yufei drew a kunai from his pocket, its sharp blade poised against Sasuke's throat, and said with a smile, as a scion of a prestigious clan, "This is the extent of your abilities. It seems you need not live any longer. Allow me to personally escort you to your demise." Sasuke swallowed hard, fear reaching its zenith at that moment. As the blade grazed his neck, a trickle of blood flowed forth, and he furrowed his brow, believing his life was at its end. Enough. Cease this. If you kill Sasuke, you will never leave Konoha alive. Kakashi and Appo's voice rang out. Oh, it is you, Kakashi-sensei. Yufei scoffed, dismissing Sasuke and turning away. It was the first time he had heard Kakashi sound so anxious. It appeared he had never anticipated this outcome. The legendary genius ninja of Konoha. Yufei spread his arms wide. Though his words dripped with sarcasm, he genuinely admired Kakashi's prowess. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and descending to Jonin by 12, Kakashi was already a member of Konoha and Appo's elite Umbu at the age of the current Naruto. However, Kakashi glanced down at the nearly unconscious Sasuke, then scrutinized Yufei thoughtfully before speaking slowly. It seems the new genius of Konoha is neither Neji nor Sasuke. It is you, Yufei. Chapter 24. Indifference, only desire for strength. Having just ascended to the rank of Nin, being hailed as a genius fills me with a sense of honor. Yufei shrugged and turned to leave. Even if there was an opportunity for a real fight with Kakashi, Yufei had no desire to seize it. After all, Kakashi's deep connections with the higher-ups of Konoha raised concerns. Any suspicion or targeting from him could lead to considerable trouble. Yet, a questioning voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Stop. What is your true identity? Yufei turned, frowning slightly. What is my identity? Do you not know? I know you are an orphan picked up by the shinobi of Konoha from the village of Kusagakure. However, your recent actions give me reason to suspect you might be a spy for an enemy nation. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket, slowly approached Sasuke and Appo's side. His tone was calm, yet his Sharingan never wavered from Yifei. Though it may seem impudent to say so, Yifei, I would appreciate an explanation. Why did you attack Sasuke? Where did your abilities originate? Those do not belong to the Hyuga clan, do they? Kakashi inquired patiently. Yifei sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Indeed, it was true. In this world, wherever there are people, it is always the same. If you are too wicked or too timid, someone will rise to extinguish you. If you are too powerful or too virtuous, they will feel uneasy, suppressing and distancing themselves from you. Only when you are on par with them will they accept you, at which point your merits or faults will become irrelevant. Thus, the true masters of this world are those who navigate through life while skillfully concealing their true selves to blend in with the masses. With this thought in mind, Yifei took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and sheepishly smiled. My master is named Yiwon, a recluse from Kusagakure. He has likely passed away, but I have quietly maintained the abilities he taught me. At such a moment, to act ostentatious would only make him appear foolish. It was far better to concoct a humble excuse to pass through unscathed. Oh, I see. However, I have never heard of this individual. Kakashi sighed in relief. Yifei and Appo's expression of guilt was evident, signaling his surrender. That and Appo's normal. My master has always shunned conflict. Speaking of which, I became a war orphan at the age of 6, so naturally, I don't remember much. Yifei flashed a faint smile, satisfied with his fabricated tale. This explanation allowed Kakashi to reluctantly accept the situation. He pulled Sasuke up, reminding Yifei, as a newly promoted Nin, you must honor the headband upon your brow. I shall heed the teachings of Kakashi-sensei. Yifei replied with a flattering smile. Let go of me. Sasuke gritted his teeth, freeing himself from Kakashi's grasp. He struggled to maintain his balance and glared fiercely at Yifei. The Uchiha clan is powerful. You are not someone to be underestimated. Yifei narrowed his eyes, dismissing Sasuke and Appo's threat. I have never underestimated the Uchiha clan. Rather, it is you, Uchiha Sasuke, whom I look down upon. Face reality, you are nothing but a mere nuisance. With that, Yifei turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. With Orochimaru now dead at his hands, Sasuke had lost the means to become a rogue ninja. His future remained uncertain. Although Yifei cared little for Sasuke and Appo's destiny, as the reincarnation of Indra, he would inevitably wield considerable influence over the shinobi world. Yifei had to remain vigilant against this. Sasuke, hearing those words, was filled with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. A flicker of sadness crossed Kakashi and Appo's eyes as he watched Yifei and Appo's retreating figure, his interest in Yifei deepening. Is it true? Yifei killed Orochimaru? Kakashi was utterly shocked upon hearing the news. On the rooftop, Jiraiya leaned against the wall, a grave expression on his face. This boy is indeed quite exceptional. And he is Naruto and Appo's only friend. I initially thought him an ordinary individual, yet he possesses remarkable skills. Perhaps he can be nurtured like Minato. Kakashi-sensei, you are too optimistic. Such an existence may pose even greater threats to the village. Moreover, the higher-ups will never allow his presence. A glint of malice flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Jiraiya, however, retorted coolly, do not let the machinations of the higher-ups manipulate you. Kakashi hesitated, then sighed. You are right, he is merely a child. So, Jiraiya-sensei, would you take charge of this matter? No, I still want you to take responsibility. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, patting Kakashi and Appo's shoulder. Sasuke requires supervision. And since you are my teacher's disciple, you will undoubtedly become the next Hokage. I can think of no one else capable of managing both Naruto and Yifei. Kakashi's expression grew complex. Jiraiya's countenance darkened further. Orochimaru has severed ties with an organization known as Akatsuki. Naruto, who harbors the Nine Tails, is likely their target. Sooner or later, Naruto will have to live in fear. I must take him away from the village to train. Their intentions were clear. Neither desired nor had the time to deal with the mess Yifei had created. Such matters were neither easy nor simple, creating difficulties on both sides. If it is merely a matter of training, I have an ideal candidate in mind. From my observations, Yifei's physical skills are formidable. Kakashi suddenly found resolution. Who? My old rival, Mike Guy? Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Him? That lad would indeed be a suitable match. They might complement each other well. However, before that, I intend to take this boy somewhere. As the sun began to set, darkness encroaching, a figure traversed through the dense forest, soon arriving at a lively corner. Yi Fei forcefully threw a shuriken, which spun through the air and hit the target dead center. Finally, success. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. A refreshing breeze swept by, and Yi Fei felt an unprecedented exhilaration. So this is the exemplary ninja Kakashi spoke of. Having just been promoted to CH Nin, yet still practicing such basic shuriken techniques? Yi Fei was startled by Jiraiya and Appo's sudden appearance, quickly rising to his feet. He had been training alone at night, ever vigilant against the black-clad assailants from earlier, but had not anticipated being approached so silently. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Yi Fei managed to accept the situation. It is you, Jiraiya-sensei. Did you not say you would arrange a guardian for me? What brings you here at this hour? Yi Fei frowned slightly, offering a faint smile. You need not worry. I always keep my word. However, before that, I intend to take you on a little trip. Would you like to come? Jiraiya said confidently. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei quickly deduced that Jiraiya intended to seek out Tsunade. With Konoha currently leaderless, Jiraiya had to covertly investigate the Akatsuki organization, leaving him no choice but to invite Tsunade back to restore order. The legendary big shot? The mere thought of Tsunade made Yi Fei involuntarily blink. I want to end Appo's. Go. I want to train. Yi Fei shrugged. This response took Jiraiya by surprise. He hurriedly gestured animatedly. The person I want you to meet is a super beautiful woman. Moreover, she is one of the legendary Sannin, and her residence is filled with fascinating places and various entertainment venues you have never seen before. At this moment, I have no interest in anything else. I only wish to grow stronger. Yi Fei explained calmly. Chapter 25, The Bell Test, Defiance. To audaciously claim that one merely wishes to grow stronger? Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, soon revealed a smile of approval. In such an era of tranquility, it was indeed refreshing to encounter a junior with such fervent ambition. His interest was piqued unexpectedly. How surprising that this lad, lacking in any notable background, exhibited such tenacity. Did he not realize that within the ninja world, countless formidable figures existed? Some were adversaries he could never hope to surpass in his lifetime. Yi Fei shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Isn't that precisely the reason? As commoners among ninjas, survival depended solely on one's own efforts. As an orphan from Konoha, if I do not strive to enhance my strength, I shall inevitably face abandonment. Much like how I was forsaken on the battlefield by the village hidden in the grass, Yi Fei stated coldly. Though his memories prior to the age of 6 were hazy, he gleaned the implications. Had he been born into a prominent clan within the village hidden in the grass, he would surely not have been so easily discarded. It was undoubtedly due to the ordinariness of his bloodline. This declaration astonished Jiraiya, for he himself hailed from an unremarkable family, ultimately achieving his legendary status in the ninja world through relentless self-discipline. Ordinary individuals must strive with all their might to secure their right to exist. The wisdom he had taken a lifetime to comprehend was grasped by this mere 13-year-old? Indeed. You are a rather exceptional young lad. I did not misjudge you, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Your assigned guardian has already submitted the application to the higher-ups of Konoha. We now await their approval. Who is it? Yi Fei inquired, curious. He cared not who would instruct him. He merely required a powerful individual to provide temporary protection. In the chaotic ninja world, survival was impossible without a modicum of luck. Would you like to know? You must first agree to one condition. A mysterious smile crept upon Jiraiya and Appo's face. Go ahead. What is the condition? Yi Fei responded with an air of indifference, trusting Jiraiya and Appo's character. Jiraiya chuckled, of course. It involves joining me in seeking out the legendary fat sheep. I refuse. Yi Fei turned away, as though doused with icy water. The peril of such an endeavor was one consideration, but in the wake of Orochimaru's demise, genuine combat opportunities were virtually non-existent. Yet, Jiraiya pulled a bell from his pocket, declaring, What a pity. This is a directive from the higher-ups. If you wish to formally join the ranks, you must first pass this test of team synergy. However, Considering that the one assessing you is none other than me, one of the legendary three, and that you currently have only yourself, the requirements will be suitably adjusted. Ultimately, your success will be determined by my judgment. The rules are simple. He shook the bell in his hand, exuding confidence. Your goal is to seize the bell from me, is it not? Yi Fei's interest was piqued. He was eager to engage in any activity related to actual combat. This was indeed his best opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. Jiraiya paused. You seem quite astute. However, I must make it clear, if you fail to seize the bell, you must accompany me to find the Apos, fat sheep and Apos. And if I succeed, you must reveal your identity as my teacher. And if I find it unsatisfactory, you shall procure another. Yi Fei stated with conviction, fearing the possibility of being assigned to a weak, inferior Genin, which would render him little more than cannon fodder. With that, Yi Fei took a step back. The moment his foot struck the ground, the wind and strange patterns unfolded. Jiraiya sensed a shift in the energy field around them. The use of chakra was remarkably subtle. Ah, I see. A feigned maneuver to establish an advantage? Jiraiya mused, increasingly convinced of Yi Fei's potential. At such a tender age, he was learning the importance of compliance, rather than exhibiting defiance. Nevertheless, Jiraiya admired this act of rebellion. With wide eyes, he suddenly produced a small projectile and tossed it downward. Bang! Smoke enveloped the area, and Yi Fei was taken aback. He had already oriented the strange patterns to his most favorable position, yet Jiraiya had retreated to advance, employing a diversionary tactic. Now, Yi Fei found himself entirely on the defensive, awaiting the restoration of his vision. With a whoosh, Jiraiya charged forward. Yi Fei was startled. Was it not agreed that he would seize the bell? Why was his opponent initiating an attack instead? Fire style, Crimson Serpent. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most proficient technique. The serpentine flames surged, rending the air. Jiraiya quickly dodged to the side. As the smoke began to dissipate, Yi Fei pinpointed Jiraiya's location and reoriented the strange patterns once more. With but a gesture, he could cast ninjutsu. This lad had not formed hand seals, had he? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, intrigued by Yi Fei and Apos' combat style. Target: Jiraiya Comprehensive Strength Rating, A-Class. Super Shadow Level Ninjutsu Value, 2400 Taijutsu Value, 2400 Jinjutsu Value, 400 Chakra, 2500 Vitality, 1200 Combat Experience. SS Class in the Virtual Interface. Yi Fei beheld the most astonishing ninja data he had ever encountered. Such capabilities were comparable to Shikaku, the One-Tail. The strength rivaled that of a tailed beast. This was the mightiest among the legendary three, Jiraiya. Yi Fei understood that he could not afford to conceal his abilities before such a formidable opponent. Even in pursuit of a mere bell, he must summon the resolve to face death. He extended a hand, twisting his fist as a surge of power welled within him. Host has activated God-level Wing Chun, D-Class, providing temporary Taijutsu value 500. Jiraiya slightly narrowed his eyes, sensing a qualitative change in the flow of chakra within Yi Fei. True strength required no embellishment of ocular techniques. Pure chakra emanating from oneself sufficed to enhance sensory acuity. Such rapid chakra flow. So, you are a Taijutsu ninja? Jiraiya squinted, attempting to discern how Yi Fei executed his moves. He had always been curious about the notion of a lowly genin defeating Orochimaru. Whoosh! Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Yi Fei's movements surpassed all expectations. So swift. This was a velocity far beyond that of a mere genin, eclipsing that of most genin. As Jiraiya marveled, he raised his hand to defend. Bang! Yi Fei's fist struck Jiraiya's arm with such force that even through the protective gear, Jiraiya felt the impact. How powerful! Jiraiya had no choice but to raise both hands in defense. Yet Yi Fei's lips curled into a smirk, and there's another. Bang! Another punch landed, forcing Jiraiya to retreat several paces. Yi Fei and Apos' movements were swift as he lunged forward, prompting Jiraiya to hastily form hand seals in retaliation. Yet, Yi Fei's body slipped to the side, causing Jiraiya to murmur. He dodged. Ding! The sound of the bell rang as Yi Fei's fingers grazed it, causing Jiraiya to snap back to reality. Whoosh! Jiraiya leaped into the air, retreating swiftly. That was close. This boy's combat strategy is exceedingly meticulous, relying on instinct, which indicates his foundational skills are exceptionally solid. He no longer underestimated Yufei. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent surging from behind. Apologies for any offense, Lord Jiraiya. Yufei and Appo's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he gathered a brilliant golden energy in his hand. Earth-style, Golden Palm. Chapter 26. The Art of Time Manipulation, Chaotic Golden Bell. Buzz. A blinding light erupted from Yufei and Appo's palm. Jiraiya could not help but squint, utterly astonished. This technique was evidently designed to obscure vision while simultaneously targeting the opponent's vulnerabilities. If he were to evade, the bell would surely be lost. Bang. Yet, as Yufei struck, it felt akin to hitting a mass of cotton. Jiraiya and Appo's chakra spilled forth, the sensation akin to clouds. However, after a brief moment of adjustment, that soft mass suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. Boom. Both retreated in opposite directions, with Jiraiya merely relying on his chakra to fend off Yufei and Appo's assault. Hiss. Yufei frowned, glancing at his palm, which was emitting black smoke. The concentrated chakra had burned his hand. Despite this, Jiraiya remained unscathed. This exemplified the strength of the powerful. In battle, overthinking or excessive technique was unnecessary. Simply relying on the superior chakra volume could suppress one's opponent. For a newly promoted Nin, Yufei was indeed exceptional. A smile crept onto Jiraiya's lips as he mused that this test could conclude here. At the very least, based on the strength Yufei had displayed thus far, it was evident he possessed the capability to independently complete tasks of C rank or lower. However, he soon sensed a searing energy erupting from his palm. I have infused specific chakra into the golden palm technique. There's no escaping this one. Yufei's smile radiated with purity. He had suspected from the outset that Jiraiya would not evade the strike. Jiraiya, relying solely on his strength, naturally had few reservations. It was only after enduring this that Yufei's true assault would commence. Secret technique. Wind rearrangement. Yufei stomped his foot, azure lines appearing on the ground. A colossal bagua arrangement manifested beneath him. This time, Jiraiya also perceived the arrangement, feeling himself being drawn into a specific position. Looking down, Jiraiya discovered the words "Can water" inscribed beneath him. Conversely, beneath Yufei, the word "Li" fire glowed. Li character, Crimson Serpent. As Yufei gestured, a serpent-shaped flame erupted from Jiraiya and Appo's arm. The serpent flared, seemingly intent on engulfing Jiraiya entirely. Oh, how intriguing. Jiraiya grinned, engulfed by an endless sea of flames. Yufei squinted, pondering if he had struck too hard and inadvertently killed one of the legendary Sannin. Yet he quickly dismissed this thought. Jiraiya's raw strength surpassed that of Orochimaru, so he should not be so fragile. As expected, Jiraiya's figure burst forth from the inferno, his garments ablaze. Yet his gaze remained resolute as he charged toward Yufei. Wing Chun Fist, external style. Yufei countered with a punch, only for Jiraiya to nimbly evade. Landing a kick to his chin. Wow. Yufei was sent flying, and Jiraiya leapt into the air, casually discarding his burning red vest. With a resounding slap, Jiraiya struck Yufei and Appo's back, sending him plummeting from the sky. With a thunderous crash, Yufei hit the ground. His body ached unbearably, and the system incessantly chimed. Ding. The host has gained rewards from practical combat. All attributes, 30 points. Well, this beating was worth it. Yufei reflected, realizing that even a night of relentless training might not yield such significant attribute increases. Truly, one of the legendary Sannin, possessing SS-level combat experience. Yufei had never believed he had a chance of victory from the very beginning. At that moment, the system unexpectedly emitted a sound Yufei had never heard before. Ding, ding, ding. 3 consecutive chimes jolted Yufei awake. Congratulations, host. Through continuous practical combat, your combat experience has been elevated to E rank. The system will provide rewards based on the host's current strength. The host's overall strength rating is now B rank Ni. Yufei's heart surged with excitement. His combat experience had finally increased, and there were rewards? Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Wind rearrangement, golden character, chaotic golden bell. Chaotic golden bell, a space-time technique of the metal element. capable of instantly drawing the opponent into a special arrangement without needing to deploy a bagua. It disrupts the opponent's connection to the world, forcibly altering the flow of time. The greater the opponent's influence on the world, the more taxing it becomes for the caster. Yifei furrowed his brow in contemplation. This technique was a core powerful skill of wind rearrangement. In the theory of the 8 trigrams, this world was essentially a vast arrangement in which all individuals existed. The impact each individual had on the entire arrangement was referred to as their fate. The greater one's fate, the harder it was to subdue them, and vice versa. Jiraiya was clearly a significant presence in the ninja world, yet even so, Yifei was determined to give it a try. You can still stand? Come, let us find the legendary fat sheep together. Do not overreach. You are indeed strong, but not strong enough. Jiraiya and Appo's expression grew serious. He had discerned that Yifei possessed remarkable tenacity, yet the path of a ninja inherently demanded sufficient restraint and composure. Blind confidence often led to ruin. Jiraiya hoped to teach Yifei the importance of moderation through this encounter. However, the next moment, Yifei charged forward once more. Yet his steps were chaotic, lacking their previous fluidity. Useless. Your techniques are ineffective against me. Jiraiya began forming seals, intending to use ninjutsu to compel Yifei to surrender. If words failed, then strength would suffice. Kid, it seems you fail to recognize your own limitations. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, realizing he had uncovered a significant flaw in Yifei. Even as Yifei approached him, he felt no sense of threat whatsoever. The two were not even on the same level. Fire release. Jiraiya swiftly formed seals. Yet Yifei also formed a seal with one hand, his gaze resolute. Jiraiya was intrigued. This boy could form seals with a single hand? Chaotic golden bell. Buzz. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a jolt in his mind. The world spinning around him, as if he were experiencing a drunken haze. But this was merely a fleeting moment. When Jiraiya regained his senses, Yifei had vanished. What just happened? Jiraiya was taken aback. With a thud, Yifei collapsed onto the grass, the air ringing with a jingling sound. What? Jiraiya checked his waist. Finding nothing amiss, he turned in surprise to see Yifei sprawled on the ground, clutching a bell. 7 minutes. I didn't exceed the time limit, did I? Yifei turned around, now drenched in sweat. In that brief moment, he had subdued Jiraiya, yet it had nearly drained all his chakra. Even so, he had only managed to hold Jiraiya for a second. Jiraiya and Appo's expression was complex. He had not anticipated Yifei to astonish him once more. How many more hidden cards did this boy possess? Haha, you are quite remarkable, Yifei. However, Jiraiya placed his hands on his hips, revealing a warm smile. Bang! Jiraiya's figure instantly dissipated, and Yifei's eyes widened in shock. This had merely been a shadow clone. Chapter 27. Approaching the Strong, a special event. Yifei grasped the bell in his hand, only to find it vanished with a resounding pop. What remained was merely a single leaf. Yifei was left speechless. He never imagined that the fierce battle he had been engaged in was merely against Jiraiya's shadow clone. No wonder he could barely hold Jiraiya for a second. If it had been the real Jiraiya, given his current capabilities, he probably wouldn't have lasted even a tenth of a second. Honestly, I never thought you could defeat my shadow clone. It seems I was overly arrogant. Congratulations on your success, Yifei. At that moment, Jiraiya leapt down from the tree, his eyes reflecting admiration for Yifei. However, he felt a hint of confusion. He had clearly observed Yifei making no unnecessary moves, simply seizing the bell normally. Yet, for a second, his shadow clone had entered a state of disarray. What exactly was this ability? According to Kakashi, your teacher is a hermit from the hidden grass village, with the surname Yi. Is he your father or grandfather? Jiraiya inquired. Yifei was taken aback and quickly explained. Indeed he is my grandfather, but I can no longer recall the specifics about him. Udon and Appo's. Do you remember? Was your grandfather a ninja? Did he not partake in any significant missions? Jiraiya began to interrogate. Ouch. This hurts. Lord Jiraiya, I am not your captive. Why have you suddenly started questioning me? Yifei pouted, feigning innocence. Haha. No, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Jiraiya waved his hand, suppressing his inquisitiveness. Yifei finally sighed in relief. This excuse worked well enough on Kakashi, But he knew it would be difficult to deceive Jiraiya. As the saying goes, if you wish to avoid being questioned, one must first initiate the questioning. Teacher Jiraiya, as one of the legendary three, do you really need to employ such rigorous methods to assess a mere chunin like me? Are you targeting me? Yi Fei feigned disdain. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, flustered. This precisely demonstrates my recognition of you. Besides, didn't I decide to take you out for training? This shows you possess the potential to become my disciple. He explained, scratching his head. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept your explanation. But you must treat me to a meal later. Yi Fei stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Although the system provided him with infinite vitality, his injuries had not diminished in the slightest. Fortunately, his chakra was linked to his life force. Currently, Yi Fei's chakra reserves were equivalent to that of an elite jonin, and his physical prowess was not to be underestimated. His words were merely a fade. Yi Fei fully understood that all of Jiraiya's actions were merely tests. The scrutiny of spies in Konoha was the most stringent among all the hidden villages of the 5 great nations. Speaking of which, although you have passed the test, you still have not seized the bell. Therefore, according to our agreement, you must accompany me to hunt for the big prey. Jiraiya produced the bell from his waist, a confident expression on his face. Fine, let it outpost. Let's go. TCH. Yi Fei frowned, visibly irritated. This old man truly had thick skin, using all his strength against a mere chunin. It was nothing short of bullying. However, Yi Fei was not overly concerned, for Tsunade would one day become the 5th Hokage. Perhaps this journey would earn him some special favors in the future. By the way, regardless of the circumstances, I did defeat your shadow clone. So you must tell me which teacher you arranged for me. Yi Fei asked. Well, let me tell you, but you don't have the right to change it. Your teacher is Might Guy. Don and Appos. T underestimate him. His taijutsu is quite impressive. Jiraiya patted Yi Fei on the shoulder. He knew that Yi Fei was an exceptionally talented chunin and feared that Yi Fei would look down upon the somewhat eccentric guy. Yi Fei silently nodded, his thoughts completely contrary to Jiraiya's expectations. This was, in fact, the safest teacher he could think of in Konoha, not to mention the Akatsuki. Even if Madara Uchiha appeared before him, Guy would surely knock him out. I will wait for you at the village gate tomorrow. Pack your things and come over. I will be waiting with Naruto, Jiraiya said with a smile, turning to leave. Naruto is going too? Yi Fei was taken aback, initially thinking that Jiraiya had no intention of bringing Naruto along. However, upon reflection, this trip was indeed a training journey meant to protect Naruto. Dawn and Appos, be so stingy. Aren't and Appos, you and Naruto best friends? You can keep each other company on the way. Jiraiya teased, pinching Yi Fei and Appos' cheek, much to Yi Fei and Appos' disdain. He was no longer a child and had long grown tired of such antics. Just as Yi Fei was about to retort, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A powerful presence is approaching the host, activating a special event mission. A special event mission? Yi Fei furrowed his brow. The difficulty of the special event mission is unknown, but it will come with special rewards. The content of this mission: engage in battle with a duo from the Akatsuki, while simultaneously provoking them, and survive in their presence for 10 minutes. What? Members of the Akatsuki? Yi Fei suddenly recalled that the day Jiraiya took Naruto out for training coincided with Itachi and Kisame's visit to the village to see Sasuke. Now that the 3rd Hokage, who had promised to watch over Sasuke, was deceased, the news would undoubtedly cause Itachi great concern, although they were not there to kill. If Yi Fei were to provoke them now, surviving even 3 minutes would be a challenge, let alone 10. Not to mention Kisame. Itachi was a powerful genjutsu user on par with Jiraiya. If he fell into Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he would be trapped in an illusionary realm and subjected to torment for 3 days and nights. He needed to devise a strategy to counter this. As Yi Fei walked through the streets under the cover of night, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. Who? He turned around, only to see a shadow clad in dark attire lunging toward him. Yi Fei immediately retaliated, their palms colliding with a resounding crack. In that instant, Yi Fei felt a tingling numbness in his hand. He attempted to extend his leg to initiate a strategy, only to discover that his foot had become paralyzed. Chapter 28. Midnight Assault, Hinata to the rescue. The figure in black, witnessing Yi Fei and Appos' inability to unleash the wind after Qimen let out a muffled chuckle. Could it truly be the same individual? Yifei furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and summoned every ounce of chakra within him. With a fierce shout, his chakra materialized, pushing the assailant away. The black-clad individual appeared taken aback, but just then, a kunai whizzed through the air from the opposite direction, prompting the figure to dodge hastily. Realizing reinforcements were arriving, the black-clad figure scoffed disdainfully before leaping away. Yifei exhaled in relief, kneeling momentarily while remaining vigilant, uncertain whether the approaching presence was friend or foe. The previous assailant had concealed his eyes, making it impossible for Yifei to discern his identity even at such close proximity. Given his height was comparable to Niji and Apos, and that the assailant stood a few centimeters taller, it seemed he was neither a peer nor an adult. Who could it be? Yifei pondered, devoid of answers. However, the assailant and Apos' intentions were evidently sinister. The ability to paralyze his senses and thwart his wind after Qimen indicated a significant amount of information had been gathered about him. Yifei-kun, are you all right? A gentle, soft voice broke through, causing Yifei and Apos' heart to melt in an instant. He turned to see a girl clad in a white cotton coat, her adorable hairstyle complemented by the soft blush still visible in the night. Most striking were her enchanting white eyes. It was Hinata Hyuga. Hinata approached, activating her Byakugan, and gathered chakra in her palms before tapping twice on Yifei's shoulder. Instantly, he felt his chakra flow rejuvenated, a wave of comfort washing over him. So it was you. Thank you for the rescue, Yifei sighed, finally collapsing onto the ground. Earlier, during his battle with Jiraiya's shadow clone, Yifei had exhausted his chakra using the chaotic Jin Tuat technique, coupled with a night of rigorous training. He had just unleashed chakra once more, leaving him nearly spent. It felt akin to enduring numerous assaults in a single night. Yifei sighed again. Numerous assaults? Shuriken? Hinata inquired innocently as she supported him. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. But do enlighten me on your presence here. Who was that person? Yifei pressed, frowning. Hinata and Apos' face flushed as she noticed Yifei and Apos' gaze fixed on her. I had been secretly observing your training for some time now. Today I happened to see. She stammered. Yifei broke into a cold sweat. Such a sweet and innocent girl was indeed susceptible to Naruto and Apos' foolish charms. That and Apos' not important. I want to know who that guy was. He attacked me twice. Yifei insisted. I'm not sure, but I saw him using the gentle fist technique from our Hyuga clan. Could it possibly be Niji and II? Hinata's expression turned grave. Impossible. I have fought Niji. His techniques, while exquisite, do not match the assailant and Apos' power, Yifei asserted confidently. Even judging by height alone, he was able to dismiss that theory. But does your clan have any unusual individuals? Perhaps someone a few years older than Niji? Yifei inquired. I'm not certain. But I do know that the Hyuga clan has been through quite a lot lately, Hinata replied, her eyes filled with concern. Oh, do tell. Yifei's interest piqued. He relished the prospect of involving himself and others in Apos' affairs, invigorated by the prospect of intrigue. First, Niji and II was ordered by the clan leader to withdraw from the ninja force. The elders believe the Hyuga clan should forge its own path rather than conform, Hinata disclosed, leaving Yifei astonished. Forge its own path? The Hyuga clan ISN and Apos' planning to rebel, are they? Why would this happen? Yifei casually inquired. Hinata answered earnestly, it's likely because Niji and II lost to you, and the clan leader feels our clan's dignity has been tarnished. Yifei rolled his eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless. Yet, he found himself unable to dismiss Hinata's earnest gaze. For some reason, he felt exposed under her Byakugan, as if something within him was being scrutinized. As Hinata spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yifei's lower half. Hinata's face turned crimson, while Yifei felt a wave of discomfort, instinctively covering himself. I apologize. This is beyond my control, Yifei explained, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. Oh no, I forgot to deactivate my Byakugan, Hinata murmured, hastily forming hand seals to close her Byakugan. Desperate to avoid another embarrassing sight, her cheeks were flushed a deep shade of crimson, and Yifei sensed she might faint at any moment. As Hinata continued to elaborate, Yifei began to grasp the recent turmoil within the Hyuga clan. His presence had led to suspicions regarding the internal capabilities being compromised. Moreover, Niji and Hizashi's defeats had left them utterly humiliated. The Hyuga clan was already divided into the main and branch families, rife with internal conflict. Now, with the main family disgraced, the branch family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, Yifei was not particularly invested in the Hyuga clan and Appo's internal affairs. He advised, "Hinata, you must be cautious. The issues within your clan stem from ancient times and do not concern you. I bear you no ill will, while I am unconcerned. Yifei-kun, you should be wary of potential retaliation from members of the Hyuga clan," Hinata cautioned, biting her lip. Yifei was taken aback by Hinata's willingness to betray her clan merely to warn him. He felt a swell of gratitude towards her, and in a moment of impulsive affection, he draped an arm around her shoulders. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks aflame. After a moment of contemplation, Yifei gently ruffled Hinata's hair and smiled. "Thank you." With this newfound knowledge, Yifei finally understood why the higher-ups in Konoha permitted Might Guy to train him. It was to fill the gap left by Niji Hyuga. Reflecting on this, he felt an inexplicable sense of indebtedness towards the Hyuga clan. As the night drew on, Yifei escorted Hinata safely back to the Hyuga clan compound. Standing before the clan's gates, he lingered for a moment before gradually departing. Resolving the internal strife of the Hyuga clan would likely require him to attain sufficient strength. In the early hours at the entrance of Konoha village, a particularly vigilant Jonin dozed off, only to be stirred by the faint sound of bells nearby. He lifted his head, alert, and observed two figures shrouded in mist approaching, both wearing wide-brimmed hats. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he saw that the two figures donned dark cloaks adorned with swirling cloud patterns, exuding an eerie aura. Heightening his vigilance, he called out, "Who are you two? Are you here too?" Before he could finish, he froze in shock. The man before him lifted his hat, revealing a pair of striking crimson eyes. The blood-red pupils spun slowly, three tomo rotating within, sending the Jonin into a spiral of dizziness before he succumbed to a darkness that enveloped him. The ringing of bells echoed as the two figures entered Konoha village unimpeded. Chapter 29, Special Abilities, Mental Restraint. In the village hidden in the leaves, at the territory of the Yamanaka clan, ever since Yifei grew closer to Ino, their interactions have become quite frequent. He often accepted Ino's invitations to train in the Yamanaka clan's training grounds, engaging in practical combat exercises. With a swift strike, Yifei sent Ino staggering backward, causing her to fall to the ground. I've lost again. Yifei, you are simply too strong. I can't fathom how I might defeat you," Ino lamented, enveloped in frustration. Her father, Yamanaka Kai, had witnessed Yifei and Appo's prowess during the Chunin exams and had since urged Ino to take Yifei as her exemplar, striving to enhance her physical abilities. The rationale was that in their clan, specializing in mental techniques, it was imperative for girls to cultivate a robust physique to complement their formidable mental control techniques. Status: Yamanaka Ino. Overall strength rating: C-rank Genin. Ninjutsu value: 80. Taijutsu value: 35. Genjutsu value: 100. Chakra: 125. Vitality: 50. Combat experience. F-rank. Observing Ino's statistics, Yifei felt a pang of helplessness. Her taijutsu and vitality values were remarkably low, and he feared that should he exert himself further, he might inadvertently cause her to suffer grievously. At times, being too powerful could indeed be a burden. "You are simply too weak," he remarked, furrowing his brow and exhaling a sigh as he sat down. "Weak? I am a girl, Yifei. Ken and Appo's, do you cut me some slack?" Ino puffed out her cheeks, turning her head away, her demeanor reflecting a touch of pride. Yifei shrugged, raising his hands in explanation. "In those last few moves, I only used a fraction of my strength, and you still could not withstand it. I am at a loss as to how to make it easier for you." Ino fell silent. As the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, she had always been regarded as exceptional among her peers. It was humiliating for her to be so thoroughly bested, and had it been anyone else, she would certainly have expressed her displeasure more vocally. Yet, upon gazing at Yifei and Appo's handsome visage, his refined jawline, and his tousled black hair, even a mere glance left her enchanted. Ultimately, it was Yifei and Appo's a strength that overshadowed her, yet she pondered. Why are you so willing to practice with someone as inept as I? Am I genuinely of any assistance to you? Ye Fei, taken aback, suddenly recalled his purpose. Yes, absolutely, he replied, rising to his feet and speaking with conviction. The secret techniques of your clan, particularly the mind-body switch technique and its derived mental control techniques, are transcendent arts associated with the transformation technique. Such techniques, akin to Jinjutsu, necessitate an extraordinary level of chakra control. Ye Fei's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at Ino. If Jinjutsu requires exquisite manipulation of chakra, then mental control requires unparalleled stability and suppression. In other words, once you master this ability, you will excel at countering Jinjutsu. Ino tilted her head, lost in thought. That makes sense. During the Chunin exams, everyone fell prey to the Jinjutsu cast by Toby. However, Sakura and I were able to break free effortlessly. But Ye Fei, didn't you also manage to escape the Jinjutsu early? That's different. Excelling at countering Jinjutsu and excelling at suppressing it are two distinct abilities. In essence, while we can merely break free from Jinjutsu, you have the capability to suppress it before it can infiltrate your mental defenses, Ye Fei explained. These principles were ones that only Ye Fei, having mastered the wind after Qimen, could comprehend, transcending the conventional rules of this ninja world. This is your special ability, Ino, Ye Fei elucidated. Ino then realized why Ye Fei had approached her so early that morning, claiming he wished to practice combat with her and learn from her strengths. I have been training with you for quite a while. Can you teach me that chakra control technique now? Ye Fei's brow furrowed as he noted the sun had already climbed high in the sky. Time was of the essence. I shall give it a try, Ino declared, rising and closing her eyes. She began to concentrate her chakra, focusing it around her head. This ability bore a striking resemblance to sensory ninjutsu, dispersing chakra in a highly intricate manner, yet directed inward rather than outward. Wind after Qimen. Ye Fei gently stomped his foot, subtly rotating the Qimen formation beneath him. As the alignment settled, he extended his hand. Jin character, training awareness. Jin character, training awareness. Through the influence of the Qimen formation, the user can establish a mental contract with the target, achieving effects of training, learning, and cultivation. Ye Fei closed his eyes, experiencing a transformation within himself that mirrored Ino and Appo's as chakra gathered in his mind. In this process, he felt his mental prowess reaching unprecedented heights. Spirit medium. Ino opened her eyes, crossing her hands in a specific gesture. Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback, recalling a similar technique used by Gaara, which allowed direct control over entering a trance-like state. The pinnacle of such techniques may well be the transformation technique. And Ye Fei was more capable of reaching that state than Ino, given his chakra was several times greater than hers. Ye Fei opened his eyes and immediately, ethereal blue chakra manifested around him. Ino sensed a formidable pressure and instinctively took a step back. Yet, that pressure dissipated swiftly. For compared to the overwhelming outpouring of chakra and its perception, this more restrained practice of maintaining inner peace was far more subtle. You succeeded on your first attempt? Ino was utterly astonished, contemplating whether Ye Fei was truly a prodigious genius. Is this the ability of the Yamanaka clan? Mental restraint? Fascinating. Ye Fei and Appo's eyes widened in realization, aligning with his earlier conjectures. Through the transformations of the wind after Qimen, he could decipher the majority of abilities within this world. Ino, this is splendid. I am immensely grateful to you. I shall treat you to a meal later. Ye Fei exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to embrace Ino tightly. In that moment, he could not adequately express his exhilaration. Having mastered this ability would enable him to adeptly confront various Jinjutsu users, particularly Uchiha Itachi. As Ye Fei inhaled the fragrant aroma of Ino and Appo's dark gardenia, coupled with her warm, bashful expression, an uncontrollable surge of emotion welled within him. He pressed a kiss to Ino's cheek before jubilantly departing. How rude. Ye Fei, Ino's cheeks flushed, her head bowed as she pouted, her expression a myriad of emotions. Ye Fei, brimming with confidence, set off, yet his destination was not the village entrance. More pressing than his journey with Jiraiya was the completion of the system's task confronting Itachi. At last, he arrived at a small bridge, beneath which flowed a river. Its banks marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the characters for Nange River. This was likely a tributary of the Nange River passing through the village hidden in the leaves. Gazing downstream, Yefei soon sensed an unusual chakra emanating from that direction. The sensation was ominous. Merely being in its vicinity caused dark, foreboding music to echo in his mind. Chapter 30. Unforeseen Perils, Itachi's Illusion. To our astonishment, the former rogue ninja dared to appear in our village. As Asuma engaged in a fierce confrontation with Kisame, he subtly signaled to Kurenai beside him to take action. Success. After forming the necessary hand seals, Kurenai opened her reddish-brown eyes. Itachi Uchiha, clad in the black cloak of Akatsuki, cast a cold glance at Kurenai and sneered, "Is this an illusion?" As a peculiar aura swept through the air, Kisame found himself ensnared by creeping vines. What is happening? He turned to see that Itachi was in the same predicament. Everything has come to an end. What? Kurenai, clutching her kunai, believed she was about to end Itachi and Appo's life, only to suddenly realize she was bound to the very vines. Kurenai, wake up. Asuma and Appo's chakra jolted her back to reality just as Kisame lunged at her with his blade. Earth release, earth flow rampart. A sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, forcing Kisame to retreat hastily. Kakashi leaped down, tearing off half of his mask. Kakashi-san, I have no intention of killing you. Please do not interfere, Itachi frowned, signaling Kisame to refrain from further actions. However, Kakashi began forming hand seals, coldly proclaiming, Itachi, you are a rogue ninja of Konoha, and your companions, two S-rank criminals, dressed in peculiar attire, wandering the streets. Surely your intentions are not pure? The name of your organization, is it Akatsuki? Upon hearing this, Itachi was taken aback. Kisame, take Kakashi-san away. The other two must vanish. Water release, water shark bullet technique. The battle raged intensely as the two factions clashed, moving from the shore to the water's surface. Meanwhile, hidden in the grass, Yifei trembled as he observed the scene. My goodness, this is no ordinary fight. The combatants stood still, hardly moving. Yet Yifei could sense the chaotic chakra swirling within them. Aside from Itachi, the others were completely ensnared in his illusion from the very beginning. Though Yifei understood that Itachi was merely a pawn utilized by Konoha and would not go on a rampage within the village, he, as an unknown individual, could very well meet his demise at the hands of Kisame while entrapped in an illusion. What should I do? Doubt gripped Yufei's heart. Suddenly, Asuma and Appo's shocked voice broke through. What is happening? Kakashi, the moment that guy spoke, you collapsed. Was it Tsukuyami? Yufei murmured. Kakashi was now kneeling on the water and Appo's surface. His eyes transformed into the shape of a kaleidoscope. It appears that during my moment of contemplation, Kakashi had already endured 3 days and nights within Itachi's illusion space. Now, given the present circumstances, Itachi is weakened. Yufei resolved himself, leaping up with all his strength. Bang! Who goes there? Kisame stepped back in surprise, swinging his blade to deflect the water surging towards him. Yufei positioned himself protectively in front of Kakashi and the others. Yufei? Why are you here? Leave at once. Asuma, forced to open his eyes, panicked. Kurenai quickly cautioned, Yufei is here? Do not look into that guy and Appo's eyes. Kakashi is already trapped in his illusion. His illusions are too powerful. A smirk crept onto Yufei and Appo's lips as he focused on Itachi and Appo's feet, exclaiming, I know. There and Appo's no need to gaze into his eyes, just focus on his feet to act. Moreover, since he had just employed a potent illusion against Kakashi, Itachi is currently in a weakened state. This is the perfect opportunity. With that, he stamped his foot on the ground, activating a peculiar formation. Itachi immediately furrowed his brows upon noticing the eerie, azure ray below. Kisame, incapacitate this boy, otherwise it will become troublesome. Realizing the unknown chakra, Itachi felt alarmed. Yifei raised his gaze slightly to observe how Itachi would unleash his jutsu, only to see Itachi pointing a finger at him. The fingernail was coated in dark polish, evoking an unsettling sensation. As Kisame charged forward, Yifei's heart sank. He raised his hand, invoking leave. Scarlet Serpent. Crack. Flames erupted, piercing through Kisame's form. Kisame transformed into countless crows, scattering into the sky. Yifei abruptly looked up, realizing the sky had swirled into a vibrant red. What? This works too. Yifei exclaimed, hastily closing his eyes to sense the flow of his chakra. No issues detected. He hadn't fallen into the illusion. Why? Moreover, he had an amp. Appo's. T gazed into Itachi and amp. Appo's eyes. Yifei promptly employed the mental concentration techniques learned from Ino, attempting to regulate his chakra. Yet it was futile. The 8 trigrams formation. Yifei felt utterly frantic, stamping his foot on the ground as a massive network of formations unfolded. This formation enveloped the entire area. Yet no one appeared, only a few crows circling above. Yifei sensed his world was on the verge of collapse, his spirit being eroded at this moment. Ding. The host gains 100 illusion points through real combat experience. Is this the sensation of being ensnared in Tsukuyomi? At this moment, Yifei felt no change in his body, yet he received a notification for taking damage. The downside was that he now had to endure an unknown duration within this illusion space. But the upside was that Itachi seemed not to have dealt any lethal blows against him. Yifei soon lost consciousness, grappling with nightmares amidst infinite chaos. After an indeterminate time, Yifei regained awareness. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed beside Kakashi. Nearby were Might Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma Sarutobi. 3 elite jonin, wearing worried expressions. What on earth transpired? Yifei hastily inquired after sitting up. Through Guy and Appo's explanation, Yifei pieced together the events. Upon entering the scene, he had fallen victim to the illusion, flailing aimlessly at the air, nearly slain by Kisame and Appo's blade. Fortunately, Guy had arrived just in time to save him. Yifei sighed in relief. Evidently, the mission had not been completed, as the system had not issued any notifications. He had anticipated the mission and Appo's difficulty, but never imagined it would be this formidable. Despite his meticulous preparations and perfect timing, he still succumbed to the illusion. He meticulously recalled every detail from that moment, eventually coming to a realization. Before revealing himself, Yifei had glimpsed Itachi's eyes to confirm whether he had employed Tsukuyomi against Kakashi. Could it be that he had been ensnared in the illusion at that very instant? There was another possibility. After his appearance, he had merely caught a glimpse of Itachi and Appo's finger. The more Yifei pondered, the more absurd it seemed. This Uchiha sinner clearly was not an easy adversary to confront. Guy, go rescue Sasuke. He will undoubtedly recklessly seek out Itachi, but he is not yet ready. Kakashi, weakened, spoke. Understood. Guy nodded, then commanded, Asuma, keep an eye on Kakashi. Kurenai, report to the higher-ups for reinforcements. I will confront those two. But can you truly manage it? Shuden and Appo's, I accompany you? Asuma inquired. Absolutely not. The situation in the village is precarious. We must prevent the enemy from employing diversion tactics. The more individuals who venture out, the greater the risk to the village, Guy explained. Though Kurenai and Asuma agreed. They both believed that facing those two alone was tantamount to seeking death. At that moment, Yifei resolutely declared, Take me with you, teacher Guy. Chapter 31. Ready to set off, seeking strong opponents. At the entrance of Konohagakure. First gate. Open. Kai furrowed his brow, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh no. Yifei thought to himself in alarm. He had been sparring with Kai at the village gate. But he never anticipated that his outstanding performance would provoke Kai to unleash the first gate of the 8 gates. Even though it was merely the first gate, it significantly enhanced Kai and Appo's attributes. Target. Might Guy, first gate of the 8 gates overall strength rating. B class. Near shadow level ninjutsu value. 100 taijutsu value. 1800 jinjutsu value. 100 chakra. 100 vitality. 1000 combat experience. A-class Yifei was taken aback by the virtual data before him. His initial taijutsu value of 1500 had surged to 1800 with Kai and Appo's activation of the first gate, making it evident that even if he employed Wing Chun, he would stand no chance. I concede. Yifei raised a hand, sighing. He had initially hoped to persuade Kai to accompany him in search of Itachi, but it seemed Kai was deliberately obstructing him. Kid, why give up? Kai paused, releasing the 8 gates. This was a physically taxing technique, and even the first gate was enough to leave Kai exhausted both physically and mentally. Fortunately, after years of training, his body and willpower could withstand such fatigue. Noticing the cold sweat on Kai's forehead, Yi Fei murmured, "In that case, perhaps it is best I do not go." Not long ago, Kai had promised in front of the Nin that Yi Fei could accompany him on a mission to find members of the Akatsuki and assist Sasuke. However, at the village gate, Kai insisted on testing Yi Fei and Appo's strength. After a brief trial, Yi Fei and Appo's displayed prowess had surprised Kai, particularly regarding taijutsu. Yet, Yi Fei had never expected he would have to engage in combat against the 8 gates. This was truly a tall order. As Yi Fei turned to leave, Kai called out, "Wait, I have a few questions for you." "Go ahead," Yi Fei replied curtly. "I heard from Kakashi that you and Naruto are best friends. Would you like to try on this outfit of mine?" Kai said earnestly, pulling out a tight-fitting green jumpsuit. "No way." Yi Fei shot him a glare, adamant that he would never wear such an unsightly garment. Cough, cough. "I was just joking. You really do not appreciate the value of youth. However, I do recognize your taijutsu, and thus, I have decided to take you on this mission." Kai's brows furrowed slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Yet, to Yi Fei, his feigned seriousness somehow made him appear more handsome. "Really? Thank you so much, Teacher Kai." Yi Fei sighed with relief. He had already contemplated how to confront Itachi, especially after experiencing Itachi's Tsukuyomi not long ago. Within that illusionary realm, Yi Fei had conducted numerous experiments and finally gleaned some insights on countering Jinjutsu. However, even if Yi Fei could deal with Itachi's Jinjutsu, he would still be unable to confront the formidable Kisame, who possessed shadow-level strength. Thus, he needed an ally, and Kai was the perfect choice. But you must understand a few things. Cough, cough. I will lead the charge, and you will guard the rear, Teacher Kai. Yi Fei interjected hastily, dashing into the dense forest beyond. Kai stood silently, observing. He glanced at the large bundle of luggage nearby, wondering whose belongings had been left behind at the gate, filled to the brim with instant noodles. I forgot my luggage. Inside a room, Naruto was training to gather chakra. Hungry and intending to eat instant noodles, he suddenly realized that he had left his belongings at the entrance of Konohagakure. Honestly, that lecherous sage brought me to this little town and then vanished. Naruto seethed internally. Furthermore, Yi Fei had not shown up. Wasn't that lecherous sage supposed to say he would join in this training journey? Just as he was mulling over this, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" No response. Naruto stood up and walked over to open the door. A wave of dark, potent chakra surged forth, startling him. Could it be Jiraiya returning? He hurriedly opened the door, only to find a man clad in a black robe adorned with cloud patterns, staring at him with a haughty gaze. "This looks just like Sasuke's eyes. The Sharingan?" Naruto was taken aback. The man before him had crimson eyes that spun with intensity. In the small town, Yi Fei moved ahead, inquiring about information. Behind him, Kai walked silently, surveying the surroundings. "Apologies, kid, but if you don and Appo's buy anything, I want and Appo's provide any information," a mysterious uncle declared, arms crossed. "Do you really have information?" Yi Fei narrowed his eyes, pulling out his wallet. He had only 30 ryo, while the takoyaki at the stall was priced at a minimum of 50 ryo. Sigh. If only my strength were sufficient and my family background better. I haven't even had the chance to undertake missions to accumulate funds. Kid, if you have no money, don and Appo's bother asking. The uncle sneered, glancing at Yi Fei and Appo's empty wallet. "TCH. I doubt you can provide the information I need." Yi Fei retorted. "Oh, is that so? I happen to know who you are looking for. That man with white hair and a slightly shorter blonde kid, right?" The uncle raised an eyebrow. Yi Fei was taken aback. "Really? Where are they?" "Well, they are wearing the same forehead protectors as you." The uncle chuckled. "In that case, can you give me a discount?" "I and Appo's. I'll give you 30 ryo for one." Yi Fei thought to haggle, knowing that if he could discover Jiraiya and Naruto and Appo's whereabouts, he could find Itachi. However, at that moment, Kai and Appo's nose twitched as he caught a whiff of something, moving closer to the takoyaki grill. Wow, it smells amazing. Takoyaki. Yi Fei, as my future disciple, you must treat me well. I'm starving. Hurry up and bring out your mission money. Kai joked, prompting Yi Fei to sigh. How did I end up with such a troublesome companion? Oh, I forgot to mention, the higher-ups in Konoha are already arranging for me to guide your training. So you will have to call me Teacher Kai from now on. Might Guy boasted. Yi Fei shot him a glance and said to the uncle, Boss. I and Appo's, LL take 10 sticks of takoyaki. The largest portion. This gentleman will pay. He is my master. Kai and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Thank you for your patronage. Young man, the two people you are looking for passed this way and are staying at the inn by the river, reportedly in the innermost room on the second floor. Yi Fei was surprised by the accuracy of the information provided by the takoyaki vendor and promptly made his way towards that direction with the takoyaki in hand. As Kai munched on the takoyaki, he grumbled, honestly, since when does a disciple swindle their master? Suddenly, he noticed Yi Fei had halted, seemingly lost in thought. I was merely speaking casually. You need not take it to heart. He assumed Yi Fei was feeling somewhat disheartened and felt a pang of guilt. After all, Yi Fei, as an orphan from Kusagakure, had been abandoned in the wild before the war, and Kai was well aware of this. So he would not intentionally make things difficult for him. Moments later, however, Yi Fei abruptly turned, his expression serious as he declared, there is an enormous chakra ahead. It seems that two ninjas are engaged in battle. Chapter 32. In the realm of Tsukuyami, a strange game unfolds. You are far too weak. Why are you weak? Because your hatred for me is insufficient. The foolish Adudu. Itachi and Appo's voice seemed to linger in the air as Sasuke found himself ensnared within a morass of flesh and blood, while Itachi confronted Jiraiya and others. Sasuke struggled to break free but lacked any strength, soon succumbing to unconsciousness. Forgive me, but I intend to eliminate you both here. The Akatsuki's ambitions pose a grave threat to peace in the shinobi world, and Konoha will not permit you to wreak havoc, Jiraiya declared with righteous fervor. Beginning to weave hand seals, the entire corridor was engulfed within the crimson walls of flesh, as Naruto could only watch in astonishment. What now? Mr. Itachi. Kisame struggled to detach the viscera from the sticky samahata. Suddenly, a barrage of meat walls surged forth. Itachi fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, then glanced at Sasuke trapped within the flesh walls, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Follow me, he commanded, swiftly turning and fleeing. Kisame hurried to keep pace, severing the pursuing meat walls behind them. Jiraiya did not pursue, mockingly asserting, it and Appo's futile. You cannot escape. This is the belly of the great toad of Miyaboko Mountain. Exceedingly resilient. Boom. A distinct explosion echoed nearby, astonishing Jiraiya. He rushed towards the sound, only to find the interior of the toad ablaze, black flames roiling within. Itachi and Kisame had vanished. The inner wall of the great toad of Miyaboko Mountain, capable of using sage art fire release, had been breached by flames? Jiraiya frowned, burdened with concern. Boom. The wall of the inn erupted with an explosion, and two dark figures leaped forth, fleeing towards the river. Yi Fei, who had been lurking, quickly reacted. Now's our chance, pursue. Yi Fei prepared to move but was halted by Guy. Yi Fei, you must ensure Sasuke's safety. That is our mission. I will chase those two. Guy insisted, preparing to act. Yi Fei shook his head. Your actions are inconsequential, but I must confront them, even if it is not merely for the mission. I cannot swallow this humiliation. You're a Chunin, I am a Jonin. Listen to me. Otherwise, I will not recognize you as my disciple. Guy's tone left no room for argument. Then I must apologize, Teacher Guy? Yi Fei exclaimed, leaping away with astonishing speed. This boy possesses a talent for taijutsu surpassing even Lee's. Guy observed in surprise. He was not a hard-hearted man. In that moment, he saw a glimmer of young Kakashi in Yi Fei. Is this how geniuses operate? Sighing, Guy reluctantly set aside his concern for Sasuke and pursued Yi Fei, regardless of Sasuke's condition. He feared for Yi Fei's safety against those two fiends. Yi Fei glanced back and saw Guy following him, though unintentional. Yi Fei felt relief upon realizing he had not been left to face the danger alone. The mission did not preclude seeking assistance, after all. A sense of awareness enveloped him. Utilizing the unique rotational ability of the wind after oddities, Ye-Fei quickly sensed two unstable chakra signatures ahead. They were close. Likely due to Itachi and Amp. Appo's extensive use of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, the pair had paused by the riverbank. Ye-Fei leaped down, blocking their path. The hero of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. We meet again. He greeted directly, firmly planting his foot on the ground and locking eyes with Itachi's Sharingan. The hero of Konoha? This boy seems somewhat misguided. Does he not realize he is facing a rogue ninja? Kisame chuckled, recognizing Ye-Fei with a wave of his samahata. Itachi remained silent, merely observing Ye-Fei intently. I care not for your intentions, but I challenge you. All I need is to delay you for 10 minutes, even accounting for any detours. Ye-Fei's aim was unmistakably clear. Such brazen arrogance. The last time you encountered Itachi, you fell victim to his jinjutsu. Now you dare to challenge him? Kisame scoffed. Aware of Itachi's weakened state, he added, Itachi, allow me to handle this brat. I'll incapacitate him, and he will no longer be a nuisance. You're thinking too simply. The Azure Beast of Konoha has arrived. Boom. Guy landed behind them, sending a spray of water flying. Kisame turned, frowning dismissively. Ah, this creature again. He appears even more bothersome. You and Amp, Appo's, V come to Konoha out of concern for Danzo and Amp, Appo's, intentions towards Sasuke, Haven, and Amp, Appo's, to you? Ye-Fei raised an eyebrow, challenging. Itachi and Amp, Appo's, expression shifted. Surprise flickering across his face. Ye-Fei recognized this as his only opportunity to delay the confrontation. By addressing Itachi and Appo's concern, he could prevent a swift resolution to their battle. Kisame, deal with the one behind you. This boy is mine. Itachi stepped forward, his brow furrowing. Very well. Guy felt unease rise within him. He feared not the enemy but rather Itachi, who might inflict unbearable suffering upon Ye-Fei in a short span. After all, Ye-Fei was to be his future student. Yet, Ye-Fei's confident voice pierced the air. You wish to know what I know? That depends on your capability. Guy was taken aback. This boy was indeed extraordinary. Daring to confront a foe who had once defeated him with such audacity. Itachi and Appo's gaze turned fierce as he addressed the young man. Are you a member of Root? He sensed that this individual might possess knowledge of the Uchiha clan's betrayal, but he could not decipher the truth. Ye-Fei took a step back, gesturing. If you wish to know, you must rely on your own strength. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Ye-Fei furrowed his brow. Almost instantaneously, he found himself enveloped in a shadowy lunar landscape. The speed of the technique's activation left him no time to react. No wonder the method of mental restraint he had learned from Ino was ineffective. Ye-Fei's eyes widened as he realized he was in a bizarre space. This time felt different. Ugh. Itachi plunged his blade into Ye-Fei and Amp, Appo's vital point, a pain beyond description coursing through him. The Umbu of Root are marked with cursed seals. I am aware, so you need only answer one question. Can Danzo currently act against Sasuke? Itachi surmised that Ye-Fei was in the know but saw no need to kill him outright. Ye-Fei gritted his teeth, yet before he could speak, another blade pierced his abdomen. Damn it, I refuse to fall in the same manner twice. Wind after oddities, unfolding of the oddities. Time stood still around him as Itachi coldly declared. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, all aspects of space, time, and mass are under my dominion. Boom. Itachi and Amp, Appo's expression shifted to one of disbelief. In his own Tsukuyomi space, he witnessed a vast blue hexagram manifest upon the ground, stretching 10 meters wide. Chapter 33, Breaking the Moon Reading, Surpassing All. What sort of technique is this? Itachi dared not be careless and took a step back. This was the space of the moon reading created by his kaleidoscope Sharingan, capable of controlling all within this mental realm in the span of a second. To his astonishment, a part of it had been seized by Ye-Fei. A sinister smile crept across Ye-Fei's lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as his once transparent form gradually regained its original hue. Upon landing, his gaze turned cold, a hint of malevolence dancing at the edges of his smirk. My conjecture was correct. I have unraveled your moon reading, Ye-Fei declared fiercely. How did you accomplish this? Itachi was utterly bewildered. The flow of time in the external world was drastically slowed, condensing all events occurring within this realm into a mere second. Itachi was overwhelmed with shock. He had initially thought that only a portion of the moon reading had been disrupted, but unexpectedly, Yifei could control his own body and spirit, implying that the moon reading had been thoroughly dismantled and even commandeered. Just as I suspected, this moon reading utilizes the disparity of time to create opportunities, does it not? In the realm of the mind, your moon reading can inflict considerable mental damage in just a second. No matter how swift or powerful a ninja may be, accomplishing multiple tasks within a second is impossible. This is the essence of why the moon reading is so difficult to break. As Yifei spoke, his excitement surged. The moon reading, one of the most potent illusions conjured by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, had been successfully shattered by him. Immersed in the joy of his successful deduction, Itachi, after careful contemplation, incredulously asked, "Could it be that you achieved all this within a second?" Itachi scrutinized the formation beneath him. The 8 trigrams array was in motion, and every gesture from Yifei was nothing short of exquisite. Humph! Yifei sneered coldly, waving his hand. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, and Itachi raised his hand to shield himself, but to no avail. What was once his moon-reading realm was now under Yifei's dominion. This was no mere unraveling of the moon reading, it was a direct transcendence over it. Impossible. Even if my opponent possesses such strength, surpassing me in time is unattainable. This is the reason why the moon reading is so troublesome, Itachi thought, a myriad of speculations swirling in his mind until he finally grasped a certain realization. His brow furrowing. It seems you two have mastered a technique concerning time. The wind behind the mysterious gate, this is another form of moon reading. No. It should be described as a technique that transcends the moon reading. Yifei replied with a confident smile, then raised his hand. The 8 trigrams formation on the ground spun, and the peculiar arrangement leapt. Pebbles began to levitate, and Yifei seized one, only to let it fall. The stone began to float in a mesmerizing manner, swirling around him. The once darkened sky transformed into a vast cosmic expanse, adorned with twinkling stars. Itachi turned to glance back, and to his astonishment, he beheld an infinite galaxy. In that moment, fear enveloped Itachi's heart. This boy, merely a Ch9-level youth, exuded such overwhelming intimidation. Within your moon reading, you control the mental energy of others, plunging them into brief mental collapse and chaos within just a second. However, in the realm of the wind behind the mysterious gate, I can manipulate anything. Yifei elaborated. While I cannot do as I please, the so-called favorable conditions of time, place, and human connection all align in my favor, rendering my opponent unable to defeat me. Itachi snorted in discontent, though not overly competitive. He was particularly displeased to hear his moon reading dismissed as worthless. No matter how powerful your technique may be, my illusion still holds the advantage in terms of time. Itachi raised his hand, forming a single-handed seal. A crimson moon reappeared in the sky, descending like a stone. A colossal flame erupted, threatening to obliterate both of them in an instant. Yet Yifei laughed heartily. I must admit, the moon reading is indeed an exceptional illusion. However, he leaped back, crossing his index and middle fingers, a ghostly blue flame swirling into existence at his fingertips. This is the Qimen character, Chaotic Gold Strike. Buzz. Itachi was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. The next instant, he found himself in Yifei's position, gazing upwards at the blazing red moon descending upon him. Boom. The ground cracked violently, Itachi and Appo's body torn asunder, gradually vanishing amidst the flames. Ugh! Itachi groaned, collapsing to the ground. He pressed his hand to his mouth as a torrent of blood erupted from within him. Konoha, mighty whirlwind. At that moment, Guy launched a kick, and Kisame used his shark skin to block it, turning to see Itachi already down. Itachi-san, your body. Kisame expressed his deep concern. He had not anticipated that the illusionist Itachi would be bested by this young boy in a mere exchange of gazes. Who on earth was this lad? Breathing deeply, Yifei felt invigorated. My apologies, it appears I have the upper hand this time. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, his plan successfully unfolding. Kisame, how long has it been? Itachi wiped the blood from his lips and inquired hastily. Kisame replied while fending off Guy and Appo's assault. I've been entangled with this rare beast for several rounds. It should have been about 7 or 8 minutes. 7 or 8 minutes. Itachi instantly comprehended that this boy was not merely winning through speed within a second, but was employing some kind of technique to reverse the flow of time, rendering it sluggish. Is it that technique known as the chaotic gold strike? Itachi swallowed hard, suddenly intrigued by Yi Fei. Of course, it is not merely that. Even before you ensnared me in your moon reading, I had already set the central palace beneath your feet. Thus, it was not you who cast the moon reading upon me. It was I who enabled you to perform it. Yi Fei stated calmly. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Itachi faintly smiled, his crimson pupils revolving slowly. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply. He had just employed a clever ruse to delay Itachi for about 8 minutes. Now, with just over a minute remaining, he could accomplish his task. Both Itachi and Kisame's psyches were firmly within Yi Fei's grasp. They would undoubtedly devise a way to corner him. And now, the true beginning was upon them. Yi Fei inhaled deeply, executing his gestures. Li character, Crimson Serpent. Serpentine flames surged forth, lunging at Itachi. The next moment, however, Itachi vanished without a trace. The speed was astonishing. Yi Fei quickly turned, raising his hand in defense. Bang! Itachi's kick struck Yi Fei's arm, sending him flying. Fire release. Great fireball. Taking advantage of Yi Fei still being airborne, Itachi unleashed a great fireball. Yi Fei swiftly formed a countering gesture. King character, weak water. A splash of water erupted in the air, and a torrent of water cascaded forth, intercepting the great fireball's assault. Unfold the mysterious gate. Yi Fei noticed the flames were about to extinguish the weak water, and quickly rotated the arrangement. Soon, he found himself in the position of Kin water, allowing the principles of mutual generation and overcoming to take effect. A mere portion of weak water completely submerged the massive fireball Itachi had expelled. Itachi watched in disbelief as his pride, the great fireball, was extinguished by a simple bubble of water. Chapter 34. The Call of All Spirits, Binding Souls and Dispatching Generals. It appears that you are no ordinary specter, Kisame. I intend to take this boy with me. You shall assist me in creating an opportunity. Itachi and Appo's gaze darkened. The hidden leaf must remain under his control to ensure Sasuke and Appo's proper development. The emergence of an unpredictable variable like Yi Fei could jeopardize his meticulously crafted plans. Yet, Yi Fei would not be easily subdued. He swiftly extended his hands, ready to confront any adversary. In that fleeting moment, Yi Fei activated the Eye of Equilibrium, scrutinizing Itachi and Appo's attributes. Target: Uchiha Itachi Comprehensive Strength Rating, S-Class. Kage Level Ninjutsu Value, 2500 Taijutsu Value, 2200 Jinjutsu Value, 3000 Chakra, 800 Vitality, 600 Combat Experience. S-Class. The revelation was startling. Itachi and Appo's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and Jinjutsu all reached the pinnacle of Kage-level prowess, and Yi Fei was undoubtedly no match for him at this moment. Even though he had gained a slight advantage earlier in the Jinjutsu, the danger of death loomed ever closer. Yi Fei, run now? The urgency in Guy's voice was palpable. Yet he remained firmly ensnared by Kisame. Yi Fei cast a quick glance and assessed Kisame's attributes as well. Target: Kisame Hashigaki Comprehensive Strength Rating, A-Class. Kage Level Ninjutsu Value, 1200 Taijutsu Value, 1500 Jinjutsu Value, 500 Chakra, 2700 Vitality, 2000 Combat Experience. A-Class. Compared to Itachi, Kisame was far more manageable. However, his vast chakra reserves were a significant advantage, allowing him to impede opponents relentlessly. It seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable. Time within Yi Fei's mind never ceased, and he needed to endure for just 60 more seconds. He swallowed hard as he observed Itachi forming hand seals, his eyes widening in intensity. The Sharingan morphed into a kaleidoscopic pattern. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, crimson liquid streaming from beneath his lower eyelid. Yi Fei gasped and hastily evaded, but the black flames surged forth with incredible speed, grazing past him, igniting fierce fire upon his shoulder. Amaterasu, how dare you? Yi Fei cursed inwardly, astonished that merely breaking the Tsukuyomi had incited Itachi and Appo's wrath to this extent. Why, for his own sake, did he resort to unleashing Amaterasu? The black flames clung to Yi Fei's shoulder like a viscous substance, incessantly corroding his flesh. The agony was excruciating, akin to a piercing torment. He collapsed to the ground, furrowing his brow. This pain was entirely distinct from that of ordinary flames. Amaterasu and Apos' black fire, said to be conjured from the sun and Apos' surface, generated immense energy under its searing heat. With gritted teeth, Yufei bore through the pain and initiated the Qimen formation. Li character, Crimson Serpent. Boom. Serpentine flame sword. Intertwining with the black fire, only to be devoured by it. The flames were consumed by flames. Hiki. That Itachi trump card, Amaterasu. I have yet to see anyone survive after being struck by it. Kisame proclaimed with delight. Guy, however, was drenched in cold sweat, and amidst the chaos, he steadied himself. Now was the moment to protect those he held dear. He crossed his hands, closed his eyes, and concentrated his energy. This chakra. No, it feels different. Kisame gripped Samahata, sensing something amiss. He felt that Gai's body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The 8th gate of liberation, the 5th gate, the Dumen, open. At this moment, Yifei lay prostrate on the ground, engulfed in the black flames of Amaterasu, the searing pain nearly obliterating his sense of place. Yet a countdown echoed in his mind, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. From the onset of battle, Yifei had employed the wind Qimen to establish a 10-minute timer within his consciousness, akin to an alarm clock. As the final second approached, Yifei's awareness was forcefully yanked back. 1 second. At this moment, Itachi observed Yifei still struggling, his gaze frigid. This was the most potent physical attack his eyes could conjure. Surrender. He sensed that Yufei and Apos' body had been ravaged by Amaterasu and Apos' flames. Moreover, the extreme heat likely melted his internal organs. Yet unbeknownst to him, within Yufei and Apos' mind, the system and Apos' voice incessantly chimed. Ding. The host has gained ninjutsu value 70 through combat experience. Ding. The host has gained taijutsu value 80 through combat experience. Ding. The host has gained jinjutsu value 90 through combat experience. Ding. The host has gained vitality 100 through combat experience. Yifei let out a pained roar. Yet the notification sharpened his clarity. This beating was undeniably worthwhile. Special event task complete. Rewards are being distributed to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Divine skill, binding souls and dispatching generals. Binding souls and dispatching generals, one of the 8 unique techniques, capable of manipulating souls and utilizing their abilities, can also consume souls for minor permanent enhancements. Additionally, it can extract the opponent and Apos' soul amidst the torment. Yifei felt his physical and spiritual essence transcending at this moment. Itachi furrowed his brow, sensing some transformation within the black flames surrounding Yifei. All spirits, heed my command, binding souls and dispatching generals. Yifei gritted his teeth. In this extreme agony, his body felt nearly beyond his control. As he waved his hand, shadows leapt forth from the surrounding forest, one after another, coalescing into dark figures. What is this? Itachi frowned deeply, employing the Sharingan to investigate. To his astonishment, those shadows were indeed in a state of soul. One after another, these black souls converged upon Yufei, and then they erupted. Yufei bellowed as he sprang to his feet. The black flames of Amaterasu were entirely consumed by those souls, vanishing into nothingness. At that moment, Yufei and Apos' garments lay in tatters, revealing a robust and flawless physique. His eyes radiated a deep, obsidian glow. Although they emitted a shadowy shimmer, they were blinding. Who are you? Itachi frowned, a jolt of shock coursing through him. In an instant, he sensed that Yufei's chakra had transformed entirely. Yifei began to move, his gaze fixed upon Itachi, as he spoke with an air of unparalleled authority. You, a mere child of the Uchiha clan, a descendant of Sin. I, as the god of the forest, never anticipated the opportunity to manifest in physical form. The grievances I have borne for years shall finally be avenged today. With a swift motion, he transformed into a shadow, dashing forward with remarkable speed. Itachi barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, Yifei stood before him. So fast, Itachi marveled, immediately forming a one-handed seal, his fiery red chakra materializing. Susanoo. The strange voice guiding Yi Fei's movements allowed him to maneuver effortlessly. Buzz. Itachi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, only to be met with Yi Fei's powerful punch, striking him squarely on the jaw. Wah! Itachi was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, drenched in crimson. Chapter 35. Mortal Flesh, Divine Spirit. How intriguing. What sorcery does this young man possess? An even brighter glint ignited in Yi Fei and Appo's gaze. His lips remained sealed, yet an eerie voice resonated around him. The Uchiha clan, born of a wicked lineage, your origin does not belong to this realm. But are you not the most untainted of the Tsutsuki? As he listened to this strange voice, Itachi furrowed his brow. He noticed that Kisame and Guy were still embroiled in a fierce battle, and this voice seemed to be audible only to him. Who are you? Itachi pondered, intrigued. He had no intention of slaying Yi Fei. Rather, he found himself deeply fascinated by this individual. Could it be that his pressure inadvertently awakened the other's potential? However, the chakra emanating from the figure before him felt peculiar. Since childhood, Itachi had mastered Genjutsu with remarkable precision, and his corresponding sensitivity to chakra was unparalleled among his peers. He was certain that the person before him was not Yi Fei. Moreover, he sensed that this being was not even human. From the glint in your eyes, it appears your nature is not malevolent, yet you are deeply entrenched in sinister thoughts. Yi Fei shook his head, his eyes narrowing suddenly. Regardless, I intend to eliminate you here to mitigate the potential harm you may inflict upon this world. With that, Yi Fei raised his hand, aiming it at Itachi. Itachi froze, hastily forming hand seals, his Sharingan spinning. Yet in that fleeting moment, he felt his entire body rendered immobile, unable to even gather chakra. Buzz. The haunting memories of the night his clan was slaughtered surged into Itachi's mind, the blood-soaked imagery piercing his heart. Is this my technique? You have appropriated my Tsukuyami. Itachi frowned, glaring fiercely at Yi Fei. Ah, Tsukuyami? You and I are worlds apart, mortal. Yi Fei lifted his head, his eyes shrouded in darkness, gleaming with mockery. This is your fleeting illusion. Indeed, you are about to perish. Itachi furrowed his brow, on the verge of speaking, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ugh! He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, the crimson fluid gradually turning black. This is undoubtedly the power of a deity. The force controlling Yi Fei's body is certainly not that of a mere mortal. Itachi was convinced. Is the power within me rebelling against myself? To reach this extent without even using chakra, Itachi could no longer endure the pain, kneeling on one knee. What is your purpose in this world? Itachi gritted his teeth, realizing he could barely support his body, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Yi Fei's form was completely enveloped by the black mist. Within it, countless distant voices of wails and cries seemed to resonate, and Itachi murmured through clenched teeth, growing weaker by the moment. Is this where my journey ends? Sasuke. Itachi and Appo's heart brimmed with an unwillingness to succumb. He had so many unfulfilled wishes, countless tasks left undone, and missions yet to complete. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through. What? Ah! Boom! With a roar from Yi Fei, the black mist enveloping his body ignited in flames, the inferno surging. Yet these flames bore no physical form, consuming the black soul enveloping Yi Fei, distorting the surrounding space. This boy, oblivious to his impending doom. That resonant voice seemed to rage. However, as the black soul gradually dissipated, the dark gleam in Yi Fei and Appo's eyes also began to fade, and he opened his eyes wide. Am I saved? Itachi was taken aback, immediately rising to his feet and retreating several steps. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes, his heart racing. He had just danced with death. What nonsensical entity seeks to usurp my bodily autonomy? Begone! Yi Fei muttered under his breath. Host has reclaimed bodily autonomy. System is rebooting. Moments ago, he had plunged into a void where nothing could be heard, seen, or felt. Even the system had indicated he had lost control of his body, rendering it dormant. Yi Fei quickly recalled that he must have activated the divine skill, spirit binding and commanding, one of the 8 wonders, even at its most rudimentary level. It wielded earth-shattering power. This deduction suggested that while seizing the wild souls around him, he had inadvertently absorbed something formidable, regardless of what that formidable being was. Yifei had no intention of relinquishing control of his own body. What transpired just now? Are you attempting to flee, Itachi? As Yifei regained control of his body, he was exhilarated. Yet before him, Itachi seemed devoid of fighting spirit. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Whoa. Flames soared, casting Kisame into a corner, his body marred by wounds. Meanwhile, Guy erupted in a green steam, rapidly closing in on Yifei. Are you all right? Yifei. It is time for your teacher to protect you. Itachi, you shall meet your end. Guy positioned himself in front of Yifei, who remained silent. Merely standing at the precipice of the 8 gates, Yifei could feel an immense pressure. Upon employing the balancing eye, Yifei discovered that Guy and Appo's taijutsu value had soared to an astounding 3,000. This was already at the level of a tailed beast. No wonder Kisame had been kicked away. It seemed an arduous battle was unavoidable, even if Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had fled. It was unlikely that they could escape the treasures and elite of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kisame, grinning with blood at the corner of his mouth, clasped his hands together, preparing to form seals. However, Itachi interjected, Kisame, we must leave. This place is no longer suitable for us. Itachi eyed Yifei warily, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his gaze. Had it not been for Yifei and Appo's mercy today, he might have perished. TCH. Kisame, filled with frustration, could only comply. Yet he couldn't fathom why Itachi would fear a mere 8 gates user. What threat could a mere Nin pose? The two swiftly departed, and Guy abandoned the pursuit. Having completed his mission, Yifei had no intention of continuing the chase, feeling fortunate merely to have survived his encounter with Itachi. Mission accomplished. Now, I shall take Sasuke away. How vexing. I am utterly exhausted, Guy muttered to himself, carrying the unconscious Sasuke on his back. Lamenting, after finally opening the 6th gate, I did not get to showcase my prowess to Yifei. Yifei, do not abandon me as your teacher. Rest assured, I will not forsake you. Yifei sighed, feeling that Guy was somewhat unreliable. Well then, Yifei, the hour grows late. Let us rest in this small town for the time being. Jiraiya sighed, reflecting on the tumultuous events, lamenting Yifei's remarkable fortune. After clashing with those two from the Akatsuki, he had emerged unscathed. Naruto, grinning, patted Yifei on the shoulder, saying, Yifei, it seems we are inseparable now. Do not let me down. Hey. Yifei smiled faintly, about to respond when he found himself unable to utter a word. Naruto turned and walked away, leaving only his silhouette. What is happening? As Yifei pondered in confusion, the ground suddenly unfolded a vast array. This is not the Qimen setup. Memories of that peculiar voice he had heard earlier surged back into his mind. Yifei, I am a deity. Chapter 36, Forge the Covenant. Descendant of the Divine. Divinity? What is that? Yifei inquired, only to be immediately drawn into an abyssal vortex. Where am I? Yifei distinctly sensed that this place was neither of the corporeal realm nor the realm of spirit. You are quite perceptive, young one. This is the domain of the divine, akin to a sanctified land. A voice resonated slowly. What are you? Yifei exclaimed, taken aback, as he instinctively stepped back. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the picturesque landscape, complete with melodious birdsong. This place was reminiscent of the legendary paradise. However, the voice it sounded like that of an old man, and one with a voice modulator at that. It's only natural for me to be perceived as an elder. But what do you mean by a voice modulator? The voice continued. Yifei froze, astonished. You know what I am thinking? Indeed. Did I not just inform you? I am a divine being, and in this unique realm, I can capture any thought that crosses your mind. Rest assured, I have learned much of your languages through your body, though I am yet to master them. After a moment of hesitation, the voice resumed. So that is what a voice modulator is. Do humans not possess wholly natural melodies? You need not concern yourself with that. Yifei silently retorted. He exhaled, contemplating before asking. First, I must ascertain, when I converse with you, is the reality paused? Not at all. In fact, time flows faster in the real world, the voice replied. What? Yifei was utterly astonished, suddenly recalling that he was still in the midst of his journey with Naruto and Jiraiya. 3 of them embarking on a path of training. However, the training was merely a guise to locate Tsunade and coax her back to assume the mantle of Hokage. Fear not, I have already taken care of your concerns. While I drew your spirit into this realm, I can freely manipulate your body. The voice was peculiar. Yet after a while, Yufei found himself growing accustomed to it. What do you mean? Yufei frowned, struggling to comprehend. It's difficult to explain. You should return and observe for yourself. With that statement, Yufei suddenly felt a buzzing in his mind. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a hotel room. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, accompanied by that strange voice. During the previous interval, I operated your body, deceiving those 2 simple-minded fellows, and confined you within this hotel. They merely believe you are engaged in training behind the closed door. So that's how it is. This method is quite convenient, Yifei murmured, nodding. In an instant, another wave of buzzing filled his head. Hey, why are you more domineering than my system? Yifei thought indignantly. Despite facing a divine being, the ability to manipulate his spirit was hard to accept. Rest assured, this is merely because your spirit is currently relaxed. If you were to muster some willpower, I would immediately yield control to you. A mere mortal managing to dominate a being of the forest god cough. Cough, but this was my own choice. The voice of the forest god strangely grew notably younger. Yifei swallowed hard, pondering, though you claim to be the forest god. I must inquire, where is your physical form? I have no idea where to direct my conversation. He scanned the surroundings, despite the enchanting scenery. He observed there were no living creatures to be found. The only dynamic entity was a waterfall cascading from the mountainside, its sight refreshing from afar. Then suddenly, a creaking sound interrupted the silence, startling Yifei as he witnessed a sapling bending, its roots seemingly coming alive and rising. Then I shall converse with you through this vessel. Divine beings lack a physical form, or rather, my form is an existence that transcends your understanding of dimensions. Thus, I can only utilize the embodiment of this world to make my presence known. The sapling spoke, sprouting a mouth and a single eye. Bizarre, even with his system activated. Yifei found the scene to be utterly surreal. Cough, cough, let me gather myself. So, you claim to be the forest god. Does that mean you were absorbed into my body when I employed the summoning technique? And you mentioned this was your own choice. You do not intend to linger within my body indefinitely, do you? Yifei exclaimed, suddenly agitated. He was the chosen one with a system destined to dominate the ninja realm with the 8 wonders techniques. How could he be subjugated by a mere divine being? Yet the forest god merely scoffed. Young man, I can see in your eyes your intense yearning for power. Since that is the case, why not take a look at this? As the words left his lips, a surge of memories surged into Yifei's consciousness. He vividly recalled the battle between the forest god and Itachi during his unconsciousness. Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Within just 3 moves, the forest god had nearly defeated Itachi, almost taking his life. Truly, a divine being. His perspective shifted. Possessing such formidable power within him meant he could become akin to a Jinchuriki. The forest god cleared his throat, explaining in essence. Your absorption of me was a serendipitous occurrence, yet this fortuitous event led me to choose to accompany you. I never anticipated that a youth of your age could wield such power. It is a first for me in many years. Yifei understood that the forest god referred to the summoning technique. While it lacked combat prowess, it could effortlessly capture souls, even those of divine beings. Logically speaking, divine souls were not meant to be captured. Yet the long lonesome forest god had never been acknowledged by anyone, and in moments of boredom, had vacated his soul. This fortuitous event led to their current circumstance. I comprehend your intent. You can lend me your power when I require it. However, what do you seek in return? This is a transaction, is it not? Yifei was no fool. Even an ordinary person would not engage in a losing deal, let alone a divine entity. I want you to aid me in repelling external threats, the forest god stated calmly. Repel external threats? What do you mean? Yifei furrowed his brow, pondering if it could be related to Otsutsuki. The image of Otsutsuki flickered in his mind, prompting the forest god to assert precisely what you are currently contemplating. The divine beings of this world have suffered immensely. Some matters are imperative. Yifei swallowed hard, astounded that divine beings still existed in this world, and furthermore, they were aware of Otsutsuki and Appos, scheme to conquer it. How can I assist you? Yu Fei inquired. I require you to forge a covenant with me. For you are a descendant of the divine, proclaimed the forest god. Upon finishing his words, the sapling suddenly leaped into the air, dissipating into the atmosphere. It transformed into a myriad of starlight, coalescing into a grand formation encircling Yi Fei. Under the powerful luminescent array, Yi Fei recognized the formation beneath his feet. It was not a Bagua formation, but rather a mysterious totem composed of strange characters. Soon, a surge of energy erupted, causing Yi Fei to feel as though he had ascended to the clouds, followed by a cracking sensation within his memories. Descendant of the divine? Millions of years ago, I seem to recall witnessing that ravaged land. Chapter 37. Spiritual Energy, Spiritual Realm. Yi Fei felt himself plummeting downwards, as if everything before him had become an illusion. He could scarcely discern whether his eyes were open or closed. Soon, a peculiar sound reached his ears. Crack, crack, crack. Upon regaining his senses, Yi Fei found himself thousands of meters above the ground, gazing down at a landscape engulfed in flames of war. Countless fragmented images flashed through his mind, and an unbearable pain surged in his chest, preventing him from reflecting upon those memories until they flickered away into oblivion. Layer upon layer of scenes unfolded, endlessly, until the wail of an infant pierced the air. Send this child to the hidden leaf village. Only there can he survive. A young man in Appo's voice echoed, followed by a swift sound as if he had vanished. Are these my memories? Yi Fei pondered with a hint of confusion, and when he regained full awareness, he found himself lying on a bed in a hotel. The sky had darkened. It was the dead of night. Goodness, had only an hour passed while half a day had slipped away in the real world? That place, was it not the spiritual realm? Yi Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed. That is the spiritual realm. The more spiritual energy it contains, the faster its flow. My current realm is rather barren, approximately 7 times the speed of the real world. The voice of the forest god resonated. How can you speak so freely? I can't be completely under your control. Yi Fei exclaimed, astonished. The forest god sighed. If it were possible, I would wish for it as well. Now you may attempt to regulate how I utilize your body. Regardless, we have forged a pact. You are now truly a descendant of the gods. Yi Fei closed his eyes, striving to grasp everything. So, that was a glimpse of all my past lives. He swallowed hard. Curious about the experiences this body had undergone in previous lives, yet his mind drew a blank. However, this spiritual realm was nothing like he had imagined. Such a rapid flow rendered it devoid of meaning. If the flow were slower than the real world, it might have served as a training ground. Yi Fei murmured to himself, contemplating why his ability to traverse worlds differed from others. This is utterly unconventional. Youth. Have you not heard the saying that a day in the heavens is equivalent to a year on earth? When spiritual energy accumulates to a certain degree, it can transform into celestial energy. In a sense, the ultimate form of the spiritual realm is the celestial realm. This assertion left Yi Fei momentarily speechless, imbuing the concept with an air of sophistication. In that moment, he finally understood that the forest god was a deity of this world, possessing his own spiritual realm, which ultimately corresponded to the celestial realm. The celestial realm likely existed as an entity in another dimension. Did this world harbor other deities? Certainly. The Grim Reaper from the Appo's corpse demon sealing technique and Appo's, and the evil god from the evil god cult are deities, albeit those two are nothing more than troublesome miscreants, ordinary beings. The forest god remarked disdainfully. Yi Fei frowned, retorting, Your tone is quite bold. I sense your abilities are inferior to those two. As an incarnation of the earth and Appo's power, I am the essence of the forest's vitality, my strength capable of shaking the entire continent. However, this world is in an era of dwindling spiritual energy, and my power has waned considerably due to its scarcity. The forest god's voice conveyed exhaustion. Yi Fei nodded thoughtfully, speculating that the legendary 3 great lands likely possessed abundant spiritual energy. Or perhaps the so-called spiritual energy was akin to natural energy, a vital source for celestial techniques and chakra? Yet, Yi Fei hesitated to assert his conclusions. So, how can I assist you in restoring your strength? He exhaled, inquiring. Why do you ask such a question? The forest god exhibited interest. Yi Fei furrowed his brow and explained earnestly. since you wish for my aid in repelling external threats. It cannot merely be a matter of valuing my strength. It must be something you cannot accomplish alone, seeking my assistance. Moreover, as you claim to be powerful, my primary task should be to help you regain your strength. Am I correct? In truth, Yifei harbored a small ulterior motive. Having signed that pact meant that as the forest god grew stronger, he too would become more formidable. From now on, he possessed two formidable trump cards, the system to endure blows and enhance strength, and the forest god to intervene at critical moments, returning the favor of any attacks received. Your mind is quite sharp, so I shall not hold back. This world possesses creatures known as tailed beasts. You must have heard of them? The forest god sneered coldly. Yifei nearly choked on his drink. You old coot, are you suggesting I capture a tailed beast for you? I'll use my head to do that, Yifei exclaimed angrily. The oppressive aura of Shikaku he had encountered lingered in his mind. It was a far more terrifying presence than Itachi or Orochimaru. The forest god chuckled. Do not be so agitated. The tailed beasts are, after all, products of this world, though the chakra they possess is not theirs. I only require a portion of their chakra. You merely need to locate them, and I shall handle the rest. As he spoke, Yifei suddenly felt darkness envelop him. Perhaps he had not rested for too long and was fatigued. All right, he drowsily agreed, succumbing to slumber. Time passed, and when Yifei awoke, the night remained shrouded in darkness. Had dawn not yet arrived? Yet he felt as though he had slept for ages. Yifei sprang up, wondering if this was the power of the forest god within him. Then, the voice of the forest god resonated slowly. You are rather naive. You did not suppress my consciousness while sleeping, which is immensely draining. In other words, while sustaining my spiritual form, you bore an immense weight, sleeping in such a state. How long did I sleep? 3 days and nights, the forest god replied. Oh. Yifei grew anxious and immediately focused, concentrating his consciousness. Buzz. By suppressing the forest god and Appo's awareness, he regained complete control over his body. A day and a night had passed. Had Jiraiya and Naruto already set out for some time? They might have found Tsunade by now. Upon rising, Yifei discovered a note slipped beneath the door. Yifei, the perverted sage, is teaching me new ninjutsu. You rest here well. Once I've mastered it, I'll come challenge you. Our destination seems to be the short book street. Come find us when you awaken. Naruto. New ninjutsu? It must be the Rasengan, as Jiraiya was a disciple of Minato. It seemed he still hoped to pass this technique down to the son of its creator. Yifei sighed in relief. With Orochimaru dead, persuading Tsunade should pose little difficulty. However, just as he relaxed, a cry for help echoed from downstairs. Don't kill me. Immediately, a wave of intense killing intent surged forth, causing Yifei to frown. Besides chakra, another form of natural energy radiated from his body, which was likely the spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the forest god. Spiritual energy allowed Yifei to sense malice with astonishing swiftness, particularly this overwhelming killing intent, seemingly directed at him. At that moment, something was approaching rapidly. Yifei leaped into action, and the door before him shattered. Chapter 38. The Great Serpent and the Battle of Twin Serpents. How perilous! Yifei retreated to the window, peering into the room. Before him were several snakeheads, as thick as arms, gnawing at the door. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these snake-headed appendages belonged to Kabuto. Kabuto? How have you become this way? How revolting! Yifei frowned, wondering if his defeat of Orochimaru had compelled Kabuto to undertake such a perilous experiment prematurely. Thank you, Yifei. Kabuto chuckled sinisterly. Thanks to you, I am now one with Lord Orochimaru. I can finally become a vessel for reincarnation. A wicked smile spread across his face, and the shadow around his eyes momentarily reminded Yifei of Orochimaru himself. The grotesque essence of Orochimaru was unforgettable after their previous encounter, leaving an unsettling feeling that lingered. You've been under Orochimaru's mental control for so long. I have liberated you from that bondage. Are you questioning whether your mind is muddled? Yifei felt a wave of nausea, as Kabuto and Appo's serpentine transformation was even more grotesque than he had anticipated. That is why I must express my gratitude, Yifei. Without you, I would never have discovered the latent potential within me. Serpent of the Shadow. Kabuto stepped forward, extending his serpent-like hand, and the snakeheads lunged toward Yifei. Wind release, gale bind. Yifei raised a hand, and several whirlwinds erupted, weaving a net that ensnared the snake appendages. Halting Kabuto and Amp, Oppos, S advance. The bizarre techniques of fire, water, and wind release, combined with his impeccable taijutsu and remarkable talent in genjutsu, had easily unraveled even Uchiha Itachi and Amp, Oppos, S Tsukuyami. Yifei. Kabuto's eyes burned with fervor, resembling a madman. If Orochimaru were to return, his first thought would be to claim you as his vessel. You should feel fortunate. Kabuto's mouth twisted into a grin that resembled both maniacal laughter and profound sorrow. Yifei sighed. You must be insane. Do you genuinely wish to resurrect Orochimaru? Indeed. One day, Lord Orochimaru will revive through my body, but before that, I have come to thank you for allowing me to become a better version of myself. Summoning technique. Rashomon. Get lost. Yifei cursed, quickly retreating. Above him, a colossal gate erupted, obliterating the entire inn into ruins. As he landed, Yifei squinted. Kabuto had already approached him closely. I won't grant you the opportunity to unleash that bizarre technique. This time, I shall completely devour you. Kabuto grinned wickedly. Yifei frowned. Unable to discern whether Kabuto was still Kabuto or had become Orochimaru. Were you not here to express gratitude? Is this how you show appreciation? Yifei grumbled. Kabuto spread his arms, explaining, Please, do not misunderstand, Yifei. I do not believe your path is the correct one. With your talent, if you were to join forces with me, we could conquer the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave? Have you discovered its location? Yifei inquired, intrigued by the legendary sanctum of the three great sages. If he could obtain sage chakra, it might aid the deity within him. Yet Kabuto grinned widely, declaring, When I speak of joining forces, I mean lending me your body. With a perfect vessel like you, I shall astonish Lord Orochimaru. Insane. Yifei spat, feeling disgust for this fervent follower of Orochimaru. I have balance. Yifei surveyed Kabuto's attributes. Target, Kabuto Yakushi overall strength rating, S-Class. Near shadow level ninjutsu value, 644 taijutsu value, 748 jinjutsu value, 810 chakra, 800 vitality, 860 combat experience. B-Class. This value was comparable to Kakashi's, and Yifei realized he could not guarantee victory against him. Did he need to summon the deity? No, that would deplete his energy. The last battle against Itachi had left him in a deep slumber for 3 days. Ninjutsu, Twin Serpents Clash. Come, Yifei, merge with me. Yifei was taken aback, feeling an immense chakra burst forth from within him. Swish. His body was ensnared by Kabuto's serpent hands. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Yifei questioned, frowning. Kabuto laughed coldly. I didn't expect you to know so much, Yifei. Indeed. This Twin Serpents Clash is an S-Class forbidden technique developed by Lord Orochimaru, but I've optimized it slightly. Therefore, neither of us will perish, but your body will merge with mine. A small serpent slithered into Yifei's abdomen, and Kabuto erupted in maniacal laughter. From this moment on, you belong to me. Yifei. Ha 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 ha. As he reveled in his triumph, Kabuto suddenly froze, sensing a chaotic flow of chakra within himself. What is this? Jinjutsu? Release. He hastily formed seals to dispel the jinjutsu that had taken hold of him. Meanwhile, Yifei stood not far away, and before them lay a peculiar hexagonal formation on the grass, spanning 6 or 7 meters. Damn, when did this happen? Kabuto gritted his teeth. It seemed Yifei had activated the formation the moment he landed. Furthermore, as a chunin, Yifei had somehow managed to outmatch him in genjutsu, an astonishing feat. TSK. This technique is indeed troublesome. Within this formation, I will be at a disadvantage, correct? Then I simply need to exert my full strength to overpower you. Kabuto stated. You seem to have done your homework. Yifei replied coldly. In his eyes, Kabuto was beyond saving, and it would be better to end this here. Ah, Kabuto roared, launching an assault. Yifei formed seals with one hand, fixing his gaze. Kabuto enveloped his arm with powerful chakra, determined to succeed. However, in that instant, his mind was suddenly engulfed in a buzzing sound. Disorderly golden strike. Yifei narrowed his eyes, swiftly appearing behind Kabuto and delivering a strike. Wing Chun. First form. Bang. This punch shattered Kabuto and Oppo's spine, sending him flying several meters away. As Kabuto landed, His shattered spine rendered him incapable of rising. Yi Fei remarked indifferently, "You should be thankful that my mastery of Wing Chun is not yet proficient enough, or the next move would have killed you." He raised his hand, preparing to continue his assault, but in the next moment, boom, a cloud of smoke erupted not far ahead. "After all these years with Orochimaru, what have you learned?" "Only how to escape," Yi Fei commented blandly. Then he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, unable to suppress himself as he knelt. Cold sweat dripped from him as Yi Fei formed a single-hand seal. Shock, 5 labors, and 6 extremities. His hand gestures shifted continuously, unleashing a peculiar energy that expelled a mass of black mist from within him. As the black mist dissipated, Yi Fei murmured to himself, "Is this the side effect of the disorderly golden strike?" At that moment, beads of sweat covered Yi Fei's forehead. Chapter 39, Side Effects, Dilemma. Hiss. Yi Fei gritted his teeth. The pain in his lungs gradually registered in his nerves. It was only then he realized that the chaotic Jin Tua, as a time-based technique, had disordered his own nerves amidst the repeated overlaps of time and space. Regardless, I must first find a place to rest. As Yi Fei turned around, he was confronted by the ruins of a once-standing building. The impulsive Do had killed the innkeeper, shattering the temporary tranquility of this place. The fights among ninjas were already cruel. The wars were beyond imagination. In this moment, Yi Fei finally comprehended the meaning behind the so-called Hokage mentality within the will of fire. In such chaotic times, where self-preservation was a struggle, how could one afford to consider others? If that were the case, one could indeed be deemed a sage. Merely pondering this, the visage of Naruto surfaced in Yi Fei and Appo's mind. This foolish boy, as the reincarnation of Ashura, perhaps held a semblance of truth. Since there were already sages in this world, Yi Fei dismissed further thoughts and turned back, venturing deeper into the forest. There were countless sages. Yet he sought not to be one. He desired to be the shadow behind the flames. Ninjas, shadows, were not sustained merely by an overflow of sympathy. Yi Fei found a suitable spot to rest, and before long, dawn began to break. He deduced that Jiraiya and Naruto were likely nearing Tsunade, pondering whether he could forego joining them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a terrifying logic struck him. Do, in his fervor to resurrect Orochimaru, might very well seek out Tsunade. Yi Fei furrowed his brow. This detour was now unavoidable. Rising to his feet, he clenched his teeth. For some reason, beads of sweat continued to form on his forehead. His body felt utterly drained. What is happening to me? In that fleeting moment of disarray, the consciousness of the forest god emerged in his mind. Young man, it seems you have made an erroneous choice. Do you know what has become of my body? Yi Fei inquired. This ancient deity had lived for tens of thousands of years, naturally instilling a sense of reverence within Yi Fei. Though my perception may be imprecise, I fear I have reached a conclusion. The technique you call chaotic Jin Tua should not be employed frequently. The forest god and Appo's warning took Yi Fei by surprise. So it was indeed the side effects of Jin Tua? Yet, this side effect was overwhelming. After resting for a while, it had rendered him nearly immobile. This technique forcibly alters your physical structure. Prolonged use could lead to an incurable illness. I will aid you in healing this time, but you will be unable to awaken me for a considerable period. The forest god's words echoed in Yi Fei's mind. Buzz. A warm current suddenly coursed through Yi Fei's body, gradually spreading throughout. Then, taking a deep breath, he felt his mind become extraordinarily clear. How extraordinary! Yi Fei marveled. He was unsure what the forest god had done, but a breath of vitality blossomed within him, and all his symptoms vanished as if his body had been purified. Old man? Yi Fei called out internally, receiving no reply. He sighed with relief, resolving to exercise caution with Jin Tua henceforth, lest he succumb to a terminal illness. Although the system could ensure his survival in battle, it made no promises for recovery. Should he suffer an incurable ailment like Itachi, his combat effectiveness would plummet. Eye of balance. Yi Fei's heart sank, and his eyes sparkled with endless brilliance. Host. Yi Fei overall strength rating. C-Class Jonin Ninjutsu value. 328 Taijutsu value. 386 Jinjutsu value. 888 Chakra. 625 Vitality. 370 Combat Experience. E-Class C-Class Jonin? Yi Fei felt a weight in his heart. Despite having engaged with top-tier fighters, his actual strength remained at a mere cannon fodder level. His two most vital means of survival were chaotic Jin Tua and the soul of the forest god. Jin Tua brought adverse effects to his body, while the forest god had entered a dormant state to heal him. Yi Fei found himself in turmoil. After much contemplation, he decided that the most crucial thing now was to hone his strength. Instead of taking risks, it would be wiser to indulge a little and find Ino to play some games designed for boys and girls. Just as he contemplated this, the system's crisp voice chimed in. Beep. Host detected a desire to slack off. Issuing side mission. Assist Jiraiya in locating Tsunade. Mission success reward. Vitality increase of 500. What the? You truly know how to seize the moment. Yu Fei and Amp. Oppos. As heart raced. He despised having his plans disrupted. Moreover, the system shamelessly tapped into his inner turmoil, offering a reward of the very vitality he currently needed most. Yi Fei was simply terrified of death. Since you are so ruthlessly placing me in a dilemma, I shall unhesitatingly accept your mission. With a muffled grunt, Yi Fei dashed off in a designated direction. In a certain forest, Jiraiya was instructing Naruto on the Rasengan. Speed, stability, continuity. Only by mastering these elements can one unleash the true power of this technique. Whoosh! Jiraiya propelled the Rasengan in his hand, and a sturdy tree trunk fell before him. Wow! Impressive! Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Suddenly, a figure descended, startling Naruto. Yi Fei, what are you doing here? Yi Fei shrugged indifferently. I and Amp, Oppos, V been waiting for you for quite some time. When shall we seek out Tsunade? Oh. You actually know Tsunade? Quite impressive, Yi Fei. Jiraiya remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Moreover, Yi Fei had concealed his presence remarkably well. Jiraiya had not noticed when he had perched upon the branches above them. Oh, well, it was Kakashi-sensei who told me, Yi Fei replied with a sheepish smile. Then, while you accompany Naruto in practicing the Rasengan, I shall go find Tsunade. With that, Jiraiya vanished with a poof. What? What does that lecherous sage mean? Is this legendary big catch so important that he uses a shadow clone to practice with me? Naruto pouted, displaying a petulant demeanor. Yi Fei chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Well then, I shall also pay a visit. You keep practicing, and good luck what? You're going to. This is outrageous, Yi Fei. Naruto protested, indignant. Yet, Yi Fei nimbly leaped away, cheerfully reminding him, the Rasengan is such a simple technique. I'm sure you'll master it in no time. Simple? That lecherous sage can balance it with one hand. I can't even manage it with both. Naruto wailed in frustration. Observing Naruto's plight, Yi Fei fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a smirk crossed his face as he raised an eyebrow. Since 2 hands are in and Oppos, enough, why not use 3? As long as you have enough hands. Even if you create 2 Rasengans, you can manage. Hey, Naruto squinted, retorting, Yi Fei, it and Oppos, it's easy for you to say that while standing. Where am I supposed to get so many hands? Yi Fei tilted his head, casually suggesting, think about it. What technique are you most proficient at? With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Chapter 40. The young man, ruthless in his methods. How could Yi Fei be like this? Truly unbelievable. Naruto crossed his arms, displaying an air of arrogance. He soon deflated, spreading his hands to observe the myriad of injuries adorning them, pouting in dismay. He had proclaimed his mastery of the technique. Yet in truth, he had never excelled at any. Yi Fei was undoubtedly aware of this. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Muttering to himself, Yi Fei has been acting strangely lately. Why is he so indifferent towards me? He even resorts to using shadow clones to brush me off. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in Naruto and Amp, Oppos, eyes. Shadow clones? Indeed, was not the technique he excelled in the multiple shadow clone technique? Yi Fei, you truly are a genius. Excitement surged through Naruto as he yearned to try it out. In the bustling short book street, a small establishment filled with a disheveled man sitting cross-legged. Surrounded by dice and gaming paraphernalia, welcomed visitors. Welcome to the most seasoned little casino on Shortbook Street. What can I assist you with? The proprietor, a shrewd man with a mole at the corner of his mouth, wore a mocking smile. Jiraiya politely inquired, Hello, I seek information about an individual. a woman in her 20s with beige hair, and notably. He chuckled, his cheeks flushing slightly. Oh, you mean the plump sheep? She owes our boss quite a sum. I know where she headed, but... The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. You must gamble with me first. If you win, I tell you her whereabouts. If you lose, you owe me 5,000 Rio. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya sighed. Very well, I shall gamble with you. Great. I will roll the dice. A high roll means I win. A low roll means you win. What do you say? The middle-aged man grasped the dice canister and shook it vigorously. The dice clattered within as Jiraiya listened intently, his expression tense. All right. Jiraiya licked his lips, and the onlookers gathered, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Just then, Yifei approached casually, stating, I already examined several of these dice canisters in your backyard. You will surely roll high. With such deceit, this little casino won and oppose. Tea last long. Jiraiya was taken aback. How did you follow me, Yifei? Yifei shrugged, coolly retorting. You were too careless. Being duped here could cost us time. Tsunade might depart before we realize it. Jiraiya fell silent, acutely aware of Yifei and Appo's truth. Yet, the world harbors more villains than heroes. Many assume they are clever. As the saying goes, the thriving world is driven by profit. To engage in mind games with such individuals could lead to greater trouble. He sighed, fearing Yifei might be ensnared by the middle-aged man. Ridiculous. You were slandering me. Just because you are a ninja, don't think you can act with impunity. The middle-aged man slammed the dice down, seething. I shall report you to the daimyo for punishment. Jiraiya sensed impending trouble. This man was clearly a seasoned trickster, and Yifei would struggle against him. Just as he prepared to speak, Yifei raised a hand to stop him. A ninja from Konoha? Ah, I have long tired of the ninja title. Am I still a Konoha ninja? What proof do you have? He arched an eyebrow, exuding an intimidating presence. The middle-aged man stepped back, swallowing hard. You little brat. Quite cunning. But I see you are merely a nin. Do not be arrogant. Men. At his command, several men clad in tight clothing emerged, each wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of menace. Heh, my men were once genin from Awagakure. Are you afraid of this little brat? At that moment, Yifei could no longer contain himself. His gaze sharpened. Wind style, wind rope. With a swift gesture, ropes made of swirling winds ensnared the men in sunglasses. They were lifted into the air by the wind ropes. Wind style, solid air. Yifei smirked coldly. I neither use chakra nor hand signs. What grounds do you have to claim I am a ninja? The middle-aged man and Appo's eyes widened in panic as he stumbled back. The onlookers stood in shock. Now wary of Yifei, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, initially believing Yifei to be merely a young prodigy, but now he recognized a commanding presence within him. Yifei stepped forward, seizing the middle-aged man's wrist. Release me. You Konoha ninja shall not insult me. The man's bravado faltered, pain radiated from his wrist. Crack. The sound of bone shattering echoed through the air as Yifei crushed his wrist. You run a crooked casino. This hand is the price you pay. Your attitude towards me will determine the fate of your other hand. With that, he gestured again, binding the man and Appo's other hand with gusts of wind. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead, his fear eclipsing even the pain. I did cheat. I'm sorry. Please spare me. His voice quivered in desperation. What? Cheating? I shall never return to this casino. Exactly. So disappointing. How could I keep losing? Several disappointed gamblers vacated the establishment. As the patrons departed, Yifei released the man. Please, don't kill me. He could no longer concern himself with losing customers. The youth and Appo's gaze was chillingly cold. Yifei questioned indifferently, where is the person we are searching for? He went south, seemingly in a hurry, as if being pursued. Let us go. With unwavering resolve. Yifei turned and exited the establishment. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of admiration. This young man, Yifei, wielded an unexpectedly ruthless hand. Serpent's hand. Kabuto unleashed a flurry of snake-like hands that lunged towards a young woman, biting her neck. The woman collapsed, unconscious. Tsunade, cradling Shizune, hastily released green chakra to begin her healing. Kabuto sneered, his eyes narrowing like those of a serpent. So, will you accept my proposal to serve Lord Orochimaru? You scoundrel! Did you not claim Orochimaru was dead? Tsunade, now covered in dust, clearly bore the marks of battle with Kabuto. Dead. Lord Orochimaru will never die. He is my faith. Kabuto and Appo's expression darkened. He continued callously, Tsunade, you are one of the legendary Sannin, the greatest medical ninja in history. If you join me, we can surely discover a way to resurrect Lord Orochimaru. And did I not promise you? Once he is revived, your two beloved ones will return. Come. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply, her heart heavy with the weight of a decision. She appeared resolute, rising to her feet. Yet in the next moment, a figure approached swiftly. Thud. Kabuto's eyes widened as one of his arms was severed by a wind blade. Blood splattering. Wind style. Wind cutter. Yifei struck down with an icy glint in his eyes. Chapter 41. A miscalculation, fighting fire with fire. The voice of Jiraiya echoed, causing Tsunade to shudder. Before her eyes, a fierce fireball erupted, instantly reducing Do to a charred blackness. Hiss! Do's entire form slumped like mud, shedding its skin. As the flames dissipated, Jiraiya frowned, pondering if Do had transformed into a creature akin to Orochimaru. Such naivety. Yefei took a few steps back, feeling the searing heat wave before him, and remarked, Lord Jiraiya, are you truly unconcerned about pulling me into your jutsu? Oh, I have complete faith in you. Jiraiya smirked, having always held Yefei in high regard. Tsunade, astonished, exclaimed, Jiraiya? What brings you here? And who is this young man? I am merely an unremarkable chunin of Konoha. That rascal Do has likely fled. But he fell victim to my technique and won't escape far. I shall pursue him now. With that, Yefei leaped away, vanishing from sight. Tsunade stared at the gash on the ground, along with the serpentine skin surrounding it. It must be Orochimaru and Appo's shedding technique, a form of substitution jutsu. No wonder my fireball jutsu, with such an intense heat, couldn't penetrate. Jiraiya analyzed. Tsunade, even at this juncture, why do you seek me? A hint of melancholy lingered in her gaze, glistening with unshed tears yet imbued with resilience. After channeling her green chakra into Shizen, the bleeding from her abdomen gradually ceased. Is this girl a niece of yours? Jiraiya murmured. Tsunade nodded silently. After a moment, she suddenly inquired. That young man's technique was quite impressive. Jiraiya paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Yefei and Appo's exceptional talent astounded me. I wonder where he learned such skills. Could it be some secret technique from the village hidden in the grass? Jiraiya stroked his chin, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback. Yefei? The village hidden in the grass? Is he the orphan saved from the battlefield years ago? Tsunade seemed intimately familiar with Yefei. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya explained, Ahem, what battlefield? It should be more accurate to say the wilderness. Tsunade realized something and ceased her inquiries. She cradled Shizen and prepared to leave. Not long ago, Orochimaru approached me, wishing for my assistance in destroying Konoha. Little did I expect today to involve one of his lackeys. I assumed he had successfully reincarnated. Tsunade stated coolly. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, asking, So, did you agree to his proposal? Such a childish plan. How could I ever agree? I must go to the short book street to ensure Shizen is settled. Once you're finished, come find me. Tsunade replied, heading toward Short Book Street. Jiraiya was left speechless. You ought to assist him, right? A person as discerning as you would never treat that boy as mere cannon fodder. You truly understand me, Jiraiya remarked, before vanishing in a puff. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ground continued to churn with soil. Truly disgusting, like insects. Yefei pursued, noticing Do's escalating speed. He immediately leaped, activating the 8 trigrams formation as he landed. Qimen character, Earth River cart. Boom. The soil beneath coalesced into stone blocks, dragging Do and Appo's entire body forth. Whoosh. Do leaped up, landing on the ground while Yefei stood atop the towering stone, gazing down at Do. At that moment, one of Do's arms was severed, blood flowing profusely. Despite his other hand continuously applying medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding, it proved futile. The wind cutter can sever nearly any tangible weapon in an instant. And I infused it with another chakra, ensuring the wound would not heal for a while. Yefei stated coldly, extending his left hand, palm outward. A vibrant sphere of green chakra began to coalesce above his palm. Do gritted his teeth, barking, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend?" "Naturally, to kill you." Yefei's gaze hardened, resolving that he could not allow a threat to linger. He dashed forward, while Do swiftly leapt aside in evasion. Yefei's reaction was swifter, turning to unleash a green chakra blade from his palm. King character, Poison Blade. The green blade sliced through the air at incredible speed, and Do, unable to evade, suffered a gash on his thigh. Poison. Do cursed inwardly, clutching his wound, only to find it seeping blood incessantly. In that moment, Do finally understood, murmuring, "So that's it, a technique that exacerbates the wound. Not poison, but a uniquely composed chakra." Just now, Yefei's palm empowered by wind release was not merely about speed and force, it also injected a highly concentrated chakra. Now, that chakra incessantly eroded his wound like tiny needles. And even medical ninjutsu could only delay the injury. "With this, your demise is assured, isn't it?" Yefei scoffed, raising his hand once more. Suddenly, his eyes widened, darkness enveloping his vision, and he quickly lost consciousness. When Yefei awoke again, Do's presence had entirely vanished. He rose from the grass, finding Jiraiya seated cross-legged nearby. "Oh, you finally awakened? Let us return. Tsunade awaits us at Shortbook Street." Jiraiya seemed disinterested in pressing questions. Yefei frowned, indignantly asking, "What happened? Why did I faint?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, explaining in a subdued tone, "It was snake venom, Orochimaru's insidious technique, subtly influencing the opponent during battle. Since that boy injected Orochimaru's cells into himself, he likely possesses this capability." "I see." Yefei sighed in relief, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Do. He had the chance to finish him. Suddenly, Jiraiya erupted with anger, grunting, "You reckless child. It seems you seek death." "Huh." Yefei was taken aback. "If I hadn't arrived in time, your life would have been forfeit. You indeed possess some talent, but acting on impulse is a path to demise. The last time you faced a member of the Akatsuki was also due to your disobedience to Guy's orders, was it not?" Jiraiya questioned sternly. Yefei chuckled lightly, waving his hands in a placating manner. "Haha. Now, Lord Jiraiya, there's no need for anger. I'm still alive, aren't I? I understand you are an orphan, with no one concerned for your safety, but now that you've earned my recognition, I must take responsibility for you. In my eyes, you are akin to Naruto," Jiraiya declared solemnly. Thus, such disobedient actions must not occur again. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he headed toward Shortbook Street. Yefei fell silent behind him, a flicker of emotion swelling within his heart. Chapter 42. Fierce Battle, Tsunade's Choice. As a child of war, Yefei faced a rather bleak existence in the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he found companionship in Naruto, both were merely outcasts within their community. This reality weighed heavily on him, and he had gradually acclimated to solitude, devoid of any attachments. Naruto, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was destined to garner attention and recognition from all. In stark contrast, Yefei was merely a descendant of a rival nation, lingering in the shadows. Despite the amicable diplomatic relations between the Grass Village and the Land of Fire, the undeniable truth remained that Yefei was not a native of the Leaf Village. To Yefei and Appo's surprise, Jiraiya expressed genuine concern for his safety, prompting a sigh of relief from him. He resolved to be more cautious and restrained in his actions. As night fell, within a tavern, Tsunade and Jiraiya were engaged in conversation, punctuated by the sounds of Naruto and Tsunade bickering. Yefei paid little attention to these trivialities, instead silently assessing his current abilities. Ding. System task complete. Reward, 500 vitality. Jiraiya's concerns were not unfounded. The Leaf Village had endured the destructive alliance of Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja, leaving it in a state of vulnerability. With one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, safeguarding his endeavors, Yefei understood the rarity of such an opportunity. However, he did not anticipate that he might falter. Despite possessing the protection of the system and the forest god, he realized the necessity of exercising caution in the turbulent ninja world, where treachery lurked at every corner, ready to ensnare the unwary. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, with Naruto even calling out for a Rasengan. Uninterested in the chaos, Yefei made his way to the entrance of the Short Scroll Street. After unleashing his unique abilities, he sensed no trace of Kabuto. Having memorized Kabuto's aura during the earlier skirmish, he vowed to seize the opportunity to confront him when next they crossed paths. Lost in thought, Yufei was abruptly jolted by the scent of alcohol wafting from behind him. Turning, he saw Tsunade, flushed and clutching a bottle, hastily exiting. "Why are you out at this hour instead of resting?" Yufei inquired with a furrowed brow. Tsunade, clearly irked, seemed to have had an unpleasant discussion with Jiraiya. "What business is it of yours, brat? I shall go wherever I please." With hands in his pockets, Yufei coldly replied, "Apologies, but I cannot allow you to leave." Initially, he had no intention of meddling in Tsunade's potential ascension to Hokage, yet Jiraiya's concern for him had spurred Yufei to contemplate the matter. Regardless, he recognized that he could exert some influence over Tsunade's decision. Tsunade, perceiving his determination, smirked, intrigued. "Do you wish to fight me, just like Naruto?" Yufei shook his head, explaining, "I cannot best you. As one of the legendary Sannin, your strength surpasses mine. However, I possess means to ensure you cannot depart until you decide on your succession as Hokage." "Why?" Tsunade queried, unable to fathom Yufei's intentions. "You intend to resurrect Orochimaru, do you not?" Yufei probed. Tsunade froze, caught off guard. Yufei and Appo's confidence surged at having seen through her intentions. "Your hopes may be dashed. Do you comprehend the methods Orochimaru employs for resurrection?" Yufei sighed. Tsunade, however, was not pleased. She retaliated with a punch. Yufei leapt backward, evading her strike. "What do you know, you little brat?" Tsunade seethed, her frustration boiling over at the mention of her lost comrades. The memories of her brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan, who perished in battle, haunted her, leaving an indelible mark of despair. To Yufei, their loss was but one of many sorrows he had encountered. Impure world reincarnation, a technique that sacrifices the living to resurrect the dead. It is a despicable means of exploiting the souls of the deceased to fight for oneself. Yufei gazed at the night sky, pondering, would you wish for those you cherish to return in such a manner? Tsunade fell into contemplation, her expression shifting. After a long pause, her resolve strengthened as she declared, indeed, I cannot bring myself to accept this, even knowing what you mean. I refuse to abandon them. I will kill you here. Charging at Yufei, Tsunade unleashed her fury. Yufei swiftly activated his unique ability. Seismic technique, unmoving as a mountain. He braced himself, feeling Tsunade and Appo's fist collide with his palm. Boom. Yufei and Appo's body held firm, creating a massive barrier that sent Tsunade staggering back. Both retreated several steps, astonished at the other's strength. Yufei's heart raced with shock, despite activating his unique ability. He found himself still suppressed. Tsunade, equally astonished, regarded the young man who had managed to withstand her assault. She had exerted no less than 30% of her strength. Balance I. Target, Tsunade Senju. Overall strength rating, C-Class, Super Shadow level. Ninjutsu value, 900. Taijutsu value, 2500. Jinjutsu value, 700. Chakra, 3300. Vitality, 2000. Combat experience, S-Class. Yufei scanned the data, realizing that Tsunade, compared to the other two Sannin, was not as formidable as he had anticipated. However, her near-beast level Taijutsu, Chakra, and Vitality rendered her an indomitable force. I merely spoke the truth. Why are you so resistant to it? Yufei muttered, feeling the pressure mount. Without the protection of the forest god and unable to employ his ultimate technique, humph. I have not stooped so low as to seek validation by bullying a Chunin. Very well, I shall refrain from directly engaging you, Tsunade proclaimed, forming several hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a massive slug, the size of a small house, slithered toward Yufei. Startled, Yufei recoiled at the sight of the creature and Appo's repulsive slime. Target, split slug body. Overall strength rating, S-Class Jonin. Ninjutsu value, 800. Taijutsu value, 250. Jinjutsu value, 300. Chakra, 750. Vitality, 1500. Combat experience, S-Class. After assessing the data with his balance eye, Yufei felt a wave of dread wash over him. Even this split body possessed the prowess of Gamabunta, making it a formidable opponent for him to handle. However, if he did not eliminate this slug, Tsunade would be unlikely to heed his words. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. The reason these summoning creatures could be called forth was due to the contracts binding them. Such contracts served to weaken and bind souls. And the forest god was currently in a weakened state due to their agreement. In other words, spirit binding technique. Yufei's eyes darkened as a surge of ominous energy erupted from his being. Chapter 43, for the mission, begin to flirt. Suddenly, layers upon layers of dark mist enveloped Yufei and Appo's body, gathering from all directions like countless wailing souls, exuding an aura of terror. Tsunade furrowed her brows and murmured, "What is this?" She sensed that within the depths of the inky blackness, there were numerous entities that would instill fear in any living being. Could it possibly be the legendary Reaper Seal? No, that is implausible. The Reaper Seal is an S-rank forbidden technique, and only a select few elite shinobi could master it. Yifei, as a mere chunin, could not possibly wield such advanced sealing arts. Moreover, the Reaper Seal requires a sacrifice of life to unleash. Surely, Yufei would not be foolish enough to risk his life against a mere slug. Yet, even with such thoughts, a twinge of guilt emerged in Tsunade and Appo's heart. Her hasty decision had evidently placed a heavy burden on this young man. Useless. No matter what techniques you employ, you stand no chance against the slug. Tsunade and Appo's face flushed. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, she was intrigued to witness the current capabilities of Konoha and Appo's chunits. The slug let out a mournful sound, its black aura enveloping its form. And soon Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. His vision became clouded with black mist, and he realized he could perceive numerous ethereal souls around him. This was not a forest, merely a desolate expanse, and the number of detectable souls was scarce. Yifei murmured, "So this is what it feels like to activate the spirit binding technique. It feels as though I can control everything." The last time he activated the spirit binding technique, his consciousness was overtaken by the forest spirit. Now, Yifei could genuinely sense the essence of commanding all spirits. Is it here? Yifei squinted, noticing a spirit circling above the slug. Tsunade's spirit was also within his perception, but as a human, she possessed formidable mental fortitude, effectively imprisoning her spirit. Thus, from Yifei and Appo's perspective, both Tsunade and his own spirit were firmly confined within their bodies. However, as a summoned creature, the slug and Appo's corporeal form was bound by a contract, leaving its spirit exposed. Yifei extended his hand, his gaze intensifying with a surge of dark energy. "Come here, beast." The tone of his command irked the slug, which replied in a gentle yet authoritative manner, "How dare a mere child address me so?" Suddenly, with a swift motion, a tendril of black mist shot from the slug's head into Yifei's body, instantly severing the slug's control over itself. "Do you intend to use this mental attack against me? Foolish child, no matter how small I may be, I will not be defeated by such tricks." Tsunade smirked slightly. Before long, the slug began to writhe, its grotesque maw contracting as if devouring something. This corrosive technique was potent. One hit could be fatal. "Don and Appo's, say I didn't warn you." Tsunade chuckled coldly, preparing Yifei for the impending danger. However, Yifei remained unfazed, standing tall, radiating an aura of dark light. Acidic slime. The slug expelled a jet of green viscous liquid, aimed directly at Tsunade. Tsunade leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Turning back, she discovered that the acidic liquid had consumed a nearby door, reducing its pillars to blackened ruins. Slug. Why? Tsunade realized the slug was serious in its assault. Before she could comprehend, another spray of acidic liquid came hurtling toward her. Boom. After leaping away, she turned to see the two pillars behind her completely eroded, the door collapsing with a resounding crash. "This is unacceptable. It and Appo's has gone too far. Slug, cease this at once." Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, perplexed by the slug and Appo's aggressive behavior. Yet the slug seemed oblivious to her commands, continuing its advance toward her. What trickery is this child employing? How can he control the split form of Lord Slug? Tsunade, growing impatient, began to form hand seals. Summoning technique. Release. Yet moments later, nothing transpired. The slug remained in its summoned state, and Tsunade was bewildered. As the slug approached, Tsunade had no choice but to keep evading. In her frantic flight, the acidic liquid missed its mark, and the slug merely pursued her. "You little brat. What have you done? Release this state now." Tsunade scolded as she sprinted. If this continues, innocent lives in this town may be in jeopardy. Yet Yifei showed no sign of relenting. With a flick of his wrist, the slug accelerated its chase after Tsunade. "Seeing as you were so concerned for the villagers, why do you disregard your own kin?" Yifei coldly rebuked, channeling more power into his command. While he cared little for the villagers of Konoha, he believed that peaceful resolutions were far preferable to warfare. As an orphan of war, Yifei's true adversary was not the instigator of conflict, but war itself. Thus, he intended to use his methods to persuade Tsunade. Tsunade gritted her teeth. "You insolent child, in this situation, I could easily shatter the slug's form and eliminate the threat. Yet, doing so would endanger the lives of the townspeople. Your tactics are far too ruthless for one so young. You want me to become Hokage and protect the village? Who will protect me?" Tsunade scoffed, clenching her fists, unable to take decisive action. At a critical moment, Yifei raised his hand, canceling the spirit-binding technique. With a whoosh, black mist enveloped the night sky. Yifei furrowed his brow, sinking to one knee, drenched in cold sweat. "What is happening? Is my chakra insufficient?" Indeed. While this divine technique was potent, it exacted a heavy toll on his body. Yifei murmured to himself, realizing that the outcome aligned with his expectations. After summoning the forest spirit, his body had fallen into a state of deep fatigue. The effects of the spirit-binding technique were evidently corrosive to his physique. To mitigate these effects, he needed to enhance his chakra reserves. Currently, his chakra level was equivalent to that of an average jounin, which was insufficient for Yifei. Suddenly, the system issued a prompt. "Ding. Special event detected. A unique mission has been assigned. Soothe Tsunade's wounded spirit and provide her with a sense of security. Mission reward. Maximum chakra increase. 500. Yifei fell silent, bemused by the system's audacity in assigning him such a task. However, the reward was enticing. If that were the case, why not proceed? For the mission to flirt. Clearing his throat, Yifei and Appo's gaze focused intently on Tsunade, who at that moment was blushing, her chest heaving. She turned her head away, her thoughts preoccupied with Yifei's earlier remark about her being at Sundara. Deep down, Tsunade acknowledged that she had indeed always been at Sundara, yearning for a man and Appo's embrace to truly open herself up. At that moment, Yifei approached her slowly. Tsunade found herself entranced by his youthful yet handsome visage, nearly succumbing to his charm. Yet, Yifei boldly wrapped his arm around Tsunade and Appo's slender waist, gently asserting, "While you protect the village as Hokage, allow me to protect you." Chapter 44. Mission accomplished. All three teams gathered. The gaze of Tsunade was suddenly stirred. Her attention fixated on Yifei and Appo's eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Countless years ago, Dan and Tree had gazed at her with such deep affection, being remarkable men who had graced her life. At that moment, Tsunade felt an instinctive sense that this was the third. If Naruto reminded her of her brother Tree, then Yifei evoked memories of her beloved Dan. Despite their 30-year age difference, Tsunade, at her age, was no longer concerned with romantic entanglements. She simply felt an overwhelming sense of security. Yifei's heart raced as well, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the alluring curves of Tsunade's figure. He coughed, forcing himself to lift his head, yet his eyes remained fixated. "You witnessed my strength earlier, although I am merely a nin now. I shall inevitably ascend to the ranks of a Kage-level warrior. I harbor little interest in Konohagakure." As he spoke, Yifei began to express heartfelt sentiments. "My suggestion for you to become the 5th Hokage was a fleeting impulse. I merely believe you are well suited for that role. Should you ascend to the position of Hokage, it may serve as a strategic advantage for me in navigating the higher echelons of the ninja world. More importantly, it is a crucial step in preventing Danzo from seizing control of Konoha." "Enough," Tsunade interjected, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had been thoroughly persuaded. Her voluptuous form no longer under her control. Tsunade collapsed into Yifei and Appo's embrace, weeping silently, resembling a delicate woman who had finally found her place. Yifei felt a twinge of discomfort, yet his body responded instinctively, gently patting Tsunade and Appo's shoulder, as they resembled a couple intertwined in passion. At that moment, Jiraiya stood at the village entrance, a faint blush on his cheeks as he sighed helplessly. Youth certainly possesses its own charms. Yi Fei, you are truly a remarkable talent. In Yi Fei, he saw the reflection of Dan. With that thought, Jiraiya turned and walked away slowly. I had intended to return to Konoha with you, having decided that if you could handle the slug, I would grant your request. Yet, I never anticipated you would exceed my expectations. After an indeterminate time, Tsunade composed herself, her eyes glistening with tears as she candidly addressed Yi Fei. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Chakra maximum value 500. As dawn broke, Yi Fei and Tsunade embarked on their journey back to the village. Naruto, upon hearing the news, was utterly astonished. He had prepared to showcase his perfected Rasengan in an attempt to persuade Tsunade, only to find that she had unexpectedly changed her mind. Discovering that Yi Fei had convinced Tsunade left Naruto even more incredulous. He bombarded Jiraiya with questions, only to be silenced. You brat, this is adult business. Do not pry. Naruto pouted defiantly. It's strange. Yi Fei is also a kid, so why is it adult business? Yi Fei flushed, sighing as he relinquished the effort to explain. Tsunade, equally embarrassed, chose not to elaborate, intending to bury her emotional reliance on Yi Fei deep within her heart. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest near a hot spring, the morning mist hung thickly, and the sound of birds chirped all around. Kabuto, adjusting his newly attached limbs, watched as a white snake slithered out from his wound, his eyes filled with exhaustion and malice. The anticipated moment had not arrived. Tsunade must have rejected my invitation. He mused. Was it because of Jiraiya? No. He sighed, recalling his conversation with Tsunade the previous day. Although they had ended in a fierce altercation, it was evident that Tsunade had accepted Kabuto's request, contemplating betrayal against Jiraiya to ally with Orochimaru, hoping to reunite with her two most cherished individuals. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, it could only point to one possibility. Yi Fei. TCH. Where did this little brat come from? One day, I shall capture him and present him to Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto and Appo's eyes glinted with malice. At that moment, a figure approached slowly. With a swift motion, Kabuto hurled a kunai, laced with poison. It struck the ground, causing the grass beneath it to wither instantly. The figure halted at the spot where the kunai had landed, refraining from advancing further. You are from the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure? Kabuto inquired, astonished. The figure, an elderly voice, responded, You are Kabuto, Orochimaru's proxy. What brings you here? Kabuto frowned, his guard up. The elder chuckled darkly. Fear not. I am an old friend of Orochimaru. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? What could I possibly have in common with the Hyuga clan? Kabuto scoffed, brimming with confidence, believing he could seize everything by continuing to exploit Orochimaru's resources. The elder spoke gravely. You must desire to eliminate Yi Fei, yes? We can assist you in fulfilling that wish. In the matter of killing Yi Fei, our goals align. Upon concluding, the elder widened his eyes. Kabuto noticed the veins bulging on the elder's forehead, contrasting sharply with his wrinkled visage, the pure, pristine Byakugan. Guy kicked Lee and Appo's arm as they practiced in the forest, their green attire making them resemble two fleeting emerald shadows. Guy-sensei, please go harder. Strike me fiercely. Lee exclaimed with fervor. Their movements were swift, and Guy shouted with exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Excellent work, Lee. Are you ready to embrace the pinnacle of youth? I am ready, Guy-sensei. Bring it on. Lee assumed a serious stance, arms raised in defense. Guy leapt into the air, spinning multiple times, exclaiming, I am getting old. Lee. Guy-sensei. The air filled with passionate and chaotic practice sounds, likely leading onlookers to assume they were engaged in something unsavory. Tintin, hanging idly from a bar nearby, twirled a kunai in her hands, muttering in boredom, These two are hopeless. Niji, when will you return? I miss you. At that moment, a figure approached slowly, startling Tintin. Niji, you finally came. Wait, you're not him. Tintin realized the newcomer was not Niji, but Yi Fei. Yi Fei glanced at Tintin, noting her delicate features and tall stature, especially her innocent, wide eyes that elicited a protective instinct. He smirked teasingly. Niji is unlikely to return. You'll have to consider me as your Niji from now on. Tintin made a face of disdain, scoffing, "Don't think just because you're slightly handsome you can replace Niji. He is a true genius, unlike you." Yifei shrugged, unfazed by her remarks. At that moment, Guy noticed Yifei's arrival and leapt over to him. "You finally arrived, Yifei. Now, our third team is finally gathered." Upon hearing this, Tintin was astounded. "What? The third team is all here? What about Niji?" Chapter 45, The Training Match, 1 against 2. Due to certain exceptional circumstances, Niji had to withdraw from our third team. From this moment onward, Yifei would take Niji's place in Kai's class. Clearing his throat, Kai continued, "Ahem. I understand that some of you may feel dissatisfied, but Yifei is of similar age to you, both being 13 years old. And he has already attained the rank of Chunin." As he spoke, Tian had already turned her head away. "I refuse to accept this." The fiery duo of Kai and Li had already caused her enough distress. Niji was her source of motivation during missions and training. Why should he be replaced by a newcomer? Moreover, just by looking at Yifei's handsome and confident face, it was evident that he possessed an immense inner self-assurance. "Yifei, I heard that you and Naruto brought Lady Tsunade back. Lady Tsunade healed my injuries, so I should express my gratitude to you." Li seemed oblivious to the situation and bowed to Yifei. "No need for thanks, but the focus seems to lie elsewhere." Yifei sighed, feeling exasperated. It had been 10 days since they brought back Tsunade, who had since assumed the position of the 5th Hokage. After 10 days of recuperation and training, Yifei and Appo's strength had significantly improved. Kai patted Li on the shoulder, reiterating, "Li, Niji is no longer a member of our third team. Yifei is your new teammate. Don't you have anything to say?" "So, this is where my bond with Niji ends. How infuriating. I didn't even defeat Niji myself." Li clenched his fists, filled with indignation. Compared to Tian, he quickly accepted the outcome. "Yifei, you are the one who defeated Niji. Niji was my goal, but from today onward, you shall be my target." Observing Li and Appo's fervent demeanor, Yifei let out a sigh. "Let it go. You are not my match." He had no intention of crushing the boy and Appo's confidence. After the battle with Gaara, Li had nearly fallen into a state where he could no longer be a ninja. So conceited. Tian fumed. Initially antagonistic towards Yifei due to her disappointment over Niji's defeat, Yifei's arrogance only served to further ignite her anger. "I challenge you. You want to join our third team? Then we shall follow our rules." Without hesitation, Tian drew a kunai and swiftly hurled it at Yifei. The kunai embedded itself in the ground before Yifei, effectively declaring war. How did things escalate to this point? Tian at least show some courtesy. Kai lamented, finding social nuances to be his weak point. Yifei, with his hands in his pockets, wore a serious expression. "All right, since you are so eager to fight, I shall oblige." His disdainful tone only fueled Tian's anger further. "Don't think that just because you defeated Niji and became a Chunin, you can do as you please." At that moment, Li, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. "That's right. This is indeed our third team's rule. Every member must constantly test their strength against one another. We must always strive to be stronger than we were yesterday, and teammates are the best benchmarks for assessing our progress. Am I right, Kai-sensei?" Li and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Well said, Li. In that case, we must engage in an internal competition, but everyone must hold back. No injuries are allowed." Kai, realizing he could not prevent this, decided to go along with it. This provocation swiftly transformed into an internal training session. Kai glanced at Yifei, wondering what emotions lay behind his inscrutable expression. Was he angry or pleased? "Yifei, since you have joined the third team and become my disciple, we shall adhere to our rules. Now then, Tian and Li will take turns. Who do you wish to face first?" Yifei's gaze swept across the group, fully aware that their strength was among the elite of their peers. Rather than wait for various crises to arise, it would be more prudent to use this opportunity to instill a lesson in them. One at a time is too cumbersome. "You two can come at me together. I am merely a Jinin," Yifei smirked. He pointed to the forehead protector on his arm, chuckling, "I am a Chunin. Fundamentally different from you." "Oh, this infuriates me. How can this guy be even more arrogant than Niji? I am determined to defeat you here." Tian's heart was ablaze with indignation. Yet, despite her fiery spirit, she remained an inherently cute and bubbly girl, which amused Yifei. Li, clenching his fists, exclaimed, "Truly worthy of my new target, even more confident than Niji. Yifei, prepare to receive my heartfelt onslaught." "Well said, Li. Let Yifei experience the pinnacle of our third team's youth." In the midst of this passionate exchange, Tian launched her assault without mercy, tossing out a scroll. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of various ninja tools hurtled toward Yifei. His eyes narrowed, and he formed hand signs. Whoosh, all the ninja tools were inexplicably drawn away, landing in various corners. When did this peculiar formation unfold? Tian furrowed her brow and quickly began forming hand signs. But she was still too naive. This was my combination technique. Ninja tool, lock dance. Countless fine threads connected to the ninja tools were manipulated once more by Tian, hurtling toward Yifei and Amp, Oppos, S entire body. Child and Amp, Oppos, S play. Yifei scoffed, forming hand signs again. A golden light enveloped him, creating an incredibly sturdy barrier. Then came the sound of numerous clinks as the ninja tools collided with the golden light. Each one repelled effortlessly. Tian and Oppos. S attack bore no fruit. As expected of Yifei. Now it's my turn. Leaf Whirlwind. Li's movements were swift, having somehow positioned himself behind Yifei. Yifei was momentarily taken aback and quickly raised his hand to defend, gathering golden light. Clang. Li's kick struck Yifei's golden barrier, resonating with a metallic clang. Unable to budge him with all his strength, Li was utterly astonished. Yifei was equally surprised. This boy had just healed his legs. Yet he had strapped on weighted iron blocks. Li, one strike is enough. At this moment, Tian also sprang into action with remarkable speed. The two flanked Yifei, obscuring his vision, and Tian pulled a kunai hidden beneath Yifei and Amp, Oppos, S feet. Whoosh. Yifei and Amp, Oppos, S barrier was completely breached, and both Li and Tian unleashed their punches. What an opportunity! Kai watched this scene with fervor, while Yifei smirked, his eyes wide. Chaos of golden clappers. With a single hand sign, both Tian and Li felt their vision darken. Half a second later, Li was sent flying by a kick from Yifei, while Tian stumbled forward, falling into Yifei and Oppos' embrace. It and Oppos' over. You should listen obediently from now on. The captain of this team can only be me. Yifei chuckled, not wanting to deal with two disobedient teammates on future missions. Kai, witnessing the entire spectacle, couldn't help but burst into applause, exclaiming, "Impressive, Yifei. To take on two opponents without even moving an inch and win the training match." He gave a thumbs up, but a flicker of peculiar emotion flashed in his eyes. What was that technique just now? Why did it seem as if Tian and Li's movements were halted by the air itself? Chapter 46. The Black-Clad Man, Hinata's Crisis. No, I refuse to accept this. That was merely a mistake. If we try again, we will surely. Tian blushed furiously, struggling to rise from Yifei's embrace. However, Kai, with a serious expression, indifferently remarked, "Have you had enough, Tian? Just now, Yifei exploited your weaknesses. If he were your enemy, one of you would certainly be dead by now." At this, Tian found herself speechless. Yet, she could not accept the notion that such an arrogant and disrespectful person would become her captain. "I understand, Teacher Kai," she pouted, conceding reluctantly. Despite being a well-behaved girl, she harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Yifei. Kai then approached and helped Xiaoli to his feet. Xiaoli, still dazed, felt an increased respect for Yifei. Earlier, Yifei had seized the perfect opportunity for retaliation, yet he had deftly avoided exploiting Xiaoli's old wounds. Xiaoli understood that Yifei was a person of harsh words, but a gentle heart. Kai subsequently declared, "In this training match, Yifei is the victor. Therefore, following my original plan and Yifei's wishes, we shall establish our new class 3 starting today. From now on, we will train and undertake missions alongside Yifei." He continued, "Regarding Niji, I must clarify one point. It is not due to Yifei's arrival that Niji has been forced to withdraw. The true reason lies in internal issues within the Hyuga clan. Niji has been ordered to exit the ranks of ninjas by their higher-ups, and this is an unavoidable situation. What? How could this be? Tian was utterly astonished. She had just learned that Niji's departure was not caused by Yifei. Yifei himself was curious about the troubles plaguing the Hyuga clan. How could one lose to oneself and yet be rendered incapable of being a ninja? Yifei felt a mix of disdain and confusion. That night, Yifei practiced on the grass. Unlike previous nights, he did not retreat to the secluded woods but instead trained in the grassy area behind his home. A shuriken sliced through the air, causing leaves to drift slowly from the branches. Golden chaos. Yifei furrowed his brow and formed a hand seal. Buzz. The leaves momentarily suspended in midair. As the green foliage fell, 3 leaves remained motionless in space before plummeting swiftly to the ground. Sweat beaded on Yifei's forehead as he suddenly stepped back, stumbling to the ground. Recalling his earlier battle against Xiaoli and Tian, Yifei had used Golden Chaos to try controlling 2 individuals simultaneously for the first time. This was an unprecedented sensation. Achieving this level of mastery was a testament to Yifei's diligent training over the past few days. He could distinctly feel that with an increased chakra reserve, the physical burden imposed by Golden Chaos diminished. It was imperative to continue training to elevate his chakra levels, which would allow him to employ this extraordinary technique against even more formidable opponents. Excellent. Let us try again, Yifei murmured to himself, lifting his wrist as a shuriken spun in his hand. Thanks to his relentless practice, he had become quite adept at shuriken jutsu. Suddenly, his eye twitched, and he glanced towards a corner above the branches, reacting swiftly. Whoosh! Another shuriken flew forth, colliding with the one Yifei had thrown. Immediately, Yifei planted his foot on the ground, initiating an intricate formation, Bagua air palm. As his opponent roared, the moment they struck, the air seemed to distort. A gust of air surged toward Yifei's acupuncture points. Yifei reacted quickly, raising his palm. Bang! A golden barrier thwarted the strike as Yifei shifted his body to evade the pressure point. Sun, wind rope. Just as his opponent landed, preparing to attack again, they found their feet ensnared by ropes made of whirling winds. Sun, solid air. Yifei's gestures changed in an instant, and the black-clad figure had no time to react before being completely bound by the expanded wind ropes. Breathing became a luxury, let alone moving. With a swish, Yifei approached and released the wind binding his opponent's face, then effortlessly tore off the black mask. Indeed, it was a member of the Hyuga clan. Who are you? Yifei frowned, gazing into the unfamiliar face with its bulging white eyes. No comment. The man gritted his teeth, his face flushed, but it was futile. He relinquished his struggle. From the outset, Yifei had discerned his intentions and avoided sealing his crucial pressure points. Yifei took a deep breath and calmly asked, "What are you trying to conceal? You've meticulously studied my techniques and devised a method to obstruct my formations. Surely this cannot be mere whimsy? Did you realize it from the beginning?" The man was filled with reluctance. Yifei smirked. "Otherwise, do you think I would avoid training daily, only to grant you another opportunity today? Haha. It turns out this has been a trap from the very start. Humph. No matter how clever you are merely prey to the Hyuga clan." One day the man began, only to lose consciousness mid-sentence. Yifei waved his hand, immediately releasing the wind ropes. The man collapsed to the ground, quickly falling into a stupor. Unconscious? What is happening? Yifei wondered, perplexed, as soft footsteps approached from a distance. Upon focusing, he recognized it was Hinata. Hinata, you again? Speak. Who is this person? Why does he keep attempting to attack me? If you cannot provide an explanation this time, I will not spare his life, Yifei replied impatiently. Despite Hinata's innocent appearance and weak abilities posing no threat to him, he found the arrogant and ignorant framework of the Hyuga clan to be nothing more than outdated traditions he despised. Why Yifei-kun, I am sorry. Hinata approached, kneeling beside the fallen black-clad figure. This is my guard, Hinata-kyo. He was merely coerced, and I believe this is not his true intent. Tears seemed to shimmer in Hinata's eyes as she spoke. Yifei sighed, his murderous intent dissipating entirely. Hinata's soft and endearing tone had a way of disarming him. Now, tell me what is going on, Yifei pressed, furrowing his brow. After all, with Niji having also withdrawn from the ranks of ninjas, it appeared there were significant conflicts within the Hyuga clan. While he was disinterested, he did not wish for such matters to affect him. Yifei-kun, I will tell you what has happened, But could you do me a favor? Hinata looked at him with pleading eyes. Yi Fei remained silent, not responding. Why did she immediately seek a deal? Please help save Niji and II. He is on the brink of death. Tears glistened in Hinata and Appo's eyes. On the brink of death? What happened? Yi Fei was taken aback. Hinata wiped her tears and explained, recently, the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan have been undergoing reforms. Due to my father's slow recovery. They believe his failure led to the Hyuga clan's current dire state. Those elders have declared that Niji and Ii's life must be sacrificed to strengthen the clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei scoffed, narrow-minded. Do they truly believe that sacrificing a low-ranking ninja's life can lead to their prosperity? I have no interest in such matters. Just as he was about to refuse Hinata's request, the system suddenly emitted a prompt. Ding. Special event detected. A unique mission has been assigned to the host. Mission: Save Hyuga Niji. Chapter 47. The Ancient Test, the Heavenly Sacrifice. The timing is truly impeccable. Yi Fei murmured to himself. His initial inclination to decline was swiftly overturned. However, he hesitated for a moment, pondering. What are the task rewards? Current task level, S rank. Current task reward, Divine Spring Song elevated from D rank to C rank. I promise you, I will help rescue your brother Niji. Yi Fei's interest was instantly piqued. Yet, a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. After all, this was merely a trivial matter concerning the Hyuga clan. Was it truly an S-rank task? Could there be a hidden boss lurking behind it? Unable to devise an answer, he resolved to investigate personally. Yi Fei-kun, thank you. Hinata grasped Yi Fei's hand, her cheeks flushed, and unexpectedly threw herself into his embrace. Hinata, please don't do this. Yi Fei and Appo's face turned slightly red as he felt her soft form against him, a surge of warmth coursing through his body, fearing he might inadvertently touch her. Yi Fei-kun, if you can help me rescue Niji and I would be willing to do anything for you. Hinata and Appo's blushing visage was simply irresistible, stirring one and Appo's imagination. Ahem. Yi Fei gently caressed Hinata and Appo's delicate and gentle face before pushing her away. Miss Hinata, do you think I, the illustrious Yi Fei, would be so easily swayed? My willingness to assist you stems solely from my respect for Niji after having defeated him. A true genius possesses a broad heart. Yi Fei swallowed hard, uttering words even he found hard to believe. Given the urgency of the situation, let us hasten. Where is Niji currently? Yi Fei inquired. Hinata wiped her slightly moist eyes and nodded, saying, Niji and I is at the training ground in Konoha, training ground number 19. Why would he be at the training ground? Is this not an internal conflict within the Hyuga clan? Yi Fei questioned, puzzled. Hinata lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it. Let us go. But what should we do about this fellow? Yi Fei was too lazy to inquire further, but the sight of Hinata's fallen comrade posed a dilemma. According to Yi Fei and Appo's principles, this young man had repeatedly provoked him, each time with deadly intent. Yi Fei should have dealt a fatal blow. However, Hinata's pitiful gaze made him relent. Yi Fei-kun, Q is my protector. If you could show him mercy, I would be willing to do anything. I understand. Yi Fei sighed, conceding for the time being. After all, this young man posed no substantial threat, and it would merely serve to lessen his own burdens. Truth be told, since his arrival in this world, Yi Fei had not taken a life. Using such a minor character as a sacrificial offering seemed rather beneath him. Together with Hinata, they raced towards the expansive training ground of Konoha. This was an antiquated training site comprising 20 grounds, with the 20th having been destroyed during the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, the so-called number 19 was the last in the lineup. As they traversed the sparse woods, under the cloak of night, Yi Fei faintly perceived a flicker of flames. What could that be? A bonfire? Yi Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating whether a ritual was underway. Hinata nodded and whispered, There are 6 individuals, Yi Fei-kun. 6, indeed. Yi Fei glanced over, noting that all 6 wore black masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable, thus negating the use of his balance eye to assess their attributes. However, the highest combat strength within the Hyuga clan was the main family member Hyuga Hizashi. Thus, those under his command could only be elite jounin. And with Yi Fei's current prowess, they would not pose a challenge. Let us proceed directly. As Hinata was mulling over how to rescue Niji, She was taken aback to see Yifei boldly striding forward. At that moment, the 6 individuals were encircling a bonfire, continuously forming hand seals while murmuring incantations. Reminiscent of a spell, Niji was bound to a frame, seemingly on the verge of being sacrificed to the flames. The forehead protector on his head had been torn away, revealing the green curse seal patterns, a symbol of the Hyuga clan's branch family sealed powers. One of the cloaked figures scoffed, "Niji, as a genius. Did you ever imagine that I would be the one to escort you to your inn?" Haha. Blood trickled from Niji's lips, his hair disheveled. "What you are doing is futile. The true strength of the Hyuga clan does not rely on such means." Cough, cough. The cloaked figure glared with murky white eyes, enraged as he rebuked, "Shut up. You presume to understand the might of the Hyuga clan? No, you do not comprehend. Though they say you carry the blood of the Hyuga clan and Appos, as heavenly ninjas, you have failed to preserve that lineage." As he spoke, the figure emitted a sinister laugh. "This ritual is our clan's ancient heavenly sacrifice technique. Only those with the purest heavenly ninja blood can succeed. Once the ritual is completed, the blood within you will be mine to wield, and your body will belong to me." The figure tore away his mask, revealing a face marred with scars, a grotesque visage distorted by searing heat. Aside from the white eyes, his face was obscured from recognition. "Hyuga Qimen, do not remain deluded. I cannot offer you redemption." Niji lowered his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Once, I too believed I was a genius, but after encountering that man, I realized that in this world, there are those beyond compare, and the Hyuga clan is certainly not the world's sovereign." Niji's words resounded with conviction. "It seems I must eliminate you before the ritual can commence." Qimen's eyes narrowed as he drew a kunai from his pocket. Just then, Yifei and Appos' voice resonated through the night. "What nefarious deeds are you committing here at such an hour? Apologies, but this training ground is under my jurisdiction. Depart while you can, or you may find your lives forfeit." Yifei stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze piercing. "This face, I do not recognize. Who are you?" Yifei scrutinized Hyuga Qimen. "Hyuga Qimen, the true genius of our clan. How fortuitous that a scoundrel tarnishing the Hyuga clan and Appos' honor has appeared. You, like Niji, are a historical sinner of our clan, and today, I shall eradicate both of you." With a shout, Qimen lunged forward, and Yifei gestured, summoning a massive fire dragon from the bonfire. Fire style, dragon flame. 8 trigrams. Return to heaven. Qimen effortlessly spun, azure chakra emanating from him, dispersing the flames with ease. "Brother Qimen, no, do not do this." Hinata rushed forward, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she implored him. Niji, witnessing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Yifei, why has Hinata-dano come here? You must leave." "Damn." Yifei clicked his tongue, sensing that this young man was formidable, and replied impatiently, "With your injuries, you ought to be silent. Now, you can only watch my performance. Should I hear your voice again, I may regret coming to your aid." His gaze shifted to Hyuga Qimen, a heaviness settling in his heart. This man was even stronger than Niji. Chapter 48, The Ritual's Success, the Pure Bloodline. "There were 6 of us, while you stood alone. Even if you managed to defeat Niji, what could you possibly use to overcome me?" Qinyu displayed a wicked smile. Yet, Yifei did not hesitate. He surged forward. It was imperative to exploit their unpreparedness in this battle of numbers. DUI character, Black Glaze. Yifei extended his hand, which then transformed into a form resembling black glass. Hyuga Qinyu and Appos' eyes widened in shock, his veins bulging as he murmured in astonishment, "What technique is this? Such a dense chakra." Bang! At the moment his palm made contact with Qinyu and Appos' body, a violent impact erupted. Boom! Qinyu was sent staggering back several meters. Yifei furrowed his brow in surprise. How could this kid be so much weaker than I imagined? In the next moment, the 5 men in black surrounding him launched their attacks at Yifei, who clenched his fists and retaliated swiftly. Bang! 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 One after another, they were sent flying, appearing utterly fragile before Yifei. Niji. Hinata rushed over to untie the ropes binding him, urging him to escape. "Be careful. Qinyu is not so easily dealt with." Niji clutched his chest, clearly unable to assist any further. Yifei coldly remarked, "Hinata, take your brother and leave. You will only hinder me here." Besides, that guy intends to use you as a sacrifice. How can you still call him brother? It seems calling you a genius is an overestimation. Niji said nothing, merely allowing Hinata to support him as they departed. If Yifei heard correctly, the conversation between that man and Niji hinted at a so-called ritual taking place here. Should the ritual succeed, Niji would perish, and that man would gain some power. Thus, aside from saving Niji, it was crucial for Yifei to thwart this so-called ritual. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, host. You have been rewarded. The Divine Wing Chun Fist has been upgraded to Level C. Level C Divine Wing Chun Fist grants the host a 1,000-point enhancement to physical attributes. Additionally, allows the use of 2 Divine Beast styles of Wing Chun, the Azure Dragon style and the White Fox style. Yifei immediately felt a surge of warmth within him, his mind now brimming with the methods of utilizing these martial arts. However, he did not feel joy from this. The presence of Hyuga Qianyu gave him an ominous premonition. Ha! Ha ha! Blood trickled from the corner of Hyuga Qianyu and Appo's mouth as he lifted his head, his once pure eyes now filled with dark veins. This was no longer the Byakugan. Yifei would believe it was a black eye. Eye of balance. Target. Hyuga Qianyu comprehensive strength rating. D rank lower ninjutsu value. 50 taijutsu value. 50 genjutsu value. 50 chakra. 50 vitality. 50 combat experience. F rank. The data regarding this individual struck Yifei as peculiar. Based on the ease with which he had dispatched the others, it seemed this group were mere fodder, hardly worthy of being called ninjas. Yet, that bizarre Byakugan and the effortless use of Kaiten were undeniably troublesome. What was the meaning of all this? What is your ritual? If you refuse to speak, I shall send you to your demise. Yifei's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Suddenly, a peculiar formation unfurled on the ground, spanning several meters and trapping the 6 individuals within their respective ominous positions. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Qianyu's eyes widened as he cursed, "You are indeed impressive. Yifei, not even a member of the Hyuga clan, yet you can wield our clan's techniques so adeptly. I am not using your techniques, you foolish jester." Yifei scoffed, expecting something profound from his opponent, only to find yet another dimwit. If it's not, then why is this formation a Bagua array? A formation originating from our ancestors. How intriguing. Could it be that you possess the purest bloodline of our Hyuga clan? Qianyu and Appo's eyes gleamed with newfound interest in Yifei. Yifei let out a cold snort. You are beyond redemption, lunatic. With a swift gesture, he had already targeted the positions of the 6 individuals. Lee character. Red Serpent. Boom. From the blazing bonfire, several serpent-like flames erupted, viciously striking at the men in black. Ah! They screamed as the serpent flames pierced their hearts, swiftly spreading and causing them to writhe in agony. Yifei smirked. Next is you. So, will you reveal your intentions, or not? With a confident grin, Yifei pointed toward Qianyu. Yet, Qianyu merely chuckled darkly, growing increasingly brazen until he became utterly arrogant. You have already fallen into my trap. Do you not realize? Naive little brat. His eyes bulged as he suddenly transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air. Yifei frowned. He immediately summoned his chakra to sense the changes within the peculiar formation. No problem. He had not fallen under an illusion, and the formation was functioning normally. So why had the 6 men vanished without a trace? If the issue did not lie with him, then it must be with that kid. Though I hold no hope for you, merely a misguided child, since you have entered my ritual, I can only let you perish within it. This ritual is the heavenly sacrifice. Your impure bloodline will only lead you to death beneath the heavenly tribulation. Haha, that worthless Niji has tarnished the Hyuga clan's reputation. I shall sever your head and display it atop the Hokage rock in Konoha, so they may see which clan truly rules over Konoha. His frenzied words disgusted Yifei. During the Shinobi World War, where had the Hyuga clan and Appo's little subordinates hidden themselves while Konoha was invaded? Why only speak grandly in the dead of night? He twisted his hand, murmuring, Chaos Gold Strike. Though Qianyu had vanished into thin air, Yifei could sense him standing still within the formation. By employing the Chaos Gold Strike to adjust the space-time for close combat, he could dispel the convoluted tricks Qianyu had conjured. However, Yifei suddenly felt darkness enveloping his vision, only to return to normal moments later. With no change whatsoever, The Chaos Gold Strike had no effect on his opponent. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Fei's forehead as he looked up to see. Ominous storm clouds gathering. Prepare for retribution as calamity descends upon you. This is your just fate. Hee. A shadow materialized in the sky, and the dark mist enveloped the surroundings, forming an invisible net. Bang! In the distance, Hinata and Niji witnessed the tremendous lightning strike the bonfire. Yi Fei, Hinata cried out, attempting to rush forward to save him, only to be held back by Niji. That kid is doomed. This heavenly sacrifice is a formation used to ascertain the purity of our clan's bloodline, and even those from the main family may not survive. Niji sighed. He murmured, originally, I should have perished within it. Jinyu, that scoundrel, has no idea how many clan members he has harmed by utilizing such things to compensate for his own depleted energy. Yi Fei, it was I who led to your demise. Tears streamed from Hinata's eyes as both were filled with dread. At that moment, the lightning gathered at the bonfire erupted violently. Then, a blinding golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire forest as though it were day. Niji and Apos' mouth fell agape in disbelief. The heavenly sacrifice ritual succeeded. Could it be that Yi Fei possessed the purest bloodline of our clan? Chapter 49, Shattered Souls and the Art of Soul Consumption. Impossible. Yi Fei was merely a common ninja, a battlefield orphan at that. How could he possibly possess the bloodline of the Hyuga clan? Niji was taken aback when, suddenly, Hinata beside him pouted in distress. Lady Hinata, Niji exclaimed, only to see Hinata's eyes glaze over as she suddenly collapsed. He caught her in his arms. Yet the physical torment he endured left him utterly drained. Simply holding Hinata felt like an immense burden. How could he possibly assist Yi Fei in that moment? What is happening? My head is spinning, Niji and I. Yi Fei-kun. Hinata squinted her eyes, quickly losing consciousness. In her last moment, she murmured Yi Fei's name. Niji gritted his teeth, casting a glance towards the clash of lightning and golden light, muttering in astonishment, Lady Hinata is of the true clan bloodline. Can she truly sense the divine summoning power even outside the ritual? This was, after all, the power of deities. The ancient divine strength of the Hyuga clan, beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. As he spoke, Niji summoned the last remnants of chakra within him, focusing it into his eyes. Byakugan. Veins bulged as his gaze followed the unfolding scene. Amidst the flames, Yi Fei's body appeared to be ablaze, floating in the air. He had indeed survived this ritual, and not only that, his power had been enhanced. What on earth is happening? Niji clenched his jaw. But soon he too felt disoriented and fainted. Meanwhile, Yi Fei emerged slowly from the flames, floating in the air, his gaze seemingly ablaze with fire. Is this what the ritual entails? It has indeed augmented my strength? Yi Fei let out a cold snicker, his laughter escalating into a wild, arrogant cackle. Humph. Let me uncover who is the jester lurking in the shadows. At that moment, Yi Fei brimmed with confidence. He was uncertain of the source of this inexplicable power. It felt distinct from the abilities granted by the system, as if it surged forth from within him, born anew, from the inside out. Perhaps this power had always belonged to him. Floating in the air, Yi Fei felt invincible. He slowly glided forward, suddenly extending his hand. Ugh! A man in black was seized by the throat. His face was grotesque, his murky white eyes now filled with a flicker of fear. Why? Why are you still alive? Why? Hyuga Qimen could hardly believe it. The ritual he had prepared for so long had inadvertently awakened Yi Fei and Apos' latent potential. What is going on? Does Yi Fei possess the blood of the progenitor of ninjas flowing within him? The more Qimen contemplated, the more he feared, gritting his teeth, regardless. I shall not let you off easily. Release your consciousness. Yi Fei immediately retaliated with a punch, incapacitating Qimen and Apos' hands, rendering him unable to perform hand seals. Yet, within Qimen and Apos' Byakugan, a murky black energy surged. Buzz. This brat is actually sealing with his eyes. Yi Fei hastily released his grip, and Qimen was thrown aside, causing the atmosphere to ripple as the ritual shattered. Everything around them resembled a shattered mirror, pulling Yi Fei into its depths, leading to his fragmentation. Having lost the power of levitation, Yi Fei landed steadily, the force within him seemingly vanishing into thin air. While the lightning from the bonfire was entirely absorbed by Hyuga Qimen, Subsequently, the dissipating shadows re-emerged, one after another, transforming into wisps that infiltrated Qimen's body. Yifei furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Indeed, you were behind all 6 of them, Huga Qimen. You seem to be plotting something grand. But you were unfortunate to have crossed paths with me." Initially, he had only intended to rescue Niji and depart, yet he was taken aback by Qimen's audacity. Even attempting to incite a rebellion, Yifei could not allow such an opportunity for practical enhancement to slip away. With a single hand forming seals, he charged forward. His speed was beyond Qimen's capacity to react. Disarrayed Golden Hammer. Yifei was aware that Qimen wielded the Byakugan, and his defensive speed was several times that of an ordinary person. However, if he could create even a brief opening, victory would be his. Yet, as Yifei launched his punch, Qimen effortlessly blocked it. "What? Just with your hand?" This time, it was Yifei who was astonished. He quickly frowned, realizing he had underestimated the situation. When's aftermath? The enigma unfolds. Qimen character, golden form. Boom. The golden light ignited, causing Qimen to recoil in discomfort, his brow furrowing as he withdrew his hand. Witnessing Yifei leap back several paces, Qimen examined his blackened handprints, murmuring, "What kind of technique did that guy just unleash?" The very fabric of time and space seemed to twist momentarily, yet he did not strike me. Yifei stood his ground, panting. He had expended considerable chakra in that last strike. However, it had no effect on Qimen whatsoever. What could possibly be the reason? In the next moment, Qimen clenched his fists, black energy swirling around him as he surged towards Yifei. A frontal assault? Yifei frowned, intensifying the power of his disarrayed golden hammer within the enigma. Disarrayed golden hammer. Yifei gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from his nose. However, he was struck under the chin, propelled into the air, and then crashed heavily to the ground. "Hey, you're not so formidable after all. Trash." Qimen, too, had not anticipated that Yifei would lose the momentum he possessed during the ritual and Appo's success. Yifei lay on the ground, his gaze unfocused, his expression a medley of emotions. Ding. The host has gained an all-attribute increase of 30 through practical combat. He furrowed his brow, rising to his feet, his eyes narrowing. "It seems today you shall perish here, you little brat. I'm quite intrigued by your body, since you have presented yourself so willingly. I shall." Qimen continued his victory speech, when suddenly, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted ahead. It was not a matter of quantity, but rather the sheer weight of its quality. Yifei's eyes glimmered with a pitch-black radiance, his form morphing into something monstrous, rising with newfound power. Never before had he encountered chakra of such density. What is this phenomenon? Qimen clenched his teeth, suddenly feeling as though something was tugging at him. "I was right. Your body has undergone too many modifications, and your soul must be in a fragile state." Yifei sneered, narrowing his eyes. He pondered if this individual had any connection to Orochimaru. Summon the spirits, return the soul. With a flick of his hand, Qimen's mouth gaped open, his body trembling uncontrollably as his black soul began to dissipate. Yifei seized the souls, observing as the black essences floated in his grasp, emanating an alluring fragrance. "Consume him. Consume him." A seductive voice echoed in Yifei's mind. He furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who are you? Who compels me to devour him?" The voice pierced his heart with agony yet was irresistible, leading Yifei to grit his teeth and, without hesitation, swallow the spirit whole. In that moment, Yifei felt a significant surge in his chakra and abilities, realizing that this was yet another application of the summoning soul consumption. Chapter 50, A Night of 3 Consecutive Strikes. The act of devouring souls, as the term suggests, involves consuming the essence of a spirit and claiming it as one's own. While this method may not amplify one and Appo's abilities as significantly as subjugating a soul at the cost of its corporeal vessel, it does offer a permanent enhancement to one's inherent powers. Given sufficient time, Yifei could ascend to become an unparalleled powerhouse through this practice. However, the act of soul consumption is not without its drawbacks. The insatiable greed that resides within humanity is one of the most critical aspects of self-cultivation. Those who succumb to avarice inevitably become ensnared, enslaved by their own spirits. Yifei maintained his composure, savoring the essence within the soul, discarding its detritus with disdain. The soul of a wretch held no value, exuding a foul stench. His voice resonated with formidable authority as he flung his hand dismissively. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing headache overwhelmed him, and he felt an unbearable tremor coursing through his body. Consume him! Consume them! The cacophony of anguished cries echoed like the lamentations of countless souls trapped in a dark abyss, each voice infused with boundless resentment and sorrow. Yi Fei bore this torment alone. As time dragged on, he could scarcely endure it any longer. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Silence!" This display of apparent madness startled Qimen, who had just regained his composure, causing him to step back in trepidation. This individual was far too peculiar. He needed to contact his grandfather post-haste. Qimen took a deep breath. After all, he had narrowly escaped being consumed by this youth, sustaining grave damage to his own soul. His hands had not only been rendered useless, but the very essence of his spirit had also been devoured by Yi Fei, rendering him nearly incapacitated. With no desire to continue the confrontation, Qimen fled swiftly. Yi Fei could only watch helplessly as his adversary escaped, trapped in his own agony until a voice emerged, offering him salvation. "Young man, it seems you have grown considerably stronger during this time. I did not misjudge you. But what is this?" The voice of the forest god resonated, and immediately, Yi Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. A gentle golden light enveloped his body, gradually healing the myriad wounds he bore. The dark essence within him dissipated. "What is happening, old man?" Yi Fei furrowed his brow, his consciousness still hazy. The forest god coughed lightly, reproaching, "I save you, and yet you show me such disrespect? Ahem. The spirits you have captured through your binding technique have sought to usurp control of your body while I was in slumber. However, now that I have awakened, they no longer dare to act recklessly." Yi Fei sighed, slowly rising from the ground. He had regained dominion over his own body, but gazed at his battered hands with a flicker of doubt. Would he now have to rely on the forest god for salvation? The side effects of the binding technique seemed more severe than those of the chaotic golden strikes. Enough of this. I have no time for lengthy discussions. Yi Fei abruptly recalled Ningxiai and Hinata, worrying that the two might have fallen prey to Qimen and Appo's machinations. "Wait, young man. I still have matters to inquire of you." The forest god sensed an unusual energy within Yi Fei, still nascent but unmistakably alien to humanity. The forest god's consciousness began to recede as Yi Fei fully regained control over his mind and body. He dashed beneath the tree, discovering Ningxiai and Hinata sprawled on the grass beneath it. Yi Fei remained silent, perplexed. "How is it that I am the one fighting while you two lie incapacitated?" Bending down, he checked their pulses and found them both alive, a piece of good news indeed. Given the current turmoil within the Hyuga clan, the loss of two young heirs would surely provoke a fierce response. This will suffice. Yi Fei swiftly gathered branches from the tree and laid them over Ningxiai. With no fear of predatory beasts nearby, a simple covering would suffice to honor Ningxiai's efforts. As for Hinata, Yi Fei gently lifted her, departing slowly. After all, she was the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. He could not afford to treat her carelessly. Coughing slightly, he carried Hinata back to his room, placing her on his bed. "I have no choice but to make do for the night. I am no member of a grand family. This is the only bed I possess," Yi Fei remarked, sitting on the edge of the bed, pondering the events of the day. After wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he realized his chakra was nearly depleted. "Damn it, can I really only manage 3 consecutive strikes? This is hardly sufficient," Yi Fei sighed. Casting a glance at the slumbering Hinata, his expression complicated. During his battle with Qimen, he had exhausted himself with 3 chaotic golden strikes. Yet they had failed to yield any control over his opponent. What was the meaning of this? Ningxiai, Qimen possessed a fragile soul with peculiar physical capabilities, and his strength was not exceptional. Even against a figure like Itachi, a powerhouse of extraordinary caliber, Yi Fei could exert enough force to render him momentarily incapacitated. Yet, this Ningxiai, Qimen had effortlessly dispelled his techniques. It was not merely a matter of countering. It was as if his abilities had taken no effect whatsoever. The only conclusion was that Ningxiai Qimen possessed an extraordinary fate. In the world of shinobi where Yi Fei currently resided, his fate likely surpassed even that of Itachi's. This was not promising news for Yi Fei. Every anomaly he encountered on his path to growth signified a looming danger in his future. The following day, when Hinata awoke, she found herself in Yi Fei's home. On the wall beside her hung a note, written in clumsy ninja script. I have gone to carry out a mission. Please return home at your leisure upon waking. We had a splendid time last night. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she bit her lip, murmuring, how insufferable Yi Fei-kun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fei yawned. He squinted, recalling the exhausting events of the previous night. Who dares to feel drowsy? How can one succumb to fatigue? Gather your wits. This is the pinnacle of mental acuity, and the enemy lies before us. We must be relentless. The cacophony of explosions in his earpiece nearly jolted him from this beautiful reverie. Beside him, Tian lamented, why must I partner with someone like this? It's truly her impulsiveness flared, and she declared, no, I will take action myself. The target is within reach. Yi Fei had no chance to dissuade her before Tian charged ahead. In another part of the dense forest, Kai witnessed this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tian, the plan was to wait until the enemy is ensnared. Do not act impulsively. Little Li swiftly leaped into action to provide support. Watch out. Tian hurled a kunai, yet the middle-aged man before her vanished with a resounding thud. Shadow clone. Why would a bandit use shadow clones? Tian was bewildered, only to be ensnared by traps set in the ground. A scruffy middle-aged man appeared behind her, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he remarked, because I was once a chunin of Konoha, naive child. You lower-ranking shinobi are far too inexperienced to challenge me. Chapter 51. The Commoner Ninja, Paths and Choices. What? A chunin from Konoha village, yet you have become a bandit, pillaging and plundering in the vicinity? Tintin clenched her teeth, realizing she was bound and unable to move. Her tall figure was now rendered in an oddly alluring manner. A shameful image flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. The middle-aged man approached, lifting her chin with his hand, teasingly remarking, why? Because girls like you are so easily deceived. Haha. Silence enveloped the air, as the blade in his hand hovered dangerously close to Tintin's neck, ready to take her life in an instant. But we are clearly comrades from Konoha village. The innocence in Tintin and Appo's eyes was palpable. She could hardly fathom the notion of dying at the hands of a fellow villager. Comrades. Humph. How dull. A hint of weariness flickered in the man and Appo's gaze. He exhaled deeply, anger evident in his voice. I was driven out of the village by you so-called comrades. Wait. What do you mean? Tintin's cold sweat poured down as she desperately sought to buy time. You're going to die anyway, so I might as well tell you. I am a commoner ninja from this village, having toiled for half my life to attain the rank of chunin. Yet I discovered that no matter what, I cannot control my own fate. The man and Appo's teeth clenched, his expression one of indignation. He watched as one comrade after another fell in battle, while the scions of noble families were granted promotions and opportunities to grow stronger. It was then he realized that in this village, commoner ninjas had no paths to tread. The man sighed deeply, his eyes filled with resentment. At that moment, a voice floated in, who said commoner ninjas have no paths. Who? The man grew vigilant, tightening his grip on the knife pressed against Tintin's delicate skin. Turning around, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth with clear, bright eyes, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Perhaps it was his uniqueness that led him to wear the ninja headband not upon his forehead, but merely draped over his hand, evoking a flicker of interest from the middle-aged man. Is this what you call a path? I betrayed the village and became a rogue ninja, a bandit. You little brats have no idea. The youth scoffed coldly. What gives you the right to assume I don't understand? Isn't that girl in your grasp a commoner ninja? After toiling for half a lifetime, I too have achieved nothing, born an orphan without any background. You and Appo's, an orphan? The man was unexpectedly moved. Nonetheless, as a former chunin turned bandit, despite being touched by the youth and Appo's identity, he remained on high alert. Yet the youth continued. So what if I'm an orphan? One day, I shall completely transform the structure of this village, along with this tragic world of ninjas. Discontent must be realized through one's own efforts. Merely lamenting the world's injustices serves no purpose. Besides, you are not strong enough. You call me weak? What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man turned crimson, rage simmering within him. How the youth chuckled derisively. If you were strong enough, I would consider joining you in this banditry to attempt to alter this unjust situation. But you are too feeble. If not, why would you resort to threatening a life so worthless as that of a girl? The youth and Apos' gaze remained indifferent. I'm not intervening now merely to give you an opportunity to prove whether you aspire to be strong and confront me directly. If you do not wish to, then you are beyond redemption. The man gritted his teeth in fury, yet a smirk crept onto his face. I see through your scheme. I hold the upper hand while you have four. You aim to distract me, hoping for a chance to rescue the hostage, right? The youth and Apos' eyes remained sharp, his silence speaking volumes. Bound by thin ropes, Tintin began to reassess him. In this dire situation, the youth seemed to handle everything with remarkable composure. If only she hadn't acted impulsively, they might not have found themselves in such a predicament. Regret filled Tintin's heart. What a pity. Your cunning has been unveiled. You are desperate to have me release the hostage, which signifies that you currently lack the capability to rescue her from my grasp, correct? The middle-aged man grinned maliciously, pulling Tintin closer, greedily inhaling her scent. This means the initiative lies with me, does it not? You foolish villagers of Konoha. Continue to live under the oppressive rule of that incompetent Hokage. Ha ha ha. Tintin frowned, a wave of disgust washing over her. She silently apologized, realizing that the situation left the youth in a difficult position as well. Yet the youth sighed, raising one hand to form a hand seal. Since you do not wish to seize this opportunity, I have no choice. The man grew wary as the youth's expression sharpened. Buzz. In the next instant, the man felt darkness envelop him, his consciousness and sensations vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he found his own blade piercing through his chest, blood spraying forth. The youth delivered a swift kick, sending him flying, indifferently stating, I did not employ any trickeries. I merely sought to provide you with an opportunity to turn back from your misguided path. Should Konoha Village wish to eliminate scoundrels like you, it would be a matter of killing you on sight. You are the true fool, oblivious to everything. He swiftly severed the ropes binding Tintin, granting her freedom once more. Thank you, Yifei. Tintin lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful. After a long silence, she noticed Yifei yawning while hastily departing, not even glancing back. So handsome Tintin felt her face flush as her impression of Yifei began to improve. After the mission concluded, Yifei, feeling drowsy, pondered the need to catch up on sleep, as the previous night's events had drained him. As he lay in bed, his consciousness began to descend into slumber when he heard a voice calling from deep within. Hey, young man, wake up. I have something to tell you. Who are you? Stop disturbing my sleep. Have you no sense of decency? Yifei mumbled drowsily. He had been rushing day and night, fearing the powerful would snatch him away, dedicating every moment to training and combat, leaving little time for rest. However, in the next moment, he opened his eyes to find himself in a picturesque landscape, shrouded in mist. You again? Old man. Yifei sighed, expressing his exasperation. The forest god transformed into a cloud floating in the air, revealing a bizarre eye and questioning. What is that strange energy within you? Why is it sealed in my spiritual realm? What? Yifei furrowed his brow. Yet, the forest god spoke words he could no longer comprehend, as if drifting into a dream. As everything turned chaotic, Yifei suddenly awoke, realizing he had slept for most of the day. Outside, a vigorous knocking reverberated. Yifei, why are you still in bed? Granny Tsunade sent me to call you for her 5th Hokage succession ceremony. Chapter 52. The Succession Ceremony and Yifei and Apos' opinion TCH. Such a trivial matter. Just wait until I get dressed. Yifei frowned, feeling as if he had slept yet not truly rested, and not even dreaming of any enchanting beauties, but rather that old man instead. However, that sensation, was it truly a dream? It seemed that the god of the forest had intruded upon his subconscious while he was in a state of slumber, but what could it possibly convey? Hurry up. Yifei, it's about to start. Naruto urged once more, his impatience evident. Yifei shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it any longer, promptly donning his underwear and other garments, slipping into a remarkably comfortable outfit before heading out. Hey, why aren't and Apos? You wearing your ninja attire? You are attending the ceremony as a nin, and you are on the special list of the higher-ups. You have a voice. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment at Yifei's casual attire. That outfit is too constricting, and I have no interest in being a nin, so let's go. No need for further discussion, Yifei replied nonchalantly, unwilling to engage in a lengthy conversation with Naruto. If that chatterbox got started, he might indeed be persuaded. Yifei was even too disinterested to wear the Leaf Village headband. Ultimately, the words of the bandit he encountered earlier that morning resonated deeply with Yifei. He believed that individual strength was paramount. It was not simply talk, but rather an essential requirement for true influence. Why do I even have a voice? Even if I'm appointed by the higher-ups, shouldn't only those of special jonin rank be permitted to speak at the council? Yifei queried, frowning. While running, Naruto explained, it seems Lady Tsunade chose you, stating that if she didn't do it this way, she wouldn't take on the role of Hokage. Yifei frowned, feeling the weight of this responsibility. Did Tsunade intend to bind him to the stance of the Leaf Village? Upon arriving at the venue, Yifei grasped the situation. Countless ninjas and villagers from the Leaf Village had gathered, as it was said that all ninjas not stationed on the borders were required to attend this inauguration ceremony. The residents voluntarily participated, largely in support of the village's exemplary defense against the recent invasion by the Sound and Sand Ninja Alliance. While the scene outside was unprecedented, the interior of the Hokage building was in disarray. Within the office, the clan leaders were jointly pressuring Tsunade with their appeals. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga, had already suffered greatly, unable to manage the internal strife within his clan, let alone contribute to the village's intelligence department. I have no other demands, Lady Tsunade. The intelligence department must be overseen by our Yamaika clan. Yamaika Kai declared coldly. However, the internal policies of the Leaf Village were determined by the higher-ups. Even if the Yamaika clan possessed formidable sensory abilities, the headquarters still required directives from the upper echelon. Otherwise, any issues that arose could lead to complications. Kakashi lamented from the sidelines. The other elite jonin remained largely silent. Tsunade appeared deeply troubled. Yifei understood the implications. If the Yamaika clan controlled the intelligence department, they could wield immense influence. Yet, this would mean the village's mechanisms would become mere formalities, and any inclination of the clans to act independently would severely oppress the civilian ninjas. A poignant example was Kakashi, whose once mighty Hitaki clan had been favored in the past but had since dwindled in influence, leaving him reliant on the higher-ups to maintain his position. Is this the consensus among you all? Tsunade inquired, her brows furrowed as she glanced around. Nara Shikaka stood beside Yamaika Kai, nodding in agreement. I believe this is feasible. The village is currently weak. We must optimize the contributions of each clan to collectively safeguard against potential crises. Akimichi Choza also nodded, supporting Shikaku's stance. Others, such as the head of the Yamanaka clan, Namanaka Shirho, and the matriarch of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Tsume, expressed their agreement. Meanwhile, some ninjas from lesser clans maintained neutrality, and the civilian ninjas remained conspicuously absent. As a member of the Senju clan, I recall the days when my grandfather built this land, while you clans were nowhere to be found. Can you not withstand a modicum of hardship? Yufei and Appo's voice dripped with disdain. TCH, to threaten me at a time like this. Tsunade's anger flared as she clenched her fists, ready to strike. At that moment, Guy hurriedly interjected, Lady Tsunade, please calm down. If you break the table, it will be quite challenging to procure a new one. Is it a special table? Tsunade replied, cold sweat trickling down her brow. She was already in significant debt, and with her aspirations to earn some money as Hokage, she could not afford to accrue further liabilities before even assuming the role. Just then, Mito Manzai cleared his throat, regarding the Yamaika clan's intention to replace the Hyuga clan and monopolize the intelligence department. If nobody has any objections, I have an objection, Yifei stated, stepping forward slowly, his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. Huh? What could a child like you possibly object to? Hayashi retorted, anger simmering as he recalled his own injuries inflicted by Yifei. Yifei cast a dispassionate glance at Yamaika Kai and replied, I am not advocating for the Hyuga clan. I merely believe that you large clans, like the Hyuga, should all perish. What did you say? The clan leaders erupted in outrage, with Hayashi himself exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade. Allowing this child to attend the council was indeed premature. Yifei merely smirked, and Tsunade raised her hand, silencing the objections. Yufei, continue. I wish to hear your thoughts. Very well, since the fifth Hokage wishes to listen, I shall reveal something to you ignorant masses. He produced a bundle of scrolls and unfurled them onto the floor, the scrolls stretching over 2 meters in length, revealing a series of names, each marked with a red cross. This is a list of missions I executed recently, primarily concerning rogue ninjas surrounding the Leaf Village, each one a civilian ninja. Unfortunately, they did not enjoy the protection that your esteemed clans did, leaving them with but one path. Yifei's gaze was piercing. What are you implying? Do you also wish to betray us? Yamenka Kai's brow furrowed, his anger rising. If it weren't for this boy, he would have been the head of the intelligence department by now. Everyone present understood that this position was largely symbolic. Yet obtaining it would grant the Yamenka clan significant leverage within the village. Yufei and Appo's gaze sharpened as he retorted. Do you think those beside you can only be civilian ninjas? Have you all forgotten about Uchiha Madara? The room fell silent, shock washing over everyone. The mere mention of Uchiha Madara sent chills down their spines, especially among the 2 advisors who had lived through Madara's era. Chapter 53. The fifth Hokage takes office. Uchiha Madara? Surely you jest. Mito Minion's expression faltered immediately. He had previously held a high regard for Yifei's abilities. Yet he was astounded to learn that this common ninja harbored such perilous thoughts. In response, Yifei cast a cold, piercing gaze that silenced him. Do not fret about my potential betrayal. I am merely a common ninja. My capacity for treachery pales in comparison to that of your clansmen. Of course, the higher-ups are reluctant to oppose their opinions out of fear regarding this matter, Yifei remarked with a scoff. He continued, Was and Appo's, Uchiha Madara the same? Alone. He could not resist the might of his clan. What is a clan? It embodies the concept of a collective. The organizations outside, each person's parents and families, the village, the nation, all encapsulate this idea. True peace arises only through unity and opposition to monopolization. Any exclusive form, while seemingly obstructive, merely drives another faction toward extremism. With palpable anger, Yifei articulated his thoughts, and everyone present understood the gravity of his words. At that moment, he embodied the perspective of the common ninja. This viewpoint was not absent among the upper echelons of Konoha. Rather, they lacked the courage to voice it. Those from lesser clans or obscure ninjas yearned for recognition, yet found themselves subjugated beneath the oppressive influence of the prominent families. Now that Tsunade had assumed the role of Hokage, countless ordinary citizens awaited the inauguration of the fifth Hokage. Yifei lamented the current state of Konoha and sighed, regardless. I am but a mere nin, and as a common ninja, I am perhaps only entitled to express my opinions. The future of Konoha rests in the hands of the heirs of esteemed clans. It is regrettable, however, that among the proud youth, few possess the strength to back it up. His tone conveyed a hint of disdain for the situation. With a loud thud, Yifei displayed his displeasure to the assembled crowd, leaving them in a state of astonishment. This was both the sorrow and privilege of the common ninja, solitary. They need not concern themselves with the animosity or exclusion of others. Tsunade and Mito Minion exchanged glances, pondering the depth of this young man and Appo's understanding, realizing that this council might soon face turbulence. The office was filled with individuals, predominantly elite nin like Kakashi, or clan leaders such as Yamanaka and Oichi. The relationships were intricate, and revealing the hidden truths of Konoha's upper echelons before everyone was not an option. Tsunade, what is your perspective? The crowd turned their gaze towards Tsunade, their expressions a complex tapestry of anticipation. The clan leaders were confident, believing Tsunade to be a person of reason, while the common ninjas wore heavy expressions. Time and again, the common ninjas of Konoha had failed to triumph over the powerful clans. As a descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade was unlikely to heed the Navi rhetoric of Yifei. I stand with Yifei, Tsunade declared resolutely. The assembly erupted in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. A smirk graced Tsunade's lips as she rose, pounding the table. I dare anyone to dissent. Konoha is in a unique phase. Making such a decision may temporarily ease the discord among the clans, but it will provide countless future rogue ninjas with justification. Tsunade. We in the higher echelons also require a rationale. That young man's words are evidently inciting your emotions. I must ascertain your reasoning, Mito Minion retorted darkly. As an elder female ninja and a former mentor to Tsunade, she understood that Tsunade would not speak up for a mere child. The recent events surrounding Uchiha Itachi served as a poignant example. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. In truth, just days prior, when Yufei returned to the village, he had sought her out for a conversation. At that time, the notions he presented were beyond her comprehension as a princess of the Senju clan and one of the legendary Sannin, yet she now grasped their significance. She articulated Yufei's viewpoints one by one. The past Uchiha Madara was similar. The current Uchiha Itachi is merely a reflection of Madara. He single-handedly slaughtered his own clan and betrayed the village. While the reasons remain unknown, Itachi certainly poses a danger to Konoha. Such a perilous individual could easily infiltrate our village and severely injure our elite Jonin, Kakashi. Is this the outcome you desire? Tsunade cast a sharp glance across the assembly, her voice icy. When the next Uchiha Madara inevitably arises, I ask you clan leaders, who among you will bear the responsibility of repelling him? Instantly, Yamanaka and Noichi retorted, I may not be capable, but our trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi possess formidable strength. Oh, is that so? Tsunade replied coldly. Then why did you not step forth to prevent the invasion of Orochimaru into Konoha? Where were you when it was time to save our teacher, Sarutobi? Her words rendered Inoichi speechless. The assembly fell into a heavy silence, their heads bowed. This underscored the disparity in strength, affirming the veracity of Yifei and Appo's assertions. The might of the powerful clan stemmed from their ability to protect the village. If that power were wielded merely for the sake of fame, the very foundations of the village would rot from within until it ultimately crumbled to dust. In that moment, Tsunade recognized the profound truth in Yufei and Appo's words. She seemed to foresee the inevitable conclusion. Yufei was indeed a prodigy. A 13-year-old capable of contemplating the future of the ninja world from the perspective of a Hokage, or even a feudal lord. It is settled then. I shall assume sole authority over the intelligence department. The relations between the clans and the higher-ups, along with future task coordination and assignments, shall undergo thorough reform. Tsunade's declarations were unwavering. The assembly found no grounds for further objection. Subsequently, the inauguration ceremony for the Hokage commenced. Amidst the resounding cheers of the masses, Tsunade stood atop the Hokage building and proclaimed, from this day forth, I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. I vow to protect Konoha with my life. On Hokage Rock, Yifei reclined atop the head of the first Hokage, his eyes closed in tranquil repose. The clouds drifted leisurely across the sky, and Yifei's mind reached a state of serene calm. Occasionally, a break from training was quite refreshing. Naruto? How goes your endeavor? He turned his head to glance at the 4th Hokage's likeness, where Naruto was energetically pouring paint from a bucket, adding his creative flair. Almost done. The craftsman will soon arrive to measure the dimensions for the 5th Hokage and Appo's likeness. Once he sees my masterpiece, he will surely be astonished and chase after me. Naruto chuckled, seemingly relishing the thought. How dreadfully dull. Don't associate me with you. I prefer to remain unnoticed. I am accustomed to dwelling in the shadows, Yifei sighed. Not out of adolescent angst, but rather an inability to comprehend Naruto and Appo's boundless vitality. Yifei rose to his feet and leaped away, taking a small path to depart. As a common ninja, he lacked influential backing and had to rely on his own efforts to enhance his abilities. At that moment, however, he sensed a surge of chakra rising from beneath his feet. This murderous intent, who could it be? Chapter 54, The Wood-Release Ninja and the Battle with Yamato. With a sudden rustle, the earth beneath Yufei and Appo's feet was ruptured, and a slender vine adorned with green leaves sprouted forth, ensnaring his ankle. The swiftness of this maneuver took Yufei by surprise, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. Unable to move, Yufei furrowed his brow, realizing that the small branch was infused with a chakra that possessed control attributes. With his feet immobilized, he could not initiate his intricate techniques, prompting him to swiftly form hand seals. In this moment, his proficiency in illusion techniques rivaled that of elite Jonin, granting him an acute awareness of chakra manipulation. Genjutsu. Release. However, after executing the technique, the surroundings remained unchanged. Not an illusion? This is real. Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. Would release. For pillar prison technique. With a resounding crash, several sturdy wooden pillars rose around him, confining Yifei within a small wooden cage. After a moment of contemplation, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. So it is would release? I believe I have deduced the identity of my opponent. In the entire ninja world, only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, wielded would release, but he had long since passed. The only others capable of this technique were those who had integrated Hashirama cells at infancy and survived. Yamato, emerging slowly from the ground. Yamato transformed from a wooden form. Ah, so it is my senior, Yamato, come to seek me out. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? This manner of dialogue feels rather impolite, does it not? Yufei remarked with a hint of amusement, betraying no fear. Yamato, taken aback, quickly inquired, Yamato? How do you know the name given to you by the third Hokage? Yufei paused, murmuring, I heard it from Tsunade-san. Ah, this is quite troubling. Yamato frowned, his tendency to ramble surfacing. He found it difficult to comprehend how this young lad dared to address the newly appointed fifth Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, as sister. Yufei candidly stated, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Frankly, while your would release is impressive, the level you have exhibited is easily countered by me. Oh, young man, do not be overly confident. It may lead to misfortune during missions. Yamato smirked. Although his abilities were not as formidable as those of the first Hokage, he still felt assured in dealing with a mere child. Yet, in the next moment, crack, the wooden pillars shattered, splintering and scattering in all directions, before vanishing entirely. Yifei waved his hand, brushing aside the debris that obstructed his vision. And now? Yifei inquired nonchalantly. Impressive. Yamato was taken aback, astonished. This boy had managed to gather a powerful chakra around his body, erupting in an instant and shattering the wood with sheer force. It seemed that his initial confinement had been a ruse to draw Yamato out, unveiling his true intentions. In terms of strength, reflexes, and cunning, this youth was not one to be underestimated. Speak quickly, Yamato-senpai. Even if you are an elite umbu of the Hokage, I will not be courteous if you continue this rudeness, Yufei replied coolly. Yamato cleared his throat. In the presence of others, you may call me Yamato. But from today onward, I am your instructor in the Hokage's umbu, so you shall refer to me by my umbu codename Tens. His gaze sharpened, a thought flashing in his mind. Yifei paused. Hokage's umbu? Did Tsunade send you? Yamato replied seriously, the fifth Hokage wishes to train you as part of the umbu. But you are currently only a nin, which is insufficient. That said, I have my own rules. Before revealing my true intentions, I must engage you in a few exchanges to gauge your true strength. This will facilitate future collaboration. Knowing each other well ensures victory in every battle. Yamato smiled. His curiosity piqued. Very well, Yifei responded indifferently. Yet, internally, he brimmed with excitement. Was this not an opportunity for practical combat experience? Moreover, against a user of would release. Would release, cutting technique? Yamato suddenly appeared behind Yufei, catching him off guard. Yufei was unable to activate his techniques in time, as Yamato's presence was almost imperceptible. Too faint for Yifei to detect. And to begin with the cutting technique? This was serious. Substitution technique. Yifei swiftly formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, he transformed into a wooden replica, narrowly escaping. He leaped from a nearby tree, eyeing Yamato warily, and then stomped one foot to initiate his intricate technique. While he had acquired some basic ninjutsu through rigorous training, facing an opponent with such extraordinary abilities necessitated the use of his most proficient techniques for greater assurance. In the next instant, Yufei and Appo's eyes widened in alarm. A murderous intent surged from behind. With no time to counter, he could only defend. Kanji, golden body. A radiant golden barrier materialized to block the oncoming wooden assault, prompting Yamato to retract his hand, his expression a mixture of surprise. Is he truly just a nin? The density of his chakra. Even I cannot compare. Yamato silently marveled, then immediately began forming hand seals. Yet Yifei was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. He understood that in a practical engagement against an elite nin, he would inevitably suffer losses. Thus, he had to give his all. Though Yamato was technically a Genin, his prowess was on par with that of a shadow-level ninja. Wing Chun Fist Technique. Yufei closed the distance with Yamato, his physical prowess soaring to 1454 points, surpassing even shadow level. Forgive me. Yufei unleashed a powerful punch. Crash. Yamato was instantly scattered, reduced to a myriad of wooden fragments. A wood clone. Yufei leaped back, but it was too late. The combination technique was already set in motion. Yamato had been preparing a long series of hand seals from a distance, all orchestrated for this very moment. I know you are a taijutsu ninja, so I will not bully a mere nin. This technique is also a close combat maneuver. Are you ready? Yamato grinned. Would release, Buddha and Appo's, S-palm. No sooner had he spoken than Yamato had already darted behind Yufei, delivering a palm strike. Though the chakra density was relatively low, Yufei had witnessed Hashirama Senju's devastating use of the Buddha's palm against Madara Uchiha Susanoo. Even a scaled-down version could be perilous. Yufei gasped, hastily forming one-handed seals. Disordered gold strike. He could not afford to be struck by this technique. Buzz. Yamato, believing he had secured victory, suddenly found his mind blank, consciousness slipping away. This moment, though fleeting, was ample time for Yufei to react and make his escape. This is bad. As Yamato regained his senses, he struck at empty air, realizing that the next instant could very well be Yufei's counterattack. Chapter 55, The Dark Team's Confidential Mission. Yamato was acutely aware that he had little time to defend himself, so he crossed his arms in an attempt to shield his head. However, after a moment, nothing occurred. What was going on? Turning his head, he saw Yufei crouched on one knee, drenched in cold sweat. Yufei blinked with one eye, struggling to focus on Yamato, his heart filled with frustration. The disruption technique had merely immobilized Yamato for a brief moment, yet it had nearly exhausted all of his chakra. What could be the reason for this? Yufei pondered. Was it possible that Yamato held significant weight in this world? Recalling his previous experience using the disruption technique on Hinata Chiba, which had been utterly ineffective, he wondered if it was not that they could not be subdued by the technique, but rather, he himself was the problem? Yufei furrowed his brow, panting heavily. Fortunately, Yamato retracted his offensive stance and approached him, taking Yufei and Appo's hand to help him stand upright. You're quite impressive, Yamato remarked with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with admiration for Yufei. Yufei squinted, and suddenly his eyes brightened. I have balance. The battle had come so unexpectedly that he had not had the chance to examine Yamato's attributes. In the brief pause at the end of the confrontation, he seized the opportunity to activate the Eye of Balance. Target: Yamato Comprehensive Strength Rating, A-Class. Near Shadow Level Ninjutsu Value, 950 Taijutsu Value, 680 Jinjutsu Value, 620 Chakra, 890 Vitality, 550 Combat Experience. S-Class. Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. This individual was nearly on par with Kakashi. He then glanced at his own attribute panel. Host: Yufei Comprehensive Strength Rating, S-Class. Jonin Ninjutsu Value, for 43 Taijutsu Value, for 54 Jinjutsu Value, 950 Chakra, 1170 Vitality, 960 Combat Experience. E-Class. The disparity was significant. However, Yufei had also gained some attribute points from this real battle. Since Yamato had not gone all out, Yufei's enhancements were limited. So, Yamato-senpai, what exactly do you need from me? We seem to have reached a stalemate just now, Yufei inquired, frowning. Hey, a stalemate? In truth, I lost. Had you had any teammates nearby, I would have been defeated. Yamato chuckled. Yufei quickly echoed, you flatter me. He was surprised that Yamato, being a senior member of the Umbu, was quite amicable. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, the recollection of Yamato's more terrifying persona sent a shiver down his spine. Actually, there is nothing particularly special. As I mentioned earlier, Lady Tsunade intends to train you as a direct member of the Hokage's Umbu, which means I will be your teammate. You can call me Captain Yamato from now on, but during missions, refer to me as Tenkaz, Yamato said gently. Yufei's gaze sharpened as he replied coolly, the issue lies here. According to Konoha's structure, you should be my Umbu instructor, not my teammate or captain. Yamato was taken aback, surprised by Yufei's perceptiveness. You, my boy, are quite familiar with Konoha's high-level management system, aren't you? If you recalled correctly, this individual was supposed to be an orphan from the battlefield of the Grass Village, lacking any significant background. So how could he be so well-versed in Konoha and Appos as protocols? Especially since he had garnered Lady Tsunade's favor. Yifei chuckled awkwardly. I don't know much, just a bit curious. So I've perused some management policies. Once one becomes a nin, aren't they entitled to access the archives? I see. So that's why you are so concerned about Konoha's management system. Yamato raised an eyebrow, hoping to engage the youth in further conversation to build rapport. To his surprise, Yifei replied coldly, because Konoha's management system currently has severe flaws. I plan to strengthen my own abilities in hopes of reforming the ninja system one day. Yamato was taken aback. The expression on this youth's face was devoid of jest. A reform of the ninja system? Was such a feat truly attainable? The last individuals to achieve such a transformation in the ninja world were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Relying on the strength of their clans, this boy, lacking any background, thought he could accomplish it alone? That was utterly impossible. Yet, Yamato found himself deeply admiring this courage. I believe I understand the kind of person you are, Yamato said with a subtle smile, clearly pleased with Yifei. You are an intelligent individual. So I shall be direct about my purpose. As you correctly noted, I am not your instructor, but your captain, because we have received a confidential mission dispatched by the village and Appos as higher-ups. Yamato announced, retrieving a scroll from behind him. He crouched down and placed the scroll on the ground, revealing an enlarged map of a certain area of Konoha, marked with numerous intricate symbols. This is. Yifei hesitated, recognizing some of the symbols. This is the internal map of the Hyuga clan. The higher-ups have received intelligence that the Hyuga clan intends to stage a rebellion in a month's time. There is a strong possibility they will collaborate with individuals from outside the village. Konoha cannot withstand such a blow, thus measures must be taken. Yifei's cold sweat began to form. The Hyuga clan, planning a rebellion? He had not anticipated that injuring Hyuga Hizashi would not only cost Niji his ninja position but also push the clan toward rebellion. What measures shall we take? Just the two of us cannot possibly stop the Hyuga clan. Yifei sighed, contemplating the complications. If the Hyuga clan truly caused a stir, he would be in grave danger. After all, he was the one who had driven them to desperation. Yamato smirked, pointing to a marked spot on the map's center. This location bore a cross symbol. We will form an Umbu team, infiltrating from this point. In 5 days, they will conduct an operation concerning a secret organization within the Hyuga clan. This organization is a significant factor in facilitating this rebellion. We are merely a strike force. There is no need to feel overwhelming pressure. Our task is to disrupt the enemy's plans, causing them to falter. I shall provide you with specific instructions later. For now, just prepare yourself well. Yamato continued, rolling up the scroll. In summary, even if we fail our mission or succeed but the Hyuga clan still proceeds with the rebellion, the village will have subsequent measures in place. Of course, the best course of action would be to take the initiative before the enemy strikes. Having finished his explanation, Yamato let out a breath of relief. Yifei and Appos' thoughts were tumultuous. Was this truly the mentality of Konoha and Appos as higher-ups? Even before the operation commenced, they had already deemed the Hyuga clan as enemies. Yifei steeled himself, quietly asserting, what if I refuse this mission? Chapter 56. Alive, the curse mark of perception. Refusing a mission? This audacious lad truly dares to say such things. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yamato and Appos' forehead, and he chuckled awkwardly. While it is not impossible to decline, you must consider this carefully. I am a member of the Umbu, not just an ordinary nin. Upon uttering these words, a flicker of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Yifei had perused the regulations of Konohagakure in the archives, and was acutely aware of the repercussions should he refuse a mission. In such a case, the village would go to great lengths to erase his existence, even if, due to certain exceptions, they could not completely eradicate him. They would employ various methods to hinder him. In essence, the tasks assigned to the Umbu were shrouded in secrecy. Before him lay 2 paths: to accept the mission and fulfill it, thereby aligning himself with them, or to refuse, withdrawing from the ranks of ninjas and eternally safeguarding secrets. Otherwise, he would be relentlessly pursued, becoming an adversary of the higher-ups. The machinations of the rulers. Yufei scoffed quietly. In the moment that Yamato and Appo's killing intent flickered, Yufei turned back with a smile. No need to be anxious, Captain Yamato. I agree to accept the mission, after all, without any backing. How could I contend against the higher-ups of Konohagakure? Don't you think so? Yamato, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt his heart race in that instant. Could it be that he subconsciously feared being slain by this young lad? After all, he was merely a nin. There was no reason for him to be afraid. Furthermore, regarding Yufei's earlier mention of reforming the ninja system, while Yamato acknowledged Yufei's abilities and composure, he remained vigilant. He stepped forward, patting Yufei on the shoulder, and courteously said, Yufei, from now on, we shall be comrades. You must strive diligently. Rest assured, should the mission be accomplished, the rewards will be substantial. This is, after all, an S-rank confidential mission. With that, Yamato departed with a bang, leaving Yufei to exhale deeply. What kind of monsters are these? Do they believe they can handle me with mere clone techniques? Yufei furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of impatience. Although his strength was considerably above his peers, he still fell short when compared to true powerhouses. Despite the protection afforded by the system and the god of the forest, he was not overly concerned about the risk of obliteration, yet he did not wish to live in hiding for eternity. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. A yearning for strength began to swell within Yufei. Yufei, seriously, I and Appo's been searching for you forever. Where have you been? Naruto and Appo's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, I accidentally fell asleep. My apologies. Have you finished your errands? Yufei replied with a gentle smile. Honestly, that old man still has and Appo's shown up. I and Appo's am utterly bored. Let's go back. Train with me, Naruto exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Today, I want to show you the new jutsu I've learned. Rasengan, is it? Give it up, your current level. Yufei frowned, uninterested in humiliating Naruto for the sake of validation. If he were to engage in a spar with Naruto now, the odds would be heavily in his favor, about 80-20, with little pressure. How infuriating. You've only heard of the Rasengan. Besides, I and Appo's grown stronger during this time. Why do you look down on me? Come on. Naruto lunged at him, only to be deftly evaded by Yufei. I'll be in seclusion for the next few days. Don't bother me, Yufei declared, leaping away and vanishing into thin air. Naruto, frustrated, threw his hands up and sighed. Yufei, why are you so busy after becoming a nin? If this continues, I won't be able to keep up with you. Stuck in his thoughts, he suddenly remembered Sasuke. Right. I should challenge that guy Sasuke. He is probably at the hospital. I wonder whose jutsu is stronger, is Chidori or my Rasengan? An unusual idea surged within Naruto. There had been persistent rumors that Yufei had once defeated Sasuke in the woods. Now, with Yufei looking down on him, he resolved to best Sasuke, proving himself worthy. In the ensuing days, Yufei diligently practiced the Qimen technique near his home. His mastery of the spell was becoming increasingly refined. Yet he struggled with the chaotic golden hammer. Yufei formed a single-handed seal, causing leaves to rain down around him. It seemed the issue stemmed from both sides. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The problem with the chaotic golden hammer was not significant. He simply could not comprehend why its consumption had escalated dramatically. However, it was evident that controlling Yamato required even greater expenditure. Why then? Did it have no effect on Hinata and Appo's Chihane? As Yufei pondered, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Thump. He promptly sat down, concentrating all his chakra into his dantian to soothe his body. This sensation, Yufei frowned, an odd feeling manifesting in his hands. He then opened his eyes and gazed at his right hand, where a distinct red pulse appeared on his wrist. The Six Souls Curse? Yufei furrowed his brows. Theoretically, since he wielded the Six Souls Curse, he should be impervious to its effects. Likewise, he could not experience backlash. Is this pulse connected to the target? Yufei squinted as he analyzed the situation. The Six Souls Curse is a powerful sealing spell that targets the pulse. Anyone capable of using internal energy, essentially chakra in this realm, would surely meet their demise. Orochimaru had indeed fallen to this curse. Yet that cunning serpent would not so easily fade from existence. The pulse throbbed, seemingly signaling that Orochimaru still existed somewhere, albeit not in human form. Suddenly, Yufei had an epiphany. He rose to his feet, gazing up at the clouds drifting in the sky, a smirk forming on his lips. So, it is the curse mark? Naruto must have gone to visit Sasuke at the hospital today. Before leaving, he had confidently declared his intent to challenge Sasuke. It appears the two have already clashed, and Sasuke has manifested his curse mark? Orochimaru is dead. Could it be that you still see Kabuto? Sasuke, how amusing. Yufei scoffed, hardly concerned with the fate of this individual. Ultimately, he could not influence such matters at present. With a sigh, he noted that the time was drawing near and leaped into action, heading towards the Hokage Tower. Before long, he arrived at the Hokage and Appo's office. Just as he prepared to knock, the door swung open on its own. A pink piglet burst forth. Tun-tun. Squeak. With a resounding thud, the piglet yelped as it was slapped against the wall by Yufei. Tsunade, startled, gasped, Tun-tun. Are you all right? Yufei, why must you be so violent? It was an accident. Yufei replied, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Enough. Let Yufei in. Tsunade's commanding voice resonated. Yes. With that, Tsunade exited. And Yufei stepped into the office, closing the door behind him with an indifferent expression. At this moment, Tsunade displayed an unexpected demeanor, no longer exuding the previous authoritative air, but rather a sultry charm. Yufei, my dear brother, what brings you here to visit your sister? Why do you always wear such a cold expression? Come, embrace your sister. I refuse. Yufei sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. His demeanor grew serious. I have come to discuss important matters with you. Chapter 57. The Plan, the Suppression of Power. I never imagined you would come to discuss serious matters with me. Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile, her cheeks subtly flushed. She reached beneath the table to retrieve a bottle of wine, pouring a glass for herself and Yufei. It was evident to Yufei that the rosy hue on her face was not due to intoxication. Is drinking allowed in the Hokage and Appo's office? This is absurd. Yufei muttered as he made his way to a chair and sat down. The two sat across from each other, toasting with their drinks, while Tsunade and Appo's smile persisted. How should I put it? This Hokage is as dull as I imagined, but at least I am somewhat pleased to see you. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Yufei and Appo's appearance truly fulfilled every girl and Appo's fantasy of a perfect man. The most important qualities had been tested by her, leaving her completely at ease. Unfortunately, he is still too inexperienced. Tsunade's gaze lingered provocatively below Yufei's chest. How do you know he is too inexperienced? You have never tried. Wait. Yufei almost lost his composure, quickly halting the conversation and adopting a serious expression. I came to discuss matters regarding the Hyuga clan. Tsunade took a sip of her wine, her previously lively demeanor tightening instantly. I see. So Yamato has already met with you? What are your thoughts on their defection? Tsunade was deeply concerned about this issue. During the succession ceremony, it was Yufei and Appo's remarks that had awakened her consciousness toward reform. She was subtly worried that Yufei might be led down an irreversible path by the suffocating systems of the higher-ups in Konoha. Yufei shook his head nonchalantly, responding, I have no interest in their defection. I simply wish to complete my mission normally. Tsunade was taken aback. You were so calm about accepting the mission? That does not seem like your style. Yufei didn't and Appo's dwell on it, simply stating, since the village has assigned the task, and I do not wish to side with the Hyuga clan, it is better to resolve their issues. Moreover, I believe I am fully capable of doing so. Oh, you are so confident? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I only need your assistance. Yufei and Appo's gaze was resolute. So that is why you came to me. How infuriating. Why don't you come to me more often? Has your fondness for me? Tsunade's cheeks flushed again, and she began to act coy. Behave yourself. Yufei frowned, nearly rolling his eyes at Tsunade. He then produced a scroll, spreading it across the table, which contained records of the internal relationships within the Hyuga clan. As he gestured, he explained, the Hyuga clan is currently facing internal issues that have led to defection. From the perspective of those in Konoha's upper echelons, as long as we can prevent the possibility of their defection, everything will be resolved, no matter the means, right? In theory, that is correct. Tsunade felt a tightening in her heart, realizing that Yufei was quite audacious, even she, as Hokage. would not dare to voice such harsh criticisms of the higher-ups. Currently, the most pressing issue within the Hyuga clan is the conflict between the main family and the branch family. Yufei pointed to a specific location on the scroll, where the name Hyuga Hizashi was inscribed. What about Hizashi? Tsunade frowned, inquiring. Yifei sighed, his expression filled with resignation. As far as I understand, the branch family of the Hyuga clan has had no opportunity for such clandestine activities under the oppression of the main family. However, Hizashi has recently sustained severe injuries. And during Orochimaru's last invasion plan, many Hyuga ninjas fought valiantly, only to be overlooked at the commendation ceremony, which has fostered their resentment. All of this is merely Yi Fei's conjecture. Nevertheless, as someone who has comprehended the broader context, he was over 90% certain. Where did you acquire this information? Tsunade frowned, astonished yet trusting in Yi Fei's words. Yi Fei, exasperated, replied, Dawn and Amp, Oppos, concern yourself with that. While Captain Yamato and I could infiltrate the Hyuga clan on the day of the mission, that would only serve as a trigger. To truly avert rebellion without resorting to extreme measures, we must employ the suppression of power. A glimmer of coldness emerged in Yi Fei's eyes. The suppression of power. Tsunade and Oppos' mind raced, ultimately culminating in a flicker of fear in her eyes. Surely you do not intend to eradicate the Hyuga clan completely? Tsunade was utterly shocked, pondering how ruthless this young man could be. In theory, that is the only way. However, I have devoted some time and thought to devise a better solution. Yi Fei smirked, taking a pen and inscribing several lines on the scroll. Upon contemplating from the perspective of a strategist, he reached a conclusion akin to that of Danzo and Itachi concerning the Uchiha clan. Yet, Itachi ultimately failed, and the Uchiha clan did not meet a favorable end, leaving endless troubles for posterity. Tsunade glanced at the scroll, where the names Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hayashi were written. Yufei and Oppos' eyes were cold as he stated, I want their lives. This. Cold sweat trickled down Tsunade's forehead. Even the higher-ups aimed to ensure survival before any conflict erupted. Yet Yufei's thoughts seemed to align with a more aggressive stance. True reform necessitates sacrifice, and the most beneficial sacrifices are essential. Additionally, I will require your authority as Hokage to carry out certain actions, Yi Fei remarked as he rolled up the scroll, exuding an air of confidence. In a certain room, Hyuga Niji held a numbered plate, handing it to Yi Fei. To his surprise, not only was he transferring his position in the team, but even his ninja number was being given to Yi Fei. Niji. Li's expression was complex, feeling a sense of lament for Niji's situation. Niji looked down, explaining, I am no longer worthy of continuing as a ninja. Indeed, there is no need for you to mourn. This is a good thing for him. Yufei and Oppos' demeanor was indifferent as he accepted the numbered plate, glancing around. Since he lacked local Konoha identity, even though he had engaged in the ninja profession, he had never possessed his own number. From this day forward, he would assume Niji's number and remain in Konoha as a ninja. Yi Fei bore no significant grievances, as he never intended to stay in Konoha indefinitely. Thus, regardless of the number, it was merely a temporary tool. Hey, Yi Fei, what kind of attitude is that? You should at least acknowledge that Niji and Oppos' exit allowed you to enter. Speak properly, Tintin exclaimed, always advocating for Niji. Yi Fei shot Tintin a glance, feigning a tone of lament. Oh, how tragic. Such a pity, Niji brother tch. You. Tintin could not restrain herself from wanting to punch Yi Fei but was stopped by Li. Tintin, do not dwell on Yi Fei-kun, besides. Did we not both fail to defeat Yi Fei-kun last time? Li chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, why bring that up? He never claimed to be weak. Rather, his remarks were excessive. Suggesting this was a good thing? Tintin fumed. At that moment, Niji abruptly interrupted Tintin, saying, Stop arguing. Yi Fei is right. I am grateful to him for helping me awaken to my current state. Chapter 58, The Disciple of Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko. Yi Fei's gaze shifted towards Niji, observing his demeanor. Initially, he had inscribed 3 names in a transaction with Tsunade, but considering Niji was Hinata's concerned cousin, he decided to temporarily erase it. Niji and Oppos' attitude would ultimately determine whether Yi Fei would take it upon himself to eliminate him in the future. Yi Fei and Oppos' triumph over me was not an affront. Rather, It compelled me to confront my own arrogance. He sighed, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Furthermore, Lord Hisashi had also succumbed to him in taijutsu. That day, our Hyuga clan faced total defeat, which unveiled the hubris of our entire lineage. Genius? The strongest clan? Utter nonsense. Niji furrowed his brow, harboring a sense of resentment within. When Hisashi was still alert, he suppressed the branch family, and Niji had always resented him. Little did he know that Hisashi would eventually fall, leading to a series of chaotic events within the branch family as they foolishly aspired to challenge the village, even the ninja world. Such arrogance knows no bounds. Yi Fei, a mere commoner, possesses such clarity of thought and strength. I believe you should not harbor animosity towards him because of me. Should you do so, you would only render yourselves as fools. Niji cast a glance at Tintin and Li. Niji. Tintin pouted, resembling a chastised child. Kai, observing from the side, felt a sense of comfort as he watched the children interact harmoniously, understanding one another. Yet, he remained unaware of the undercurrents beneath this tranquility. All right. This should suffice. A handover ceremony need not be so intricate. I must return to my training, Yufei announced, preparing to depart. Wait. Niji called out to Yufei. What is it? Yufei replied coldly. Niji and Appo's expression was earnest as he spoke. I am truly grateful for your assistance last time. But the matters of the Hyuga clan are not easily resolved by you. I hope you can be cautious lately. Chiyu is, not like others. Understood. The air was left with only the echo of one voice, as Yi Fei had already vanished. How infuriating. Who exactly is Yi Fei? Why does he treat Niji with such disdain? Tintin crossed her arms, feeling a mix of approval for Niji yet angry, as she simply could not comprehend Yi Fei's methods. Li, too, feigned a smile, trying to mediate, while his curiosity piqued about Yi Fei's true nature. Why does he never train with them? Moreover, Yi Fei and Appo's strength is unfathomable. When he had aimed to surpass Niji, Li had thought he was formidable when he opened the fourth gate. Yet, in the end, even the fifth gate was left in Gaara's hands, and now with Yi Fei emerging, Li felt the pressing need to breach the sixth gate to prove his ninja way. In the damp, dimly lit corridors of the Konoha village basement, water dripped rhythmically. In the silent, dark environment, only the sound of Yi Fei's footsteps remained. He swiftly rummaged through the documents in the room, his gaze sharp and decisive. Nothing found. Yi Fei sighed. Although his capacity for knowledge absorption had significantly improved due to his accelerated growth, he still struggled to apply it comprehensively. In the secret chamber of Konoha and Appo's elite, a wealth of information would be accessible, but given Yi Fei and Appo's current position as a Chunin, his access was limited. Left with no alternative, he relied on the perception granted by the Six Souls Curse to locate this abandoned underground laboratory of Orochimaru. The third Hokage had once discovered this place but chose to let Orochimaru go. Since then, it seemed to have been sealed off, neither confiscated nor destroyed. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated his own fate. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from nearby. Yi Fei's eyes sharpened, and he stomped his foot. The chi formation unfurled. A formation several meters wide enveloped the entire room, and then Yi Fei gestured. Wind cut. Whoosh. Several blades formed by whirlwinds sliced through the air, severing the small snakes that crawled out from the wall's crevices, their blood spilling forth. What a wretched place. Yi Fei grimaced as he stepped outside. However, just as he took a few steps, he felt a kunai was past his head. What? A woman clad in a trench coat with mid-length hair was ensnared by ropes of wind, her kunai slipping from her grasp. Glancing at her, Yi Fei noted her voluptuous figure and striking features, particularly the black fishnet attire that subtly accentuated the mature beauty of a woman. Pervert. What are you staring at? Mitarashi Anko scoffed. Yi Fei smirked, arching an eyebrow. Hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Did your teacher Orochimaru not impart this lesson to you? Having been caught in a compromising position, Yi Fei decided to conclude this swiftly. I have balance. Target. Mitarashi Anko overall strength rating. S-rank Jonin ninjutsu value. 620 taijutsu value. For 40 genjutsu value. For 120 chakra. For 150 vitality. 850 combat experience. B-rank this level is just right. Yi Fei's gaze hardened as he extended his fingers, forming a claw-like gesture. At that moment, Anko realized something was amiss. She had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Could it be that you noticed I was nearby from the very beginning? In a dark corner abandoned for years, how could a snake possibly appear? Fire serpent. Hiss. A fiery red snake suddenly sprang forth, slithering up Anko and Appo's body, causing her to scream. Ah! The flames nearly scorched Anko and Appo's skin in a critical moment. She forcefully broke free from the wind ropes, her cursed seal surging up her body. Grabbing Yifei's hand, Anko unexpectedly utilized it to form hand seals. Ninjutsu, Shadow Serpent Hand. Hiss. Several snakes erupted from his wrist, and Yifei executed his hand seals, flames soaring into the air. Sizzle. The serpents were instantly incinerated, and Anko was left desperately shedding her trench coat. Cough, cough. She collapsed to the ground, her body covered in charred remnants, the fishnet attire burned in several places, exposing her fair skin now smeared with dirt. As Yifei landed, he stood before Anko, who, upon raising her head, realized that as a special jonin, she was not a match for this young man. Who on earth are you? Are you truly the newly promoted Chunin? Anko questioned, skepticism rising within her, as she discreetly began forming seals. Do not waste your efforts. Engaging me would only lead to mutual destruction, and I have no desire to harm you. Yifei frowned, as he had pressing inquiries to make. You noticed? Anko was taken aback. Her specialty was to form seals in secrecy, yet Yifei had effortlessly seen through her. Yifei smiled lightly, spreading his hands in display. Anko was then drawn into a colossal technique, discovering beneath her feet a vast, circular blue bagua array. Within this peculiar formation, both time and spatial quality could be influenced by my central position. Your movements are laid bare before my eyes. You are now under my control, and I have vital matters to discuss with you. Chapter 59. What I desire is another. Am I truly at your mercy? Spare me the theatrics. Hong Do furrowed her brows, clasping her hands together as she swiftly formed a series of seals. Si, Chun, Mao, In. Just the sight of the final seal caused Yifei to frown slightly. This was a fire release technique. He waved his hand preemptively, the peculiar formation beneath his feet spinning rapidly. Hong Do and Appo's position with respect to Yifei had shifted to the place of Kanwater. Fire release, dragon fire technique. With a flourish, Hong Do extended her hand, and a colossal flame took the form of a dragon and Appo's head, lunging towards Yifei. Yifei and Appo's expression sharpened, his gestures forming a defensive stance as he calmly stated, King character, weak water. A sudden fountain erupted in the air, manifesting as a thin shield, blocking the fiery dragon. However, the dragon and Appo's momentum evidently overpowered the water shield, and with a smirk, Hong Do confidently remarked, the current Nin is quite self-assured. Do you truly think you can challenge my special Nin status? Just as she reveled in her triumph, she noticed that her fire dragon, although suppressing Yifei's water shield, had not completely extinguished it. Instead, Yifei's water shield remained steadfast in the air, absorbing the dragon's assault, its energy actually increasing over time. Meanwhile, the fire dragon and Appo's intensity diminished. Water release has quelled my fire release? Is this for real? Hong Do could hardly believe it, and immediately began forming seals once more. Dragon fire. As her chakra coalesced, the flames surged forth, ravenous like a fire stoked with fresh fuel, lunging at Yifei. Yet, the water shield before Yifei began to adapt, shifting in response to the fire dragon's onslaught. Boom. In no time, the flames were enveloped by the water shield, transforming entirely into steam. Hong Do leaped back a few paces to avoid a counterattack from Yifei. Yet, Yifei merely waved his hand, causing the water shield to dissipate and cascade to the ground. What on earth is happening? Your chakra is not particularly refined, yet you can subdue my fire release with water release. How infuriating. Hong Do felt a mix of astonishment and frustration. Unable to restrain herself, she began forming seals once again. Yifei raised his hand, saying, Yield. I have no desire to engage in a protracted battle with you. He sighed, admitting to himself that he found Hong Do's abilities rather lacking. Although he might not guarantee victory in a direct confrontation, his trump card certainly surpassed hers. Moreover, If he were to corner Hong Do here, it would provide Orochimaru with the opportunity to possess her body and revive himself, which would be disastrous. Do you not wish to know why you will be defeated? If you promise to calm down and discuss this, I will tell you. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Fei's brow as he opened his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Hong Do pondered for a moment. She had heard of Yi Fei, whose peculiar techniques had once brought disgrace to the Hyuga clan during the Qimen exams. Very well, I accept your terms. Hong Do stood, brushing off the dust from her attire. Yi Fei exhaled in relief, concentrating a sphere of chakra in his abdomen before unleashing it. Buzz. A peculiar sound resonated, and the ethereal blue hexagram on the ground became even more pronounced. What is this phenomenon? Is it truly not the Hyuga clan's gentle fist? Hong Do felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, glancing around as the formation resembled the unique technique she had once encountered from the Hyuga. Yi Fei spoke softly to clarify. This is not a technique of the Hyuga clan, but a peculiar formation my master once taught me. It resembles a jinjutsu more than a physical technique. Jinjutsu? Hong Do's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, it creates effects that diverge from reality, subtly influencing the opponent's mental energy and the connection to the material world. Yi Fei began to weave half-truths, realizing there was no need to reveal all his secrets. However, for Hong Do, this explanation was sufficiently detailed. I see, you have revealed your technique so clearly. It seems you are not a worthy adversary after all. Hong Do sighed with relief, and with a flick of her hand, the mottled rust on the surrounding walls transformed into small snakes. Under her command, the serpents slithered towards the corners of the room. So you and Appos, V set a trap for me all along. It appears I and Appos, V narrowly escaped. Yi Fei chuckled awkwardly, though one detail puzzled him. These small snakes were black, while the one he had initially slain was white. The chakra within them felt distinctly different. I did not set this trap in advance. This is Orochimaru Sensei's laboratory. After his departure, I cast protective techniques here. You are the first enemy to intrude silently. Luckily, you are from Konoha, or I would have had to eliminate you. Hong Do's gaze was clear yet somewhat cold. Now, speak. What is your purpose for being here? I seek a particular data set, information pertaining to human modifications. Orochimaru has undoubtedly conducted numerous experiments of this nature, has he not? Yi Fei's eyes also reflected a hint of coldness. At this moment, their characters were in perfect alignment, both rational and unyielding in the pursuit of their interests. A subtle tension permeated the air. Even if you managed to find this place, I could never permit you access to that data. It is not something a mere Qimen is qualified to handle. Hong Do scrutinized Yi Fei, remaining highly vigilant. Yet Yi Fei pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it to her. This is an umbu. Hong Do took it, opening it to discover it was indeed a search warrant directly from the Hokage and Appos' umbu, and the executor and Appos' name was none other than Yamato. Yamato is currently my captain. To be precise, I am now working in the umbu, and my authority surpasses that of your special Jainin. Yi Fei's lips curled into a smirk, brimming with pride. Hong Do fell silent, feeling the weight of the awkwardness. The most dangerous aspect of the human data was that Yamato, as one of the few surviving subjects, had issued the search warrant himself. Then come with me. Though Hong Do was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. The two traversed the dim corridors, entering a room resembling a cage. What is that foul odor? Yi Fei grimaced, feeling nauseated by the stench. This was once Orochimaru-sama's bedroom, where many confidential documents were stored. Do not touch anything. I will search for it. Yet Hong Do seemed oblivious, rummaging through the drawers. Yi Fei sighed, pondering what unspeakable activities Orochimaru might engage in within his bedroom. But why was Hong Do utterly unbothered? Was it due to the curse mark and Appos' influence? Before long, Hong Do unearthed a document and handed it to Yi Fei, coldly stating, "This is the data report you seek." Albeit it contains only two reports, one belonging to Yamato and the other from the Hyuga clan. As she extended Yamato's report, Yi Fei unexpectedly snatched the other one, a smirk forming on his lips as he said, "Thank you. Are you not searching for Yamato and Appos' bodily data report?" Hong Do furrowed her brow. Yi Fei replied with a mysterious smile, "You have miscalculated. My true interest lies with the Hyuga clan. Farewell." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Hong Do standing there in a daze. The Hyuga clan had been his defeated foes. Why would he expend effort studying their bodies? This boy is quite peculiar, Hongdo murmured to herself. Chapter 60. Apologies, you have chosen the wrong opponent. In the ominous expanse of grass, Yifei paused beneath a tree, surveying his surroundings. Orochimaru truly had a knack for selecting locales. Such a dark corner would likely evade even the most diligent investigations of the Umbu. It is no wonder no one has discovered his experimental base. Yifei shook his head, a shiver coursing through him as he sensed a chilling breeze emanating from the distant shadows. He perused the documents in his possession, his gaze shifting. The Hyuga clan. Physical modification? Soul energy and mental energy? And natural energy? Yifei furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by astonishment. So, Orochimaru had long recognized the existence of natural energy in this world, apart from chakra? Upon further contemplation, Yifei found this reasonable. This eccentric had ventured into the Dragon Cave, albeit intercepted for lacking the requisite trials. Nevertheless, Orochimaru must have conducted extensive research on the Dragon Cave, for he would not have succeeded in extracting the myriad snakes otherwise. The so-called natural energy, distinct from chakra, can be refined and meticulously controlled to produce sage chakra. Without such control, it devolves into cursed seals, which Orochimaru exploits to continually recruit talents, selecting the most suitable reincarnation vessels to achieve immortality. This Madden's pursuit of eternal life is certainly more than it appears. Thus, his profound research on the Hyuga clan's physiology, even modifying it. The end product, as it stands, is that failed experiment known as Hyuga Chihane. Yifei gazed at the term failure inscribed in the dossier for an extended period. Despite the evident failure, the peculiarities exhibited remained elusive. However, now he had gleaned his weakness. Yifei declared, folding the dossier and stowing it in his ninja pouch. Rising, he ventured forth. Upon reaching the forest's edge, where light and shadow intertwined, he discovered an odd white trace upon the ground. Yifei crouched, extending a finger to gently touch it, squinting for a better view. It was slime, the residue from a serpent's skin. Instantly, he recognized it. Having battled both Orochimaru and Kabuto, he was now well versed in the characteristics of snakes. Indeed, the serpent's master belonged to another. Yifei widened his eyes. Judging by Red Bean's reaction, she did not seem to have sensed his intrusion from the outset, which implies someone else had already observed his movements prior. With Orochimaru's actions currently halted, it could only be one other person, Kabuto. Yifei's gaze sharpened, a heaviness settling in his heart. Had Kabuto infiltrated Konoha? That lad was an exceptional spy, possessing a unique ninja code within Konoha, akin to Itachi, allowing him easy access in and out of the village. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. System, initiate mission. Yifei resolved firmly. As the moon shrouded the sky and the winds howled, Yifei and Appo's silhouette danced upon a power pole. His strength had now ascended to the level of an S-class jonin. This mission brimmed with peril, yet if he could enhance his attributes and accumulate practical experience through combat, then every danger would be worthwhile. A cuckoo perched on the pole fluttered away into the sky. Yifei, startled, executed a swift somersault, landing deftly. Your agility is quite peculiar, at times. You hardly seem earnest, Dei remarked, standing at the base of the tree with a faint smile. It's a trivial matter, no need to concern yourself. Yifei replied sheepishly. His comprehensive abilities had undoubtedly rendered him a professional ninja. However, in adherence to his habitual mindset, Yifei was unaccustomed to waging battle as a ninja. They handed him a mask, its patterns reminiscent of a fox, interwoven in red and white, exuding an air of mystery. From today's mission forth, you shall officially become a member of my Umbu team. I will assess your performance. And upon reaching a certain standard, you will be formally inducted into the Hokage's direct Umbu unit. Understood. Let us commence promptly. Yifei donned the mask, while Dei adorned his own dog-like red and white mask. Do not rush. After all, it is our first collaboration, and I have a few matters to discuss with you. With 2 key points to heed, Dei spoke gently. At that moment, Yifei lowered his head, signaling with his hands. Swish. 2 kunai shot forth, embedding themselves in Dei's chest. Boom. Not far away, a figure sprang into action, 2 fiery serpents wildly pursuing him. Are you all right, Captain Dei? Yifei frowned, feeling perplexed. He had not anticipated an attack before the mission had even commenced. Following a cacophony of sounds, Daihe's form transformed into wood, scattering into fragments. Pooh! Yifei was taken aback as a terrifying killing intent surged from behind him. The assailant moved with ghostly swiftness. Wood release. Wooden barrier technique? Bang! A semi-spherical wooden barrier materialized behind Yifei, intercepting the kunai launched by the elderly assailant. The old man emitted a muffled grunt, shaking off the air-laden crimson flames that vanished into nothingness. Dai then leaped down from the tree trunk, stating indifferently, "The first point to note is to refrain from excessive concern for your comrades. Prioritize ensuring your own survival." Understood. Yifei furrowed his brow, casting his gaze upon the newcomer. Before him stood an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, appearing harmless as he squinted his eyes. Judging solely by his appearance, one would never suspect that the ghostly figure from earlier and this seemingly innocuous elder were one and the same. "What is the second matter?" Yifei inquired, brow knitted in curiosity. Daihe's gaze sharpened as he began forming hand seals, speaking slowly. "The second point is, when one's life is threatened, all regulations may be disregarded, even if it means ruthlessly eliminating the enemy." His expression darkened, seemingly devoid of intent to converse with the elderly man. "A wood-release ninja? You are that successful experimental subject of Orochimaru, are you not? How unfortunate that you have now become a mere tool for Konoha as higher-ups." The old man scoffed, his voice deep and mocking. "Wood-release, wooden grasp. Pooh-pooh." From the ground erupted dozens of palm-shaped wooden appendages, lunging toward the elder. He leapt into the air, retreating rapidly. The sheer volume and speed of the wooden constructs were formidable, yet the old man consistently managed to evade their onslaught. Only when he had retreated several meters beyond Dai's range of attack did Yifei silently appear behind him. "This is where it ends," Yifei stated coolly. However, in the next moment, he noticed the old man and Appo's murky eyes shadowed with darkness. Realization struck him. The old man smirked, "Too naive, boy." "What?" Yifei frowned. Beneath his feet, a green hexagram formation materialized. "You have stepped into my domain. This is my hexagram secret technique, Hyuga style, Mountain Shatter Strike." The old man's eyes widened, glinting with intensity as he concentrated an immense chakra within his palm. After all, the opponent is a powerful wood-release ninja, targeting you first and taking you as a hostage. Heh. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly found the chakra in his palm dissipating without a trace. In its stead, a far more potent chakra erupted from within Yifei. "I'm afraid you have indeed chosen the wrong opponent." A glint of confidence flickered in Yifei's eyes. Then, the hexagram formation on the ground began to spin rapidly, the ethereal blue hexagram mirroring the unfolding of the extraordinary. Chapter 61. A genius, merely a victim. "What is this?" The elder was astounded in his lifetime. He had never encountered such a peculiar formation. There are indeed numerous varieties of the Hyuga clan's Bagua formations, but what could this azure circular array possibly be? "It is perfectly understandable that you do not recognize it, for this is my technique." A smirk played on Yifei's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. "This is my Bagua palm, Wing Chun." Yifei feigned the fighting style of the Hyuga clan, striking the elder squarely in the chest. "Wow." The elder staggered backward several paces, saliva flying from his mouth. "Behold, this is called Wing Chun, Azure Dragon style." Yifei recalled the memory in his mind, his hand gestures twisting, fingers protruding in a fierce display. With a resounding smack, the elder felt his jaw dislocate. The speed of this strike was so swift that he did not even have time to comprehend it. Had it surpassed the observation speed of the Byakugan? What terrifying power! Truly exquisite. The elder murmured in awe. "Wow." Another strike landed on his face, causing the flesh to tremble. "Why? I clearly perceive that this young man and Appo's movement skills are inferior to mine, yet his striking speed is so rapid. Is it due to the inherent strength of his techniques?" The elder was flung into the air, and Yifei and Appo's gaze sharpened, following the Azure Dragon and Appo's continuous palm strikes came the White Tiger and Appo's elbow strike, intended for a swift conclusion. He had lost interest in toying with this elder, as he had an inkling of his identity. Among the current elders of the Hyuga clan, Aside from Hyuga Hizashi, there was likely only one other with such strength. Are you Hyuga Kuya? Yifei murmured. You. Kuya's eyes widened, bound by several strands of wind in midair, suspended in stasis. You and your grandson, Qimen, shall both sacrifice your lives for the pitiful peace of Konoha village. Yufei and Amp, Appo's lips curled into a smirk, his elbow bent and raised high. This move is perilous. No. In release. Hyuga Kuya gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow, then opened his mouth wide. Crack, crack, crack. A series of black smoke erupted from his mouth, enveloping the surroundings until his figure began to dissolve into black mist. The same technique as Hyuga Qimen? Yifei was taken aback, immediately halting his movements. The next moment, bang! The black-clad figure solidified before him, Kuya and Amp, Appo's hands forming into palms and striking forward. Yufei raised his hands, gathering chakra to form a golden barrier in front of him as the two formidable forces collided, generating a gust of opposing winds. Boom! Both men were sent staggering backward, Kuya merely retreating 2 or 3 steps while Yufei was pushed back several meters. You actually know my grandson Qimen and Amp, Appo's name? I see now. You were the one who saved that boy Hyuga Niji a few days ago, Yifei, right? Haha, what a stroke of luck to find you without effort. Just saves me the trouble of searching for you myself. Kuya's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, murderous intent radiating. Yifei sensed that this man was formidable, promptly activating his Byakugan. Target, Hyuga Kuya Comprehensive Strength Rating, S-Class. Near Kage level Ninjutsu value, 900 Taijutsu value, 900 Jinjutsu value, 550 Chakra, 1200 Vitality, 300 Combat Experience. D-Class. This data is remarkable. As an elder of the Hyuga clan and Amp, Appo's branch family, his strength has already surpassed that of the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi. More astonishingly, despite having only D-Class combat experience, he possesses S-Class near Kage level strength, indicating he must have undergone some means to rapidly enhance his power. Whether I save Niji or not is inconsequential, right? I ruin your Hyuga clan and Appo's reputation, and you will falter. Yifei smirked, planning to strike a fatal blow to Kuya and Appo's morale. Kuya and Appo's expression darkened, a low grunt escaping him. Haha. A foolish mortal like you cannot comprehend the reverence we hold for our Hyuga clan. We are the strongest. Yufei found this proclamation laughable. Mortal? Are you not a mortal? A god, perhaps? He chuckled. Yet Kuya remained grim-faced. My grandson Hyuga Qimen is my most exceptional creation. He will undoubtedly inherit the Hyuga clan and Amp, Appo's grand path. So-called geniuses like Niji are merely sacrifices. He shall become the finest prey for the heavenly festival. As Kuya spoke, a grotesque smile crept across his lips. Yifei turned his head, sensing distant thunder rumbling ominously. Could the heavenly festival ritual be underway at this very moment? Having experienced the horror of such a ceremony firsthand, Yifei understood that once initiated, it often resulted in death. So, you were here to buy time. Yifei's expression hardened, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Would release, for Pillar's prison technique. Bang! A wooden cage erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yifei within. Captain Yamato. Have you lost your mind? The enemy is right there. Yifei felt cold sweat trickle down his back. How could a teammate's technique be employed in battle? Yet Yamato stood outside the cage, facing away from Yifei, speaking in a low tone. The foe before you is evidently not of a level you can contend with. Do not forget what I told you. The primary objective is to preserve your life. But does the completion of the mission not count as a goal? Moreover, by killing him, would I not be safeguarding my own life? Yifei frowned, perplexed. Kill him? You are far too arrogant, Yifei. The situation is complicated. A massive amount of chakra is gathering around us. Remain calm, Yamato admonished, prompting Yifei to regain his composure. He carefully retracted the formation, returning to a fleeting tranquility. Various strange sensations flooding his awareness. Indeed, not far away, a commotion was brewing. I understand now. This fellow is here to buy time, correct? Yufei exhaled deeply. He had been too eager, especially with his target, Hyuga Kuya, right before him. How could he not feel anxious? Yamato, seeing Yufei finally calm down, spoke in a gentler tone. This man's strength is extraordinary. You are not his match. First, go gather intelligence. After I handle the enemy, I will come to find you." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, dispelling the technique. The wooden cage released, and Yi Fei turned, darting swiftly in a certain direction. Naive, Kuya immediately formed hand seals. Dark mist swirling ominously. However, a wooden branch surged forth, forcing him to halt his hand seals and roll aside to evade. From a distance, Yamato's gaze was icy. "Your opponent is me." Kuya let out a few low, cold laughs, looking at Yamato with a hint of fervor in his eyes. "A wood-release ninja. Since you have presented yourself, I shall not hold back." Yamato found this odd. He noticed a strange greed flickering in the elder and amp, Appo's fanatical gaze. At this moment, Yi Fei moved frantically, finally pausing atop a tree. Not far away, a group of individuals gathered around a bonfire, and beside the flames, a person was bound. It was none other than Hyuga Hinata. This group had kidnapped the main family's eldest daughter, planning to abandon Niji and directly use the bloodline of the main family to activate the Heavenly Festival ritual. Chapter 62, The Family Division Assembly, Deception Revealed. Yi Fei was not a creature driven by baser instincts. He would not allow himself to be distracted by Hinata and Amp, Appo's plight. Yet, upon introspection, the thought of watching her perish without intervening stirred an unsettling pang of guilt within him. He immediately scanned the crowd, but failed to spot any familiar faces from the Hyuga clan. In truth, his understanding of the Hyuga clan was quite superficial. Those few with white hair must be the elders, he mused, recalling his recent studies on the clan and Appo's elder council. The main house, though formidable due to the preservation of the Byakugan, was wary of the branch family's numbers and potential descent. Consequently, the main house had established a certain degree of centralized authority, allowing select branch families to voice their opinions at the clan and Appo's council. Typically, positions were filled based on seniority, and those who made it to the council were invariably elderly, thus earning the title of branch elders. Hinata's grandfather was one such elder, and it was likely he had incited this internal coup. 16 elders, each arguably of Jonin caliber. If the situation deteriorated, I would surely find myself in a precarious battle. Beads of cold sweat formed on Yi Fei's brow. Under current circumstances, he could only assert dominance in one-on-one encounters. In a scenario of multiple adversaries, unforeseen complications could arise. Fortunately, after deliberation, one elder declared, "Qimen, this task is entrusted to you. Your grandfather Gaia will return shortly. Fear not, Grandpa Jian, I can handle this alone." Qimen replied with unwavering confidence, his black mask concealing his scarred visage. Once everyone departed, only Hinata remained bound upon the platform, and Qimen approached her with deliberate steps. He towered over her, a head taller than Niji, and savored the moment, inhaling the scent of her hair with an unsettling pleasure. Miss Hinata? Perhaps I should refer to you as and Appo's, little wretch and Appo's, now? Before you meet your end, allow me to indulge in you once. What a beast! Yi Fei gasped from the shadows, his eyes wide with disbelief at Qimen's vile intentions. Would he really witness such a grotesque scene unfold before him? As Yi Fei grappled with his shock, Qimen chuckled darkly, caressing Hinata's face with a twisted delight, leaning in to kiss her. "No, please don't," as Qimen's tongue brushed against her lips. Hinata see Chapter 63, Sacrifice, once a dear friend. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency of the moment. It was time to summon the forest god. Any further hesitation could seal Hinata and Appo's fate. However, in the next instant, a figure lunged forward from behind him. "Hinata, curse be this turn of events." Qimen hurried to intervene but was swiftly kicked aside. A man clad in the special Jonin attire of Konohagakure dashed into the fray, seizing Hinata and hurling her away. As Hinata fell to the ground, her eyes narrowed, her consciousness waning. "Hayashi, you," she murmured, her awareness sinking into darkness. Hayashi, meanwhile, was enveloped in tears, his body consumed by flames and sorrow, crying out in despair. "Ah, you lunatic. The celestial ritual is not meant for a bloodline as impure as yours. Get down here." Qimen moved closer, intent on altering the outcome. But a colossal chakra manifested as a barrier of golden light, sending him flying. Inside, Hayashi's body had turned black, his gaze blazing like a torch amidst a ghastly shadow. He shouted, "Qimen, You will surely regret this. Qianyu, you are the one who will regret it, you madman. Qianyu and Amp, Appos, S eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. A glimmer of tears forming in his eyes. Yifei frowned, grappling with a sense of confusion. It seemed these two shared a peculiar bond. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Hinata had once mentioned that Hyuga Qianyu was her cousin, 3 years older than Niji, harboring jealousy over Niji's reputation as a genius. Hayashi, on the other hand, was 4 years Hinata and Amp, Appos, S senior, serving as her protector. Thus, it was natural that Qianyu and Hayashi, contemporaries in the shinobi world, shared some form of connection. Regrettably, all of this was destined to culminate in annihilation due to Qianyu and Amp, Appos, S insatiable madness. With one final wail, the energy was expended, reducing everything to dust. Hayashi's form transformed from shadow to mist, dissipating into the air. A lunatic, reduced to a mere wisp of my subordinate's soul. Is this the outcome you desired, Hayashi? Why? Qianyu sat alone on the ground, his silhouette exuding a hint of desolation. But for Yifei, none of this mattered. He had already awakened the consciousness of the forest god within him. Little one, you have finally remembered me. I have pressing matters to discuss. The voice of the forest god emerged, immediately questioning him. Pressing matters? Is it urgent? Yifei asked with a furrowed brow. Urgent, not particularly. The forest god murmured. Then let Appos address my situation first. My body has been sealed, and there is no time for a gradual recovery. Can you assist me in restoring it? I will return control to you afterward, Chen Fuxing stated. The forest god fell silent, taken aback. Young man, are you truly treating me as a mere tool? You know the term tool? Yufei was astonished. Of course. My language system synchronizes with your thoughts. Someone of your caliber would struggle to comprehend my depth. Yufei was rendered speechless. Soon, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Yifei's body. At that moment, Qianyu silently rose, his eyes bloodshot as he turned away. This is all your fault. Die. Qianyu extended his hand, an endless black mist coalescing in his palm. Charging towards Yifei, boom. Yifei abruptly waved his hand, dispersing the dense fog. Crack. The mist evaporated into the air, not only failing to return but also unleashing waves of murky energy that seemed to devour the black mist, transforming into the dark souls surrounding Yifei. At that moment, Yifei found himself suspended in the air, his eyes radiating a peculiar energy. Those black eyes, who are you? You are not Yifei? Qianyu sensed something amiss, his heart tightening. Oh, 2 opponents this troublesome? It seems your fate is rather remarkable. The forest god chuckled softly. Yet Qianyu showed no hesitation. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. I understand now. You possess another, unknown power within you. No wonder you are so formidable. In that instant, Qianyu, having uncovered Yifei's powerful secret, became almost frenzied. He bared his teeth and lunged at Yifei. The forest god, controlling Yifei, struck Qianyu with a single palm, sending him flying. Cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Qianyu and Appos' mouth, yet his eyes burned with fervor. I will kill you, then claim your power for myself. The forest god frowned. Your insatiable greed is overwhelming. Were it not for the constraints of our contract, you would be doomed. His consciousness began to wane, for Yifei's command was to alleviate the negative effects upon him. The forest god could only accomplish this. Any breach of contract would invoke divine retribution, leading to his own obliteration. Previously, the forest god had merely borrowed the moment of bodily restoration to deliver that strike. Yet even that one blow had significantly diminished Qianyu's combat prowess. Once the forest god receded, Yifei's consciousness returned. He took a breath, fixing his gaze upon Qianyu, who was forming an unusual seal. I will kill you. I will kill you. Qianyu murmured, and Yifei understood immediately. It seemed the forest god had been unable to restrain himself, but this worked to Yifei's advantage, as long as he delivered the fatal blow himself. All would be well. Yifei had long accepted an S-rank mission from the system, to eliminate both Hyuga Qianyu and Hyuga Kagaya. He began to mobilize his chakra. Discovering that his bodily restrictions had indeed been lifted, the forest god was truly remarkable. Just as he prepared to strike, Qianyu appeared before him in an instant. His movements blindingly swift. So fast. Bang. Both combatants struck simultaneously, their palms colliding, unleashing an uncontrollable tremor in the air. The shockwave cracked the earth beneath Yifei's feet. Qimen seemed to have activated some form of technique, his physical prowess surging as he unleashed a series of rapid strikes. Wing Chun. Yifei had yet to master the defensive applications of Wing Chun, forcing him to counter each blow with an offensive posture. And he found himself pushed back repeatedly by Qimen's relentless assault. Boom. Ultimately, a powerful surge of energy knocked Yifei down, shattering the surrounding ground into fragments that shot skyward. Qimen hovered in the air, enveloped in thick black mist, an eerie chakra gathering around him. This is definitely not the ability of the Hyuga clan. Yifei sensed something ominous. Qimen had activated a strange power triggered by an ancient ritual of the Hyuga clan. Is Orochimaru aiding you? No, perhaps it is. Kabuto? Yifei's brow furrowed. Yet in the next moment, Qimen appeared behind Yifei with an unattainable speed. What use is asking so many questions? Die. 8 trigrams palm. 640 strikes. Chapter 64. Activation, the weakness of Qimen. To everyone's astonishment, the 64 palms had been transformed into 640. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yifei's forehead, even with infinite health. Facing this attack would surely be excruciating. The host gains ninjutsu points 8 through practical combat. The host gains taijutsu points 18 through practical combat. The host gains jinjutsu points 15 through practical combat. The system continued to announce. As Qimen unleashed his palms, the air trembled. The faint black mist particles dispersed in the atmosphere, causing Yifei's consciousness to gradually waver. It turned out that these palm strikes not only assaulted his physical form, but also targeted his very soul. No wonder the shapes of the black mist resembled the souls he had extracted with his spiritual binding technique. Indeed, the black mist was merely another manifestation of the soul absorbed by Qimen and Appo's technique. With gritted teeth, Yifei endured the relentless barrage of strikes. Just then, the system malfunctioned. Beep. The host has engaged in prolonged combat. Energy has been depleted, and the host is about to enter a fatigue phase. Warning. During the fatigue phase, the host's infinite health will be revoked. In an instant, blood erupted from the corner of Yifei's mouth. Was this how he would meet his end? His health barely exceeded 1,000, akin to that of an elite jonin, and after sustaining 64 strikes, he was left gravely weakened. 640 strikes? Even if he were granted 3 more lives, he could not endure such an onslaught. What could he possibly do? Call upon the forest god once more? For the first time, panic flickered in Yifei's eyes. Just then, wood release, silent binding technique. Several wooden stakes sprang forth from the ground, isolating Yifei. While those stakes, like agile serpents, coiled around Qimen, binding him completely. In that moment, Yifei found salvation, and he quickly forced himself to leap backward to escape. Qimen, however, was forcibly pulled back to the ground by the wooden stakes. Not far away, Yamato descended, catching Yifei's faltering form. Captain Yamato, Yifei exhaled in relief. His heart racing. It seemed he had been saved. The ancient house has fled. This grandfather-grandson duo appears formidable. Rest well. I will handle the rest, Yamato whispered. Yifei remained silent, a glimmer of doubt in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Hinata Qimen would be this difficult to confront. His eyes widened as he activated his balance eye. Target: Hinata Qimen overall strength rating. S-class shadow level ninjutsu points. 1,000 taijutsu points. 1,000 jinjutsu points. 1,000 chakra. 1,000 vitality. 1,000 combat experience. B-class. This data left Yifei utterly astonished. In just a few days, Qimen had ascended from a D-class genin to an S-class shadow level. Moreover, from their earlier combat, it was evident that he had undergone a significant leap in growth. Indeed, Orochimaru and Appo's experiments had birthed this uncontrollable monster. A wave of despair washed over him. The Hinata clan stands no chance. If you merely seek recognition, the higher-ups of the village will decide to negotiate with you. Yamato attempted to broker peace. Yet Qimen coldly scoffed. Would release ninja? How delightful. This is simply a fortuitous gift. His eyes shimmered with fervor and greed. Yamato was taken aback. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered, "How do you share your grandfather's demeanor? Have you both meddled with forbidden techniques? Why can't you simply answer the questions?" He began forming hand seals, a reluctant killing intent manifesting in his gaze. To his surprise, Qimen suddenly declared, "Of course, I refuse. Konoha village? It is hardly a place for humans. Just moments ago, my dear friend perished in an effort to save me." At this point, tears glimmered in his eyes. Yamato was stunned. He had not expected his fearsome enemy to reveal such emotion. Yet Qimen's cold laughter shattered the moment, the sorrowful atmosphere lasting no longer than 3 seconds. Boom. The wooden stake shattered, and Qimen extended his hands, summoning a torrent of black mist from all around, binding Yamato's limbs. Cannot form seals. This brat surpasses even his grandfather in controlling this black substance. Yamato exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily unable to subdue the young adversary. At that instant, Yifei lunged forward, leaping directly in front of Qimen. Qimen and Appo's veins protruded, his murky white eyes activated, perceiving the chakra flow within Yifei and Appo's body. He scoffed, "Your chakra is nearly depleted. What do you intend to do against me?" Qimen sighed arrogantly, entirely unafraid. Yifei's expression remained stoic as he raised his hand, forming a swirling gesture. Kanji, golden light. Clang. A brilliant radiance erupted from his palm, blindingly intense. Yifei directed his hand towards Qimen and Appo's eyes, the overwhelming light momentarily obscuring Qimen and Appo's vision, flooding his mind with golden brilliance. "Damn it! Ugh!" Qimen howled in agony. At that moment, the black mist that had ensnared Yamato suddenly cascaded down like raindrops, dissipating into nothingness. Qimen was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure, forming seals as he shouted, "Would release, tree binding." With a sudden leap, Qimen evaded Yamato and Appo's would release attack, swiftly turning to flee. With the danger averted, Yifei finally exhaled, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Yamato approached, examining Yifei and Appo's condition. "This kid is significantly stronger than the intel suggested. Is he growing at an alarming rate?" Yamato murmured. Yifei replied, "Leave this kid to me. I know how to handle him." "It appears so." Yamato sighed in relief, refraining from further inquiry. He had indeed sensed Qimen's unprecedented power surge, and at that moment, he had felt all hope of victory slipping away. Yet, upon Yifei's intervention, Qimen had immediately abandoned the fight. Hope ignited within Yifei's heart. He had not anticipated that the experimental data he had obtained from Hongdo would prove so invaluable. During the experimentation, Orochimaru had foreseen the potential for uncontrollable subjects should the experiment succeed. The modified Byakugan, it turned out, was most vulnerable to blinding white light at close range. A fact Qimen himself remained oblivious to. Yifei resolved to resolve this matter before Qimen recognized this weakness. However, a complication arose. Qimen was heading southward, towards the gathering place, which happened to be the designated location for their current mission. Yamato, producing a previously acquired map scroll, pointed to another direction after making a series of annotations, but Hinata Gakuro was moving in the opposite direction. What could this grandfather-grandson duo possibly be scheming? There is a high likelihood they intend to execute something detrimental to the village, as Gakuro emanates a sense of malice, Yifei stated. Yamato paused, recalling the peculiar statements made by Gakuro. "This is indeed troubling. Let us split up. You take Gakuro, and I will handle Qimen. I will also take full responsibility for the mission at the gathering," Yifei proposed. Chapter 65. Individual Actions, Delving into the Assembly. In light of this, the task must be entrusted to you, Date sighed. Essentially, you should not be making such a hasty decision. The direct Umbu of the Hokage in Konoha possesses authority equivalent to that of elite Jonin and can typically assume the role of team captain in any mission. Such a choice is undoubtedly fraught with risk. Indeed, I find it difficult to let go of that individual. When I battled him earlier, his words were peculiar. What did he say? Day and Appo's remarks piqued Yifei and Appo's curiosity. After all, Hinata Gaia is also one of Yifei and Appo's targets. However, the task sequence dictated by the system prioritizes Chinyu, placing Gaia after him, which may suggest that Gaia is even more formidable than Chinyu. That fellow expressed a desire to acquire the power of Mokutan. In the fight, he clearly suppressed me yet chose not to take my life. Day gazed at his palm, which seemed to be entangled with some dark substance. Yet, when he gathered his chakra, the ominous mist dissipated. Thus, Captain Day, please ensure you endure until the end. If you cannot complete the mission, you will have to wait for my arrival. A confident smirk graced Yefei's lips. Day lowered his head, a hint of a smile revealing his contentment. In the brief duration of this mission, they established a tacit bond of mutual trust, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Still, Day harbored a pessimistic outlook regarding the mission's prospects. Yefei's journey was fraught with peril. It has been decided then, however, it seems prudent for me to first deal with Gaia before joining you for the task. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, avoid inciting a collective conflict. Lady Tsunade and Amp, Apos, S orders are that only 2 individuals can be actively eliminated, Gaia and Qimen. With that, Day prepared to depart. I am well aware of that. However, Captain Day, before you leave, there is one favor I wish to ask of you, Yefei said earnestly. What is it? Day inquired. The wood clone technique is a more advanced form of deception than the shadow clone technique. What about the transformation technique? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yefei's eyes. You wish to infiltrate the assembly? A clever approach, yet you must decide what form to take. Day began forming hand seals. Channeling chakra through his palm onto Yefei and Apos' back, instructing him to envision the appearance of the person he wished to transform into. Yefei nodded, understanding the task. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing Hinata Gaia standing before Day. At that moment, Day and Amp, Apos' heart nearly stopped. Once he regained his composure, he sighed. Truly. You startled me. Yefei. I'm off, Yefei said, a confident smile playing on his lips as he strolled away. As Day watched Gaia and Amp, Apos' retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. Remarking to himself, what a clever solution. Yefei is indeed no ordinary child. The cooperation with Yefei reminded him of his own battles alongside his senior Kakashi, and he silently vowed to eliminate his foes before Yefei could do so. Otherwise, what a disgrace it would be for a captain. The Hinata clan's assembly took place in a vast courtyard. The towering wooden walls had been largely dismantled, and Qimen stood atop a wooden stump, surveying the crowd. Most attendees were elders from the branch family and some core members, totaling over 40 individuals. Yefei glanced around, feeling reassured. There were only about 10 elders present, those being the only ones who posed a threat to him. This meant that the remaining 30 could potentially serve as his hostages. Are all the participants gathered? Have the sinners been brought forth? Qimen's gaze was piercing as he addressed the elderly man before him, who had white hair. The elder, known as Hinata Hui, was the head elder of the branch family and had surpassed 70 years of age. The individuals have been brought, but Master Qimen, Tanaka, do not speak on behalf of the traitor unless you wish to betray the Hinata as well. Betray the divine, Qimen coldly reprimanded. Understood, Hui dared not utter another word. At that moment, another elder inquired, where is Elder Gaia? Qimen paused, taking a breath, closing his eyes as he internally cursed Yefei. That blinding light had hurt his eyes, leaving him somewhat dazed even now. I have stated before, the existence of traitors is fatal. I bear unfortunate news. Our internal intelligence has been compromised, and the higher-ups in Konoha have taken notice, sending Umbu to investigate. Qimen and Amp, Apos' declaration caused an uproar among the crowd, with everyone exchanging worried glances. What shall we do? Should we flee or? We asked, bewildered. There is no need for concern. My grandfather is currently dealing with those 2 little mice, and they are as good as dead. His eyes were filled with confidence, as he believed Yefei and Day were merely elite genin. While his grandfather possessed the hidden strength of a Kage, they are undoubtedly doomed, and their deaths will be quite tragic. Suddenly, Hinata Gaia stepped forward, leaving the crowd astonished. However, it was, in fact, Yefei and Amp, Apos' spirit that was in control, a result of the transformation technique. Grandfather? And what of their corpses? Qimen inquired arrogantly, lifting his head. Yefei, assuming Gaia's form, hesitated momentarily before responding. Naturally, they have been slain. I incinerated them with my technique, leaving not a trace behind. Let the assembly commence. Further discussions can wait. Wait, my grandfather would never engage in such reckless behavior. He is the most cautious of individuals. You are not my grandfather, Qimen interjected, blocking Yefei's path. Who are you? He demanded, his voice rising. Countless Byakugan eyes fixated on Yefei at that moment. Who am I? I am your grandfather, you wretched spawn. Are you itching for a fight? Yefei could no longer restrain himself and shouted his thoughts aloud. Since a confrontation is inevitable, it would be wise to take advantage of this insolent brat before the battle begins. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly began forming hand seals, activating his Byakugan. The veins on his forehead throbbed menacingly. Yefei frowned, gathering his chakra internally, prepared for battle at any moment. However, after scrutinizing Yefei, Shinyu found no flaws, with every vein and chakra point appearing intact. I apologize, grandfather. Shinyu knelt on one knee, offering an apology to Yefei. Humph. Yefei scoffed, leaning on his cane as he walked further inside. Yet, within him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His chakra had only recently begun to recover, and the negative effects of the 8 trigrams palm still lingered within him. He needed to hold out a little longer. Let the assembly continue. Bring Tanaka forth. I wish to interrogate him personally. Shinyu commanded, and several subordinates dragged an elderly man forward, his black hair bound with tape over his mouth. Upon tearing it away, he immediately screamed, "We do not trust these individuals. The two of them have no intention of sparing us. Our battle against Konoha is a futile endeavor. As he spoke, Shinyu and Appo's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, Shinyu seized a katana from a nearby guard and brought it down with ferocity. With a sickening thud, in front of over 40 members of the Hinata clan, Hinata Tanaka, the elder of the branch family, was decapitated. Chapter 66. Hinata Chiba. Your time has come. Tanaka. Hinata Kai's eyes widened, and the elderly man's eyes instantly reddened. He stared in disbelief at Chiba, realizing this man had gone mad. A madman has no reason to live. I have previously stated that life and death are choices for you to make. We, the Hinata clan, are the messengers of the divine, entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Cannot confront the village? Should such foolish words arise again, they shall be met with merciless execution. As Chiba spoke, the black mask on his face shifted, exuding an air of mystery and depth. Some were astonished and terrified, yet many from the branch family sighed in relief, as if liberation had finally arrived. This day had come. Chiba was to execute the will of the divine. In the midst of fear, the bloodline of the Hinata clan seemed to forge a connection within the crowd. Yes, indeed, it was so. Chiba observed the fear and killing intent flooding the eyes of those around him. He burst into raucous laughter. Ignite the flames. A few subordinates approached and lit the fire, rekindling the familiar bonfire. Standing behind Chiba, Yefei was increasingly shocked. They intended to conduct the heavenly ritual here? After forming a series of seals, Chiba unleashed a massive chakra into the air, transforming it into black mist that engulfed Tanaka and Appo's corpse, subsequently drawing it into the flames. With a hiss, the fire reduced everything to nothingness. Chiba grasped the power single-handedly and then flung it outward. One middle-aged man from the Hinata clan was struck by the energy, and his body began to mutate, erupting with black mist. His physique grew robust, transforming him into someone entirely unrecognizable. I feel an abundance of power within me. Is this the divine's blessing? How wonderful! Thank you, God. The man's eyes widened, his once clear white eyes now murky beyond measure. Yefei frowned, finally grasping that the so-called heavenly ritual was nothing but a ruse. Hinata Chiba was merely deceiving these foolish branch members. This heavenly ritual was, in fact, a manipulation of cursed seal power, forcibly merging it into the white eyes of the Hinata clan. The chakra produced during this fusion was all too familiar to Yefei. Having participated in Orochimaru and Appo's reincarnation ritual and battled against Sasuke under the cursed seal, he could see through it at a glance. Bring the traitors to me. I shall annihilate them all. The mutated middle-aged man bared his teeth, extending his palm, which transformed from green chakra into a murky black, resembling a blade. With a slash, the so-called traitors, those from the Hinata clan and Appo's branch, fell one after another, the air thick with the unmistakable scent of blood. Yefei gazed at this horrifying scene, astonished. This was no gathering, but a cult. He contemplated that perhaps it would be prudent to wait for Captain Day to resolve this. After all, the initial expectation was merely the deaths of Chiba and Kugu, But things had spiraled far beyond that. The number of casualties grew, corpses littering the ground. And even some branch members who had initially supported them found themselves ensnared in a web of complexity. Despite their thirst for power, they dared not act recklessly, for they could very well be the next victims. Meanwhile, Chiba surveyed the chaos and, regaining his composure, addressed Yi Fei. "Grandfather, it seems our plan has succeeded splendidly. Does it not? Next, we await your full execution of the heavenly ritual to offer this group to me." At that moment, Yi Fei fixed his gaze on Hinata Kugu, appearing calm on the surface while his heart raced with surprise. So, everything was a deception, and what does the completed heavenly ritual entail? Could it be that there are two forms of the heavenly ritual? You boy, is the heavenly ritual so easily wielded? Yi Fei feigned nonchalance as he spoke. Chiba nodded absently. "You are correct. Last time, it was my fault for recklessly employing divine power. Yet, I truly did not anticipate that Yi Fei would succeed." Yi Fei furrowed his brow, remaining silent. It was unthinkable that the purest bloodline of the Hinata clan was now in the hands of an outsider. Once the higher-ups of Konoha recognize us, their only bargaining chip for survival will be handing Yi Fei over to me. Furthermore, I shall demand all sources of Yi Fei. I must locate that mysterious place to achieve the transformation into a sage. Chiba spoke with fervor, laughing maniacally. His brazen demeanor weighed heavily on Yi Fei and Appo's mind. Their intentions were evidently not pure, yet, how could he possess the bloodline of the Hinata clan? What could this possibly mean? Yi Fei was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Niji was unexpectedly dragged forward. Bound tightly, his body was marred with whip marks, clearly having endured severe torment. This boy would not yield. But I surmise he must have leaked information about the gathering. However, to whom? That remains a mystery, leading to the higher-ups of Konoha being informed. The mutated man proclaimed with excitement. Chiba narrowed his eyes, fixating on Niji in silence. Niji gritted his teeth. "Chiba, you are beyond redemption now." Chiba chuckled coldly. "At this juncture, there is nothing left to discuss with you. Xiao is dead." "What? Xiao is?" Niji was taken aback. "It is nothing more than a cold corpse. With his talents, even if alive, he would only hinder me. But you, Niji, you are a genius. Yet now, you are but a waste." Chiba approached, sneering as he caressed Niji and Appo's face. Niji remained silent, glaring fiercely at Chiba as he spoke. "Everything is irretrievable, Chiba. You have no chance to regret this. Xiao was your closest brother, and yet you let him go." Chiba stood, stepping back with indifference. Niji closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, realizing that his single failure had triggered such a cascade of consequences. Perhaps everything was predetermined. Ha 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 ha. Die. I've long grown weary of you. You and your father, Hinata Hayashi, are both the dregs of the dregs. The mutated middle-aged man went berserk, his eyes darkening, his palms transforming into blades. He swung down. With a slash, a body was cleaved in two. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering onto everyone present. Niji opened his eyes, his heartbeat racing like a torrent, twisting and turning. The mutated man was left with only his upper body, blood pouring from his mouth, and soon he ceased to breathe. Hinata Kugu stood before Niji, leaving the crowd astonished. "What is happening?" "Elder Kugu." "What?" Someone could not help but voice their confusion, and the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Chiba and Appo's brow furrowed as he coldly remarked, "This method of attack. It must be that boy." He quickly deduced that it was Yi Fei. Yi Fei could no longer conceal himself. With a puff, he reverted to his original form, hands in pockets. His expression devoid of emotion. "Hinata Chiba, your time has come." Chapter 67. Mission commences. Victory is assured. Yi Fei's sudden appearance astonished the assembly. That's the one who defeated Niji. To think he'd infiltrate the gathering disguised as Elder Furia? Unforgivable. "Lord Chiba, slay this impostor and vindicate the Hyuga clan." "Vindicate the Hyuga clan." The branch family members clamored. Chiba, unfazed, scoffed. "You presume to know when I shall meet my end? What grounds have you for such confidence?" Yi Fei, hands still nonchalantly in his pockets, replied with an air of insouciance, "Because the Hyuga clan is, indeed, quite weak." This remark predictably incensed the branch family members further, eliciting renewed roars of outrage. This scoundrel is far too arrogant. Lord Chiba, demonstrate the might of the Hyuga clan before all present. With no one else deemed worthy to represent the Hyuga clan, their hopes rested solely on Chiba. They seemed to have forsaken the main house entirely. Yi Fei, however, harbored little interest in their antiquated customs. He retreated a few steps, approaching Niji and severing the bonds that restrained him. You antiquated lot, Yi Fei scoffed. Though I care nothing for your internal squabbles. My purpose here being merely to fulfill a mission, I feel compelled to say, you are fools who fail to cherish those around you. Wherever people congregate, there exists a hierarchy, a disparity between the strong and the weak. However, those deemed strong are merely elevated by the presence of the weak, who, in turn, develop a yearning for power, thereby fueling the ego of the strong. This dichotomy necessitates companionship, even if one does not possess the idealistic resolve to die for their comrades. One should at least harbor a modicum of trust and expectation for those traveling alongside them. Those of you who are so arrogant and conceited will inevitably meet a singular fate. If you fail to comprehend my meaning, then step aside and observe the fate of this young man. Yi Fei's gaze was chillingly calm, and even the defeated Niji felt a palpable sense of oppressive spiritual pressure. Yi Fei, thank you, Niji said appreciatively. I never imagined you would save me a second time, even if you say it's a mission from the higher-ups. I am gladdened that my role as a ninja is being filled by someone as exceptional as you. Make no mistake, Yi Fei retorted. I am not saving you solely for the sake of the village's mission. I have no intention of being a lapdog. I am here solely to eliminate that man, and it is for my own reasons. With that, Yi Fei mentally activated the system. Ding. The system has detected that the host has initiated mission mode. Special mission, assassinate Chiba Hyuga. The host will enter mission mode. Failure or completion of the mission will result in immediate punishment or reward. This was the true reason he had agreed to join Yamato Zumbu's squad. These real-world battles against Kaga-level opponents would provide him with the opportunity to grow once more. Fenghou QMN formation deploy. Yi Fei stomped his foot, and a massive QMN formation, spanning several meters, materialized on the ground, emanating an intense, ethereal blue light. Yi Fei, do you intend to fight him alone here? I can assist. Niji began. But Yi Fei raised his hands, forming different hand seals in quick succession. XN character, Windstorm. He chanted. A gentle yet piercing whirlwind suddenly arose, expanding to encompass the QMN formation, scattering the branch family members and Niji, creating a wide berth around the central point. The bonfire at the center blazed with renewed intensity. Niji Hyuga, do you understand now? Your participation would only hinder me, Yi Fei said without turning around, leaving only his back to Niji. Niji gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. Indeed, the gap between their abilities had widened even further since the Chunin exams. What's this? You charge into a gathering of numerous opponents, yet you intend to challenge me to a duel? Are you delusional? Chiba asked, his eyes filled with mockery. Yi Fei extended his hand, beckoning Chiba forward. A faint smile played on his lips as he said dismissively, Chiba Hyuga. Whether or not you accept my challenge is your decision. The only one I intend to kill is you. If anyone else falls, it will be because they dared to interfere. Furthermore, I represent the interests of the main house. If you truly wish to uphold your convictions, you know what you must do, Don and Apos. To you? He raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence. Lord Chiba, defeat him. This man has stolen the fruits of our Hyuga clan and Apos' labor. You must teach him a lesson. Lord Chiba will not lose. He is a true prodigy. A cacophony of hateful rhetoric erupted, and at that moment, Chiba realized with a start that Yi Fei was goading him. Yi Fei had seen through his intentions to use the branch family members to incite a rebellion. Now, if Chiba wished to continue exploiting the branch family, he would have to make the same choice as Yi Fei in protecting Niji, standing before the branch family and acting as their champion. Impressive. I had assumed it was the ineptitude of the hidden leaf and amp, Apos' leadership, but it seems you truly intend to oppose me. Very well. I shall unleash the power of the gods here and slay you before the eyes of the branch family. As he spoke, a swirling vortex of black mist arose around Chiba. When the two whirlwinds collided, they exploded, seemingly canceling each other out. The air grew still, and Chiba raised a hand, black mist coalescing in his palm. Tremble. Weep. Witness the might of the gods, you foolish mortals. Chiba and Appo's eyes widened as he lunged forward with incredible speed, leaving only afterimages in his wake. So fast. This is Lord Chiba's true power. The branch family members knelt, revering the divine judgment upon the ignorant. An elder, astonished, raised his hand, prompting the branch family members to prostrate themselves before the spectacle. Yifei frowned, deeming them all mad. A fist of black mist hurtled towards him, but Yifei casually blocked it. Instantly, another fist struck from behind as Chiba shifted his position, but Yifei deflected that blow as well. Oh, your speed has increased since we last met, Chiba observed, slightly taken aback. However, I wield the power of the gods. With that, black mist gathered upon Yifei's chin, and Chiba unleashed a devastating blow. Yifei was startled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The black mist moved with such freedom, and its chakra was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible, rendering defense impossible. Bang! As the blow landed, Chiba smirked. I have won. But the next moment, he was aghast. Ack! His jaw was shattered by a counterattack, sending him flying into the air, blood spewing from his mouth. What? Why am I the one being struck? Chiba's clouded Byakugan reflected a myriad of emotions, but then a more terrifying figure emerged in the air. Yifei's eyes were dark as he stated dispassionately, I am the victor. Chapter 68. The game concludes, The True Power of the Divine. The character Li, Red Serpent. With a gesture from Yifei, flames soared into the air, while Qianyu, wide-eyed and grimacing, remained expressionless despite the destruction of his mask, revealing a face marred by dark scars. Following a roar, Qianyu was consumed by the flames. Buzz. Coming to his senses, Qianyu stepped back and sank to the ground. Meanwhile, Yifei stood nearby, hands in pockets, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Is your ability limited to mere words? Where is your courage to act? Illusion. At that moment, Qianyu realized he had unknowingly fallen victim to Yifei's illusion, which had an unexpectedly profound effect on him. A flicker of fear ignited within him. Surely, this must be mere coincidence? After undergoing transformation by Orochimaru, his body had taken on an incomprehensible form, enabling him to wield formidable techniques to adapt to various environments and combat scenarios. Yet, due to his transformation, his mental fortitude had become exceedingly fragile, rendering him particularly vulnerable to illusions. Could it be that Yifei was aware of this? No, that was impossible. Cold sweat beaded on Qianyu and Appo's forehead, though no one could discern this beneath his dark scars. Lord Qianyu, please show no mercy. This brat deserves to die 1,000 deaths. We implore you to lead us forward, young Master Qianyu. The faces of the branch family members incited Qianyu and Appo's ire. Silence, you worthless spectators who only know how to watch and pray. Even gods are not as easily swayed as you imagine. Qianyu and Appo's words silenced them all. The branch family members exchanged glances, speechless. Struggling to rise, Qianyu refused to believe that Yifei's actions were intentional. It had to be mere coincidence. This man had survived the celestial ritual and possessed extraordinary martial prowess and peculiar techniques. It was inconceivable that he could possess such critical intelligence. Behold, ignorant masses. Witness how the divine crafts a new world for you, Qianyu murmured as he began to weave hand seals. Yifei narrowed his eyes, relying solely on his perception of chakra and his naked eye to observe. From this perspective, it appeared that only the quality and vitality of his body had transformed. The time was not yet ripe. Suddenly, Yifei was struck by a punch that nearly caused him to cough up blood, his brows knitting tightly. Qianyu smirked, murmuring, Indeed, you were merely fortunate. Useless. Before Yifei could recover, another punch struck him, followed by yet another blow to his face, the system continuously alerting him to attribute increases. Yifei was sent flying into the air, his consciousness momentarily scattering. This power contained a form of pressure point technique? My body is paralyzed. Yifei was astounded, finding himself unable to gather chakra midair. Qianyu appeared beneath him, his palm coalescing into a massive black mist blade. This ends now. Sun character, Wind Cutter. Yifei frowned, his body suddenly twisting. His movements quickened, wrapping his arm in a colossal wind blade that severed Qianyu's arm and head in one clean stroke. With a splatter, blood rained down, and Qianyu was cleaved in two. The branch family members watched in shock, none daring to utter a word. Upon landing, Yufei clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart had sustained a grievous injury from the earlier blows, making it difficult for him to breathe. To execute the final wind cutter, he had harnessed his life force to defeat Qianyu, leaving himself in a state of extreme weakness. In that case, you are undoubtedly destined for defeat. Huh, you truly are a mere fortunate fool. Unexpectedly, Qianyu's voice echoed again. Yufei turned in panic to see Qianyu's head rising into the air, transforming into black mist. His body and remnants gradually morphed into the same black mist, swirling rapidly before coalescing in the air, Qianyu's figure materializing in a ghostly state, suspended above. Target: Hinata Qianyu. Soul State Overall Strength Rating. S-Class Quasi-Shadow Level Ninjutsu Value. 50 Taijutsu Value. 50 Illusion Value. 50 Chakra. 50 Vitality. 50 Combat Experience. C-Class Yufei stared at the shocking numbers, finally comprehending the situation. This was the achievement from Orochimaru's experimental database. His physical form had been transcended through the bloodline of the Hinata clan into a spiritual state. This technique appeared to be Qianyu and Appo's ultimate trump card, his data reverting to 50 points, yet he still possessed the strength of an S-Class Quasi-Shadow. In this spiritual state, various supernatural attacks could strike unseen, possessing the ability to nullify all material assaults. This is divine. The Hinata branch family members were once again invigorated, believing they had witnessed the embodiment of divinity, falling to their knees in prayer. Qianyu grinned maliciously, his arm morphing into a colossal black blade. His voice sharp with glee, hee. Though my power may wane in this state, my attacks will inflict both physical and mental harm. In other words, this is an assault you cannot defend against, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Oh no, I must execute that technique quickly. How vexing. As Yifei prepared to counter, his eyes widened in shock, suddenly finding himself kneeling on one knee. He clutched his chest, clearly unable to move. His entire body had succumbed to paralysis, rendering him incapable of any countermeasures. Seeing this, Qianyu's confidence surged, a smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Do not hurry, do not hurry. From the very beginning, I stated my victory was assured. Now I shall send you to your demise." With that, he lunged forward. Although his speed in the spiritual state was diminished, the sharpness of his blade still exuded an immense sense of pressure. The strike landed squarely on Yufei and Appo's neck, the black blade piercing through. Hee. Watching blood spurt from Yifei's neck like a gushing spring, Qianyu reveled in ecstasy. You are a worthy adversary, but to me, merely a vessel for growth. Your noble bloodline shall serve me for a time. After all, you shall have no further use for it. Qianyu reached for Yifei and Appo's heart. But in the next instant, Yifei's eyes widened, a blinding light erupting from them. Qianyu instinctively recoiled, for his Byakugan feared intense illumination. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself unharmed, seemingly having overcome his fear of the light. Just as he began to celebrate, he sensed something was amiss. Hadn't Yufei already perished? Where did this light originate from? Impossible. Qianyu's eyes widened as he grasped the truth. In an instant, he forcibly recalibrated his chakra, only to discover he had been in a state of chakra chaos, meaning he had been trapped within an illusion. Yet, everything around remained unchanged. The only difference was that Yufei stood before him, unharmed, a massive red and white serpent in a spiritual state coiling behind him. Its gaping maw fixed upon Qianyu. Yifei's eyes were filled with cold indifference as he spoke softly, "Have you finally emerged from the world of illusions? However, this game has indeed come to an end. Allow me to show you what true divine power is. This is the illusion technique, 8 Gods Ascending Serpent." Chapter 69, The Convergence of Souls, the Interception of Who? Divine power? Is this truly divine power? Qianyu took a step back, his gaze fixed on the colossal red and white serpent, a wave of oppressive force swelling within him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his previously charred visage now unmistakably displayed a look of sheer terror. Yufei maintained an impassive expression as he gestured, and the ground beneath them erupted in radiant brilliance, revealing the intricate formations of the 8 trigrams. Qianyu's astonishment deepened as he murmured to himself. Was the formation merely an illusion from the very beginning? How infuriating! It became apparent that from the moment Yi Fei established the formation, he had already set this illusion into motion, and every action that followed had merely been a deceptive mirage. Typically, illusions forcibly draw the target into a unique mental realm, where the ensnared individual becomes easily manipulated. However, Yi Fei's illusion did not transport Qianyu into another domain. Instead, it led him to continuously misjudge reality. In essence, he had been facing Yi Fei with composure, while the details were entirely fabricated. Qianyu and Amp, Appos, mouth opened in shock, rendering him incapable of expressing the profound astonishment he felt. This was nothing short of divine sorcery. Moreover, the timing of Yi Fei's maneuver was impeccable. With a single hand gesture, he summoned a swirling vortex of energy from which a greenish-blue chakra began to emanate, taking on a blade-like form. Yi Fei clearly intended to launch a physical assault. An impressive technique indeed, and your execution is truly remarkable, Yi Fei. However, you must know that physical attacks are futile against me, correct? In the next instant, Yi Fei and Appos' figure appeared before him. Although Qianyu had not anticipated evasion, he distinctly sensed an almost spatial separation between them. The speed he exhibited transcended mere swiftness. It was a matter of distance. Like a straight line drawn from Yi Fei and Appos' original position to Qianyu and Appos' back, the shortest path between 2 points was established in that fleeting moment. Sun character, spatial slash. Crack. At that moment, Qianyu beheld a green line slicing through his body, as if it had severed the very fabric of the surrounding space. Everything dissolved into nothingness, shattered. Such a formidable technique, yet what use was it? Qianyu had just begun to mock when he realized his body had been cleaved in two. His eyes widened in horror as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. His lower half remained standing, shrouded in mist, while his upper half collapsed to the ground, hands clutching his throat, rendered mute. Yi Fei observed the voiceless Qianyu and coldly remarked, "Your blood pressure plummeted and then surged. Most of your vessels are obstructed, and your throat is filled with congealed blood, rendering you unable to speak. Furthermore, this technique was specifically developed to counter you. Just moments ago, you stood in the position of Qian Jin. When the Sun wind confronts Qian Jin, the Yin separates from the Yang, plunging all Yin entities into their most vulnerable state. The soul corresponds to spiritual energy, which falls under the category of Yin escape power. Although I utilized wind attribute chakra, the effect of the spatial slash targets the very fabric of time and space, meaning regardless of your form, you will suffer grave injury." As Yi Fei elucidated, he casually slipped his hands into his pockets, unblemished by the chaos. He had dealt with Qianyu with decisive efficiency, executing everything according to plan. Qianyu, filled with resentment, widened his eyes in agitation, emitting muted whimpers that failed to produce any sound. At that moment, his soul began to dissipate into the air, the dark mist refining into a blue-white soul crystal. Yi Fei gestured, and those crystals gradually coalesced, while Qianyu and Appos' consciousness began to unravel. Yi Fei spoke languidly, this time. "It is not you reclaiming my corpse, but rather me reclaiming your soul. While your awareness wanes, let me clarify something for you. Your soul state may indeed disregard everything I have previously mentioned, even the most potent physical attacks, should they truly injure you. Your soul state possesses the ability to self-repair, for this is an intrinsic aspect of the Hyuga clan's bloodline, imbued with Yin power." With a sly grin, Yi Fei produced a dossier from his pocket, revealing the research data from Orochimaru's past experiments. Although Qianyu's consciousness was fading, his eyes widened in shock, his charred visage reflecting an unparalleled astonishment. "Did you not anticipate this? The reason Orochimaru deemed your experiment a failure is precisely due to an exceedingly significant weakness in your soul state, the fact that you were terrified of illusions. More importantly, Orochimaru imposed a greater restriction to prevent you from manipulating experimental outcomes using your soul state. Under the influence of illusions, your soul cannot undergo repair. And the stronger the energy of the illusion, the more pronounced the effect becomes." Yi Fei and Appos' smile remained composed, yet in Qianyu and Appos' eyes, it appeared as mocking triumph. He struggled violently, but it proved futile, until his body finally ceased to move, his lower half collapsing with a thud, a spherical form coalescing in the air. Yi Fei let out a sigh of relief. "It is done. What a close call." His conjecture had been entirely accurate. Not a fraction could afford to be amiss. Had Qimen not activated his soul state, Yifei and Amp, Appos, S illusion value, barely exceeding 900, would have paled against Qimen and Amp, Appos, S comprehensive attributes soaring above 1000. Yet, once Qimen activated his soul state, all fundamental capabilities faded into nothingness. It was precisely this that led to Qimen and Amp, Appos, S downfall. The surrounding members of the branch family were utterly astonished, unable to fathom how Qimen could have lost. They exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Yifei reached out to reclaim the soul crystal, only to find it inexplicably out of reach. What is happening? I must sincerely thank you, Yifei-kun, for once again aiding me, and moreover, inspiring me, came the voice of Do, accompanied by a chilling chuckle. You have indeed arrived. Yifei had long been prepared for this confrontation with Do. He gestured once more, the earlier formation remaining unbroken. Sun character, wind rope. Whoosh. Several wind ropes surged forth. Yet they failed to ensnare Do, who moved with the agility of a true serpent. Upon landing, Do smirked, hands forming seals. The crystal in the air flew into Do and Appos' hand, which he clasped tightly. Inscribed within his palm was a single black character, Soul. You seem to have guessed my arrival. But it appears you remain oblivious to my intentions. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. With Qimen and Appos' soul in hand, Orochimaru and Appos' experiments may proceed, Do cackled with glee. The experiment is not yet concluded? Yifei expressed surprise, realizing Orochimaru's experiments still had contingencies. Do did not respond to this query, merely sneering, Yifei-kun. I have observed this battle, and you are correct. The members of the Hyuga clan are indeed fools, utterly ignorant. What did you say? You wretched creature. What have you done to our young master Qimen? Hinata charged forward, furiously demanding answers. Around them, the branch family members activated their Byakugan, chakra swirling chaotically in the air. In the next instant, black curse seal power illuminated each individual, consuming their chakra entirely and immobilizing them in place. Chapter 70. The strong dominate the world. What is happening? Is this a cursed seal? It and Appos, Orochimaru and Appos' cursed seal. Hinata Kai, serving as the elder, had a certain understanding of Orochimaru and immediately alerted everyone. However, panic ensued among the crowd, for none could withstand the overwhelming power of the cursed seal. A voice raised a query. The cursed seal must go through a cursing process, so why have we all been affected suddenly? A glimmer of fervor appeared in Do and Appos' eyes. I and Amp, Appos, am not interested in you worthless beings, but the cursed seal left to me by Qimen is truly useful. You should thank Yifei for this. Were it not for him defeating Qimen, you would all be devoured by this cursed seal tonight. You are all mere sacrifices for the heavenly offering. In that moment, the branch family members were engulfed in terror. They had supported Hinata Qimen all along, only to realize he had merely sought to exploit them. It was at this juncture that they comprehended the meaning behind Yifei's earlier words about their naivety. Do was about to continue speaking when Yifei suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The impact was earth-shattering, unleashing a fierce shockwave that left Do's face indented. The ground shifted chaotically as Yifei summoned the last remnants of his chakra. This was an opportune moment to eliminate Do. Yifei had never anticipated that after exhausting himself to defeat Orochimaru, Do would emerge as an even greater nuisance. Don't topple to the ground, struggling to rise, only to witness Yifei approaching with a menacing gesture. He hastily waved his hands, saying, Give up, Yifei. Though I cannot kill you now, neither can you kill me, for I have already grasped Orochimaru and Appos' essence. I have inherited the will of this great man. Do and Amp, Appos' face twisted into a maniacal grin as wounds on his face began to rupture, revealing snakes that slithered forth to lick and seal his injuries. The scene was both grotesque and bizarre. Lazy Red Python. Yifei gestured, summoning serpent-like flames to ensnare Do. Since physical attacks proved ineffective, he would resort to magical damage. But in the next moment, Do collapsed, deflating like a balloon, with repulsive liquid oozing from him. Meanwhile, a massive python emerged from the ground. After widening its jaws, Do crawled out, covered in slime that exuded a nauseating odor. Yifei, since you care so much for the lives of these people, I shall grant you a favor. I want and amp, oppos, t kill them. Furthermore, I have come to inform you of another piece of intelligence, Do taunted. Yifei frowned, his voice indifferent. I have no interest in their lives. I merely wish to put an end to you. Ahaha. Do you now regret not killing me back then? It's too late, Yifei. Do sneered coldly. He relaxed momentarily, adding, but you should be more concerned about Hinata Gaia. What have you done to Elder Gaia? Hinata Kai asked through clenched teeth. Do continued to chuckle darkly. Who knows? What might an experimental subject wielding power beyond Shihane do within the Hokage building? The records of the Hinata clan were originally in the possession of Lord Orochimaru, but he eventually discovered that the Hinata clan possesses a unique bloodline, rendering them unsuitable as vessels for transformation. After uttering this, Yifei surged forward again, prompting Do to swiftly retreat a few steps. He rapidly formed seals and declared, soon, Gaia will summon the true heavenly offering, and this time, the sacrifices will likely be the entire Konoha village. Haha. With a resounding bang, Do vanished into the mist as his words faded. An eerie silence enveloped the air as Yifei furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean by the Hinata clan and Oppos S records? Hinata Kai, with a complex expression, murmured in explanation, the records of the Hinata clan, stored in the Hokage building, include the complete heavenly offering ritual. For a long time, the heavenly offering has been a ceremony that sacrifices numerous lives to summon deities. Yifei's brows knitted tightly. It appeared Do had not deceived him. Gaia was indeed plotting to sacrifice the entire Konoha village. Had he lost his mind? Shihane's claims had proven true. They intended to threaten the Konoha regime to elevate the status of the Hinata clan. Damn it, we've all been played. Shihane, that scoundrel. If this is the case, not only will there be no elevation of status, but the Hinata clan may become eternal sinners. Now, with the main family still in a slumber, had the branch family truly been forced into such dire straits? The branch family members were filled with regret. Yet, Hinata Kai suddenly frowned, glaring at Yifei, and exclaimed, now that Shihane is dead, we have lost our only glimmer of hope. What good does it do to tell me all this? Do you mean for us to clean up the mess? The truth is, you Konoha elites are too arrogant. Do you think sending a mere child could save the Hinata clan? Naive. His words made Yifei cast a sidelong glance at Kai, who remained silent. Kai rebuked, the fate of the Hinata clan is sealed. Are you satisfied now? Damn the Konoha Umbu. In the next instant, a cold wind swept through. And as the chill settled, Kai and Oppos' eyes widened in shock. Wind ropes ensnared his entire being, with a blade of wind poised against his neck. Cold sweat trickled down Kai and Oppos' brow as Yifei and Oppos' voice echoed in his ear. I must remind you of something. I have no interest in the Hinata clan. Your annihilation means nothing to me, nor does it to anyone else. The cold wind stirred the Umbu mask at Yifei and Oppos' waist, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. From the very beginning of the battle, he had no intention of donning this mask. After all, Yifei had not planned to act under the Umbu's identity for this matter. I do not represent the upper echelons of Konoha. I stand for myself. This world should be governed by the strong. Do you understand? Yifei cast a glance at Kai, who was drenched in cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. The pressure was more intense than when Hinata Chihane ruled over them. At this moment, they finally recalled that Yifei had killed Hinata Chihane before their very eyes. Are you planning to kill us all? Kai swallowed hard. He was not a cowardly old man, but as a branch elder of the Hinata clan, he remained deeply concerned for their fate. Yet, it could serve as a solution. Upon hearing this, the branch family members expressed discontent, their previously suppressed emotions surging forth. Since it had come to this, they might as well fight back. A young man urged, and all gritted their teeth, veins bulging. Over 30 pairs of Byakugan eyes focused intently on Yifei, who merely furrowed his brow, raising a single hand. Buzz. A massive 8 trigrams formation enveloped everyone within its confines. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless wind ropes bound them all. And the cursed seals that had previously vanished reappeared at this moment. Yifei murmured, the earlier disappearance of the cursed seal was not due to Do lifting the technique. It was merely me manipulating the changes within the formation. Of course, I possessed the ability to reverse it. At this moment, all the branch family members beheld the enormous array on the ground, its eerie blue glow strikingly vivid. Faced with this colossal threat, cold sweat streamed down Kai and Appo's face as he muttered to himself. No wonder Ningji, Hizashi, and Chihane were all defeated by him. This man is a powerhouse of Hokage level. Stop it, Yifei. Tsunade's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 71. The Main House and Branch Family. Two choices. Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, exclaimed Hinata Kai. As the members of the Hinata branch family found themselves like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their captors. Upon seeing Tsunade's appearance, they fervently pleaded for mercy. Hokage-sama, please intercede on our behalf. The Hinata clan, though lacking in merit, had endured hardships for Konoha. How could they be so easily destroyed by a mere child? Yifei, you are doomed. Now that Lady Tsunade has arrived, it will be evident that you have single-handedly brought ruin upon our Hinata clan. The outcry turned toward Yifei as Tsunade approached him. With a slight smirk, Yifei calmly stated, So, you have finally arrived? How shall we deal with these beasts? The decision is yours. He swept his gaze across the branch family members as if appraising livestock. This gaze incensed Hinata Kai, who rebuked, How arrogant! This is before the Hokage. Apologies. But Yifei acted under my orders to confine you here, Tsunade declared, her fist clenched, her resolve unwavering. A gentle breeze stirred, accentuating her impressive figure, causing veins to bulge on the foreheads of the Hinata men, their eyes widening. Yet, what shocked everyone most was her formidable presence as Hokage, which instilled fear in their hearts. Please succinctly outline the progress of the tasks, Yifei, Tsunade requested. The branch family members fell silent, their supposed lifeline now steadfastly aligning with Yifei. Yifei recounted the events involving Hinata Feiyu and mentioned the soul of Hinata Qimen being taken by Orochimaru. Tsunade pondered for a long moment before exhaling deeply. The internal rebellion within the Hinata clan is a foregone conclusion, however. The only opportunity for change lies with the main house and Appo's perspective. I never expected Orochimaru to act so brazenly within Konoha. She considered launching a comprehensive search, but Konoha was currently facing its most vulnerable period in years and could not afford to squander manpower. The main house, again the main house. The Hinata clan is a collective. Why do both insiders and outsiders perceive the main house as superior? One branch family member expressed indignantly, his words resonating with those nearby. Indeed, the main house merely serves to ensure the purity of our bloodline. The true Hinata clan is upheld by the strength of us all. You are merely pacifying this moment and Appo's fury. In the long run, the Hinata clan will inevitably rebel. These statements pierced Tsunade and Appo's ears, prompting her to cast a peculiar glance at Yifei. He chuckled softly and gestured. Suddenly, all the binding ropes dissipated, granting freedom to the branch family members. It seems you were ultimately afraid? You have it all wrong. It is not the Hinata clan that must compromise with the village, but rather the village that must appease the Hinata clan for reconciliation. The atmosphere was tense. The elderly Hinata Kai stepped forward as the eldest of the branch family. He possessed the authority to silence the crowd. With a gesture, silence fell over the gathering. We, the Hinata clan, are the strongest in Konoha. His tone suggested that the previous oppression by Qimen had been forgotten. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yifei and Appo's eyes, yet Hinata Kai remained unfazed. Continuing to point an accusatory finger at Yifei, you are the root of all our troubles. The matters of the Hinata clan do not concern you. This village belongs to us all, and even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara cannot destroy the village and Appo's interests alone. However, before he could finish, Yifei surged forward, leaving a blur in the air. With a sickening crack, a bloodied finger soared into the sky. My finger, Kai gasped, clutching his wound in disbelief. Unable to fathom that a mere Chunin had overpowered him, with the outcome decided in an instant. Despite his attempts to stem the bleeding, blood seeped through his fingers. Yifei surveyed the branch family members coldly, declaring, Power is the only standard by which truth is measured. You may either heed the Hokage's directives or perish here. Kai's wrist trembled, then his entire arm quaked, until his whole body began to shake. The branch family members exchanged glances. Realizing that even the most seasoned Hinata Kai could not garner the Hokage and Appo's favor. Tsunade, hands on her hips, seethed, Have you not witnessed the actions of Hinata Qianyu? Why do you persist in your delusions? If it were possible, I would have Yufei initiate a purge of the Hinata clan. However, as you have stated, the Hinata clan is Konoha and Appo's oldest clan. Such a prestigious family should not be tarnished by a few insignificant insects. Upon hearing Tsunade and Appo's words, Yufei felt a surge of excitement. Was the next phase of action about to commence? He was eager, his eyes ablaze with a unique chakra. Stop. This is tyranny. You will face retribution. Kai retreated a few steps, his gaze dazed. In the next moment, Yufei charged forward, his kunai descending upon Kai's head, which fell heavily to the ground. Blood sprayed forth, and disbelief and terror filled the eyes of all present. Yifei remarked coolly, "This fellow was the strongest. Yet he was instantaneously slain. Who will be next?" In that instant, a palpable tension gripped the crowd. The overwhelming display of power quelled the chaos. As the weight of Kai's death bore down upon them, an elder named Hinata Chengju stepped forward. The elder conspired against Hinata Tianzhong, secretly supporting Hinata Qianyu, instigating the rebellion. "I am an informant sent here by Lord Izashi." Realization dawned upon the crowd, and fear flooded the eyes of the branch family members. Seizing the moment, Tsunade stepped forward, raising her hand to speak. "In truth, Yufei has conferred with me from the outset regarding how to resolve the issues within your Hinata clan. The discord between the branch and main houses is an internal matter that you must resolve amongst yourselves. The decline of the Hinata clans standing within the village primarily stems from the combined opposition of other clans. In fact, just days ago, I rescinded the centralized management agreement drafted by the higher-ups." "What? Is this true? Does this mean Lord Hizashi's wishes will be fulfilled?" Hinata Chengju's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face. "I never imagined I would wait a decade to witness this day." Following the Nine-Tails rampage, after the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the return of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the selection of the fifth Hokage had been mired in contention. The clan leaders engaged in both overt and covert struggles, even resorting to violence during missions, resulting in grievous injuries. Hizashi had been among the most favored candidates, yet due to the doubts surrounding the branch family, he lost that opportunity. As Hinata Chengju recounted the events to the assembly, the younger generation was taken aback, realizing that the so-called main house was, in fact, their protector. Elders Hinata Tianzhong and Hinata Kai were sentenced to execution for treason. Now, I present to you two choices: complete surrender or total annihilation. The enmity between the main and branch houses has converged into these two fateful options. Chapter 72, The Blessing of the Documents, The Complete Heavenly Sacrifice. Yufei's prowess is evident to all. The two strongest among them, Hinata Chihane and Hinata Kai, have perished at his hands. Any further resistance would merely be a futile struggle. Now, apart from Chihane, Hinata Gaia has also succumbed to my might, leaving you without any glimmer of hope. A smirk played on Yifei's lips as he regarded everyone with disdain. "I surrender." Hinata Chengju raised his hand, echoing the sentiments of the crowd. One by one, hands were raised in a chorus of capitulation. At that moment, a young man, his gaze filled with anxiety, inquired, "If we choose to surrender, can we truly avert the finality of death?" Yifei replied indifferently, "This is not a decision for the higher-ups of Konoha. It is my decree. This is a wager between myself and the upper echelons of Konoha. After all, the enmity between myself, Niji, and Hinata shouldn't escalate into a conflict among clans, should it? But if you choose death, I have no objection. It merely signifies my defeat in this wager. Regardless, I shall not perish at their hands." Yufei and Appo's demeanor was remarkably relaxed. This was undoubtedly his rhetoric, yet it effortlessly provided the Hinata branch a means to retreat. No one desires death, they merely fear it. The upper echelons of Konoha had long severed ties with the Hinata clan, which led to the current predicament. Yufei had the backing of Tsunade, which was well understood by all present. Had Tsunade uttered these words, it would have provided the Hinata clan with a weapon for counteraction. It was fitting for Yufei to speak, as the branch family was now in a state of panic, with no avenue for retreat. Trusting an outsider such as Yufei seemed more tangible than placing faith in the main family or the upper echelons of Konoha, or even in Hinata Chihane. The members of the Hinata clan were astonished. They had not anticipated that a mere youth could harbor such immense power. In no time, all the branch family members raised their hands in surrender. In their quest for survival, dignity had become a secondary concern. Moreover, with Hinata Qimen dead before their eyes, any possibility of resisting through the heavenly sacrifice ceremony had vanished. Once everything was resolved, Yifei said coldly, "Now, everyone leave this place. I shall personally cleanse the remnants of the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Any interference within my Bagua formation will be vividly revealed. Should any issues arise, another corpse will soon follow." With a gesture, the ground emanated a ghostly blue radiance, causing the crowd to feel uneasy and hastily flee the scene. Is it truly all right? These individuals are rebels. Tsunade whispered anxiously into Yufei and Appo's ear. It matters not. The true trouble lies solely with the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. They are merely believers. Yifei and Appo's gaze darkened, aware that something far more perilous lurked elsewhere. Once everyone had departed, Yifei let out a sigh of relief and turned his eyes toward Tsunade. Tsunade's complexion flushed. Whenever Yufei fixed his bright eyes upon her, she felt transported back to her youthful, bashful days. "I must confess something to you, Tsunade," Yufei said gravely. "What is it? Are you about to confess your feelings to me? How absurd. If that is the case, your timing is utterly atrocious." Tsunade feigned indignation, her tone laced with authority. Yifei broke into a cold sweat and explained lightly, "I merely wish to inform you that I have dealt with Hinata Qimen. Only Hinata Gaia has escaped. I can only say that Gaia has also met his demise at my hands, which would prompt the clan members to abandon their resistance." Tsunade and Appo's expression regained its composure, her eyes now serious. "Speaking of which, where has Yamato gone?" "I parted ways with Captain Yamato. He pursued Hinata Gaia. However, I fear the situation may not be optimistic." Yufei and Appo's thoughts were intricate, as he still pondered the old man and Appo's fervent and peculiar gaze when they had encountered each other. Tsunade smiled confidently and waved her hand dismissively. "Fear not. Yamato is the strongest member of the Umbu directly under the Hokage. He will not falter against a mere elder of the Hinata branch. No, he is no longer merely an elder of the branch. He is the last glimmer of hope for the Hinata clan." "Tsunade, have you heard of the Hinata clan and Appo's documents?" Yufei inquired. "I know. It is something belonging to the Hinata clan, yet for many years no one has fully deciphered its profundities. Could it be that Gaia is after the documents?" Tsunade realized belatedly. Yifei nodded. "If he succeeds, the incomplete heavenly sacrifice ceremony will be completed. It is said that the complete heavenly sacrifice can cover the land. And Hinata Gaia intends to sacrifice the lives of the entire village to aid his metamorphosis into a transcendent being." This revelation left Tsunade dumbfounded, though it seemed somewhat implausible. She dared not underestimate the situation. "No, if that is the case, we must hurry. Such an adversary is beyond Yamato's capability to handle alone." The two promptly made their way to the battlefield. Wood release, 4 pillars prison technique. With a deafening crash, several massive square wooden pillars emerged, trapping Yamato within. "Now you cannot escape. Heh." Hinata Gaia grinned cunningly, forming hand seals and bringing his hands together. "You know nothing of the true might of wood release." Wood release, birth of the world tree. Yamato was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, "Isn't this the technique of the first Hokage? How did this fellow acquire my technique, and moreover, develop a skill beyond my grasp?" Boom. Countless thick roots burst forth from the ground, ensnaring Yamato tightly. The 4 pillars then released, and Gaia and Appo's dark skin with its deep wrinkles appeared to smirk in the night. He slowly approached the bound Yamato, extending his hand as black mist converged at Yamato's heart. "Another one of those techniques? I see now. You used this technique to steal my abilities." Yamato gritted his teeth, watching as green chakra surged from his chest. "Too late to realize. Once I drain your final bit of chakra, you will become a permanent wreck." Heh. Gaia's eyes glimmered with greed and fervor. In that moment, Yamato finally comprehended why Gaia had previously displayed such a strange expression. From the very beginning, both he and Yifei had been prey. "I never imagined that upon obtaining the documents, the heavenly sacrifice would immediately bless me. This is an unprecedented comfort." It seems I shall be the one to unify this village in the end. Gaia and Appo's laughter bordered on madness. Yamato was engulfed in self-reproach. It was all due to his covert observation, attempting to find an opportunity to thwart Gaia. Yet, he had not anticipated that Gaia would comprehend such a unique technique the instant he acquired the documents. At this moment, the air was thick with black mist, coalescing into granular form, while the chakra density in the atmosphere rapidly escalated. Whoa! Yamato attempted to voice something, but an excruciating pain pierced through him. He gasped for breath. His eyes bloodshot. Is it painful, young man? But this is merely temporary. Fear not, for I shall send you to your demise. Gaia and Appo's eyes widened. The murky white of his Byakugan turning increasingly black, until it resembled the gaze of a corpse, chakra reaching its zenith. Yamato felt utterly powerless to even breathe. Heavenly sacrifice ceremony, absorption. Gaia bellowed, a tear of light flashing down from the sky. Wind rope. Yi Fei's voice resonated, followed by several spiraling ropes of wind coalescing in the air, intertwining to bind the descending lightning. Chapter 73. Manipulating the extraordinary, imposing life and death. What? A mere whirlwind has managed to withstand the immense, thunderous chakra of the heavenly sacrifice? For a fleeting moment, Gu thought he was mistaken. But he was fully awakened only after the lightning energy dissipated. Yi Fei's figure appeared like a specter behind him. Qianzi Lu Jin palm. Boom. A golden light blazed like flames in Yi Fei's palm, yet Guwu's reflexes were remarkably sharp. He suddenly leaped aside, sending Yamato flying with a kick. As Yamato was sent sprawling, Yi Fei immediately halted his pursuit, rushing over to catch Yamato. Captain Yamato, are you all right? Yi Fei inquired, gently lowering Yamato to the ground. Yamato's eyes had grown hazy, his strength waning. Yi Fei, you've arrived. Why aren't you wearing your Umbu mask? It's far too dangerous. With a cold gaze, Yi Fei replied, you wore a mask, yet it was shattered by someone. Yamato fell silent, seeing that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yi Fei helped him sit against a nearby wall and stood up to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, Guwu faced a punch from Tsunade, who unleashed a chakra-infused strike. However, Guwu conjured a soft black mist, managing to block Tsunade's blow. In the next instant, the black mist coalesced into sharp spikes aimed at Tsunade's abdomen. As Tsunade launched another punch, caught in hesitation and unable to defend herself, several whirlwinds dissolved Guwu's assault, binding the piercing spikes. Well done, Yi Fei, Tsunade shouted, delivering a fierce punch to Guwu's face, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. After landing, Tsunade glanced at Yamato on the ground, her expression turning complex. His face was devoid of color, vital signs alarmingly faint. What has he endured? She immediately inquired, although Yamato had not lost consciousness. He was too weak to utter a word. Yi Fei cast a glance at the coalescing black chakra on Yamato's chest, murmuring, that guy, Chinyu, fought similarly, aiming straight for the heart. Moreover, that black substance appears to be a manifestation of the soul. In other words, Captain Yamato's heart has been damaged. Tsunade crouched down, forming seals to channel powerful healing chakra to Yamato. Yi Fei remained focused on the battle, as Guwu struggled to rise from the ground. Humph. No wonder you are the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, to possess such might from a mere punch. Guwu and Appo's face was marred with lacerations, the withered flesh appearing ghastly, blood rapidly draining and exposing his skeletal structure. It seems you have indeed acquired considerable power from the scroll, but at a great cost. Transforming into something unrecognizable, Yi Fei remarked. At that moment, Guwu and Appo's face bore the marks of Tsunade and Appo's strike, while his body was enveloped in black mist, the desiccated flesh hardly resembling a human. The damaged tissue suggested that his blood had entered an unusually bizarre state, transforming into black mist upon contact with air. With a disdainful snort, Guwu glared and declared, so what? You all won't live long anyway. The true heavenly sacrifice is about to commence. Why not use you as appetizers? He was about to unleash his chakra when he noticed a surge of blue ethereal flames rising behind Yi Fei. The flames coalesced into the form of a menacing dragon, poised to strike. A twinge of fear surged within Guwu, and the ground beneath him erupted with brilliant blue light. Is this again? The 8 trigrams formation. The rumored extraordinary array? No wonder. Is this the divine power recorded in the scroll? You are indeed no ordinary person. As Guwu absorbed the shock, everything inscribed in the scroll forcefully flooded into his mind and muscle memory. Yet, the true purpose of this bizarre formation remained elusive. Would it relate to the wind techniques from earlier? Guwu prepared himself, pondering the futility of overthinking. In that moment, his body began to slowly restore itself. The previously aged skin rejuvenated, becoming plumper, transforming into that of a middle-aged man. Just from his appearance, Guwu had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, leaving Yifei astounded. Sister Tsunade, what is happening with this guy? Is he creating regeneration? Tsunade frowned, remaining silent. Could it be that he has also mastered the Yin sealing technique? Before Yifei could arrive at an answer, the air trembled, and with a swift motion, Guwu charged forth. This time, his speed was astonishing, entirely unlike before. Fortunately, Yifei was quick to intercept, forming seals with his hands. However, Yifei employed an extraordinary technique, and with a single gesture, flames erupted all around. Lizi Qilian. Several serpentine flames wove through the air, and Guwu smirked, murmuring, the brat intends to compensate for his speed disadvantage with offense? Yet, Suiun Suryuden no Jutsu. Splash. A water dragon burst forth from Guwu, enveloping him and extinguishing the flames. Little did they know, the ethereal blue dragon behind Yifei turned, its eyes igniting with fervor. And in that moment, the flames tore through Guwu's body, evaporating all the water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The air filled with a copious amount of steam, forcing Guwu back as he lost sight of the extraordinary formation below, which continued to spin. The steam obscured vision, while the ethereal blue dragon thrived within the mist. After several feints, it lunged directly at Guwu and Appo's shoulder. Guwu gritted his teeth, realizing that despite his body enveloped in black mist, he was spewing forth copious blood. How is this possible? My body possesses a soul state. Why can it still be attacked? Yifei suddenly appeared before him, gripping Guwu's neck tightly, his gaze confident as he declared, because my methods are sufficient to pierce the soul. Your defensive measures are ineffective against me. Otherwise, how did your grandson meet his end? You killed Qianyu. Guwu was taken aback, his neck firmly grasped by Yifei. Raising an eyebrow, Yifei replied nonchalantly, indeed, his soul crystallized before his death. It's just a pity he was intercepted by that scoundrel, Kabuto. Perhaps it's for the best, as I wouldn't know where to bury a criminal like your grandson, lest he descends into hell alongside Kabuto. Of course, you shall join him. In Yufei's eyes lay an endless indifference, causing Guwu to feel suffocated. For a moment, he stared blankly, showing no remorse for his grandson's demise. Instead, he cursed. That worthless being. How could he let that kid Kabuto scheme against him, and lose to someone like you? Someone like me? Yifei furrowed his brow, gesturing as the extraordinary formation on the ground began to rotate once more. At this moment, a golden radiance emanated from him, prompting Guwu to finally grasp something crucial. Your technique is not ninjutsu. It is a technique of the extraordinary. He screamed. Chapter 74, Death and Resurrection, the Theft of Abilities. How did you come to know? Yifei exerted more force, and Guwu gasped, his face contorted with pain. No wonder it is said that the records pertain to the ancestors of the Hyuga clan or the deities they venerate, an enigmatic technique left behind. Guwu whispered weakly. So it turns out, this peculiar arrangement on the ground does not center around you, but is merely a toy you control. You can manipulate the center at will, allowing your techniques to exert their utmost advantage from all directions, swapping the positions of fire and water, enabling your water release to effortlessly conquer my fire release. It is no surprise that your wind release could withstand the thunderous might of the heavenly right. Wind naturally counters the lightning attribute, magnified by your strategic positioning. Guwu and Appo's throat was crushed by Yifei, blood spurting forth, his eyes filled with regret for his dullness, realizing too late that this boy possessed such extraordinary abilities. Die. Yifei, no longer inclined to parley, gathered a vast amount of golden light in his palm, while the intricate formation beneath him spun wildly. Boom. A powerful tremor coursed through Yufei's hand, an intense impact palpable. The two witnessed a whirlwind of energy erupting, instantly dispersing all mist. Yifei retreated a dozen paces to stand beside Tsunade, while Guwu gasped, clutching his throat, the surrounding black mist scattering chaotically. Remarkable young man. Qianyu did not die in vain, but now I surpass him. Ha ha ha. Guwu, evidently gravely injured by Yifei, could no longer hold on. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes quickly dimmed, breath escaping. Yet, before his demise, his words left Yifei on guard. What did this mean? Clearly, under the assault of the strategic formation and his illusion, both body and soul had been grievously harmed, yet he bore no sense of defeat. Yifei exhaled, waving his hand to disperse the ethereal blue dragon behind him into nothingness. The moment the illusion unraveled, Yifei felt a sudden heaviness in his body. Utilizing the strategic illusion twice in a single day took a tremendous toll on his mental faculties. However, he noticed a lingering wisp of indomitable mist still drifting about his palm. Yifei concentrated his chakra, extinguishing the mist entirely. Was this a mere coincidence? Why did the mist not vanish instantly with Guwu and Appo's death, as it had upon Qianyu and Appo's demise? Meanwhile, Tsunade had already inserted her hand into Yamato and Appo's chest, performing cardiac treatment. Even if healed, he would likely struggle to regain his former state, with a significant risk of lifespan impairment. A flicker of discontent appeared in Tsunade's eyes. Yifei remarked coolly, "We must first ascertain what transpired just now. Everything else is secondary." Tsunade remained silent, withdrawing her hand from Yamato's heart to commence hand seals. Ninjutsu, in sealing, release. Instantly, black patterns enveloped her body, adorning her face with a mask-like semblance as powerful chakra surged through her, illuminating the surroundings with a sanctified glow. Tsunade extended her hands, channeling this chakra into Yamato. Yifei furrowed his brows, gently cautioning, "This technique will drain your lifespan. Is it worth it for a mere Umbu captain? Yamato is an exceptional direct subordinate of the Umbu. He is worth his sacrifice," Tsunade declared resolutely. Yet beneath her firm exterior, a flicker of doubt lingered within. Was Yifei truly just a youth? He exuded not the typical apathy and despondency of a mere teenager, but rather a profound calmness and rationality, unperturbed by any superfluous emotions. This perhaps indicated that Yifei could evolve into a genuinely formidable Umbu in the future, contributing significantly to the protection of Konoha. At this moment, she remained oblivious to Yifei's singular focus on becoming stronger, with no intention of safeguarding Konoha. Instead, he envisioned a future of destruction and the extension of hatred. Yifei suddenly sighed, kneeling with one knee, clutching his heart. "What is wrong?" Tsunade inquired, gradually halting her treatment. "Nothing, perhaps just the fatigue of battle," Yifei explained nonchalantly. Just then, Yamato stirred awake, slowly turning his head to glance at Yifei. "Be careful, your technique has been stolen." Cough. "What do you mean?" Tsunade quickly asked. Yamato took a deep breath, explaining slowly, "I witnessed everything. My consciousness did not slumber. That guy. Guwu's technique was a deception akin to feigned death. If struck by that move, your technique would be stolen." Yifei and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing he had been deceived, and Guwu is still alive. Would release? Would dragon technique? A terrifying voice akin to a chant surged forth, followed by a darkened atmosphere, as a wood dragon lunged forth to bite and charge. Yifei swiftly defended, cleaving through the ethereal blue chakra, severing the wood dragon entirely. Would release? Is this what theft entails? What on earth has transpired? Yifei felt increasingly restless. Even if the ability to replicate theft existed, various limitations applied. It either required prolonged imitation and accumulation or could not replicate bloodline limits. In a mere skirmish, Guwu had seized Yamato and Appo's abilities and wielded them with remarkable ease. TSK, a thief. This level of skill is utterly incomparable to my grandfather and Appo's. Tsunade was irked that her grandfather, Hashirama Senju and Appo's would release, could be so easily manipulated and toyed with. Truly a disgrace. Sister Tsunade, take Captain Yamato away from here. I must remove him from this place, or the Hokage building may not survive. Yifei frowned slightly, sensing an overwhelmingly potent chakra saturating the air. The loss of a few lives might be inconsequential, yet if more individuals were drawn here, the Hyuga clan would be deemed a dangerous faction. Consequently, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Konoha and Appo's higher-ups would become even more strained. Yifei leapt forward, confronting the swirling black mist, within which lay Guwu and Appo's figure. Slowly opening his eyes, appearing somewhat sluggish. Has he become lethargic due to the resurrection? Yi Fei mused. To his surprise, Gu Wu's face suddenly contorted into a rigid grin, his eyes widening as he murmured, So that is it. So that is it. Yi Fei, your techniques are truly marvelous. Each one is sufficient for me to learn for millennia within the spiritual realm. Spiritual realm? Yi Fei was taken aback. This fellow had ventured into the spiritual realm, indicating that a divine power truly existed between the heavenly right and the records. He had no time to ponder further, swiftly gathering chakra, as the blue ethereal glow beneath him erupted. Strategic art, transport. This was Yi Fei and Apos' first attempt at employing the strategic formation to demonstrate spatial techniques, nearly depleting his entire chakra reserves. However, if he did not act thus, Yi Fei could not guarantee that such outrageous actions could be performed here. The heavenly right can accommodate an unlimited number of offerings. If more reinforcements arrive, Gu Wu might absorb and enhance even more power. Buzz. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Yi Fei and Gu Wu landed simultaneously. You do not wish for me to use them as offerings? How noble of you. Then let me fully absorb your strength first. He extended his hand, stepping firmly upon the ground, and a surge of ethereal blue trigram strategic formation erupted. Yi Fei was utterly astonished. Gu Wu had indeed mastered the wind rear strategic formation. Chapter 75. Super Shadow Level, Super Soul State. Gu Wu raised his head and let out a deep, hearty laugh, exclaiming, How formidable! Is this your true capability? That intricate formation? Simply magnificent. At this moment, Gu Wu had undeniably attained a more potent strength, his form gradually transforming into that of a remarkably youthful figure. Surrounding him, an ethereal blue luminescence emanated, and his body began to take on a spectral quality. As Bai Qi released his energy, Gu Wu and Apos' entire being became ethereal. The black mist around them drifted further away, as if it were manipulating the somber air around. In this tranquil forest, Yi Fei stood up, noticing the moonlight cascading down, illuminating Gu Wu, who appeared like a genuine deity radiating brilliance. Such despicable tactics, Yi Fei scoffed, though he felt his own strength waning. So it was all a trap? He realized that a wisp of black mist was burgeoning at his heart, seemingly growing stronger with each beat of his pulse. You are remarkably slow-witted, in essence. You are merely a child, just like my grandson. Utterly useless. Gu Wu sneered. At this point, both his voice and appearance reflected that of a youthful man. Yi Fei furrowed his brow, his eyes darting as if contemplating something. However, Gu Wu saw right through him. At this juncture, what purpose does it serve to devise a plan? I told you, you are all worthless, but you might still have some utility as a pure bloodline for the ritual of the heavenly sacrifice. Yet, I remain perplexed about what lies hidden within you that allows you to evade the divine punishment of the heavenly sacrifice. Gu Wu approached Yi Fei, one hand piercing into Yi Fei and Apos' abdomen, the black mist spreading as if he were traversing through dimensions. A searing pain shot through Yi Fei and Apos' dantian as Gu Wu lifted him effortlessly. Is this the heavenly sacrifice? Yi Fei grimaced, struggling to maintain his balance, gripping Gu Wu's wrist. Gu Wu, however, paid no heed to this detail, merely narrowing his eyes in amusement. You are a far superior prey compared to that would release ninja. Enjoy the pinnacle moment of your life. Wind after Strange Gate. With a surge of chakra erupting from Gu Wu and Apos' murky white eyes, his veins bulged, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure filled the air, rendering it nearly impossible to resist. Yi Fei and Apos' heart trembled. He had not anticipated that the stolen replica of the Wind after Strange Gate could be wielded by Gu Wu with such tremendous efficacy due to its vast chakra reserves. Boom. The immense spiritual pressure distorted the surrounding space, conjuring whirlwinds and clouds of dust. Meanwhile, on the other side, under Tsunade and Apos' care, Day and Apos' injuries had significantly improved. Both noticed a violent upheaval occurring in the forest outside Konoha. This sensation is undoubtedly Yi Fei's peculiar technique. Go summon reinforcements, Tsunade ordered, hastening her departure while instructing Day. However, Day followed closely, his expression pale yet resolute. I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but this time I will choose the same path as Yi Fei, acting according to my own will. Why is that? Tsunade frowned, displeased. Day explained, this was Yi Fei's suggestion. Addressing this matter ourselves is the only way to truly resolve it. Prolonged missions have made me overlook the essence of being a ninja and our duties, but this time, I wish to make a choice. I believe that once the higher-ups of Konoha intervene, the outcome will not be favorable. He exhaled heavily, for day. This choice was not taken lightly. Even though Qimen and Gu Wu had become monsters, Day still recognized a semblance of his former self in their fervent and greedy eyes. As fellow victims of Orochimaru and Amp, Appos, as experiments, they had become mere survivors trailing behind him. However, such survival was often not a stroke of luck, but rather a misfortune that brought calamity to others. If the higher-ups of Konoha were to learn of this calamity, all their efforts would be rendered futile. Perhaps, as Yufei suggested, everything stemmed from the systemic issues of the higher-ups rather than the ninjas themselves. I understand. But you must promise me not to force yourself to act, Tsunade asserted firmly. Understood. The two hurried onward. Yufei gasped, his grip firmly clutching Gu Wu's wrist. His vision obscured by the spiritual pressure, yet he concentrated the last vestiges of his chakra into his palm. Buzz. A sudden thump resonated, momentarily startling Gu Wu. Still attempting to struggle? How naive. Your chakra is not merely chaotic, it has been nearly depleted. Now that I have commandeered your so-called powerful strange gate technique. While convenient, it consumes vast amounts of chakra. That previous space-time task that brought me here must have drained you significantly. You have nothing left to contend with me. Under Gu Wu and Amp, Appos, derision, blood trickled from Yufei and Amp, Appos, lips. His gaze gradually dulled, yet he stubbornly murmured, "To deal with you, I require far less chakra than you think." Humph. Utterly boastful. Useless. Gu Wu released his grip, delivering a sharp slap to Yufei and Amp, Appos' face, sending him crashing away. With youthful vigor, Gu Wu and Amp, Appos' strike caused Yufei to once again glimpse the visage of his long-deceased great-grandmother amidst the hazy twilight. Yufei spat blood anew. His chakra depleted and his abilities siphoned, leaving him gravely injured with internal bleeding. Beep. The host has entered a state of mental fatigue. The infinite health of combat status is about to end. Please rest immediately. Please rest immediately. Yufei gritted his teeth, hearing the system and Appos' urgent plea for the first time. However, he felt immense displeasure. This Hinata Gu Wu was even more loathsome than Hinata Qimen. He slowly lifted his head, coldly questioning, "If your plan entails sacrificing the entire Konoha village, are your grandson and your kin merely offerings as well? Of course. Why would they be anything else? Useless beings hold no value. Soon, you too shall become worthless. I once believed you possessed a semblance of bloodline, but it appears that your foolishness is merely coincidental." Gu Wu retorted vehemently, clasping his hands together to form seals. In an instant, an explosion of densely packed chakra erupted from his being, causing the air around them to contort as if sensing something ominous. He transformed into an ethereal form, black souls dispersing around him. Target: Hinata Gu Wu, Super Soul State Comprehensive Strength Rating, S-Class Super Shadow Level Ninjutsu Value, 2700 Taijutsu Value, 1700 Jinjutsu Value, 1200 Chakra, 2500 Vitality, 1200 Combat Experience, A-Class through the lens of the Balance Eye. Yufei beheld the current state of Hinata Gu Wu, who had reached an S-Class Super Shadow level of power. Should he advance further, he might rival the tailed beast in strength. It was evident that within Konoha, no one stood a chance against this ancient menace. Yet, Yufei remained resolute to make an attempt, even if the system and Appos' trump card were rendered ineffective. He still possessed another hidden card. Chapter 76, Overestimating Oneself. The Wrath of the Divine. Yufei extended his hand, and a colossal black soul erupted within him, drawing the attention of the ancient house. The ancient house widened its eyes, a fervor igniting within its gaze. "So, you possess other powers. Bring them forth." It suddenly reached out. A surge of black energy coiling around Yufei and Appos' throat like a chain, extracting the entirety of his black soul. Soul Conjuration. Yufei attempted to activate his technique, only to find himself abruptly drained of all strength, the black soul that had gathered within him dissipating in an instant. A dark essence, akin to chains, constricted his throat, transferring all his power to the ancient house. In a state of heightened soul perception, The ancient house's ability to siphon was far superior to its previous state, and the efficiency was astonishingly swift. Mere seconds later, the ancient house chuckled, its eyes gleaming with an obsidian light. So, this is your hidden trump card, Soul Conjuration? Truly a remarkable tool. The ability to manipulate and command souls at will is incredibly convenient, a perfect asset for me. The ancient house felt a sense of satisfaction. It extended a hand, signaling an end to all the black mist surrounding Yifei. The mist transformed into souls, wailing as they were completely absorbed by the ancient house, which then opened its mouth and began to consume them piece by piece. Weakened, Yifei observed this scene. Though he too was a decisive individual, he could not help but think that this old wretch was utterly beastly. Among those souls, some even belonged to Qimen. Little did they know. After the ancient house finished its feast, it belched contentedly and chuckled. I've tasted it. Heh, it's the flavor of my grandson, isn't it? Perfect. He's still young. And this youthful soul, sharing my bloodline, will enhance my strength significantly. It's time to send you on your way. I shall first eliminate you, then use the entire village as a sacrifice. You are far too troublesome. Having mastered both the wind and the soul conjuration, the ancient house realized that Yifei was no ordinary opponent. He could not afford to let a tiger grow in his lair and must eliminate him first. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden hum resonated within him, and his heart thudded violently. What is happening? Is it my imagination? The ancient house furrowed its brow, feeling heavier than before. Superhuman power. Painful sky kick. Tsunade and Amp, Appo's voice arrived as promised, delivering a kick that shattered the ancient house and Amp, Appo's soul state, unleashing a burst of black mist. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted from the ground, with debris flying in every direction. Tsunade was astonished to see the ancient house floating in midair, its body reconstituted by the black mist. She muttered, "Why does it feel like kicking cotton? What are you now, human or ghost?" "I am indeed human, Lady Tsunade. However, I shall soon cease to be human. I am about to complete the ritual here, transforming from man to god." The ancient house laughed heartily. "Madman." Tsunade clicked her tongue. "Wood style, for pillar prison technique." Boom. The wooden prison quickly ensnared the ancient house. However, the next moment, waves of black mist began to seep through the gaps of the 4 pillars, coalescing into a figure above, allowing the ancient house to complete a positional shift. This sequence of events left both Tsunade and Yamato astounded. The ancient house sneered. "Now, do you see clearly? You are no match for me. You cannot even inflict a single wound upon me. You too are more useless than Yifei, like the severed soul transformation technique. What on earth did you do? What is written in the scrolls?" Tsunade gritted her teeth, feeling the situation had grown increasingly dire. After a strenuous effort, Yifei managed to rise, only to witness the black mist swirling around him. Following a fierce struggle, both Tsunade and Yamato were knocked to the ground, their bodies battered and unable to continue fighting. These attacks targeted the soul, rendering Tsunade, despite her reputation as a legendary medical ninja on the battlefield, incapable of healing such wounds. Furthermore, all 3 of your souls have been injured by me, entering a weakened state. Now, I shall use soul conjuration to capture you all and consume you. In this way, I can consider it a repurposing of waste. Hee. As the ancient house spoke, it chuckled, raising its hands. "Come forth." Listening to these repugnant words, Yifei gasped for breath, deeply unsettled. He muttered to himself, "Is it not yet over? Could it be that my chakra infusion was insufficient? Or have I not mastered it adequately? There is no alternative. I must invoke the divine." In the next moment, Yifei lost consciousness and collapsed. "Humph. Useless wretch. I thought you might surprise me." The ancient house smirked, its expression devoid of warmth. At that moment, the souls of Tsunade and Yamato ascended, their wailing figures appearing eerily within the thick black mist. Yet, Yifei and Appo's soul remained stagnant, until a surge of black energy expanded, seemingly absorbing all nearby space, forming a small, black hole-like entity. "What is this?" The ancient house frowned, using one hand to exert more force to drag Yifei and Appo's soul. In the next moment, it sensed something and became frenzied. "I understand now. You have something else within you? It seems to be quite substantial. What a windfall." The ancient house's eyes widened with excitement. It exerted even more effort until the swirling black sphere halted. After a few moments of silence, it suddenly erupted. Boom. In that instant, the souls of Yamato and Tsunade returned to their bodies, while a massive soul, towering over 10 meters, unfurled before them, resembling an ancient demon. Gazing down condescendingly at the ancient house. What is this? The ancient house felt cold sweat trickle down its back. Astonished by the terrifying presence concealed within Yifei, the god of the forest, floating in midair, realized it was appearing in a spiritual form and let out a grunt. What is this kid playing at? Wasn't he already asleep? Why can't I regain control of my body? Oh, so, you can use this technique too? No. This is a watered-down version, a mere trifle of the void god style, isn't it? Huh. The god of the forest snorted derisively. The ancient house, trembling in fear, retreated, feeling an overwhelming pressure that threatened to incapacitate it. What are you? Regardless of your nature, you belong to me from this moment forth. It manipulated the surrounding black mist, its eyes igniting with a dark light, veins bulging with strain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ability of soul conjuration continuously tugged at the god of the forest and Apos' being, rendering it unable to resist. It muttered sullenly, soul conjuration, such a troublesome skill. Thankfully, I had the foresight to keep a contingency plan. Just as the giant soul was about to be entirely absorbed by the ancient house, a black technique suddenly appeared, interposing itself between the ancient house and the god of the forest and Apos' soul. Immediately, a powerful force surged forth, extracting all the essence from the god of the forest. In that instant, the ancient house gritted its teeth, its strong pull yielding no effect. It felt as though 1,000 pounds of pressure bore down upon it, accompanied by an internal pressure that made its heart tremble. Overestimating oneself. Prepare to face the wrath of the divine. In the air. It sounded as if a bell had tolled. The soul of the god of the forest condensed into a sphere, hurtling forth to strike at the ancient house's chest, followed by a deafening explosion. What on earth is this? What is this? The ancient house and Apos' soul screamed in terror just before being obliterated. Chapter 77. The Curse of Fear, the final trump card. What is it? I inquire. What are you? A mere grain of sand dares to provoke me? The voice of the forest deity resounds like a sacred chant, imbued with immense authority. It feels as though a colossal hand strikes down from the heavens, awakening the ancient house in an instant. He realizes that the entity residing within Yifei is beyond his reach, far surpassing his level. The ancient house finds itself pinned to the ground. But this is merely the beginning. A powerful black mist begins to rebound against his body, exerting such tremendous pressure that the ground itself starts to cave in. At this moment, Tsunade and Yamato, still possessing a faint layer of consciousness, attempt to rise, only to be overwhelmed by the oppressive force, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. What is that thing? Tsunade squints, feeling intuitively that it could obliterate Konoha. As the Hokage, her sense of honor compels her to rise and defend, yet it proves futile. Ultimately, Tsunade can no longer withstand the pressure and collapses. In her last moment of awareness, she glimpses the uncontrollable, formidable force emanating from the endless black energy within Yifei. This youth seems to harbor a power rivaling that of the tailed beasts. Indeed, this pressure surpasses any tailed beast energy she has ever witnessed. Amidst the anguished roar of the ancient house, everything suddenly falls silent. Am I saved? He gasps, his eyes wide open. Though the spirit summoning technique he employed was pilfered from Yifei, lacking authenticity, it still possesses the ability to impose irresistible commands upon souls. However, the black formation that emerged is evidently a powerful sealing technique. What kind of sealing art is that? The runes inscribed upon it are entirely unfamiliar, and the chakra density is unimaginably high. Gasping for breath, the ancient house slowly rises. He has lost his supersoul state, as he reverted to his physical form at the critical moment to avoid being obliterated by the soul's assault. Otherwise, he would have been swept away by that tempest. A howl reminiscent of a wolf reverberates through the air as the vast black mist gradually retracts. The souls return to Yifei's body, who opens his eyes, the black spiritual energy swirling within his gaze. In but a moment, Yifei regains control of his body, gently descending to the ground. That was a close call. If the forest deity had been seized by this old fool, that would have been disastrous. Yi Fei exhales in relief. At that moment, the voice of the forest deity resonates in his mind. Do not worry. You cannot take me away. Why do you say so? Yi Fei is taken aback, realizing that his spiritual energy feels somewhat diminished as the consciousness of the forest deity now coexists with him. This is the significance of the divine contract we forged. My soul, even if it were to surpass your body, relies solely on this divine pact. How about it? If you wish, I can deal with this fellow next. Seeing the forest deity and Apos' eagerness to assist, Yi Fei smiles appreciatively. No need. I can handle it from here. He raises his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, a confident smile playing on his lips. Everything is prepared. It seems you are destined to fail. Yi Fei narrows his eyes and takes a few steps forward. Boom. A surge of black energy rushes toward him. Yi Fei's expression sharpens as he concentrates his chakra into his palm and strikes out. Bang! Yi Fei chuckles, realizing that his Wing Chun technique has become increasingly refined. The attack executed through the Azure Dragon form can also serve as a defense. The ancient house struggles to rise, sneering, "You little brat. I know you have more trump cards. Why not unleash them? Have you been cornered to the point of relying solely on taijutsu?" He is convinced that Yi Fei must be concealing that massive black soul due to some constraint. Yet, Yi Fei counters, "You are too naive. It's not that I cannot unleash my full power. Rather, I choose not to. With ordinary taijutsu, I can defeat you. Arrogant fool." With a swift motion, the ancient house charges forward, delivering a powerful strike, only to have it blocked by Yi Fei's elbow. Wing Chun technique, white tiger form. As they engage in a stalemate, Yi Fei concentrates all his chakra in his elbow. The ancient house's eyes widen, veins bulging. Through the Byakugan's perspective, he sees the chakra within Yi Fei rapidly coursing through his meridians, the density at his elbow compressed into a singular point. A commendable concept of taijutsu. But it is futile against me. The ancient house scoffs, focusing intently as he activates the black mist technique, slowly transforming his body into a wisp of black fog. However, he suddenly feels his heart race. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fei shouts and lunges forward with an elbow strike. Boom. The blow shatters the ancient house and Apos' teeth, fracturing the bones within his chest as copious amounts of blood spray from the ruptured wounds. The ancient house is sent sprawling several meters back, landing heavily on the ground. His mouth filled with blood, choking so much that he can scarcely utter a word. Why? He struggles to swallow, finding even basic breaths a challenge. Yet remains perplexed as to why his critical technique fails to activate. Yi Fei smirks, casually remarking, "What's wrong? You Hyuga clan usually enjoy sealing others and Apos' chakra. Yet you seem to have overlooked whether your own chakra flows smoothly." The ancient house is shocked and hastily inspects his chakra flow with his Byakugan. Indeed, while the chakra flows normally, it is tainted with blood and shattered bones, impurities coursing through his veins. More alarmingly, a pulsating crimson tumor resides at his wrist. When did this happen? The ancient house and Apos' eyes widen, finally realizing that this is Yi Fei and Apos' doing. Yi Fei extends his right hand, narrowing his eyes as he calmly states, "Shadow Pulse 8 curses, 6 souls of terror. This technique will thoroughly erode both your body and spirit. It was originally intended for your grandson, yet it has ultimately befallen you. Scoundrel, when was this? How could you deceive me?" The ancient house feels trapped, unable to accept his grim fate. The conditions for this technique are exceedingly stringent, requiring a hold on the opponent's wrist for over 10 seconds while stealthily injecting intensely painful chakra. Yet, under the guise of illusion, anything is possible. Those whose souls are shattered find it challenging to perceive the effects of illusion. This is a fatal flaw of your current soul state, and it is how your grandson met his end. Yi Fei exhales, and as he speaks, the black energy surrounding the ancient house begins to dissipate. His eyes brim with reluctance, yet it is of no avail. The ancient house's soul, still shrouded in darkness, begins to drift away. Unlike that brat Hinata Chihane, this old fool forcibly absorbed the divine power unleashed by the scroll, leaving his soul unpurified. The only conclusion is that his essence shall scatter. The forest deity's tone is filled with regret. Yet Yi Fei feels no pity. He scorns those who would sacrifice their kin in pursuit of power. You dare call others old? Perhaps you are the oldest among us. Yifei smirks. The forest deity is taken aback, then chuckles softly. After a while, he suddenly says, Old. For deities, time is a non-existent concept. For you, it is likely the same. What of me? Yifei feels intrigued. The forest deity exhales deeply, his tone turning serious. Then, allow me to tell you a story. Chapter 78, Exploiting the Chaos, the Shadow Level D. Stories? I am not fond of tales. Yifei silently scoffed. Yet, the forest god replied, Ahem, though you may not enjoy listening, I advise you to heed this story. In an era predating humanity, the realm was governed by deities. This notion instantly conjured thoughts of the Tsutsuki clan in Yifei's mind. Could these so-called deities be the Tsutsuki? The forest god continued. However, in time, invaders from beyond emerged, prompting the deities to create humanity as a means of resistance. Yifei furrowed his brow, becoming engrossed in the narrative. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the invaders declared victory, a result of internal strife among the deities. The divine beings possessed powers far superior to the invaders, yet succumbed to their own internal decay. A scandal, indeed. Even I remain oblivious to many details of that era. Most deities underwent a purging of consciousness thousands of years ago, which is why I can only recall events from that distant past. In fact, I remember knowing you from centuries ago. Taken aback, Yifei exclaimed, You knew me? Thousands of years ago? Surely, you jest. Are you attempting to manipulate me? The forest god asserted, the essence of the soul remains unaltered. It is the manifestation of the densest chakra in existence. Yifei was taken aback by this revelation. He gazed at the swirling black chakra in the air, which was indeed the soul itself. The dark energy emitted by the spirit ensnaring technique, along with the absorbed black souls, were, in truth, chakra, the spirit that dispersed upon Hinata Chihane and Apos. S. demise represented the soul, while the essence released upon the death of the ancient house embodied the spirit. The spirit belongs to divine power, while the soul pertains to human emotions and desires. Yifei interjected, Wait a moment. If that is the case, shouldn't you lack emotions, resembling a mere machine? The forest god explained, It is precisely because of this that I can forge a pact with you. For millions of years, the deities have been devoid of passion due to their arrogant ignorance. Following the invasion, the deities were embroiled in infighting. And through their experiences of vulnerability, they learned to feel, thus acquiring souls corresponding to their spirits. Growing increasingly bewildered, Yifei urged, Just tell me what you wish to convey. The forest god persisted. The first creator of humanity became the architect, yet in the divine realm. He is regarded as a calamity. Human emotions compelled the deities to forge the world, creating a realm to confine humanity, allowing the deities to barely survive under the reverence of mortals, resulting in their current feebleness. Yifei frowned, pondering whether this resembled the tale of Fenghou creating the heavens and the earth. He had intended to suggest the same before realizing it was indeed the case. I understand you wish to convey that these souls are the highest density of chakra, hence you require chakra. Yifei extended his hand, summoning a peculiar formation from the ground. After a forceful attempt to absorb chakra, he found himself gasping for breath instead. The forest god calmly remarked, His soul is too tainted. The celestial ritual is a facade of divinity, unworthy of true godhood. What then is a facade of divinity? Is it not the very deity the Hinata clan has revered for generations? Yifei chuckled softly. I shall explain this later, but suffice it to say, I have 2 points for you. First, your bloodline is unique, and the ritual of the facade cannot shatter your form. You are the reincarnation of a true deity. Second, if you desire to approach the truth, you must gather a substantial amount of chakra to repair my essence, diminishing your own emotions to prevent being suffocated by your soul. With that final statement, the forest god fell silent, forcibly subdued by Yifei's will. I knew you had ulterior motives. After all this time, it turns out you wanted me to serve you? Yifei grumbled. At that moment, the black soul of the ancient house had completely dissipated, and the remains were slowly eroding, merging with the earth like grains of sand. Once the ashes vanished, only a bundle of black scrolls remained on the ground. Yifei approached, and a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the special S-rank task, defeating Hinata Chihane and Hinata Kuo. Reward, 200 to all attributes. Host, Yifei overall strength rating, S rank. Near shadow level ninjutsu value, 790 taijutsu value, 850 jinjutsu value, 1170 chakra, 1290 vitality, 1200 combat experience. E rank. His power had surged to S rank. Yet the ability to defeat Ku by 2 tiers was purely due to intelligence. Yifei recognized the necessity to continually enhance his combat experience. Otherwise, he would eventually face dire consequences. He gathered the scrolls from the ground, scrutinizing them before placing them in his bag. Was it truly worth annihilating an entire clan for a mere scroll? What transpired here, Yifei? Came the weak voice of Yamato. Captain Yamato, I thought you were still unconscious. Yifei responded, astonished, glancing at the still unconscious Yamato lying nearby, pallid and unresponsive. The Yamato before him shook his head helplessly. I am merely a wood-release clone. This state allows me to maintain consciousness, but I am incapable of combat. No need for battle. I have already eliminated the enemy. Yifei replied sheepishly. At that moment, Tsunade awakened, taking a breath before frowning and asking, Yifei, you have worked hard. Of course, after all, I was acting in the capacity of an umbu, he began. But Yifei's brow furrowed as he pulled out a shuriken from Yamato's clone and suddenly hurled it behind him. Squeak, squeak. Several rodents scurried from the underbrush, followed by a cloaked figure. Yifei focused intently and recognized the astonished visage of the medic. D. You are too late, Jester. Kuu's soul differs from mine, and you cannot obtain it, Yifei stated flatly. D, however, sneered, I am not interested in Kuu, Yifei. What intrigues me is the method you employ to subdue him. You must have a significant entity within you, correct? Yifei fell silent, his brow furrowing in concern. Was this individual attempting to take advantage of the situation? It seemed the forest god's appearance had indeed stirred quite a commotion, drawing this character in. Come now, Yifei. Allow me to witness your prowess. You must be in dire need of that unique soul after exhausting yourself. D and Amp, Oppo's, eyes widened with fervor, his gaze brimming with excitement. With a hiss, snake-like appendages emerged from his back, his body enveloped in a pressing aura as dark cursed seals spread across him. Disgusting creature, Yamato exclaimed, retreating a few steps. Target, D cursed seal state overall strength rating, S rank. Shadow level ninjutsu value, 1200 taijutsu value, 825 jinjutsu value, 920 chakra, 1200 vitality, 1200 combat experience. A rank. Yifei activated his balancing eye to assess D and Amp, Oppo's, S attributes, and his heart sank. The power increase from the cursed seal was significant. In his current state, confronting D head-on would be exceedingly challenging. Shadow snake hands, D cackled, extending his serpent-like limbs as multiple snake heads, thicker than a thigh, lunged at Yifei, only to be severed by a descending shadow. Impressive strength. The force of the severed snake heads sent them flying, as Tsunade landed protectively before Yifei, her gaze resolute and commanding. It is time to rectify the lesson I failed to impart last time. Chapter 79. Spare your life, but insult me again. Huh? Shall I make amends? Do you possess the capability? How tiresome. Do, adorned with an air of arrogance, looked down upon women, especially Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the Sage of the Six Paths, she was devoid of talent. Not only had she failed to inherit wood release, but she also lacked the vast chakra reserves of her grandfather. In comparison to the omnipotent Orochimaru, she was nothing but a mere waste of space, utterly inconsequential. Do narrowed his eyes and leaped into the air with remarkable speed. Tsunade had no time to retaliate. Is it the power of the cursed seal? Yifei murmured. Bang. Do and Amp, Oppo's, S fish struck Tsunade and Amp, Oppo's, S back, causing her to stumble forward before she retaliated fiercely. Huh. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, each strike resonating through the air, as Yifei stood by, witnessing the clash of titans. Eye of balance. Target, Tsunade Senju overall strength rating, C tier. Super shadow level ninjutsu value, 900 taijutsu value, 2500 jinjutsu value, 700 chakra, 3300 vitality, 2000 combat experience. S tier from Tsunade and Amp, Oppo's. As current stats, she was at least a tier above Do. Yet, inexplicably, Do, who was at a disadvantage in taijutsu, somehow matched her prowess. Even with Tsunade's fatigue debuff, Do seemed to gain the upper hand. Why is this happening? Yi Fei furrowed his brow. Bang! With a final strike, Do hit Tsunade on the forehead, sending her soaring into the air. Foolish creature, I have deciphered Orochimaru and Appo's power. This is the final blow. Do smirked, dark markings appearing on his face as he began to transform under the cursed seal. Is he nearing the second state of cursed seal transformation? Yi Fei gasped in shock, attempting to assist, only to find his legs paralyzed from fatigue. This was the after effect of battling the old man, who had specialized in targeting his soul. Even a narrow victory had left its mark. The impact on his soul was unavoidable and difficult to recover from. Even with all his chakras summoned, it proved futile. What a pity, I cannot yet master the second state of Cursed Seal. However, I have fully harnessed the first state. That is sufficient. You nearly perished at my hands last time, and this time, I shall eradicate you. Do not impede the bond between Yi Fei and me. Do charged forward, a horn sprouting from his head due to his cursed transformation. The sharp horn was poised to pierce Tsunade's heart. You shall not succeed. Bang! The strike was intercepted by Yamato's body, which then transformed into wood, slowly disintegrating into dust. Yamato! Tsunade's eyes widened in panic. Do not worry, Lady Tsunade. This is my wood-release clone. However, this means the enemy is entirely in your hands now. After uttering these words, Yamato's clone turned to dust and vanished. As Tsunade landed, Do furrowed his brow, sneering, You lucky hag, but it matters not. I have lost interest in you. Just as he intended to flee, he suddenly found Yu Fei standing behind him. What? Do you wish to fight me? Yu Fei, your current strength is insufficient. Do smirked, disdain evident in his eyes. Is that so? Yu Fei replied with a faint smile, suddenly extending his hand. This time, Do was caught completely off guard. As Yu Fei and Appo's eyes shimmered with a dark brilliance. What is this? Why? Do screamed in horror, realizing his chakra was being absorbed. And Yu Fei and Appo's body began to levitate, as if floating in the air. His strength was entirely transformed. No, you are not Yu Fei. Who are you? Do panicked, now realizing the person before him merely bore Yu Fei and Appo's appearance, yet the manner of chakra usage and sensation was unprecedented. The forest god snickered softly, murmuring, It is the first time I have been summoned directly by a young one. You are Do, correct? It seems Yi Fei is quite keen on your demise. Should I fulfill his wish? As the words left his mouth, the forest god waved his hand, sending Do sprawling. Bang, bang, bang. Do and Appo's body collided with a dozen trees. And Yu Fei and Appo's figure moved with the swiftness of a specter, his dark silhouette gliding through the night, swiftly standing before Do. Do lay on the ground, staring at Yu Fei hovering above, feeling an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated him. Did you not claim to be interested in me? Now that I stand before you, what can you do? The forest god bent down, thrusting a hand into Do and Appo's abdomen. Yi Fei and Appo's fingers were stained with blood, piercing into Do and Appo's innards, causing his breath to falter. Cannot move? Do swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. This individual indeed wielded Yu Fei and Appo's body and abilities. Yet the techniques and combat experience were leagues beyond that of the fool Yu Fei. Who are you? What do you intend? Do attempted to ask, only to find his cursed seal chakra continuously absorbed by Yi Fei. Not bad. Such abundant chakra, though still far from that of a tailed beast. This brat must capture a tailed beast for me soon. Boy, I shall spare you. The forest god exhaled deeply. He knew that should he desire, he could instantly end this young man's life using Yi Fei's current abilities. However, leaving Do alive would ensure Yi Fei still needed him, and before that, he required Yu Fei to accomplish tasks for him. For now, I shall spare your life, the forest god declared, vanishing in an instant. The sensation of that spirit dissipated entirely, and Yu Fei regained his awareness, instantly comprehending what had transpired. That old fool dared to scheme against me? When did I ever say I would not help you capture a tailed beast? Yi Fei cursed under his breath, completely disregarding Do, who was slowly rising. Blood trickled from Do and Appo's lips, He had become a shadow-level powerhouse, yet he still could not raise his head before Yifei. Moreover, he had been humiliated once more. He could have killed me, but chose not to. Once, twice, again. I have been insulted. I will kill you, Yifei. I must slay you. Ah, Dou yelled, but in an instant, he found himself beneath Yifei and Appo's foot, who wore an indifferent expression. Why are you so loud? Killing you would only require the use of one hand. With that, Yifei waved his hand. Qimen character, golden blade. A stream of light swirled in Yifei and Appo's palm, transforming into a blade. He brought it down fiercely. Chapter 80, Promotion, Special Jonin. Alas, in the next moment, Dou was cleaved in two, only to have his body shrink like a molting snake. What a cunning creature, still alive. Well, there and Appo's no rush to kill you. Just make sure to avoid my path in the future, lest I dirty my hands with your blood again. Yifei brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Dou, now a puddle of liquid on the ground, was utterly astonished. This boy has evolved too rapidly. I had believed that with the power of Lord Orochimaru, I would be invincible. Yet I had not anticipated the existence of someone like Yifei. There is indeed an unbreakable connection between us. I must find a way to eliminate you before you become an obstacle to my dominion over the world. Harboring intense resentment, Dou slowly slithered away. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of healing ninjutsu reverberated through the night as Tsunade noticed Yifei approaching and halted her treatment. It would take some time for Yamato to regain consciousness. He would need to be hospitalized for observation. For now, your activities within the ANBU must be temporarily suspended. After all, once this matter concludes, you must avoid drawing attention to yourself. Why? Yifei asked, perplexed. He observed Tsunade and Appo's fatigue and Yamato and Appo's unconsciousness, feeling oddly unaffected. With the support of the system and the forest god, Yifei's recovery post-battle was astonishing in just a short while. He felt as though he had indulged in a refreshing slumber. It is because we handled this matter outside the expectations of the village's higher-ups. If you remain exposed, it would lead to unfounded speculations. Though irrational, it is the reality we face. This can be seen as a mess left behind by my grandfather and the others. TCH. Tsunade explained with displeasure. Yifei nodded thoughtfully, understanding the underlying reasons. After all, different clans, especially those once dominated by powerful families, cannot be easily subdued by any single lineage. Back then, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were unexpectedly formidable, leaving no room for resistance. Yet now, the Hokage has become a mere unit of combat measurement. A casual visit from Orochimaru could easily result in the demise of a Kage. And even the external invaders are not easily managed. How could the clans within the village be convinced to submit? It all boils down to systemic issues. Speaking of which, they are rather audacious. They have been operating right under our noses for so long without anyone noticing. Yifei chuckled lightly, suddenly grateful that he had lured them away from the village. Had the forest god appeared within the confines of Konoha, he would surely attract the attention of those two advisors in the higher echelons. Or perhaps that old coot, Danzo. Although Danzo is still locked away in solitary confinement, he has his root organization scattered throughout Konoha, serving as his eyes and ears. A young upstart like Yifei could not possibly escape his notice. It is truly unexpected that, although Orochimaru has perished, Dou has risen to become the next Orochimaru, perhaps even more ruthless. The fact that Dou disregards his own life is chilling. When Dou's fist had come at him earlier, it was clearly a reckless act. Even Orochimaru would not dare to engage in close combat with someone of Yifei and Appo's brute strength. Tsunade had an ominous premonition that Dou would be a troublesome adversary, bringing endless calamity to the village. Yifei yawned, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and casually remarked, Sister Tsunade, rest assured, Dou is merely a brash youth. All he does is for the resurrection of Orochimaru. In the end, our foe is just an enhanced version of Orochimaru. You little brat, how can you so casually dismiss Orochimaru? Do you not grasp his terror? Even the third Hokage, my master Sarutobi Hiruzen, fell to his hands. Yifei shrugged, refraining from countering. Yet he understood that Orochimaru was merely a small cog in the grand scheme, the subsequent Akatsuki organization, led by Pain. Along with the likes of Obito and Madara, and even Kage Atsutsuki, far surpassed the strength Orochimaru ever brought. Ultimately, Orochimaru need not be revived. You are correct. Our enemy is merely Orochimaru. I know his character too well. During my battle with Do, I could feel he was within Do's body, staring at us. Yifei chuckled awkwardly. Why does that sound so terrifying? Besides, Orochimaru and Appo's revival isn't and Appo's T necessarily a bad thing. It could help restrain those detestable high-ranking officials of Konoha. Hearing this, Tsunade and Appo's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Yifei, remaining silent for a long while. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Yifei spread his hands, bewildered by Tsunade and Appo's piercing gaze. Suddenly, Tsunade spoke. Yifei, what is your true stance? Yifei was perplexed. Indeed, while you are a member of Konoha, you are not originally from here. You are an orphan from Kusagakure. Now that you possess the strength of a Jonin, I believe Konoha's current system cannot retain someone of your caliber. Your attitude is also quite evident. You do not regard Konoha as home, do you? Tsunade inquired cautiously. Of course not. Konoha is not my home, Yifei replied candidly. After all, from the very beginning, Yifei had no intention of engaging in the ninja games here. He was no child playing house. Tsunade realized she could not dissuade Yifei, so she asked, Yifei, I have a question. If there were a peculiar force, not belonging to Konoha, that invited you to join, would you accept? Consider this carefully. After all, associating with powerful individuals is hardly detrimental for me. Yifei shrugged, seemingly oblivious to Tsunade's probing. Tsunade's expression darkened as she pressed on. What I mean is, they would be adversaries of Konoha. Then certainly not, Yifei replied plainly. That is reassuring. Tsunade felt a sense of relief. She had a premonition that Yifei would grow significantly in a short time. If she inadvertently nurtured an enemy for Konoha, she would feel immense guilt. However, the next moment, Yifei joked, though Konoha is not my home, it has provided me with protection while I am still weak. For now, I will not do anything to betray Konoha. But as the seasons change and I grow, there will come a day when I must take flight. Do you understand? Yifei glanced back, his eyes reflecting a trace of fatigue and distance. At that moment, Tsunade felt an indescribable ache in her heart. That night, neither of them found rest. Tsunade was filled with worry, while Yifei trained tirelessly on his own. The following day, at the Hokage's office, the expected core members of Konoha and Appo's higher-ups had arrived, including several seasoned Jonin. What? Special Jonin? Me? Everyone regarded Yifei with affirmation, and he was astonished to find that, with just a slight display of his abilities, he had inadvertently become a special Jonin of Konoha. Next, I shall present you with your first task as a special Jonin, Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Chapter 81. Sasuke and Appo's betrayal and the S-rank mission. The first task following his promotion? How soon? Yifei was astonished by the rapidity of his advancement, and even more so by the immediate arrival of his inaugural assignment. Before all the senior members of the village, Tsunade declared, Yifei, effective today, you are officially part of the Hokage and Appo's direct umbu. You will assume all responsibilities previously held by Yamato. This is your first task. First task? What does that entail? Yifei inhaled deeply. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, the serious expression on Tsunade and Appo's face indicated the gravity of the matter. Ahem. This is a critical S-rank mission. The internal stability of the village is precarious. Your primary duty will be to maintain peace and order within the village. In Yamato and Appo's absence due to illness, you will take over his role. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Yifei and patted him on the back. Ouch, that hurt. Tsunade. Yifei squinted in irritation at her. Unexpectedly, all the senior members beamed at Yifei, their faces alight with joy. Yifei-kun, impressive. We heard you resolve the issues with the Hyuga clan single-handedly without causing harm to anyone. Despite some unforeseen complications, they were entirely Yamato and Appo's responsibility. It was indeed lamentable that such an accomplished ninja from the Umbu failed to conduct himself with the poise of a mere youth during the mission. We hope you will guide us from now on. With your support, our Konoha will only flourish. The senior members approached Yifei one by one, eager to curry favor. Save for Mito Gate In and Tien Kamachi, who remained aloof. Later, Yifei inquired of Tsunade about the situation. She merely shrugged and explained, "It's nothing much." This was Yamato and Appo's decision. He tarnished his own reputation, giving you a chance to showcase your abilities. Yifei, haven't you always been advocating for change? You need an opportunity to insert yourself, don't you? Insert myself. Yifei exhaled. His gaze lingered on the subtle neckline of Tsunade's attire. The phrase felt rather obscure and instantly dampened his enthusiasm. Why should he strive for the village of Konoha? Such antiquated notions. Yifei felt resigned yet reluctant to resist too much. Ultimately, he too required a process of strengthening. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. And Nara Shikamaru entered. "Shikamaru? What brings you here?" "Good morning." Yifei greeted him promptly. However, Shikamaru seemed disinterested in Yifei and Appo's enthusiasm, frowning as he muttered. "Is it you who stirred up last night's sensational incident? Our clan convened this morning to discuss you." "Huh? Why should your clan's meeting concern me?" Yifei retorted, feeling wronged. Shikamaru yawned and mumbled, "You're the talk of the village now. All the elders say we need to learn from you. TCH. You usually don't engage in anything serious. You just got lucky being alongside the esteemed Yamato from the Umbu. What a hassle." Yifei forced an awkward smile and stepped back. "Tsunade, you two continue your discussion. I want to intrude." "Wait. I called Shikamaru here. You should listen in, Yifei." Tsunade and Appo's tone left no room for argument. "Fine." Yifei sighed. In truth, he did not wish to be so obedient. Yet there was an inexplicable charm about Tsunade that compelled him to heed her guidance. Were it not for this, with his combat prowess, he ought to be engaged in more meaningful endeavors. For instance, he could explore Orochimaru's research facility to investigate the soul experiments. Ever since his first battle with Chihane, Yifei had been curious about the failure of the so-called Hyuga clan's transformation plan. Surely, there must have been reasons for such failure. Ultimately, Yifei was very interested in the enigma surrounding his origins, and after perusing the documents the previous night, he arrived at a conclusion. The celestial rite would never discriminate based on strength or weakness, even if one bore the burden. It was impossible to accept the powers bestowed by the celestial rite as Yifei had. The only explanation was that there flowed a bloodline within Yifei that was connected to the Hyuga clan, one even more noble than theirs. This indicated that Yifei was indeed a distant relative of Neji and Hinata. Upon realizing this last night, Yifei was taken aback, but the truth remained. And he chose not to dwell on it further. As he contemplated his next course of action, Tsunade and Appo's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Shikamaru, I called you here to assign you an S-rank mission, to retrieve Sasuke. Why are there so many S-rank missions?" "Wait, retrieve Sasuke? Did he betray us?" Yifei exclaimed, astonished. Both Tsunade and Shikamaru turned to the surprised Yifei, with Tsunade nodding. Indeed, Sasuke left the village last night. According to Sakura, he was deceived by several of Orochimaru and Appo's subordinates amidst the chaos. I knew Kabuto wouldn't merely come to me for a friendly visit. He must have aimed to acquire Sasuke and Appo's body, Yifei remarked in disbelief. Even after the demise of Orochimaru, it appeared Sasuke could not escape the fate of betrayal. It seemed that a significant confrontation with Kabuto was inevitable. What a bother. Although I harbor no particular feelings for Sasuke, if I am called upon, I must respond. After all, we are comrades. Yifei sighed. Shikamaru, however, suddenly recognized a serious issue and asked, "But isn't and Appo's such a mission perilous? Shouldn't and Appo's a Jonin lead 3 Chunin? It's absurd to have a Chunin like me as the captain leading Jinin." Tsunade sighed, explaining, "That's not feasible. Most of our Jonin are dispatched on missions. The remaining number in the village is critical. If we send more out, and chaos ensues once again, it could lead to consequences far graver than the loss of a Hokage." Shikamaru fell silent, well aware of the historical precedents in the shinobi world, where the land of whirlpools faced devastation due to excessive dispatching of Jonin on missions, ultimately leading to their annihilation at the hands of several nations. Yifei sighed, sensing Shikamaru and Appo's disheartened demeanor. "Yifei, are you interested in this mission?" Just as he was about to respond with disinterest, Yifei suddenly posed a counter-question. Why not simply abandon the pursuit of Sasuke altogether? Chapter 82. The first encounter with Xianglin. A vision of beauty regardless of Sasuke? How could you even think of that? Yifei? Do you truly possess no heart? Do you, a person of such strength, not consider the thoughts of others? Shikamaru bared his teeth. Clearly aggrieved by the critiques he had received in the meeting, harboring resentment towards Yifei. Yifei waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly to placate him, not daring to say another word. Why disregard Sasuke? What do you mean by that, Yifei? Tsunade inquired. Yifei shrugged and scoffed. The Uchiha clan is nothing but a farce. Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire clan, leaving only Sasuke behind, solely for the purpose of seeking revenge. How foolish can the higher-ups of Konoha be to overlook this? Allowing Sasuke to be swayed by Orochimaru or Kabuto is merely discarding a hot potato. What significance does pursuing him hold? Sasuke and Appo's aim is not the destruction of Konoha. Yifei narrowed his eyes, fully aware of the situation. It was Danzo who should be the most anxious. After all, Tsunade remained oblivious to the truth behind the Uchiha clan's extermination, now caught in a moment of hesitation. Yifei, how can you utter such words? Tsunade protested, yet internally she mused. Yifei is right. Why hadn't I considered this? With Sarutobi Hiruzen deceased and Danzo confined, those who experienced the Uchiha massacre have largely vanished. Who cares about Sasuke Uchiha now? Everything is merely to maintain the facade of balance. Tsunade cleared her throat twice, stating, regardless, Sasuke Uchiha is a comrade of Konoha. We must at least symbolically pursue him. Shikamaru, organize a 5-man team. As the enemy consists of 4 individuals, this will facilitate matters. However, before you depart, I must remind you that your lives are of utmost importance. Do not endanger yourselves for him. The underlying message was clear. It is not worth sacrificing your life for Sasuke. Shikamaru then set off, but before he could leave, Yifei called out to him. What is it? Shikamaru replied, surprised. Yifei grasped Shikamaru and Appo's hand, a smirk playing on his lips. I fear there may be unforeseen circumstances on your journey. I wish to provide you with something. Shikamaru sighed in annoyance, retorting, You're not even coming with us, having refused the mission, yet you're worried about us? How hypocritical. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped Yifei, sending chills down Shikamaru's spine, as cold sweat began to bead on his back. What is this? Shikamaru exclaimed. Feeling Yifei and Appo's chakra resonate like a monstrous entity, one he had sensed before during the appearance of Shikaku. Countless souls surged through Yifei and Appo's palm and entered Shikamaru and Appo's body. Yifei issued an unassailable command, implant several souls within each member of the 5-man team. These souls, imbued with a fragment of Yifei and Appo's chakra, would assist them in critical moments. Though Yifei was merely at the level of a shadow, assisting them against a few lowly Chunin was a trivial matter, especially with his extraordinary skill, spirit binding. After leaving the Hokage building, Yifei took a moment to gather himself before embarking alone. Maintaining peace in Konoha? Such a trivial task was cast aside. He intended to seize this rare opportunity to investigate Orochimaru and Appo's experimental base. Upon reaching the borders of the Land of Fire, Yifei retrieved a document, a map of Orochimaru and Appo's experimental base that had been discovered within. After a considerable journey, he finally arrived at a desolate area and entered a cave, exploring the dark tunnels with chakra perception. Inside the tunnel, numerous rooms awaited. Yifei attempted to open some, finding them utterly vacant. Although remnants of habitation were present, this vast laboratory appeared devoid of life. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from behind him. Who goes there? Is it murderous intent? Yifei could not perceive this strange sensation. It was clearly a threat. Wind after, strange gate. Unfold. Show yourself, Yifei commanded. Gazing into the infinite darkness, having yet to uncover useful data before encountering an enemy. This foe was unfamiliar to him. Could it be Orochimaru resurrected? No. Orochimaru and Appo's chakra should not be this radiant. You. Who are you? A slow, raspy voice emerged, as if squeezed from someone's throat. Yifei narrowed his eyes, responding indifferently, You sound rather weak. The opponent, seemingly astonished, soon revealed their true nature of trickery. Yifei sighed. his gaze sharpening as he formed a hand sign, fire release, fireball jutsu. The surrounding area ignited as several fireballs erupted, revealing the figure of his adversary, who began performing hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. To Yi Fei and Appo's surprise, the opponent was a female, though her voice was familiar. He could not immediately recall her identity. She unleashed a substantial amount of chakra, but in the confined space. The power of his fire technique diminished due to the lack of oxygen. Under the suppression of her water technique, Yi Fei's fireballs quickly extinguished. Yet, Yi Fei was determined not to forfeit his opportunity to investigate the matter of souls. After all, since the Hyuga clan had developed the Super Soul state through failed experiments, surely he could unravel the origins of his own bloodline, activating the Strange Gate at a critical moment. Yi Fei squinted as a colossal blue disk beneath him began to rotate, radiating an otherworldly glow. Fire release, red python across the sky. Fueled by the water, flames erupted, forming colossal serpents that obliterated the subterranean structure, scorching the earth into brittle black rubble and boiling the surrounding water into steam. Wind release, wind blade. Yi Fei wielded a massive blade of wind, appearing behind the figure, exuding a palpable killing intent. Cough, cough. Stop. I was wrong. Spare me. A red-haired woman came into view, and upon seeing her pitiful visage, Yi Fei was instantly captivated. You are Xianglin? Why do you seem so familiar? Yi Fei murmured. You actually know me? Who are you, to possess such strength? Xianglin replied, gritting her teeth, shielding her burned arm. She scrutinized him, struggling to comprehend when such a prodigious youth had emerged from Konoha, yet the forehead protector on his arm unmistakably marked him as one from that village. Wood release and water release counter fire release. How is your fire technique so formidable? Upon her first encounter with Yi Fei, Xianglin was utterly awestruck. Chapter 83. The Betrayal of the Grass-Hidden Village. Childhood Sweethearts. Xianglin gazed into Yi Fei's eyes, utterly captivated. There seemed to be an inexplicable fate binding them together. Yi Fei felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, though he had traversed into the body of a teenager. Surely he was too mature to be experiencing the stirrings of first love? What brings you here, Xianglin? Yi Fei called out her name with an ease that surprised him. Yet, it made sense. As a dedicated fan of the series for a decade, how could he not recognize a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Xianglin, however, inhaled sharply, clearly astonished. I can't believe you remember my name, Yi Fei-kun. Her cheeks turned crimson. Yi Fei understood Xianglin's original personality and infatuated. Comedic girl, but why did this red-haired woman appear so gentle in his presence? Was there a deeper explanation for this transformation? You actually know me? How unbelievable. Yi Fei stroked his chin, struggling to recall where he had encountered the subordinate of Orochimaru. Xianglin pouted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. You really don't remember me, do you? You must be pretending. Her demeanor was assertive, her face still tinged with red. Yet she seemed as if she wanted to devour him whole. Yi Fei remained silent. Was Xianglin friend or foe? The nature of their relationship eluded him, compelling him to refrain from action. To his surprise, in the next moment, Xianglin grew animated, forming a hand seal. It seems your time is up. Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Diamond chains. With a swift motion, golden chains erupted from her abdomen. The proximity and speed left Yi Fei no time to react. Soon, he found himself ensnared, resembling a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Just moments ago, she had claimed to know him, and now it appeared to be a mere deception. He stamped his foot, causing a massive blue formation to emerge from the ground. Xianglin stepped back cautiously, despite her advantage. Murmuring, Yi Fei, what techniques did you learn in Konoha? Why has the village head revealed your abilities? This isn't even from Konoha, yet it was indeed Yi Fei and Appo's chakra? As Xianglin pondered, Yi Fei grew increasingly impatient. Unexpectedly, the voice of the forest god resonated within him, akin to a chant. Little one, since you have encountered her, why not pay attention to the forehead protector above her head? The presence of the forest god forcefully took control of Yi Fei and Appo's body. Although it could not easily dictate his actions, it caused him considerable distress. Old man, don't just appear at will. What is so special about her forehead protector? It's just that of a rogue ninja. A rogue ninja? From the grass-hidden village? Yifei swallowed hard, suddenly aware. His gaze fixated on the protector atop Xianglin and Amp, Appo's head. You are also a ninja from the grass-hidden village. His excitement surged. He was an orphan from the very village. Little did he expect to uncover the truth of his origins while investigating Orochimaru and Appo's experimental base. According to the villagers of Konoha, he had been sent to their village at the age of 6 or 7, while Tsunade mentioned that he had been rescued directly from the battlefield. This implied that he had lived in the grass-hidden village until that age, yet that portion of his memory felt sealed away, completely inaccessible. He hurriedly pursued Xianglin, realizing she had distanced herself several meters in an instant. This was a unique technique of the grass-hidden village, the swift step. How strange, why did he remember such things? Yifei grew increasingly certain that he had known Xianglin during his time in the grass-hidden village. Stop, Yifei called out, but Xianglin merely glanced back with a silent demeanor. Kid, if the truth does not come to you, why chase after it? Sometimes it's better to let fate decide. The forest god advised within his mind. I disregard fate. My life is mine to command. Yifei gritted his teeth, forming a hand seal. Chaos Gold Strike. In that moment, time itself seemed to halt. The forest god marveled as it perceived the world's very fabric being cleaved by Yifei and Amp, Appo's peculiar technique. In this extraordinary state, everything came to a standstill. Even the wind suspended in midair, leaves caught in the breeze frozen in time. Only Yifei's movements remained unaffected. He charged forward, blood seeping from his mouth. Yet he pressed on until he grasped Xianglin and Amp, Appo's wrist, squeezing it until it turned crimson. Chaos Gold Strike. Release. As the world resumed its normal flow, the forest god observed in silence. To an outside observer, this technique transpired in a mere instant. No wonder that Uchiha Brat and Appo's Tsukuyami could be easily broken by you. With this so-called Chaos Gold Strike, you can effortlessly manipulate the material governed by time and space. It was a revelation that left the forest god in awe, recognizing the extraordinary prowess of the young man. However, it appears that employing such a technique demands a significant toll on your vitality. The cost is rather steep, Yifei. The forest god remarked gravely. Yet Yifei paid little heed, holding Xianglin's hand with unwavering determination in his eyes. Xianglin, although I cannot recall, given our ages, we must have been childhood sweethearts, right? You must remember me. Yifei gazed deeply into Xianglin's eyes, his expression earnest. The forest god observed this scene, speechless. You rascal. You are clearly smitten by her beauty, pretending it's about childhood bonds. Unexpectedly, Xianglin's face flushed as she turned away playfully. I really can't deal with you. Yifei, it seems I must reveal the truth. Thus, the two resolved their misunderstandings, finding a large tree to sit beneath. Through Xianglin and Appo's explanations, Yifei gradually unraveled the enigma of his origins. It turned out that in the grass-hidden village, he had indeed been under the care of an elder, though this elder was not his grandfather but rather his guardian. The village head, Kusa, skilled in sealing techniques, had taken Xianglin's mother in after the fall of the Uzumaki clan. After giving birth to Xianglin, her mother passed away, leaving Xianglin and Yifei to grow under Kusa and Appo's care. Little did they know that war would soon engulf the land of grass. The land of grass, having signed the Treaty of the Defeated, saw the grass-hidden village become a mere shadow of its former self, leading Kusa to die with regret. In the chaos of war, Yifei was abandoned, forcing Xianglin to become a rogue ninja. Chapter 84. The Alchemist D, a mere jester. As a traveler from another world, Yifei found himself devoid of emotional ties to these narratives. Yet, witnessing the tears welling in Xianglin and Appo's eyes as she recounted such a heavy truth, his heart sank. And he inquired, which nation annihilated the village of grass? The land of wind, Xianglin replied, biting her lip, her face etched with disappointment. Yifei furrowed his brow, pondering why it was the land of wind. Soon enough, Xianglin elucidated the matter. At that time, the land of wind was at the zenith of its power. Under the leadership of the fourth Kazekage, they neglected the disappearance of their previous Hokage, disregarding internal strife and the betrayal of their own rogue ninjas. The first Kazekage, faced with the demands of the land of fire regarding tailed beasts, paid no heed, solely fixated on territorial compensation. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Wind, with minimal involvement, covertly oppressed numerous weaker nations to expand its territory. A slow fury began to rise within Yi Fei. Memories of his childhood in the village of grass stirred a deep-seated animosity towards the Land of Wind. The forest gods sensed the disturbance and internally cautioned. As a nation nestled in the desert, the Land of Wind naturally seeks to expand its territory through warfare. Yi Fei, do not blur the lines of right and wrong. Right and wrong? Yi Fei scoffed. Before the nation, there is no distinction, merely differing stances. Regardless of my allegiance, I must fight for my own. Previously, I would have sheltered Konoha, for it provided refuge for the vulnerable me. But now that I have discovered my roots, if not now for vengeance, then when? Yi Fei retorted in his mind. The forest god chuckled softly, asking, vengeance? Where will you exact it? To seek out the Kazekage? The fourth Kazekage is already deceased, and the fifth Hokage is still in his formative years. Yi Fei fell silent, clarity dawning upon him. Indeed, it was premature to seek revenge. However, the seeds of vengeance had already taken root in his heart. Xiang Lin, if that is the case, return with me to Konoha. I shall provide you with a new home. Though Yi Fei felt little emotional attachment to Xiang Lin, she was the sole person who recognized his past, and he wished to cherish that connection. Unexpectedly, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Xiang Lin's eyes. No, my soul is already sealed here. Sealed? By whom? Yi Fei asked, bewildered. As soon as the name escaped her lips, a sinister laughter echoed, causing Yi Fei to become instantly alert. That ominous sensation could only belong to D. With a swift stomp, he manifested a colossal blue barrier upon the ground. D approached leisurely from a distance. Draped in a black cloak, his hair cascading down, his appearance resembling a revolting serpent shedding its skin. Xiang Lin, I have come to retrieve the souls of the Uzumaki clan. You are the last piece I need. Once I collect your soul, I shall attain the perfect vessel to enter the Dragon Cave and acquire the supreme sage arts, becoming the sovereign of this world. Haha. DS laughter filled the air. An unsettling darkness that made Yi Fei's stomach churn. Separation technique. Crimson snake. Boom. Serpentine flames surged forth, yet D was far enough to react in time. After forming a series of hand seals, several colossal serpents emerged before him, devouring Yi Fei and Appo's flames, only to collapse lifelessly soon after. Fortunately, I kept my distance. Yi Fei-kun, though it is a coincidence to encounter you here, I have no time to waste. I am here to reclaim what belongs to me, D declared triumphantly. Yi Fei's expression hardened. What belongs to you? My woman is not yours. At this proclamation, Xiang Lin's face flushed red. Yet Yi Fei paid her no mind. With a single hand gesture, serpentine flames erupted, transforming into the form of a colossal serpent. D's eyes widened in astonishment. Such an immense chakra reserve. Yi Fei, you truly surprise me. Separation technique. Horizontal crimson snake. Crash. The gigantic serpent of flames descended from the heavens, barreling towards D, threatening to engulf him in a fiery inferno. To Yi Fei's surprise, D remained unfazed, performing hand seals with nonchalance. Yi Fei-kun, surrender. I am not without my studies of you. After our numerous encounters, I have thoroughly analyzed how to counter your trivial techniques. Upon completing his seals, D bellowed, summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Boom, boom, boom. 3 imposing Rashomon gates erupted from the ground, their immense presence causing the earth to tremble. The serpentine flames surged forth, scorching the gates until they began to blacken. Yet, the flames posed no threat to the formidable gates of metal. Once the technique concluded, D leaped atop the Rashomon. I have unraveled your wind afterlife technique. Yi Fei-kun, from the outset, I was curious why your technique defied the laws of nature. It was due to your cursed wind afterlife technique that it functions so. I once contemplated surrender, for such a defiant technique is incomprehensible, and I believed I could never triumph over it. Until I encountered the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave, it became clear to me the disparity between myself and a genius. Since the principles of the 5 elements are dictated by you, I shall transcend beyond them. How absurd. With that, D promptly formed seals, ninjutsu, serpent array. D suddenly pressed himself to the ground, his mouth agape, and from it poured forth a stream of small black snakes, a sight utterly repugnant. Yi Fei. This technique belongs to the Yin release. I can utilize your yang chakra to resist it. Xiang Lin attempted to assist but was halted by Yi Fei's single hand. Yi Fei? Xiang Lin questioned, perplexed. Yi Fei frowned, observing the multitude of snakes obscuring the ground like ink-staining fabric, easily numbering in the thousands. He coldly declared, "D is but a jester, in my eyes, not even a genius. He is merely a pervert." D furrowed his brow, displeased. Yet his mouth remained occupied with unleashing snakes, leaving him no opportunity to retort. Internally, he scoffed. This insolent brat persists in his bravado. Without the five-element theory, what techniques can you employ against my celestial prowess? Those who mindlessly idolize Orochimaru will never be my match. Behold, ninjutsu, swift steps. Yi Fei, you haven't forgotten. Xiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that Yi Fei still wielded the techniques of the Village of Grass. In an instant, under the influence of the afterlife technique, Yi Fei's swift steps approached the realm of spatial transference. The next moment, Yi Fei grasped D by the neck, his eyes cold and indifferent. Though the distance hindered the afterlife technique and Appo's coverage, D had overlooked Yi Fei and Appo's proximity. Die. Sun character, Windcutter. A fierce blade of gale severed D and Appo's head from his shoulders. Blood splattered. Chapter 85. Mental Torment, Ascension of Attributes. What is happening? The attacks from D you have no effect on YFI at all. Xing Lin furrows her brow. This is completely different from their previous battle. Could it be that YFI was also holding back his strength during their confrontation? In that moment, YFI unleashed his full power. A murderous intent enveloping the entire space. Within moments, he severed Du's head. Ack! Du emitted a frustrated howl, muttering, "Impossible, impossible. You cannot see through my attacks." Ack! With a swift motion, YFI expanded the blade of wind in his hand, and with a flick of his arm, Du and Appo's head was cast aside. Following this, YFI exhaled deeply, standing atop Du's body, raising one hand. After forming several seals, YFI murmured, "Xing Lin. Utilize the sealing techniques of your Vortex clan." Xing Lin frowned, swallowing hard. The YFI she remembered was not like this. They were both children from the Hidden Grass Village. Even if YFI had indeed tapped into the abilities of the village, it did not prove his current stance. Although Du had become a grotesque figure, she had grown under the protection of Orochimaru. YFI, we are no longer on the same path. Resolutely, Xing Lin took a step back. She began to form seals, and YFI frowned, lifting his gaze to her. Sealing technique. With a whoosh, several mighty golden chains surged from Xing Lin and Appo's abdomen, binding YFI tightly. Xing Lin, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? YFI frowned, his earlier gesture utterly disrupted. At that moment, the bizarre scene on the ground became evident. The corpse of Du beneath YFI and Appo's feet began to wriggle like a piece of cargo. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a tremor, Du's body began to distort as if a balloon was deflating. Soon, a pool of bright yellow liquid appeared on the ground, and a crevice opened up, with the fluid slowly flowing towards Du and Appo's head. Under the watchful eyes of YFI and Xing Lin, Du gradually restored his body, sprouting anew from his severed limbs. It seems luck is on my side. Xing Lin, you have done well. I shall provide you with more subjects for experimentation in the future. Du revealed a chilling smile. He stroked the uneven scars on his neck, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. YFI, I must indeed thank you. You have awakened new potential within me time and again. I never anticipated that I could surpass Lord Orochimaru. I have mastered a more complete shedding technique. A severed snake cannot regenerate, but a dragon can. Before venturing to the dragon cave, I had already grasped this talent. Soon, I shall transform into a dragon, rising from a cunning serpent to an exalted sovereign. Ha ha ha. Du laughed maniacally, while YFI merely frowned, summoning the god of the forest from within. Old one, I have not sought your aid before, but can you lend me your strength this time? I must personally eliminate this scoundrel, or Xing Lin may perish at his hands. And I cannot pursue my lineage under such circumstances. YFI murmured. Yet, the more agitated he became, the more the god of the forest felt emboldened. Why the hurry? I do not wish for you to achieve your goals so soon. Have you forgotten? The terms I proposed, the contract is a transaction between us. I have no intention of aiding you unconditionally. The tone of the god of the forest shifted, and in that moment, YFI realized he had fallen into a trap. What do you mean? YFI inquired. The tailed beasts, the power of the tailed beasts. This world cannot persist in its current state. We deities can no longer permit you mortals to squander the spiritual energy of this realm. You must gather the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. Otherwise, I shall not assist you. The god of the forest huffed coldly. He had previously had the opportunity to eliminate Du completely but chose to show mercy. Regardless of how powerful Du became, he was still within the grasp of the god of the forest, who had always regarded YFI merely as a tool. Soon, the consciousness of the god of the forest faded, and no matter what YFI did, he could not awaken him. He felt a deep sense of betrayal. This old fiend, from the very beginning, approached me, manipulating the spirit binding to draw close. Such ulterior motives. YFI sighed. He never imagined he would be outmaneuvered by a deity. Reflecting on it, the divine contract they signed was indeed part of this old one's scheme. At such a critical moment, he was proving to be ineffective. Xing Lin, run. YFI glanced at Xing Lin. Now, he had no choice but to expend his final reserves, breaking all self-imposed limitations. He initiated the last forbidden technique of the wind after oddities, sacrificing a substantial amount of chakra, even at the cost of shortening his lifespan, to forcibly break free from the restraints imposed by Du. Unexpectedly, Xing Lin intensified her golden sealing chains, coldly stating, YFI, you currently possess power unlike any of our hidden grass village ninjas. What is it? Have you knelt for too long, unwilling to rise? Do you not realize that Du does not seek to resurrect Orochimaru, but aims for the Dragon Cave? YFI and Apos. Words stunned Xing Lin. She inquired in astonishment, is that true? For Orochimaru had once shown Xing Lin great favor, rescuing her in her times of need. To her, Orochimaru was akin to what Konoha was to YFI, a sanctuary during their vulnerable youth. Both had been raised by the village chief, KOM, and understood the importance of gratitude, adhering to the principle of loyalty. Yet today, fate had led them to this dire predicament. It is all too late. Du's sinister voice echoed, and in the next moment, Xing Lin felt a surge of lethal intent from behind. A hand suddenly pierced through her heart. Xing Lin's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her face. YFI, so you truly did not deceive me. Then why did you leave the battlefield alone back then? In that moment, Xing Lin could not comprehend that she had misunderstood YFI. Meanwhile, Du stood behind, forming seals with one hand as an enormous barrier activated around them, drawing fragments of souls toward Xing Lin and Apos' heart. With this, I shall also gather the souls of the Vortex clan. YFI, shall I tell you a story? Du sneered coldly. At this moment, YFI had no desire to hear any story. He began to mobilize all his chakra, concentrating it within himself, as the bizarre formation on the ground stirred. Ding! The host has endured immense mental torment. All attributes increased by 100 points. Ding! The host has endured immense mental torment. All attributes increased by 200 points. Ding! The host has endured immense mental torment. All attributes increased by 300 points. The repeated notifications made YFI feel his strength surging dramatically. Memories in his mind replayed as if they had occurred just yesterday. Meanwhile, Du began to mutter to himself, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Chapter 86. The New 8 Wonders, the Dual Proficiency. Legend has it that long ago, a mysterious race invaded this world. The Uchiha clan's stone tablet recorded that these beings are now referred to as gods. At this point, Karen interjected with surprise, questioning the notion of such gods, asserting that true gods are not like that, referencing what Grandpa Tree had said. However, a cry escaped her lips as Kabuto exerted his power, causing her pain. Meanwhile, Yifei was concentrating his power when his consciousness momentarily fragmented, prompting the forest god to cry out. What stone tablet? What gods? They are the vile Otsutsuki clan. The people of this land have forgotten the true gods who nurtured them. Disaster is inevitable for the ninja world. Yi Fei disregarded the forest god and amp, Appos, exclamation, responding indifferently in his mind. Are you finished? Hurry back. I need to concentrate and mobilize all my chakra. It's not easy doing this while contending with the seal. You know? The forest god, however, paid no heed to Yi Fei and Appos' current state, angrily retorting, Release me at once. Let me deal with that boy. How dare he call the Otsutsuki clan gods? It's infuriating. Too late, Yi Fei retorted. Too late? What's too late? The forest god inquired, perplexed. Yi Fei coldly stated, It's too late for you to cooperate with me. You betrayed me when I wanted you to help earlier. Now, slumber within me forever. According to the terms of our contract, I can forcibly suppress you with my consciousness. Even if you resist, I can expend my life force. Why would you do this? Are you truly willing to expend your life force to suppress me? The forest god asked, astonished. Yi Fei, however, had already mobilized the energy within his body, forcibly suppressing the forest god's consciousness. As the chains on Yi Fei's body completely dissolved, he mused, Excellent, with Karen's power temporarily suppressed by Kabuto. It will be much easier for me to gather chakra. The method you provided, forest god, is truly excellent. Now I can freely absorb natural energy, allowing me to adapt to this powerful body. At this moment, the forest god, with his consciousness suppressed, was rendered speechless and astonished. Although he could not break free or seize control of Yi Fei and Appos' body, he could observe everything from the shadows. So, every time I emerged, this kid used the art of Fenghou Qimen to replicate my abilities. He knew I couldn't utilize my own powers, so each time I emerged, I would maximize the use of his body's abilities. Theoretically, anything I could accomplish using his body, he could do himself. Are we mutually scheming against each other? The forest god was utterly astonished, never imagining that this human child could wield such sophisticated strategies. Is this truly the mentality of a 13-year-old? No. This soul has another master. Even as a god, the forest god felt a deep sense of trepidation. Each time he possessed Yi Fei's body, the forest god would utilize his divine ability to convert natural energy, which, in the ninja world, is more commonly known as absorbing Senjutsu chakra. The so-called Senjutsu chakra is essentially the natural spiritual energy that exists within the earth, and now Yi Fei was beginning to possess this ability as well. Fenghou Qimen Immersive Art Release. With a resounding boom, a massive Qimen formation, spanning over 20 meters, materialized on the ground, instantly pulling Yi Fei into a special dimension where countless streams of chakra surged into his body. These details unfolded in another dimension, unnoticed by Kabuto in reality. As he continued his narrative, the story of these gods ends here. I have analyzed the data obtained from Lord Orochimaru's research. If I am not mistaken, Madara Uchiha did not die. He sought to obtain Hashirama Senju's power in order to acquire true divine power. And now, I am on the verge of obtaining it. That divine power, the combined power of the Uchiha and Senju clans, is the power of a god. According to the origins of the bloodlines I have researched, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans share the same source. The Uzumaki and Senju clans also originate from the same source. More importantly, compared to the Senju and Uchiha clans, whose bloodlines have been depleted through constant warfare, the Hyuga and Uzumaki clans are purer. Therefore, I painstakingly obtained Hinata Chiyu's soul, and now, by acquiring the soul of Karen, who is of the Uzumaki clan, I shall be invincible. The White Snake Sage will rejoice for me, and the entire ninja world will grovel at my feet. Ha ha, ha ha. Kabuto erupted in maniacal laughter as Karen and Appos' strength gradually waned and blood flowed in reverse from her body. The immense energy amplification caused her blood to dry up and wither. It's all over. Tears welled up in Karen's eyes as she resigned herself to her impending doom. Who said it's over? Yi Fei and Appos' voice abruptly awakened Karen and Appos' consciousness. With a resounding thud, Kabuto was sent flying by a massive surge of energy, his body nearly deformed, hurtling over 100 meters away. Soon, even Kabuto and Appos' presence vanished from the vicinity. A radiant, ivory-white aura emanated from Yi Fei and Appos' body, enveloping Karen, who lay in his arms. Feeling the warmth of the sun, so pure, Yi Fei and Appos' chakra Are you truly Yifei? Karen asked, her lips stained with blood, gazing at Yifei and Appo's clear, handsome face. Yifei replied calmly, Of course, I am. Who else would I be? I'm going to save you now, but it might hurt a little. After all, my chakra reserves are substantial. Karen bit her lip, attempting to exert her strength, but found it futile. She shook her head. I'm already done for. I'm finished. Her heart had been completely destroyed by Kabuto, and most of her soul had dissipated into the air. She was not even truly dead. Soon, her soul would be scattered, and her existence would be erased, vanishing completely. Not even a dead person. Yifei remained silent, merely grunting as if pushing something out, and placed his hand on Karen and Appo's chest. This is Karen and Appo's eyes widened. A crimson light flickered in Yifei and Appo's eyes, and a vibrant red glow emanated from his hand. 10 minutes earlier, while trapped by Kabuto and Appo's seal, Yifei had activated the divine system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine 8 Wonders, the dual proficiency amidst intense mental torment. Dual proficiency, a method of cultivating both mind and body. The left hand can control mental manipulation, capable of modifying and deleting memories, while the right hand can control physical manipulation, capable of repairing and even regenerating various tissues and flesh of the body. Yifei stated calmly, This is my ability, the true power of a god. Under the crimson light, Karen and Appo's heart slowly regenerated, and with a resounding thump, her heartbeat returned. Chapter 87. The Source of the Cursed Seal, the Power of Chongwu. Yifei, how did you come to possess such power? Xianglin felt a surge of astonishment as her heart inexplicably began to beat anew. With a thud, she sensed the revival of her heartbeat, leaving her in utter disbelief. Immediately, Yifei grasped Xianglin and Appo's hand and calmly instructed, Bite yourself. My duality hand, in conjunction with your abilities, will allow you to resurrect right here. Xianglin did not hesitate and followed his command without delay. She bit into her own arm, and soon her injuries began to heal, the wounds ceasing to bleed. Yifei's right hand radiated a brilliant red light, enveloping Xianglin's entire being, swiftly reconstructing her physical form. Though her garments lay in tatters, beyond repair, in Yifei and Appo's presence, Xianglin and Appo's flawless body was restored, its fair and supple texture causing Yifei and Appo's face to flush crimson. Stop staring, Yifei. Xianglin bit her lower lip, her expression betraying an overwhelming desire, her eyes darting in search of escape. Yifei swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a wave of heat wash over him. Despite the impropriety of the moment, he knew that to fully revive his childhood friend, his duality hand had to make contact with her body. Otherwise, their souls and bodies could not merge, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yifei refrained from elaborating on the ominous outcomes. Xianglin seemed to grasp his fear, yet their bond as childhood friends emboldened her. Yifei, they once sought my body. Lord Orochimaru claimed it held great value, but I rejected them. I bear no wounds, and this is my first time. Please, proceed. With a deep breath, Xianglin spoke, prompting Yifei to feel a heat envelop his ears. Yet, for the sake of reviving his dear friend, Yifei was prepared to endure scorn and moral condemnation. He gently placed his hand upon her, prompting a soft gasp from Xianglin as the crimson glow of his duality hand intensified, radiating a brilliant golden light that enveloped her form. This is the location of your heart, Xianglin. Brace yourself. The power may be overwhelming. Yifei gritted his teeth and forcefully unleashed the tremendous energy gathered within his duality hand. Xianglin could no longer contain her cries, feeling as if Yifei had infused her entire being with his chakra. However, halfway through, Yifei suddenly halted. What is happening? It seems your soul is in distress. Xianglin. He frowned, realizing that while the left and right hands of the duality hand could reshape both body and spirit, Xianglin remained in an unstable state. Given that she had no visible wounds, Yifei had examined her body closely and found no bite marks. This could only mean one thing. Orochimaru had altered Xianglin and Appo's soul in some manner. Wait here. I must eliminate that scoundrel. Yifei declared, sensing a foreboding chakra nearby. Okay, I and Oppos. I'll wait for you, Xianglin replied, her cheeks flushed. In an instant, Yi Fei vanished from sight, and Xianglin could feel that his strength had ascended. He was no longer the same Yi Fei she once knew. Haha, Yi Fei, I will kill you. I will kill you. Do and Imp, Oppos' body began to mutate, transforming into a frenzied state. With a thunderous impact, Yi Fei's fist collided with Do's face. Wing Chun style, Azure Dragon. Do soared into the air. And Yi Fei followed with the next move. White Tiger. The combination of Azure Dragon and White Tiger was a synergistic technique. First launching Do into the air, and then charging forward with the ferocity of the White Tiger. Boom. Yi Fei's speed and strength distorted the very fabric of space, obliterating half of Do and Oppos' form. Do crashed to the ground, yet his body began to mend, taking on a ghastly appearance. I will kill you, Yi Fei. I will kill you. Do cackled, exuding a terrifying killing intent, his mind clouded by madness. Yi Fei frowned and remarked, "It seems you have absorbed the power of the cursed seal source, the one known as Chengwu. How foolishly unaware you are. The disparity between us lies not in chakra, but in capacity. Capacity?" Do struggled to maintain his sanity with the last vestiges of his strength. Precisely, Yi Fei explained coldly. My vessel allows me to contain an immense amount of power, be it in the spiritual realm or the ethereal domain. These are merely my means of storing strength. Yi Fei also possessed a vessel unspoken of, his system, making Do's container appear painfully inadequate in comparison. Your vessel is far too small, having absorbed so much power. You remain clueless as to its application, an utter waste. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your combat experience has been upgraded to D rank. You are rewarded with Wing Chun styles, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise. Wing Chun has been upgraded to B rank. Wing Chun style, Vermilion Bird. The host can concentrate a substantial amount of power at a single point for a devastating strike. Wing Chun style, Black Tortoise. The host may employ their martial arts for impenetrable defense, possessing a rebound-like effect. The essence of power surged into Yi Fei's mind, instantly granting him insight into its application. Do sneered, viewing Yi Fei's newfound abilities as a mere joke. Let us see how you handle my next move. He transformed into a grotesque behemoth, generating several cannons from his mutated flesh, aimed directly at Yi Fei and Imp, Oppos' forehead, condensing violet energy. Die. Boom. The tremendous energy shockwave trembled the ground, but in an instant, Yi Fei retaliated, a black shield expanding from his fist to envelop him entirely. Whoosh. The clash of black and purple energy erupted, shrouding the surroundings in an eerie atmosphere. With an unyielding defense, the force diffused outward, sending Do staggering back several paces. Is that all you've got? You really are a challenge to eliminate, Yi Fei. Then let us see what comes next. Huh? Why can't I move? Disorderly golden strike. Yi Fei formed a single hand seal, his gaze sharpening. Do gulped, finally comprehending the effect of Yi Fei's disorderly golden strike. In the next moment, Yi Fei raised his hand, gathering the scattered energy around him, preparing to unleash it all. Die. Was this the extent of Yi Fei's combat prowess? The newly acquired abilities. Wielded with swift precision, observing from the shadows, the forest god could not help but marvel at his prowess. In the tangible world, as Yi Fei unleashed his punch, a radiant crimson light erupted, and Do's corporeal form was obliterated, reduced to ash.